Doctor, doctor, I feel as though I am about to give birth. The dimly lit clinic echoed with heart-wrenching screams as a bloodied woman writhed in agony, bound to a rusted delivery chair. Hurry, doctor, please take a look. The baby is coming out. What is taking you so long? Doctor, doctor, are you really a doctor? Turn around and look at me. The pregnant woman's cries grew increasingly shrill, her struggles more frantic, yet the doctor standing nearby did not deign to glance her way, merely nodding absent-mindedly and responding in a languid tone. Yes, yes, I'm coming. Please don't panic, I am preparing the delivery tools. Surely you wouldn't want your child to fall to the ground upon birth? This remark seemed to exert a paralyzing effect on the increasingly frantic woman, momentarily halting her wild protests. Her reddened eyes gradually regained clarity as they mechanically turned to her abdomen, and she muttered vacantly, "The baby. Yes, the baby. The baby must not fall to the ground. I need to give birth. The baby must not fall to the ground." Repeatedly uttering this phrase, her emotions began to stabilize, and before long, the small clinic fell silent again, save for the rhythmic sound of metal clanging. It was the doctor preparing the delivery instruments. Sparks flickered from in front of the doctor, momentarily illuminating the dim space. The pregnant woman's attention was drawn to the sparks. She clutched her belly and turned to look at the doctor's back, her eyes gradually reddening once again, her expression becoming grotesque. "Doctor, what are you doing? What are you doing?" Didn't I tell you? In preparing the delivery tools. There have been too many patients in the clinic lately, and the nurses are all busy assisting, so I have to manage these tasks myself." As he spoke, the doctor turned to her, proudly displaying the rough steel saw he had just fashioned, a bright smile spreading across his face. "See, it's all ready." The moment the pregnant woman glimpsed the steel saw, she convulsed violently, the leather straps binding her straining as her struggles caused the rusted chair to emit a horrifying, grating sound. Her legs kicked wildly, splattering her own blood all around. "What are you doing? This is not a delivery tool. What are you doing?" "Madam, please look closely, this is indeed the delivery saw." The doctor approached the pregnant woman with a steel saw in hand, his gaze lingering on the irregular serrations as if admiring a work of art, while he vocalized his admiration with a series of clicks. "This is a cutting-edge delivery technique published in Science. With this uterine saw, we can precisely incise your abdomen, ensuring your child arrives safely in the delivery chair, thus preventing the tragic possibility of the infant falling to the ground during natural birth, which significantly reduces the risk of infection. Moreover, the sharp serrated edges allow for a larger incision, guaranteeing that the child's head will not become lodged due to insufficient space during labor." The doctor measured above the woman's abdomen with the instrument, squinting and smiling as he remarked, "Most importantly, this method has received 0 negative reviews thus far. My child, safe. My child will be safe. Indeed, madam. Please rest assured that I am the most experienced obstetrician in the entire clinic, and I will ensure the safety of your child." Upon receiving this assurance, the pregnant woman became suddenly agitated. She vigorously patted her bulging belly, resembling a small hill, and leaning forward impatiently, exclaimed, "Hurry! Please assist me. My child is coming. Quickly, doctor! Quickly! It is my honor to serve you," the doctor replied, grasping a rough steel saw, his hands steady. He then skillfully made a delicate upward incision. Show a thin, sinuous line of blood wound upward, and like a perfectly ripe watermelon, it split apart with a snap. Immediately after, bang, the overwhelmed body burst forth like a balloon popped, splattering blood everywhere. Yet, she was still alive. In excruciating pain, she screamed hoarsely, struggling with her hands and feet, her venomous and terrified gaze fixed on the doctor as she shrieked wildly, "What are you doing? What are you doing? You want to kill me? You want to kill my child?" Though the doctor was splattered with blood, his face remained strikingly clean. He gently moved the steel saw away from his face and reassured the patient with a smile, saying, "Madam, it deeply saddens me to hear you say that. I am here to save you and your child. Just look, your child has been safely brought into the world." The doctor approached the pregnant woman with the saw in hand, his gaze lingering over the irregular teeth of the blade, as if admiring a piece of art, while he clicked his tongue in admiration. "This is an avant-garde birthing technique published in Science. It merely requires a uterine saw to incision your abdomen, allowing your child to be born unharmed upon the birthing chair. This method fundamentally mitigates the tragic likelihood of the child falling to the ground during a vaginal delivery, thereby reducing the risk of infection. Moreover, the sharp serrations of the saw can enlarge the incision, ensuring that the child's head will not become lodged due to insufficient space during the delivery process." The doctor measured the pregnant woman's abdomen with the instrument, squinting and smiling. "Most importantly, this approach currently has 0 negative reviews. My child, Safe. My child. We'll be safe. Yes, madam. Rest assured, I am the most experienced obstetrician in the clinic, and I will ensure your child's safety. With this promise, the pregnant woman suddenly became agitated, vigorously patting her protruding belly, leaning forward and urgently shouting, "Hurry! Hurry and deliver my baby! My child is coming! Quickly, doctor! Hurry! It is my honor to serve you." The doctor grasped a rough steel saw, his hands steady as he deftly traced a line upward against the skin. A narrow crimson line snaked its way upward, reminiscent of a ripe watermelon splitting with a snap. Immediately after, bang! The burdened body burst apart like a ruptured balloon, blood and foulness splattering everywhere. Yet she was not dead. Screaming in agony, she thrashed her arms and legs desperately, her gaze directed at the doctor with a blend of malice and terror, shrieking, "What are you doing? What are you doing? You want to kill me? You want to kill my child?" The doctor was splattered with blood, yet his face remained remarkably clean as he gently pushed aside the saw that obscured his features and smiled reassuringly at the patient. "My dear lady, it grieves me to hear you say this. I am here to save you and your child. Look, your child has arrived safely." The pregnant woman's frantic movements faltered, her eyes alight with joy as she looked down at her abdomen, only to find, amidst the grotesque flesh of her opened womb, a pair of large, pitch-black eyes blinking up at her. These eyes were strikingly clear and captivating. If their essence were not that of a writhing tentacle, they might have evoked even more sympathy. Gazing at the terrifying newborn, resembling an octopus tentacle, the doctor smiled knowingly and praised, "Look how healthy your child is. Those piercing eyes clearly indicate that it is quite an eye-catching little one." The initial surprise on the woman's face solidified momentarily at this incomprehensible compliment, yet it did not hinder the overwhelming love she felt for her child. Joyful black blood welled up from her hollow eye sockets. "Child! My child! Yes, it is your child. Bring my child to me. I want to see them. Is it a boy or a girl?" The doctor's smile faltered, and a hint of conflict appeared on his face upon hearing those words. Logically speaking, if one were to assign a gender to an octopus tentacle, "Congratulations, madam, it's a boy. With a little something extra." Indeed, it did possess a little something extra. In fact, it was entirely male. "A boy? A boy?" The pregnant woman's voice rose again, her movements and struggles unabated even in her wounded state, the wild look in her eyes once more creeping upon her horror-stricken, bloodied visage. "Why is it a boy? Why must it be a boy? It should clearly be a girl. It's your fault. There must be something wrong with your delivery skills. It's you charlatan." Perhaps sensing her mother's fury, the newborn lying in the pool of blood blinked innocently. Strangely enough, if one focused solely on its eyes and ignored the rest of its form, it did seem rather adorable. The doctor shook his head in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him and sighed. "Madam, you should be aware that a child's gender is determined by the parents, not the doctor. Perhaps you should inquire with the child's father." The child's father. The pregnant woman's eyes momentarily clouded in confusion, then suddenly erupted into malicious laughter. "He's gone. I devoured him. Ha ha ha, he's dead. That man dared to wish to be the child's mother. He doesn't deserve it. Only I can be the mother. Ha ha, he's gone. Vanished. Ha ha, he's disappeared. I am the child's mother." The doctor's CPU momentarily overloaded. Yet his steadfast professionalism quickly seized an opportunity, raising an eyebrow. He spoke with a hint of excitement. "If it's merely a case of death, our clinic offers a special service to consult the spirits, giving you the chance to ask him why your child is a boy. However, this service may come at a rather steep price. But I believe that for the sake of the child, it would all be worth it." He earnestly pitched the idea, as if this transaction could yield a substantial reward for him thereafter. Perhaps swayed by the doctor's earnestness, the pregnant woman's gaze flickered between malice and confusion several times before finally nodding, as if in a trance. "My child must have an explanation. What must I do?" "Hurry, doctor, I want to ask him." "Very well, madam. First, please close your eyes." Seeing her hesitate briefly before closing them, a strange smile crept upon the doctor's lips. He lifted the steel saw, positioning the rough, serrated edge once more against her neck. "Now, take a deep breath. Yes, excellent. Lean your head back. Raise your neck a little higher. Good. Don't rush. Almost there. Shoo." The doctor's hand trembled slightly. Thud. Something fell. Blood gushed forth, splattering against the pristine white wall, creating a stunning mural of crimson. Despite the unforeseen circumstance, the procedure went smoothly. "Madam, you may proceed to find your child's father." The doctor clicked his tongue, carelessly wiping his bloodied hands on his lab coat, then glanced at the head sprawled on the floor. "EW, quite frightening. He hastily kicked it aside and turned to the tentacle from the corpse. Its large eyes continued to blink innocently, as if it had yet to grasp the gravity of its situation, or perhaps it simply lacked the capacity for understanding. As I mentioned earlier, this service comes with a hefty price your mother hasn't paid yet, but it seems she might not return anytime soon. How about you pay for her? Despite lacking cognitive awareness, the newborn instinctively thrashed violently as it sensed the encroaching specter of death. However, to the doctor, such struggle resembled an invitation. The livelier the fish floundered on the cutting board, the more eager the fisherman became in his task. Sho! Without hesitation, the doctor pierced through its body, and a new tentacle writhed in agony, its once adorable eyes dimming, ultimately becoming lifeless. It had embraced both the day of its birth and the inevitability of death. Transaction complete. Thank you for your patronage. The doctor bowed elegantly, discarding the saw as he stepped out of the dim room without a backward glance. Solo trial leftovers birth challenge complete. Scoring and reward calculation in progress. Player Cheng Shi, performance rating S. Food awarded finger bread CX5. Food awarded canned slime drink CX5. Food awarded mock eyeball cake BX1. Path to ascendancy 0. Ladder of audience 0. Solo trials do not increase scores. Current path to ascendancy score 2104. Global ranking 499713. Current ladder of audience score 156. Destiny ranking 74. Trial cleared. Exiting soon. Chapter 2. I am a devotee of order. A gentle breeze caressed the air, and the silvery glow of the full moon illuminated the scene. Perched on the edge of a rooftop atop a towering skyscraper, Cheng Shi swung his legs idly over the precipice, savoring the spoils of his day. The morsel he was chewing was none other than the most common reward from the trial of sustenance. The blood finger bread, which bore an uncanny resemblance to a human finger, even mimicking the texture to perfection. It was only upon tasting the burst of cranberry jam within that one could ascertain this was merely food and not a severed digit. Regrettably, the bread resembled wax, the jam was overly tart, and as a C-grade food, it was far from delectable. Yet, its ability to provide energy rendered it invaluable, as energy equated to the sustenance of life. Indeed, in this world, survival was paramount. Since the arrival of the deities, 6 months prior, reality had been transformed into an absurd game of faith. Every individual was compelled to choose a fate and pledge allegiance to a particular deity, striving to survive in this shattered and illusory existence. The term shattered aptly described the world, as it had been fragmented into countless pieces by the deities. All individuals, now referred to as devotees or players, were randomly assigned to these fragments for survival. Cheng Shi found himself on the rooftop of an unknown structure. The rooftop spanned approximately 200 square meters. Although spacious, it was completely exposed to the elements. With no cover from the wind or sun, and lacking even a scrap of cloth for modesty. The most daunting aspect was the presence of air walls surrounding the rooftop, both above and below. Even with the door to the lower floors within reach, he was unable to breach the air walls to descend. Only by undertaking the trial related to spatial extension and achieving success could he dismantle the surrounding barriers and access a more expansive area for survival. This, too, was indicative of the aforementioned unreality. The world was physically divided, society had ground to a halt, and players, devoid of any resource support, managed to endure for half a year solely because the game provided them with whatever they desired. In this game, all resources had to be acquired through participation in the wishing trial. From basic necessities to divine powers, as long as one dared to make a wish, the deities would summon the trial grounds and match participants with suitable teammates. By collaborating with these teammates to conquer trials, all that one desired would be granted by the deities, manifesting before their very eyes. The more audacious the wish, the greater the difficulty of the trial. Furthermore, each trial would yield various scores, enabling players to progress further along the path of trials. Of course, for those plagued by social anxiety, solo trials were an option, albeit without any score increase and with rewards that barely sufficed. Players who had survived until now had grown accustomed to the game's intricacies, and many had evolved into adept practitioners. Cheng Shi sat on the rooftop, laboriously swallowing the food in his mouth, and raised his gaze to the game information displayed before him. Current global devotee count, 8,478,114,678. In just half a year, the global population of 12 billion had dwindled to 2/3. The game of faith was not an entirely secure endeavor. Death within the game equated to death in reality. However, without accepting the trials set forth by the deities, one could not procure the necessary materials and resources for survival. Thus, the objective of the game was painfully clear. Only by continuously growing stronger could one hope to endure until the end. Only one day remained. Cheng Shi sighed as he glanced at the glaring red text in the center of his field of vision. The game of faith would not permit players to merely scrape by. Every 7 days, it would automatically match players for a special divine trial. This trial was exceedingly challenging, and should players fail to succeed, even if they were fortunate enough to survive, they would be stripped of the ability to participate in the next cycle's wishing trials. In other words, failure would mean a week devoid of progress, leaving them to merely consume their stored provisions. To be honest, Cheng Shi had a considerable stockpile on his rooftop. After 6 months of careful management, he had constructed 2 storage rooms. Although the supplies were of poor quality, they at least provided a semblance of security for his survival. He hoped that this time, his assigned teammates would be reliable. After being let down 2 weeks prior, he had already wasted a significant amount of food, and his stock was perilously close to the warning threshold. As he pondered how to tackle the challenges of the following day, a voice called out from a distance. "Hey, buddy, how's the haul today?" Cheng Shi looked up to see the source of the voice, a trendy young man with long hair from the neighboring rooftop. The colorful, eccentric attire he wore was evidently the latest fashion acquired through participation in trials. Despite the air walls separating them from the real world, these invisible barriers did not obstruct light or sound. Nor did they prevent the exchange of items. As a result, most neighborly relations were far from amicable, as one could never predict when a neighbor might pull out an assault rifle and take aim. The game imposed no prohibitions on player versus player violence. Cheng Shi indeed had a few neighbors, and the individual across from him was one of them. The 2 rooftops were approximately 20 to 30 meters apart, and communication relied solely on shouting. He claimed to hail from Jiang Province, a civil engineering senior named Xie, a bit neurotic, yet not ill-natured. Before the deities arrived, he had been fretting over job hunting. But the arrival of the deities had provided him with immediate employment. After all, there were no jobs left in the world, and one could argue that being a professional player constituted a form of employment. Thus, he was among the few who viewed the arrival of the deities as a salvation, believing they had at least rescued the employment rate. Cheng Shi shook the canister of the tentacle slime drink in his hand, grinning to indicate it was his latest acquisition. "Wow, snot juice? Buddy, I've never backed down from anything in my life, but I have to hand it to you. How do you even swallow that?" The young man named Xia looked at the drink in Cheng Shi's hand, his expression pale with shock. The nickname snot juice referred to this beverage, as its green, viscous consistency bore a striking resemblance to nasal mucus during a cold. Nonetheless, it was an excellent thirst quencher and, due to its thickness, even had some filling properties. Cheng Shi chuckled and replied, "How do I drink it? Once it enters my mouth, I can't help but gulp it down." The other person's face turned even paler, and he dry-heaved a few times before responding. "Come on, buddy, it can't be that bad. I see you looking pretty stable every time you come out. Your ladder score can't be low. Why do you keep putting yourself through this? Just go for solo dungeons." Of course, solo trials were less challenging and less stressful. Everyone was aware of this, so Cheng Shi merely smiled and remained silent. "By the way, we've been neighbors for quite a while, but I still don't know which deity you follow. Care to share? Who knows, we might get matched next time and could coordinate ahead of time." The young man called out again. "And you?" Cheng Shi countered. "Me? Haven't I told you? I follow order. Doesn't it seem obvious? As civilization ignites, may order endure," Xie proclaimed, standing at attention and performing the characteristic salute of the order devotees. His execution of the gesture was precise and practiced, yet Cheng Shi knew he was lying. This conclusion was not drawn from observing the other's micro-expressions or movements. After all, at a distance of over 20 meters, it was impossible to discern the expressions clearly. This was Cheng Shi's ability, or rather, the faith gift bestowed upon him by the deity. Ever since he had pledged allegiance to that one, he had developed an acute sensitivity to falsehoods. Whenever someone lied, he could sense it, though he could not pinpoint which specific statement was the lie. However, the context of their conversation was sufficient for him to draw conclusions. Yet, even though he was aware of the deceit, he chose not to expose it. After all, having a neighbor to converse with occasionally was quite pleasant, and there was no need to strain their relationship. even if the other party sought to encroach upon his territory. Initiating a trial would require his consent. As for trials related to spatial extension, if the target space was unclaimed, it could be initiated at will. However, if the target space had an owner, consent was necessary to decide whether to embark on a cooperative or competitive trial. Regardless of the trial, Cheng Shi was certain he would not grant permission. Hey, buddy, why keep your secrets? It's not like it would affect anything. Are we in competition? The other party probed. Cheng Shi smirked. Ready to counter. What's your score on the ladder of audience? What's your ID? Let me see where you rank. The young man named Xie froze momentarily, a hint of suspicion in his voice as he asked. Are you truly a devotee of order? Cheng Shi shook his head, a playful smile gracing his lips as he replied. No, I am a devotee of chaos. Xie's shock was palpable. His pupils dilated abruptly, and his brow furrowed deeply. Cheng Shi's tone was nonchalant, as though he could peruse the rankings of order on the ladder of audience with ease. This unexpected revelation caught the young man off guard. He had assumed that Cheng Shi, who frequently engaged in light banter, was a player with a more conventional faith. Little did he know that he was, in fact, a follower of chaos. In the game of faith, fates were often at odds, just as civilization and chaos represented two opposing destinies. Certain deities within these opposing paths were also embroiled in faith antagonism. For instance, the foremost deity of the path of civilization, the harbinger of order, stands in stark opposition to the primary god of the path of chaos, the herald of disorder. They embody contrasting beliefs. Their pursuits are fundamentally at odds, and the wills they exalt diverge drastically. Consequently, their adherents, under the divine guidance of their respective deities, harbor mutual animosity. Nevertheless, the factions of opposing faiths share the same ranking on the ladder of visitation, allowing them to glimpse one another's standings. This ranking bears significant implications for the opportunity to face the true God and receive divine favor. Thus, if the higher ranks are occupied by adherents of conflicting beliefs, the weaker faction may find themselves in a perilous situation until the next visitation. The countenance of the young man bearing the surname Xie shifted repeatedly. He refrained from disclosing his score or pressing further inquiries, for he was not a follower of order at that moment. The moonlight cast its glow upon his face, yet it could not dispel the shadows that lingered there. He found it difficult to discern the truth of Cheng Shi's words. You did not deceive me? Cheng Shi smiled and replied, I never deceive. Chapter 3. The Song of Blood and Fire. The young man on the opposite rooftop furrowed his brow in contemplation throughout the night, while Cheng Shi slumbered peacefully. Upon awakening the following morning, a notification announcing the commencement of a trial appeared before him. Special trial, Song of Blood and Fire War, has begun. Matching teammates, 1-6, trial objective. Endure the interrogation of blood and fire, time limit, 24 hours. Cheng Shi gazed at the word war in the game instructions, feeling a surge of anxiety. This would undoubtedly be a formidable contest. Although war represents a deity of the path of civilization, the trials it entails are anything but civilized. Each trial is a brutal affair, requiring participants not to decipher the various clues provided, but rather to eliminate all enemies in their vicinity to succeed. However, surviving for 24 hours poses a tremendous test of endurance and fortitude. Enemies will not grant respite, nor will they ease their assault merely because one wishes to rest. In such circumstances, the more capable the teammates, the greater the advantage. Please, match me with more warriors. I am more than enough of a liability, he implored silently. Match successful, 6-6, entering the trial. The crimson notification flashed before him, and the world around Cheng Shi began to warp slowly. Before he vanished from his original spot in an instant, the sky darkened, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder. Upon opening his eyes, Cheng Shi found himself standing atop a pile of ruins. Surveying his surroundings, apart from crumbling walls, there was nothing else in sight. This place had once been a quaint town, now obliterated from the map by the ravages of war. Mere moments later, beams of light descended around him, accompanied by exclamations of surprise. His teammates for this trial had arrived. Cheng Shi turned his attention to them, noting that among the 3 men and 2 women, only one wielded a great sword. The others, like himself, bore no visible weapons. TSK. Cheng Shi inhaled sharply, contemplating, could this be another disastrous match? In the game of faith, there are only 6 classes: warrior, mage, priest, assassin, hunter, and bard. In theory, no class is superior. Only inexperienced players possess inferior classes. However, due to the nature of the trials, classes can indeed be stratified. For example, in today's war trial, warriors, mages, and priests will undoubtedly outperform assassins, hunters, and bards. As the six matched players scrutinized one another, the hulking figure wielding the great sword, upon noticing the absence of weapons among the others, spoke with a hint of irritation. As per tradition, let us not waste time. First, declare your path and class, followed by your score. I shall go first. Chen Shi. Civilization, warrior, ladder rank 1647. Each deity within a path possesses 2 to 3 representatives. Hence, players only state their path without revealing their deity to avoid encountering adherents of opposing faiths. Although all participants in the trial are ostensibly inextricably linked, ready to assist one another, when matched with players of conflicting beliefs, certain deities may impose additional divine mandates, potentially compelling their followers to engage in unsavory acts prior to the successful completion of the task. This is a lesson learned through blood and tears. Since the game's inception half a year ago, the number of players who have perished due to such circumstances is incalculable, thus caution is paramount among the current players. Nevertheless, collaboration remains essential at the outset of the trial. Song Yan, life, assassin, ladder rank 1636, brother, are you a rider of order? I believe I have seen that sword in the possession of another order warrior. It must be a shield sword. Correct? The tall, slender young man in athletic attire, standing beside Chen Shi, spoke next, closely examining the great sword as if comparing it to a memory. Song Yan, life, assassin, ladder rank 1636. Recognizing he had been identified, Chen Shi did not conceal the truth and nodded in affirmation. Upon his acknowledgement, the expressions of the others visibly relaxed. Followers of order are among the few trustworthy strangers in this game. They adhere to the principles of order, respect the rules, and exercise self-restraint, making them highly esteemed allies, if not the most reliable. A warrior of order can indeed achieve AT0 status in the war trial, dependable and effective. Xiaowan, life, hunter, ladder rank 1519. For reasons unknown, the order of introductions shifted clockwise. The striking young woman clad in military green attire introduced herself in an icy tone. Her tall physique exuded strength, her muscles well-defined even beneath her clothing. Xiaowan, life, hunter, ladder rank 1519. Upon hearing the name of a fellow believer in the path of life, Song Yan smiled broadly and nodded in acknowledgement. To Xiaowan's left stood another woman, petite in stature, with flowing black hair. She wore a black turtleneck, concealing her figure entirely save for her face. Nangong, falling, priest, ladder rank 1396. Nangong, falling, priest, ladder rank 1396. When the words falling were uttered, the expressions of the two life adherents darkened. Life and falling represent opposing paths. Song Yan cast a skeptical glance at Nangong, his scrutiny lacking warmth. Xiaowan remained impassive, her demeanor still cold, though her sidelong gaze contained an element of scrutiny. Nangong felt uneasy, confronted by two individuals from opposing paths. With an entire day of the trial ahead, she could only pray that the deities they worshipped were not truly adversarial. Divergence in paths breeds unease. If their beliefs also clash, it may well lead to fatal consequences. Next was Cheng Shi's turn. He glanced at Nangong, his face suddenly breaking into a knowing smile. Cheng Shi, life, priest, ladder rank 1501. As his words echoed, varied expressions of joy and concern spread across the faces present. The two fellow adherents of life rejoiced, while only Nangong's expression soured significantly. As a path of righteousness, the followers of life generally uphold a positive worldview, regardless of their private morals. In contrast, the deity of falling embodies a myriad of vices. Noticing the tension in the atmosphere, the order warrior Chen Shi furrowed his brow and advised, differences in paths should be set aside for now. 24 hours is a long time. Let us focus on survival first and address other matters later. With an abundance of teammates, Song Yan merely chuckled, while Xiaowan maintained her stoic demeanor. Cheng Shi enjoyed the unfolding drama, and Nangong pondered silently. Only the peculiar player on Cheng Shi's left, dressed like a character from a fantasy tale, cast an inquisitive glance at him, his expression inscrutable. Chao Sanzue, existence. Mage, ladder rank 1906. Chao Sanzue, existence. Mage, ladder rank 1906. The moment this score was revealed, gasps of astonishment filled the air, while the others felt fortunate to have a strong ally. Cheng Shi merely clicked his tongue, his expression one of discomfort. Existence. Chen Cheng's demeanor brightened considerably. He raised an eyebrow and inquired with a smile, "Are you a remembrance traveler or a time walker?" The remembrance traveler follows the deity of memory, while the time walker is a devotee of time. Chen Cheng's question sought to ascertain which deity he served. Given that none among the six bore opposing paths, he could candidly reveal his identity, facilitating better cooperation with the others. I am the path of existence. Only these two deities exist. Chao Sanzue's name was clearly a pseudonym, yet such titles are merely ciphers. And no one paid them much heed. He hesitated before answering, casting furtive glances at Cheng Shi, and upon finding no discernible insight, sighed and declared, "Time is but a fleeting moment, and I, like the wind." This was the prayer of the followers of time. Chao Sanzue was indeed a time walker. This class and faith combination is considered T0 within the entire game. As indicated by his name. The time walker possesses the ability to manipulate time. Upon learning of his class, Qin Chang's smile broadened, and Cheng Shi too grinned widely, this time genuinely. "Chao Gu, you are truly remarkable." Song Yan's demeanor was hardly that of a low-profile assassin. He incessantly flashed thumbs up, and if it weren't for their unfamiliarity, one might even think of embracing Chao Sansui. With Brother Chen leading the team and Chao sitting steadfast, it seemed all was well. "Comrades!" His gaze swept across everyone, except for Nangong. A hint of awkwardness marred the smile on Nangong's face, but there was little she could do. Her situation was indeed dire. Cheng Shi, witnessing the team's inclination to isolate one individual from the onset, shook his head internally. Losing a combatant due to divergent destinies was the most irrational choice, especially at the beginning of their trial. In an attempt to ease the tension among teammates, he pondered briefly before speaking up. "The dual priest system is exceptionally suitable for the war trial. My intuition tells me that Nangong is not our enemy." The group looked at him in surprise, even Nangong herself, unable to believe that this competitor of opposing destinies was advocating for her. He was actually speaking on her behalf? "You." Cheng Shi tilted his head, revealing a radiant smile, and continued, "Allow me to reintroduce myself. Cheng Shi, priest of fecundity." "What the hell? You're a man, and yet you embody the child-seeking Guanyin?" Chapter 4. The child-seeking Guanyin. Everyone stood dumbfounded. It is well known that there are only misnamed titles, not misnamed nicknames. In the faith game, the number of male players choosing to become priests is quite limited. The term conception bodhisattva is a playful moniker among players for priests of offspring. The name originates from the fact that when conception, priests bless or heal their allies, there is often a chance that those allies may become pregnant. As fecundity, priests often have a chance to induce pregnancy in their companions when bestowing blessings or healing. This divine side effect from the deity's edict does not lead to genuine pregnancy. The organs involved are not confined to the uterus, and what is conceived is not necessarily a legitimate life form, with appearances ranging widely. However, since the will of fecundity venerates procreation, the use of divine power may lead to various comically awkward passive conception predicaments. Yet, one should not underestimate this unexpected conception. For every new life gestated within a healed individual, the effectiveness of the healing increases by a third. Thus, offspring priests are exceptionally proficient healers. Song Yan gaped, frantically waving his hands and shaking his head as if in a windstorm. "Brother, I beg you, do not heal me. I would rather accept a priest of an opposing faith than endure the thought of you nurturing my belly." Accepting healing from a male offspring priest was akin to facing death. If he were to receive even a single healing touch, how could he face others afterward? Would he have to admit that he once carried the child of a male teammate? Ugh, Nangong was equally astonished. Being a priest herself, she was acutely aware of the proportion of male offspring priests within the priestly community. The lottery-like odds of encountering such a situation left her in a state of bemusement. But more importantly, she felt gratitude towards Cheng Shi. She recognized that he was attempting to persuade their teammates to accept her, which she deeply appreciated, yet in light of the other two's ambiguous beliefs, she hesitated to reveal her own. After all, players of the sinking destiny often faced considerable criticism. Even though she and Cheng Shi were not adversaries, standing nearby, Xiaowan observed Nangong's turmoil, and it was this very conflict that made her realize Nangong was not an outright enemy of fecundity. She felt a sudden sense of relief but maintained her icy facade, stating coldly, "I am a creator-hunter, a follower of fecundity, another fecundity." The group was taken aback by the revelation that someone as frigid as Xiao Wan had chosen to follow fecundity. Only Song Yan's expression soured. He too had recognized that Nangong was not an enemy of fecundity, yet with both life and sinking destinies each possessing only 3 deities, that implied a 50 chance that the other party could indeed be his adversary. Just as he grappled with whether to conceal his beliefs, Chen Chong interjected, waving his hand to halt the ongoing dialogue. "The divergence of destinies is not of our making, nor should we bear excessive pressure. Since the 2 priests are not opposed, let us simply divide the healing responsibilities." He gestured towards Nangong, then pointed to himself and Chao Sansui, saying, "Nangong will heal me and the mage. As for the followers of life, you will manage on your own." Turning to Xiao Wan, he added, "Since you are a devotee of him, I presume you won't reject Cheng Shi." Xiao Wan cast a fleeting glance at the reasonably attractive offspring priest. Her expression unchanged and gave a slight nod. Xiao Wan's cold demeanor betrayed no embarrassment, yet Cheng Shi's expression grew rather complex. Another nuanced reaction came from Song Yan. To be honest, Song Yan desperately wanted to refuse. The time wasted at the start had already been considerable. Since everyone had agreed to this arrangement, refusing any further would be rather ungracious. The team could not afford significant discord from the outset. If it came to it, he would simply aim to minimize injury. Accepting treatment from a male child seeking guanyin was beyond his tolerance. Chen Chong effortlessly seized control of the team dynamics. Noticing no objections, and seeing no objections, he addressed everyone. "To cut to the chase, we have half an hour to an hour of preparation time for the trial. Uncertain of the causes of this war, we shall not rashly depart from our point of arrival. During the preparation period, let us strive to complete our edict as swiftly as possible and then seek out a stronghold." The so-called edict refers to the ritual through which players beseech blessings from their chosen deities. Upon selecting a deity to worship, the deity bestows initial faith talents and grants additional faith talents after the players successfully navigate the talent trial. Each player, based on their score in the path to divinity, can carry a different number of talents. These talents significantly enhance the player's combat abilities and serve as the foundation for constructing various professional archetypes. Of course, talents can be either active or passive. And to utilize active talents during a trial, one must first practice the deity's edict at the beginning of each trial. For example, the edict of fecundity is to embrace procreation and create new life. In simpler terms, it means to mate. To grow stronger, one must first engage in mating. As the primary deity of the life, destiny, fecundity, embodies the prelude to life and the origin of all things, advocating for procreation and the union of yin and yang. Thus, to seek his blessings, one must lead by example. However, since trials are matched randomly and everyone is unfamiliar with one another, no one would willingly overcome the awkwardness and embarrassment to assist merely because the followers of fecundity were in dire need of mating. Hence, achieving this edict flawlessly is quite challenging. Yet, human beings are inherently creative. When a matter cannot be resolved through conventional means, they often devise unconventional solutions. Regarding mating, numerous substitutes exist that mirror the act in essence, such as self-pleasure. This brilliant invention has saved countless reclusive followers of fecundity, but has also sparked discontent among certain players. Some have condemned the player who proposed this solution within the fecundity faith channel, furiously declaring it a blasphemy against the deity. However, this accusation was met with a clever rebuttal from a group of eloquent cultists who argued that as long as their thoughts were focused on him, while enacting the edict of fecundity, it could not be deemed sacrilege, but rather an offering to ask for what the offering entailed. To him, those in the know understand. No one could definitively claim whether he favored it or not, but the fact remained. No one dared assert that he did not like it, given his reverence for procreation. However, today's circumstances were different. In the scene, there were 2 followers of fecundity, a man and a woman. Everyone knew that during the period leading up to the trial, there was generally little danger, so they tacitly dispersed to perform their respective edicts. Only Cheng Shi and Xiao Wan remained, standing still, neither speaking a word. The atmosphere was awkward, the kind of awkwardness that could cramp one's toes. Cheng Shi wore a smile, yet his face was nearly frozen. He never expected this frosty hunter lady to be a follower of fecundity. Had he known, he might have revealed his true beliefs from the outset. What a predicament! Fortunately, Xiao Wan did not seem to feel awkward. Her expression remained as cold as ever. Seeing Cheng Shi motionless for a long time, she took the initiative to ask, though her tone remained icy. Together, or separately, to be honest, Xiao Wan was quite attractive. Her short hair was neat and tidy, her features sharp and striking, and most notably, those long legs. Well, since the lady showed no objection, why not? Separately, I prefer men. Cheng Shi stammered, rubbing his hands together as he uttered the words. Xiao Wan's cold expression finally shifted for the first time, her gaze scanning Cheng Shi up and down in disbelief before she replied with an odd hum and turned to leave. Cheng Shi watched her depart, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. Goodness, he almost got himself tangled up in that. If he had actually agreed to her proposal and then failed to receive the blessings of fecundity afterward, all those lies would have been for naught. The exposure of a lie is of secondary importance. The act of masquerading as a believer of creation, to fulfill the decree, is, in fact, tantamount to deception. He wiped the sweat from his brow, sighed deeply, and was on the verge of commencing his own decree, when he furrowed his brow, turned, and spoke softly to a shadowy corner. Is it appealing? Concealed in the shadows, Song Yan was taken aback that Cheng Shi had noticed him. He recoiled in disbelief, shaking his head and retreating. Apologies, it's a professional habit. Not appealing, no, I am not appealing, you are appealing. My friend and I am fond of women, truly. We are not suited for one another. A forcibly twisted melon is not sweet. I must take my leave. My decree remains unfinished. Farewell. Song Yan hastily fled, and Cheng Shi, frowning, gazed at the spot where he had been hiding. A triangular shadow formed by an uncollapsed foundation. Pondering, he approached and kicked aside the rubble beneath the shadow, uncovering a recently deceased little white mouse. Death believer, intriguing. This minor incident did not overly perturb Cheng Shi. He surveyed his surroundings, confirming that no one was near, and slowly extended his right hand. In the blink of an eye, a six-sided die materialized in his palm. The die's surface was pale as bone, yet its numbers gleamed like gold. A playful smirk graced Cheng Shi's lips as he fervently prayed to the die. Yesterday's lies mock today's truth. Yesterday, I deceived the believers of creation. Thus today, I am a believer of creation. As the last word left his lips, an invisible wave of void rippled from the die, gradually enveloping Cheng Shi's entire being. A glimmer sparked in his eyes as the radiance of creation surged within him. Decree concluded, blessings bestowed. On this day, Cheng Shi was a believer of creation, a progeny priest. Chapter 5. The trial begins. The incursion of terror. The other five had not wandered far. Soon, they returned to the place of their initial arrival. Cheng Shi glanced at Chen Chong and noticed he had transformed his great sword into a shield. The warriors of order are among the few renowned for their defensive prowess, making them particularly suited for survival trials. The shield sword, a weapon capable of seamless transformation, was an A-grade item obtainable only above the 1600 rank. Chen Chong had just surpassed 1600 and had acquired the shield sword, indicating his fortunate luck. I have located today's anchor of order. A bar has been buried beneath the rubble. I unearthed a rule from the debris. Today, only fruit wine is to be consumed. As he spoke, Chen Chong produced a bottle of fruit wine, an unfamiliar brand. Clearly, this was not salvaged from the ruins, but rather sourced from his storage space. Each player possesses a personal space akin to a safe deposit box for their most cherished items. Cheng Shi had one as well, filled with an assortment of peculiar items, yet he had not anticipated anyone else would also store beverages therein. The others appeared more puzzled than Cheng Shi. Noticing their curiosity, Chen Chong chuckled and explained. The pressure is immense. I cannot sleep at night without a couple of drinks, so I keep a few bottles handy. A sip for each will invoke the blessings of order. Rest assured, the alcohol content is low and will not impair our impending battle. The decree of order is to seek order. Only those who adhere to certain rules can receive blessings. Those wishing to accept order as protection must also abide by the order that has been established. Such a simple anchor of rules evidently enhances everyone's sense of safety, and all were pleased. One by one, they accepted the bottles, taking a gentle sip. Only Cheng Shi, upon receiving his, gulped down nearly half the bottle. Chen Chong's brow twitched, suddenly questioning the reliability of this priest. Meanwhile, Chao Sansui appeared to have conducted his decree smoothly as well. He produced several golden pocket watches to distribute. I have anchored time and calibrated all the watches. Each will chime 5, 3, and 1 minute prior to the hour. Please maintain your states. The time walker can only dictate when the time battlefield begins and ends, but cannot control your conditions within it. Cheng Shi accepted a watch from Chao Sansui and examined it closely. Clearly, it was a pure gold pocket watch, with its hands gleaming resplendently, exuding an air of great value. Alas, in the current world, gold is not particularly precious. Trials demanding gold are even less challenging than those requiring food. Nonetheless, this does not deter some players from still valuing gold as a means to fulfill regrets from their former lives. Observing everyone scrutinizing the pocket watches, Chao Sansui added, "In case there is any misunderstanding regarding the time battlefield, let me reiterate, the decree of time is precision and punctuality. Once I establish the time battlefield, we must commence at the hour and conclude the conflict at another hour. Failure to do so will ensnare us in an eternal time loop until we succeed. Each cycle will erode our understanding of time. Overly repeated cycles will cause us to become lost in the river of time, and as for the outcome, I need not elaborate." The players who had survived to this point had likely encountered various combinations of professions and beliefs and were well acquainted with this system, thus nodding in agreement. Subsequently, the other four, including Cheng Shi, voiced their success in their respective decrees. Noticing that everyone was prepared, Chun Chong nodded and suggested, "To the east, there are still some structures that remain intact. For safety's sake, we should seek refuge there until we encounter one of the warring factions or are forced into combat. What do you think?" "I have no objections," Xiaowan replied in her characteristic icy tone. Continuing, "I discovered the remains of a Pomertian beneath the surrounding rubble. We are likely in a small town of Hope S Continent. In the Hunter Channel's chat logs, someone mentioned that Hope S Continent was devastated by the Bone Army." Chao Sansui interjected, "Indeed, we should be in the vicinity of Mistwood County. Many mages study the history of trials in that channel. If we are indeed facing the Hope S Continent counteroffensive, we will likely confront the right flank of the Bone Army." Cheng Shi admired those who studied the history of trials, as he had never possessed the patience for such endeavors. In this bizarre world, merely surviving consumed half his effort, the other half was reserved for deception. After half a month of the faith game, some had noticed that the trial players seemed to be transported to a world that once existed. Many were curious about this world, which only existed within the trials, and began collecting background information to share in the profession and faith channels. Unfortunately, in Cheng Shi's faith channel, he could find no useful information at all. All fragments of historical background regarding the trials were gleaned from the profession channel. He was indeed a priest. Chen Chong was evidently not a historian either, as he furrowed his brow and asked, "So?" Xiaowan continued, "Information regarding the right flank battle is scarce. If memory serves, the most recorded should be..." Before she could finish her sentence, a piercing shriek suddenly echoed from the distant sky. The group was startled and quickly turned to look. They beheld the sky had transformed into an inky darkness, an overwhelming swarm of black wings flapping, obscuring the sun, approaching like a tempest. Terror demons. Xiao Wan's expression darkened as she revealed the truth. Terror demons are hellish fiends with fleshly wings, feeding on fear and adept at sowing chaos. They are the followers of corruption and the sworn enemies of creation. The sheer number of these terror demons was overwhelming. Should a confrontation ensue, the 6 of them would scarcely suffice to fill the gaps in their ranks. Far too many. Cheng Shi frowned as he glanced at the pocket watch. Noting that the time had just passed the hour, now 9:01, in the time battlefield, had seemingly not yet activated. Chao Sansui's expression also changed, clearly taken aback by the rapid pace of events and the immediate encounter with the aerial army. "Brother Chao, is this the scale of your 1900 game?" Song Yan exclaimed in shock. Chao Sansui felt a pang of bitterness within, retorting inwardly, "Nonsense, I have never witnessed such a thing. Fall back, quickly, while we remain unnoticed. Retreat to cover, they are marching. We must avoid direct confrontation. Move!" Chen Chong shouted, removing the massive shield from his back to conceal its glow, urging everyone to lower their bodies and flee eastward. Song Yan dashed ahead. As he sprinted into the shadows cast by the rubble, he transformed into a wisp of smoke, vanishing from sight. The assassin's skill, shadow traverse. Assassins glide through the darkness, traversing beneath shadows. Over short distances, they can alter their position using the shadows and conceal themselves within them. This concealment is not mere physical hiding but rather slipping into the shadow realm, disappearing entirely. Xiaowan's speed was equally impressive. As a hunter, agility was their hallmark. However, unlike Cheng Shi and Nangong, who pressed forward without a second thought, she scattered something onto the ground as she ran. Cheng Shi glanced back and noticed she was tossing creation grass seeds. These were certainly not genuine grass seeds but rather a blessing from creation bestowed upon the hunter profession. This constitutes a perilous snare of existence. The life forms that come into contact with the grass seeds are influenced by the will of Genesis, which instills within them a fervent desire for reproduction, leading to the rapid gestation of independent entities that deviate from the primary consciousness. This mirrors the fate of the pregnant woman, yearning to embrace motherhood, who was previously dealt with by Cheng Shi. Such tactics are primarily employed by the followers of Genesis. They do not annihilate their adversaries directly, but rather distort them, guiding them towards self-destruction. Although the deity governing the fate of a life leans towards order, the order of will does not impede the distortion of matter. In certain manifestations, the orderly divine beings are scarcely superior to their chaotic counterparts, and in some instances, they may even surpass them. I require at least 57 minutes and 42 seconds to reset the temporal battlefield. During this interval, I can only influence your temporal domains. Pray, my friends, that they remain oblivious to our presence. Enough of idle chatter. Let us now accelerate, Chen Chong bellowed, increasing his speed once more by a third. The Time Walkers possess the ability to manipulate time, which proves immensely beneficial during the racing phase. Chao Sansui, though reluctant to expend too much mental energy prematurely, found no better alternative. He grasped the pocket watch tightly, calling out to his companions, "Advance the region." No sooner had he spoken than the 5 figures surged forward as if a speed key had been pressed. Covering nearly 100 meters in the blink of an in stark contrast, the area adjacent to the acceleration zone seemed as if time had stagnated. The very air appeared to be suspended, with even the dust frozen mid-flight. The potential of time remains balanced within a certain range. When one side accelerates, the other naturally decelerates. Cheng Shi felt a rush beneath his feet, exhilarated by the sudden speed. A distance that would typically require several minutes was traversed in mere seconds. Alas, this acceleration effect was confined to a specific area. Once they exited, their velocity plummeted back to its original state. Although Chao Sansui was in a superior condition compared to the others, the extensive acceleration zone left him somewhat fatigued. Observing his weariness, Chen Chong seized him, slinging him onto his back to continue their flight. Assassins, lead the way, clear the ruins, and search for a stronghold. Nangong, restore the mage's mental energy. Zizi, do not act recklessly. It is not yet time for your strength to manifest. Lay more traps for the hunters. The scouts of the terror demons will not continually march through the air. Once they touch down, every moment we can delay counts. Chen Chong displayed remarkable judgment and composure, evidently a player who had achieved a ranking of 1600 through sheer ability. However, the current situation was dire. Leaving him with little choice, as he ran, he meticulously selected fragments of crumbled walls capable of sheltering 6 individuals, hoping to evade disaster. Yet the tide of battle shifted far more swiftly than anticipated. Before they could reach the standing edifice ahead, a throng of terror demons surged towards the ruins, their scouts having already detected the player's presence. A terrifying howl echoed throughout the ruins, palpable excitement radiating from the demons as they seemingly stumbled upon an unexpected boon. Time was running short. The grass seeds had been triggered. Prepare for combat. Chapter 6. Desperation. Xiao Wan was the first to sense the encroaching enemy behind her. Her eyes narrowed sharply, emanating a vibrant green light of life. With a swift motion, she drew forth a verdant longbow from her left hand, conjuring an arrow out of thin air with her right. She pivoted and loosed the arrow, which soared into the sky. Radiating a brilliant emerald glow, boom, the arrow detonated in midair, unleashing a tempest of spores. The terror demon army charged heedlessly into the storm of spores, and upon contact with flesh, the spores transformed into countless tendrils resembling dodder, ensnaring every terror demon that entered the vicinity, binding them into cocoons. The wingless demons plummeted to the ground, crashing heavily. The ground was strewn with Genesis grass seeds. Upon contact, the demons' bellies swelled rapidly, and within mere breaths, Something within them began to thrash violently against their insides. The hunter's trap executed its sequence with fluidity, the dual control effect evident, as the vanguard of the terror demons did not immediately close in on them. Nevertheless, even as Xiaowan rained arrows upon the horde, she could only deter a limited number of demons. The sheer volume of the enemy was overwhelming, like a locust plague, quickly depleting the spores in the air, causing them to surge towards the group once more. There was no time left. Assassins, prioritize your own safety. Everyone else, fall back behind me, Chen Chong shouted, tossing Chao Sansui to Nangong before drawing his massive shield. Thrusting it into the ground before him, with a thunderous voice he proclaimed, "Order shall endure." The already glowing shield flared with radiant light, a blinding holy luminescence cascading upward like a waterfall in reverse, arcing gracefully through the sky before pouring downwards, swiftly extending to either side of the group. The luminous path resembled a colossal wall, firmly encasing Cheng Shi and the others within. Say, boom, 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 boom. The overwhelming terror demon horde crashed down, colliding with the luminous barrier formed by the shield, producing a cacophony of resounding impacts. Yet the barrier remained unyielding. Those within were as steadfast as a mountain. Qian Chong's expression grew grave, his arms straining against the shield, frozen in place. The number of demons was staggering. The holy light wall could only withstand for 5 minutes, potentially extending to 15 under the blessing of 2 priests. A solution must be found swiftly. Otherwise, we may not survive even 15 minutes, let alone 24. The urgency in Chan Chong's voice was palpable, yet desperation bore no fruit against the overwhelming enemy numbers. Nangong was beside Chao Sansui, effectively restoring his mental energy. She wielded her healing magic with great efficacy, and he was already recovering from his earlier fatigue. Zizi, your milk supply is abundant. As long as you manage your newborn, we should be able to hold out a bit longer. Though Chao Sansui endeavored to bolster his companion's spirits, an icy dread gripped his heart. He had not anticipated such a rapid tempo of engagement in this trial. The ferocity of the enemy was unprecedented. Even during previous matches with a score of 2,000, such intensity had not been encountered in this trial. He alone possessed the highest score of just 1,900, while the lowest among them fell below 1,400. What merit had he to attract such a vast legion of terror demons? One might assume they were embroiled in a match of 2,100. The expressions of all were somber. With the protection of the holy light wall, Xiaowan ceased her assault, instead channeling her energy for restoration. Nangong, pale-faced, furrowed her brow, casting another healing spell upon Xiaowan. Xiaowan, slightly taken aback, nodded her gratitude, feeling the invigorating energy within her, and conjured several spore arrows anew. In stark contrast, the other priest, Cheng Shi, sat idly, gazing around aimlessly, resembling an inner duel. Truth be told, Cheng Shi felt a pang of headache. He had encountered such scenarios before, but never alongside teammates of such low scores. He pondered deeply how to leverage the limited resources at hand to escape this predicament. In higher-ranked matches, all players possessed formidable strength. When facing crises, they would devise an array of ingenious solutions, always finding a way to extricate themselves. Their combat experience was not only abundant, they also possessed confidence and capability. This is precisely why the scores in a path to divinity, the latter, hold such significance. At the end of each month, Path to Divinity undergoes an additional calculation, with players across varying ranks receiving distinct rewards. These rewards encompass a wide array of items, from resources to gear, from talents to skills, all-encompassing. Furthermore, the higher the rank, the greater the likelihood of receiving high-grade rewards. Given that the foundational skills among similar professions exhibit negligible differences, the sole factor distinguishing various player styles lies in the diverse talents, skills, and equipment they select to build their combat prowess. Chen Chong's sword and shield, embodying both offense and defense, provided unique enhancements to the barrier's protective capabilities, a boon from the latter's A-grade rewards. As Chen Chong observed the terror demons nearly obstructing all possible exits of the barrier, darkening the entire shielded space, his anxiety mounted. The others likewise wore troubled expressions, tensing with trepidation, preparing for the worst. At that juncture, they had undeniably descended into a dire strait, and the trial had scarcely begun for an hour. Will we perish? Nangong's small hands gripped tightly, turning pale, One responded. Even Chen Chong remained solely focused on sustaining the holy light wall, striving to buy a moment's respite for contemplation. Yet these fleeting minutes felt akin to the final breaths of their existence. The atmosphere plummeted to an abyss of despair. Each individual was lost in thought. Yet no escape strategy materialized, silence enveloping the sanctuary of the shield. Just then, Cheng Shi suddenly broke the silence. Where is Song Yan? Is he still alive? Song Yan, cloaked in shadows, required no shield for protection. However, the shadow concealment was not without its limits. Even the slightest movement would expel him from the shadow plane, rendering him visible. Nevertheless, a seasoned assassin could maintain this for a considerable duration, certainly longer than 5 minutes. The absence of a response from Song Yan was not due to his unwillingness, but rather his fear. He crouched beneath a broken wall outside the holy light barrier, surrounded by a throng of bloodthirsty terror demons. At least 17 or 18 in number, he should still be alive. Cheng Shi was not genuinely concerned for him, but rather contemplating a strategy. He was aware that the exclusive skill of the death assassin was death's burial. If Song Yan had indeed survived, they might still harbor a chance of escape. Just as the Holy Light Bastion is an exclusive skill of the Order Knights, the Death's Funeral is a unique ability granted to the assassins of the faith of death. This skill summons a massive scythe within the domain of death, delivering an unavoidable lethal strike to all targets within its reach. However, due to the stringent requirements for constructing the death domain, which necessitates the collection of an abundance of recently deceased souls within a confined space, very few death assassins dare to employ this skill. When they do, they cannot retreat swiftly like other assassin classes. Instead, they must remain hidden in the shadows, continuously orchestrating carnage, culminating in a final decisive blow. This prolonged close-quarters engagement is highly disadvantageous for an assassin, fraught with peril. Yet, the potential rewards are equally substantial. For the Death's Funeral is a guaranteed hit. Thus, the assassins of death are aptly dubbed the Weavers of Death. However, confronted with the terrifying multitude of the Terror Demon army, Song Yan found no opportunity to unleash the Death's Funeral. The moment he exposed himself, it would not be the Terror Demons who would perish first, but undoubtedly himself. Hence, Song Yan concealed himself in the shadows, too fearful to make any move. Yet, his trepidation did not extend to Cheng Shi. Chapter 7. I intend to give them a child. As the duration of the Holy Light Bastion dwindled, Chun Chong's sweat-drenched, serious visage gradually morphed into one of grimace. Reluctantly, he shouted, "There are 2 minutes left. Priest, prepare to restore my mental energy. If we cannot devise a plan, once the Holy Light Bastion falls, we will have no choice but to break through. Assassins, prepare to regroup. I will forge a path straight ahead, and you will clear the riffraff behind me. Mages, get ready to accelerate." Chao Sansui clenched his fists, about to speak, when Cheng Shi abruptly stood up, exuding calmness as he addressed Nangong. "Have you learned overload healing? I need the Time Walker to cast another area acceleration, a vast one." Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to Cheng Shi, speculating if he had conceived a solution, and they chimed in, "Do you have a plan?" "You." Chao Sansui's spirit surged as he declared, "We don't need overload healing. We just need to fill my mental energy. I possess overload casting. Overload allows one to expend all potential for a future period to enhance current spells, increasing their efficacy." Cheng Shi regarded Chao Sansui with appreciation, mentally noting how well they complemented each other, but he shook his head. "That may not suffice. I require a substantial range." "Nangong, is it feasible?" Nangong gritted her teeth, casting a glance at the Terror Demon army beyond the luminous barrier, and nodded resolutely. "There is no time to hold back. To survive, she must expend all her strength. Now? Now," Cheng Shi asserted firmly. Overload healing can preemptively deplete future healing potential, thereby raising the target's mental energy threshold, proving invaluable in dire straits. Nangong nodded with determination. Rising to her feet in front of everyone, she slowly removed her tightly fitted black shirt, revealing the body that had been concealed beneath. The moment the shirt fell away, a multitude of glaring, contorted wounds, resembling centipedes, came into view. They were dense, stretching from her neck to her chest and arms, her fair skin marred by countless scars. Xiao Wan's brow furrowed. While Chao Sansui's pupils constricted in shock, Cheng Shi raised an eyebrow in surprise, recognizing her identity. She was a follower of decay. Blood exchange priest? Cheng Shi exclaimed in disbelief. Decay is the second deity of the falling fate, representing the pinnacle of decline, the ultimate grave of the universe. Its edict accelerates decay, compelling its followers to engage in self-harm to fulfill this edict. The divine power of decay hinges on this. The faster a follower decays, the more divine power they receive in return. This is why they are called blood exchange priests, as they can trade their own life force for that of their allies. The more they injure themselves, the faster their teammates recover. However, severe injuries can lead to death, as the will of decay dictates, making the balance between self-sacrifice and saving others a constant topic of discussion among blood exchange priests. Nangong wasted no time. Her brow furrowed as she clenched her jaw, producing a spiked dagger from her waist. Without hesitation, she made an incision across her abdomen. Next, she cut between her ribs and then along her collarbone, carving a gruesome line of blood. After completing the 3 offerings, she softly intoned, "All beings shall decay. All things will rot." A rich, decay-laden light surged from her wounds, spilling forth and coalescing into a stream that flowed into Chao Sansui's body. Chao Sansui felt an instantaneous surge of power within him, his mental energy fully replenished, his state so invigorated that he felt an urge to roar, rejuvenated by the overwhelming strength coursing through him. He regained some confidence, albeit limited. He solemnly regarded Cheng Shi, asking word by word, "I can overload to accelerate the nearby area, but afterward, I will likely be rendered a useless husk until 12 hours later." Cheng Shi, "Can we last until then?" Cheng Shi smiled gently, replying, "I do not wish to die, nor will I die." Cheng Shi, vexed by their chatter, turned around and bellowed, "Enough with the bravado. Let us focus on the task at hand. Priest, if you have any spells, speak now." Cheng Shi nodded, abandoning any pretense, instructing everyone, "The timing is crucial. I need you to listen carefully. Once the holy light bastion falls, I will require 1 second to cast my spell. Xiao Wan, can you secure that?" Xiao Wan tightened her grip on the arrows slung across her back, glancing at the horde of terror demons beyond the holy light bastion, nodding gravely, "I can consume the Genesis seed to gain its focus. In that case, during the surge of reproductive energy, I can unleash 5 arrows simultaneously, but it will only delay them by a second at most." This was the most Xiao Wan had spoken, and it was the most serious she had ever been. Cheng Shi had anticipated her limitations and nodded in acknowledgement. Cheng Shi, anxious, interjected, "You, a priest, casting spells? Don't be foolish, be patient." Cheng Shi chuckled, raising his voice. "Song Yan, I know you can hear me. Listen closely. The moment the shield shatters, I need you to return to my side and prepare for the Death's funeral." Death's funeral? Everyone paused in shock, and the weakened Nangong's eyes widened. "It's not a confrontation. Thank goodness. He is a weaver of death. You know he is a follower of death?" Cheng Shi ignored their bewilderment and continued, "I understand you have many questions, but do not concern yourself with the intricacies of the death domain. You only need to reap when the time comes. Song Yan, this moment is pivotal for our survival. I am not jesting." Cheng Shi grew frantic again. What if that one happen? Followers of death do not perish easily, for their benefactor requires someone to wield his blessings. Cheng Shi chuckled heartily, attempting to lighten the mood, though it bore little fruit. Seeing that the others were not amused, he continued, "Chao Sansui, the most crucial step. Immediately following my spell, you must release the area acceleration, targeting the largest possible expanse of ruins outside the shield." Chao Sansui's expression shifted, incredulity overtaking him. "What? The entire ruin?" Cheng Shi nodded firmly. "The entire ruin. You point 1,500 points?" Cheng Shi was taken aback, then smiled and nodded, 1501. Chao Sansui clearly did not believe it. How could a person with a score of 1,500 exhibit such resolve and demeanor in a life-and-death scenario? He had witnessed 2,000-point experts lose control at the brink of death. I must remind you, the potential of time balances speed. If the range is that vast, then our current location will become extremely stagnant, perhaps even immobilizing us. Are you certain? This is tantamount to suicide." Cheng Shi. While Chao Sansui suspected Cheng Shi was concealing his true score, he genuinely felt apprehensive. If given the choice, he would not dare to proceed in such a manner. Historically, Time Walkers had ascended to T0 status because they could slow down enemies while accelerating themselves, establishing temporal dominance to respond adeptly. But if the roles were reversed, would that not render them helpless? I trust you do not wish to accelerate your own demise. All right, the question remains. How do you intend to accomplish this? Chao Sansui asked, his face grave, filled with skepticism. As a key component of the plan, they needed to know how he intended to lead them to survival. Cheng Shi chuckled. Me? I intend to give them a child. Chapter 8. S-rank talent. Shared divine grace. To be frank, any normal person would be left speechless for 3 seconds upon hearing Cheng Shi's declaration. A male human claiming he would give a group of asexual terror demons a child is an explosive statement, no matter the context. Terror demons do not reproduce sexually. They are born from the fear mother tree in the subterranean world. The mother tree absorbs the fear emotions from various realms, subsequently growing new branches. After a period, these branches fall, transforming into new entities of terror. To everyone's astonishment, Chao Sui was the first to awaken to this realization. Tentatively inquiring, "Are you planning to heal the terrors?" Cheng Shi snapped his fingers and exclaimed, "Bingo! I will unleash a healing spell that envelopes the entire ruins. All terrors will be under the gaze of my master." Embracing proliferation? Impossible. There cannot be a priest whose healing range is this vast. Nangong's face turned ashen as she began to conclude that, under the immense pressure of survival, Cheng Shi had lost his sanity. Regrettably, this young man was kind-hearted and handsome, yet his madness escalated too swiftly. Cheng Shi offered no further explanation, merely smiling as he stated, "Nothing is impossible. When you deem something impossible, it is merely because your capacity is insufficient." Upon catching Cheng Shi's profound gaze flitting over her, Nangong was momentarily taken aback, instinctively lowering her eyes to glance at her tightly bound bosom, her pallid complexion suddenly flushing crimson. "You?" Cheng Shi disregarded her outburst. Extending his right hand and adopting a simple yet earnest healing incantation stance. "How much longer until the Holy Light Fortress?" Chen Chang's expression darkened as he realized that this individual had finally acknowledged the dwindling duration of the shield. Unsure whether to trust Cheng Shi, he resignedly replied, "You still have enough time to act the part for 10 seconds. 9 seconds. 8, 3, 2, now," Cheng Shi called out, as the healing light in his hands surged. Simultaneously, Xia Wan unhesitatingly consumed a handful of creation grass seeds, conjuring 6 spore arrows with her right hand, drawing her bow, and aiming at the heavens. With a swift whoosh, the 6 arrows, imbued with potent proliferative energy, detonated above the crowd. 1. The Holy Light Fortress shattered like glass, instantly losing its radiance, and the terrors pressing against the light barrier suddenly found their support crumbling, cascading downward. The surrounding terrors, witnessing the shield's collapse, roared and surged forward. The spore filaments proliferated wildly within the confined space, with the terrors jostling against one another, leaving scarcely any gaps, allowing a single filament to connect countless flesh and blood terrors. It was unclear whether the terror's frenzied assaults collided or if the additional spore arrow played a role. But regardless, the time before the enemy surged forward was far greater than 1 second. Just as all present wore expressions of terror, preparing to retaliate and break free, Cheng Shi's grand spell finally reached fruition. "Allow me to demonstrate what true healing capacity entails. Universal realms bathe in divine grace." As the final syllable left his lips, a tremendous surge of holy light struck the nearest terror before Cheng Shi. And then, the holy light refracted rapidly outward, targeting countless others of its kind. This was not merely a healing spell. It resembled a healing chain capable of mending many. Yet, the issue lay in the fact that healing chains experience attenuation, the more targets involved. The quicker the diminishment. Given the magnitude of foes before them, such healing could merely restore superficial vitality. In past trials, there had been attempts to heal enemies. Though faith game was a game, it mirrored another form of reality. Here, there were no mechanisms to immunize allies from damage or render healing ineffective on foes. Heal an enemy, and they would indeed recover, only to retaliate viciously. Thus, when Chao Sui beheld Cheng Shi merely casting a healing chain, his fear skyrocketed. What good could this possibly serve? Yet, even if he doubted him, it was too late. Driven by a resolve to fight to the death, he proceeded with the plan, releasing an overload-level area acceleration across the entire ruins. Except for the vicinity surrounding their group, area, accelerate. The outer realm's time pressed fast forward, and the terrors surged ahead. Meanwhile, time for the group fell into stasis, freezing everyone in place. Within the confines of their limited awareness, they merely observed the healing chain transmitting faster and multiplying, transforming in the blink of an eye into torrents of holy light, violently sweeping across the entire ruins. The healing surged like a colossal wave, devouring all. Everyone was left in awe. Chao Sui watched as the encroaching terrors fell into the time stasis zone, forming a wall of flesh and blood, shielding them from harm, and could not help but wonder if this was part of the plan. Gradually losing his peripheral vision, he was last struck by the realization that Cheng Shi's healing chain was not diminishing but rather amplifying. The chain grew stronger with each passing moment, ultimately engulfing the entirety of the ruins. How could this be? Nothing is impossible. When Cheng Shi's nearly stilled consciousness perceived the terrors ensnared in temporal stasis, constructing a new fortress, he understood that his scheme had succeeded. His ability to blanket the entire ruins with the healing chain stemmed from his unique S-rank occupational talent, Divine Grace. This talent allowed him to generate a transmission effect while healing similar life forms. For each additional target, both the healing effect and range expanded incrementally. Previously, with a team comprising at most 6 individuals, this effect merely served as a delightful enhancement. Yet now, if all terrors were considered targets, even a divine being could not ascertain the precise number. Even a mere 1 increase per individual, calculated 1,000 times, would yield a staggering 20,000-fold enhancement. Moreover, there were far more than 1,000 terrors present. Today, within this space, all terrors basked in Cheng Shi's healing chain, and all of this transpired in a mere instant. While healing enemies was generally inadvisable, circumstances warranted exceptions. For instance, the healing imbued with creation, divine power was not universally accessible. As the terrifying healing radiance struck them, benefiting from the area acceleration, countless terrors, caught off guard, felt their abdomens swell exponentially. Creation, at that moment, cast its gaze upon them. Madness unfolded instantly. The terrors, originally asexual demons, began to gestate new life throughout their bodies and from their previously untroubled state. Fear began to take hold. They extended their claws, attempting to sever their swollen abdomens, gnawing at their flesh in a desperate bid to eliminate the newborns. Yet, the powerful healing light instantaneously mended their wounds. Engendering a profound sense of helplessness, they glimpsed their future. Each would become a mother, some even more than once. Furthermore, the will of creation began to spread uncontrollably, gradually overwhelming the already tenuous rational thresholds of the terrors, transforming them into grotesque beings dedicated to proliferation. In a heartbeat, under the influence of the area acceleration, the scene spiraled out of control. All terrors succumbed to the chains of reproduction, even in the absence of gender distinctions, mechanically and unconsciously mimicking the most primal actions of nature, copulation and propagation. The entire right flank of the skeletal army, amidst the desolate ruins devoid of human presence, unleashed their true selves. The imagery became chaotic, beyond description. Time continued to accelerate, rendering the inexplicable even more unfathomable. Countless terrors became ensnared in the violent acts of reproduction, their bellies swelling ever larger, as the healing chain finally reached the last terror. Fulfilling its mission of healing the multitude, the scene had devolved into a paradise of creation. The first terrors affected felt their abdomens rupture, as newborns eagerly emerged, plunging into the embrace of creation, commencing their feast upon their mother's flesh, aspiring to grow into new mothers themselves. And these newborns shared a singular visage, a pair of adorable, large eyes and a singular tentacle for a body. Cheng Shi did not wish for this outcome, yet his creation, divine power derived from the pregnant woman encountered in yesterday's food dungeon, and he could exert no control over it. This was precisely why he had instructed the death assassin to prepare for a fatal farewell. When the area acceleration ceased, and the tentacled newborns had consumed all the terrors, they would become a new army, perhaps far more terrifying than the original terror horde. However, the ruins, recently bereft of so many terrors, constituted the optimal domain for death. Song Yan's final strike would utterly obliterate these abominations, rescuing the 6 of them. This was the entirety of Cheng Shi's plan. Alas, The other teammates encircled by the terror fortress would likely miss the chance to witness such a frenzied spectacle. Chapter 9. When time pauses, what do you ponder? If one could extract the thoughts of all esteemed readers, it might well compose a book. In fact, such a tome exists in the real world. Titled Criminal LAW. In truth, when time halts, one finds oneself incapable of thought. Consciousness is anchored in existence, and the essence of existence is time. When time freezes, existence wanes, awareness falters, and one loses all cognitive faculties, becoming a mere statue of flesh and blood. This experience is profoundly terrifying, for those ensnared in temporal stasis may feel as though they have perished. Yet, it may not be so dreadful, as the individual likely remains oblivious to their predicament. Uncertain how much time elapsed, perhaps a mere instant for Cheng Shi and the others, yet an eternity for the terrors. The effects of area acceleration gradually waned, and Song Yan, sheltered behind Cheng Shi, began to regain clarity of thought. The moment his cognitive faculties returned, he felt the apex of death's bloom. The horrifying corpses of the monstrous beings plummeted from above, their putrid flesh and countless writhing tentacles flooding into this previously untainted space. The scent of the deceased assaulted Song Yan, thick and palpable like a viscous substance, sending tremors through his very soul. What level of death domain is this? Does such a realm of demise truly exist? If things escalate, could the true god of death be summoned? After a trifecta of astonishment, Song Yan wasted not a moment. He vividly recalled Cheng Shi's words. His impending strike would be the key to their salvation. As he witnessed the ravenous, tentacled monstrosities charging towards him and his 5 companions, he inhaled deeply, his eyes turning an abyssal black. The reaping state was activated. He extended his hands, fiercely grasping his own throat. With a sickening crack, he ruthlessly twisted his neck, severing it. Subsequently, the standing corpse of Song Yan began to slowly dissipate, the surrounding miasma of death surging forth, winds howling, and a green radiance rising in the blink of an eye. A colossal scythe, imbued with the essence of cataclysm, materialized above the group. Cheng Shi and the others, just regaining their senses, were struck dumb by the sight of the death scythe hovering above them. Their breaths hitching. It was immense, far beyond anything they had ever encountered. Even the small skull ornament at the end of the scythe's handle resembled a towering monument. The blade, glowing with an eerie green light, appeared as though it could cleave planets asunder. Even in the year 2100, Cheng Shi had never laid eyes on a scythe of such magnitude. At that moment, a singular thought consumed his mind. He fervently prayed that Song Yan wouldn't lose control and take them all with him. Souls at rest, life's end, a funeral, a harvest. As the barely audible incantations reverberated through the cosmos, the enormous scythe, entwined with the whispers of the departed, swung downwards. Except for the area where they stood, the entire wasteland visibly fractured in an instant, like shattered glass with spiderweb cracks. Following this, a chorus of lamentations embracing death echoed throughout the heavens, as countless gargantuan tentacled creatures, once ravenous for flesh, closed their eyes as if succumbing to slumber. Death is never a cataclysmic event. In that fleeting moment when the scythe fell, their flames of life extinguished quietly. Life ceased, scythe vanished, mere seconds had passed. Yet, the swirling miasma of death had yet to dissipate, twisting and coalescing to materialize the very Song Yan, who should have perished. He fell from the air, panting and drenched in sweat, collapsing into the blood-soaked ground, his body convulsing uncontrollably. The nearest Nangong, compelled by a nurturing instinct, reached out to assist him. However, upon grasping Song Yan's wrist, she discovered his body was now remarkably robust, even brimming with vitality, akin to peak condition. His convulsions were not those of exhaustion from a desperate effort, but rather an ecstatic climax. Incredible, truly incredible. I seem to have glimpsed the visage of my lord, seated upon a throne of bones, bestowing upon me a grand scythe. Incredible. Cheng Shi, you are beyond impressive. Gasping for breath, he struggled to rise, his limbs flailing as he exclaimed, "With this one strike, my life is complete." Cheng Shi smiled wryly, while Nangong disdainfully relinquished her hold on Song Yan. Chen Chong and Chao Sansui remained ensnared in the aftermath of that world-shattering scythe, unable to extricate themselves until the gore and remnants of the slain began to engulf them. Only then did Chen Chong hoist the half-conscious Chao Sansui from the mire and stand. Had they not resolved it? He still could not believe that such a multitude of horrors, such a vast army, had simply vanished. What had transpired? Noticing Chen Chong's inquisitive gaze, Cheng Shi replied with a grin, "Do not ponder it. You would not wish to know what transpired. Furthermore, the matter is not yet resolved. The skeletal army, having lost contact with the right flank, will likely send others to investigate. We must depart swiftly." He then seized the struggling Xiao Wan and pointed at her visibly swollen abdomen, stating earnestly, "Our combat strength is severely diminished. Chao Sansui, Nangong, and Xiao Wan have all lost their ability to fight. Though the former two are manageable, Xiao Wan's condition necessitates immediate treatment. We need to retreat and find a place to regroup." Still caught up in the exhilaration of his previous annihilating blow, Song Yan blurted in alarm as Cheng Shi spoke with urgency. "But what of you?" Cheng Shi, carrying Xiao Wan, darkened his expression. "What can a healer with a score of 1,500 possibly do?" Song Yan stood agog, pointing at the hellish scene outside, stammering. Didn't you cause all this?" As he spoke, his voice faltered, and he added incredulously, "If you're truly a 1,500, I'll chop off my head and kick it like a ball." Chen Chong's expression darkened as well. He hoisted Chao Sansui onto his back, pulling Nangong along without hesitation. While inwardly he mused, "This person indeed possesses power but revels too much in showmanship, which is irksome. What is even more bothersome is that he always manages to outshine us." The banter of victors was not irritating, but the circumstances did not allow them to linger excessively. Thus they all struggled through the blood-soaked mire, escaping eastward with uneven steps. When they stood at the heart of the death domain, they had yet to grasp the full extent of what had transpired. However, as they stepped out from this hell of flesh and blood, the enormity of Cheng Shi's actions became starkly apparent. Chunks of flesh, dismembered remains, viscous sludge, and blackened blood. This group felt as if they had wandered into a macabre museum, displaying every conceivable form and object related to blood and flesh, challenging the sensitivities of even the most stoic human stomach. This tableau defied further description. In that moment, the five present gained a newfound understanding of birth. Could this truly be a lawful deity? Even Xiao Wan, a devotee of birth, found herself unable to suppress the urge to retch. The first to succumb was Nangong. Already weakened from self-inflicted wounds, her legs scraping through the mire of blood and flesh, the stench of decay flooded her nostrils, delivering not the guidance of decay, but a gut-wrenching nausea. As the first wave of retching echoed, chaos erupted once more. The chorus of heaving, a cacophony of retching, permeated the air, especially for Chen Chong, who, in an effort to escape this hellish landscape, staggered forward, vomiting as he went, carrying one who also retched on his back while holding another who was similarly afflicted. The dissonant symphony of heaves tugged at his ears, driving him to the brink of despair. "Xiao Wan, you must hold on. This is the work of my lord, guiding you." Cheng Shi felt a warmth on his shoulder, followed by a twitch of his face. Your mother must be heartbroken for you." Xiao Wan, battling the violent turmoil of the life within her, weakly replied, "My mother is dead. She sacrificed herself to corruption." Cheng Shi, realizing his own tactlessness, felt a wave of regret. "I truly should not have said that. Compared to my mother, you should be more concerned about my daughter. She may be about to enter the world." Cheng Shi's countenance darkened as he shouted forward, "Chen Chong, prepare. Xiao Wan is about to give birth." Chapter 10. A rare breathing space just before Xiao Wan's delivery, Cheng Shi timely cast a healing spell upon her. Given that she was carrying multiple lives, the spell was exceptionally effective, revitalizing her condition completely. However, this also meant that the newborns would emerge in a state of exceptional health. The group sprinted wildly, and before long, the life forms gestating within Xiao Wan were eager to make their entrance. The life catalyzed by creation grass seed would not wait for any midwife. Halfway through their escape, the bulges on Xiao Wan's body erupted, releasing several bizarre vine-like entities, half flesh and half plant. The good news was that these vines possessed little combat prowess, and Song Yan single-handedly dispatched them. The bad news was that while Xiao Wan was now fine, Nangong was nearing her limit. Her eyes half closed, she radiated heat, teetering on the brink of life and death. The wounds on her ribs and abdomen still emanated the stench of decay, continuing to fester, and it was evident she was drawing in more air than she was expelling. If this continued, Nangong would perish. Having just shared life and death with their comrade, none wished to see any further casualties within the team, especially with a significant portion of the trial still remaining. Surviving the onslaught of the monstrous army only to perish here would be a grave loss. Chen Chong halted, unceremoniously dropping Chao Sansui from his back, and addressed Cheng Shi. Nangong's body can no longer endure the healing of birth. You must use your healing magic to keep her alive. Chao Sansui concurred, yet he was a mage, not a priest or bard, lacking the necessary supportive magic. Cheng Shi, seeing the sorrow etched on their faces, sighed and retrieved a small red vial from his personal stash. What is that? Song Yan leaned in, sensing the scent of death emanating from the vial, an A-grade potion, contempt of the deceased, derived from the pious followers of death. Its emissaries believe that some individuals are unworthy of enjoying death, thus extracting this contempt to brew into a potion, intended as punishment for those who have betrayed their oaths, preventing them from approaching death any further, rendering them unable to heed his teachings. Cheng Shi explained while pouring the potion over Nangong's body. As long as it mingled with her blood, she would not perish, even if gravely injured. However, it lacked any healing properties, merely prolonging her life. Huh? Such a thing exists? Song Yan, quick of hand, attempted to catch a drop for examination, but Cheng Shi was swifter, swatting his hand away with a playful reprimand. Even a single drop less would render it ineffective. Do you wish for her demise? Song Yan's face flushed with embarrassment as he stammered. I doubt I have never seen it before. Nangong, I apologize. It was not my intention. Nangong, her complexion pale and devoid of strength, paid him no mind, merely watching as the liquid rapidly integrated into her bloodstream, and then feeling nothing at all as this effective. Cheng Shi shot her a sidelong glance and replied, It is indeed effective and quite costly. Once you regain your strength, remember to compensate me. Nangong gritted her teeth and nodded earnestly, understood. Xiaowan had just given birth and was bleeding from various wounds, yet as a devotee of birth, she possessed a greater resistance to such conditions. Thus, Cheng Shi refrained from administering any potion, opting instead to cast a healing spell as usual. Fortunately, she did not conceive. Qin Chong, witnessing Cheng Shi's straightforward rescue of 2 lives, solemnly inquired, Cheng Shi, what is your score? I dot apart from 1501. Cheng Shi glanced around, noting the skepticism in their eyes. Seeing their disbelief, he brazenly declared, It truly is 1501. Qin Chong was unconvinced, replying sternly, Do you take me for a fool? The effectiveness of the healing chain in that situation requires at least an S-level talent, and with those 2 bottles of contempt of the dead, you cannot possibly score below 2,000. The initial score 4 path to ascendancy is 1,000 points. Any score below this at the end of a round results in immediate death, while exceeding 1,200 allows for B-level talents or items to be obtained, over 1,600 for A-level, and above 2,000 for S-level talents. Ah, right. Do you wish to continue speculating about scores here, or shall we proceed? Cheng Shi declared, hoisting Nangong into his arms and leading the way forward. The group exchanged glances, a shared sense of resignation evident in their eyes, and hurriedly followed suit. What could they do if the leader refused to speak the truth? Naturally, they would defer to him. Song Yan, unable to keep quiet, peppered Cheng Shi with questions along the way. Brother Cheng, what talent do you possess? Please tell me. Brother Cheng, how many points do you really have? Brother Cheng, do you have any of that little red potion left? Can I trade you something for it? Brother Cheng Shi could no longer contain himself and retorted, Aren't assassins supposed to be taciturn? What I exhibit is contrast. It is quite the trend these days, Song Yan replied with a cheerful grin. Fortunately, for the next hour, no other legions of skeletal warriors pursued them. The group traversed the barren plains for quite some time before finally spotting a dense thicket. The ever-verbose Song Yan volunteered to scout ahead and discovered that they had stumbled upon a forsaken home of the Wood Elves. Aside from a few dilapidated treehouses, no other life forms resided within. Cheng Shi and Chen Chong felt a wave of relief wash over them as they quickly ushered the injured into the forest. Chao Sui's condition was the first to stabilize. Having overexerted his mental energy, he now felt weak and unable to control his muscles precisely. He could only mumble incoherently about what he knew regarding the Wood Elves. The Wood Elves were devotees of prosperity, a perpetually neutral race that revered nature and never cohabited with other races. The fact that they had chosen this place as their dwelling assured its relative safety. Hearing this, Song Yan inquired curiously, "If it is safe, why was it abandoned?" I specified relatively safe. Before the war, it was undoubtedly secure, but after the skeletal army launched their assault on the Land of Hope, no place within it remains safe. At that moment, to be cautious, Chen Chong stood guard outside the treehouse, turning back with a hint of confusion to ask, "I have heard others say that the skeletal army declared war on the Land of Hope. But what was the cause of this war?" Chao Sui shook his head with difficulty. "Those in the Mage Channel speculate it is a war of faith, while those in the Faith Channel believe it is due to subterranean creatures vying for something. Time observes the present, and we possess scant information. Perhaps the devotees of memory can glean more through retrospection." Cheng Shi had been listening intently, but upon hearing the name of the deity, memory, his smile faltered momentarily. "I have checked the time. 6 hours have passed since the trial began, leaving us with 18 hours to endure. However, I will require 10 hours to recover." The implication from Chao Sui was clear. Though they had survived, the ensuing 10 hours without the might of a mage would be exceedingly perilous. No one knew what challenges lay ahead, and they did not harbor any illusions that having survived the hellish ambush of the terror demons meant the trial would be devoid of further dangers. Ordinary trials might allow for such a possibility, but special trials were an absolute impossibility. Cheng Shi pondered the name of the trial, his brow slightly furrowing. The song of blood and fire. Blood had been witnessed. What of the fire? TSK? Their group happened to be residing in the woods. If a fire were to sweep through a conflagration that could consume 800 miles, surely such a coincidence would not occur. Ah, never mind. No need to dwell on it. When soldiers come, one must resist, and when water arrives, one must dam it. Cheng Shi scratched his head and pulled a bottle of cola from his safe. Gulping it down, Song Yan was taken aback by this scene. "Brother Cheng, your spatial storage is at a premium, and you choose to keep this." Cheng Shi pointed at Chin Chong with a grin. "Chin Chong has liquor, so what's wrong with me keeping a few bottles of cola? If one loses their cola, what joy remains?" Chin Chong did not turn around, but his vigorous nodding indicated his strong agreement. While Song Yan's safe also contained drinking water, it was meant for extreme conditions and could not compare to the delightful taste of cola. Seeing Cheng Shi enjoy his drink so heartily, he unconsciously swallowed. "Brother Cheng, I asked there any cola left?" Cheng Shi observed his eagerness and without hesitation produced 5 more bottles. "Brother Cheng, your spatial storage can't possibly be filled entirely with cola, can it?" Cheng Shi raised an eyebrow but said nothing. Song Yan, overjoyed, felt reassured that it was not a waste of his own spatial storage. He quickly grabbed a bottle, ensuring to share the remainder with the others. It turned out that sipping cola amid battle truly was delightful. Everyone indulged in a satisfying moment. Even Nangong, who could barely move, managed to sip a few mouthfuls with Cheng Shi's assistance. The target within the woods is still too vast. We should rest for another 2 to 3 hours before relocating further. Chen Chong, having finished his drink, stepped out with his sword in hand. It was his duty to stand guard, as he was a devoted follower of order. Xiao Wan and Song Yan obediently remained inside, tending to the wounded and taking a moment to rest. Yet, as soon as Song Yan closed his eyes, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness engulfed him. This drowsiness was so gentle and comforting that he found himself lacking any desire to resist. Clang. Originally seated on the ground, Song Yan toppled over, and the other injured individuals in the room gradually closed their eyes, surrendering to slumber. Just as everyone was lost in sleep, Cheng Shi suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of mischief flashing across his gaze. "Diske, they dare to drink anything. Clearly they have faced too few beatings." Smiling to himself, his gaze drifted to the side where Nangong lay. Chapter 11. Somnolent Healing and the Descent of Meteorites. Chao Sui dreamt a peculiar dream. He envisioned his ladder of audience, scoring 200 points, ranking first and being summoned by the true god, Time. Just as he humbly prostrated himself on the ground, prepared to receive divine blessings, a terror demon suddenly flew in, kicking him aside to accept the blessings in his stead. Enraged, he awoke with a shout, flipping himself upright to find his teammates staring at him in bewilderment. Slightly dazed, How did I recover?" Feeling the vigor coursing through him, reminiscent of his state upon entering the trial, Chao Sui was utterly astonished. Not only him, but Nangong beside him appeared to be in much better condition, showing no signs of her recent injuries. Wait, recently? A shiver ran through Chao Sui as he quickly pulled out his pocket watch for a glance. 8 hours had elapsed since the anchor time was set. Had he really only slept for 2 hours? No, that couldn't be right. How could he have recovered so thoroughly in just 2 hours? Furrowing his brow, Chao Sui raised his hand and waved it in the air, attempting to discern the passage of time around him. Devotees of time were acutely aware of the flow of time but could only sense whether it was lengthy or brief. Unable to pinpoint exact minutes. Here, time had indeed not progressed significantly, perhaps only 2 or 3 hours at most. But the question remained. How had he managed to recover? He looked up in confusion and asked, "What is going on?" Nangong, sensing his gaze, said nothing, merely tilting her head toward the door before returning to bandaging Xia Wan. Although their conditions have improved, the wounds have not completely healed. Instead, Xia Wan coldly replied, "We have just awoken. Chao Sansui, who is capable of scoring 1900, is certainly not foolish." He blurted out, "Is there a problem with the cola?" Xia Wan nodded. "What about Cheng Shi? He is on guard outside." Upon hearing this, Chao Sansui furrowed his brow. The fact that he could recover in 2 hours must be closely tied to Cheng Shi. He was unaware whether this was due to the unique methods of the high-scoring priest, or if Cheng Shi had provided additional treatment. All he knew was that if Cheng Shi had harbored ill intentions while they were asleep, they would now be dead. Fortunately, he had not acted, or rather, it was fortunate that he was not an adversary of their faith. Even more fortuitously, during these 2 hours, no enemies had arrived. A sense of trepidation washed over Chao Sansui as he rose and solemnly exited the treehouse. Below the treehouse, Cheng Shi was engaged in conversation with Qin Chong and Song Yan. Judging by their expressions, they too seemed to have experienced some recovery. The thought that the 5 of them had fallen asleep together, leaving only Cheng Shi on watch, and he, being a priest, left Chao Sansui incredulous as he exclaimed, "Are you insane? Allowing 5 people to fall asleep simultaneously? Even if you possess the potions to restore everyone, it should be done one at a time." The 3 turned their heads in unison. Song Yan grinned without speaking, while Chen Chong's expression remained unchanged, yet the twitching at the corner of his eye clearly indicated his disapproval of Cheng Shi's approach. Only Cheng Shi scratched his head and said, "Huh, don't speak nonsense. I just woke up too. It was 6 of us who slept together." A shiver coursed through Chao Sansui's soul. He could hardly fathom Cheng Shi's audacity. "Cheng Shi, are you jesting with everyone's lives? Had anything gone awry, we could have faced total annihilation." Cheng Shi nodded earnestly. "Indeed, the risk was too great. It is inadvisable." Chao Sansui's admonishing tone faltered. Perceiving Cheng Shi's demeanor and words, he momentarily believed Cheng Shi was not the instigator, but rather, he too was condemning the perpetrator. "Do you realize you still dare to gamble?" Chao Sansui said, exasperated yet amused. Cheng Shi shrugged, "But I won the wager. We have returned to our peak fighting strength. Have we not? Regardless, we all remained dormant for 2 hours. You could say it was worth the gamble." Chao Sansui, with a look of constipated frustration, seated himself beside the trio and sighed heavily. "Next time such a situation arises, please inform me beforehand. I do not wish to be frightened to death before even meeting time." Cheng Shi no longer jested, his face conveying genuine remorse as he replied, "You may not agree. Or perhaps the others would be unwilling to gamble, but the reality is, we may not have the luxury of time to allow everyone to recover in turns. Danger is closing in, and every second counts." "But what if there is, from the outcome, your hypothetical scenario did not transpire?" Cheng Shi replied with a grin. Chao Sansui fell silent, while Qin Chong cursed, "There won't be a next time. Cheng Shi, I detest uncertainty. Damn it, you hardly resemble a follower of birth, more like a devotee of fate." Cheng Shi chuckled, extending his hand to conjure a glimmer of healing light, gesturing towards Qin Chong. "Don't believe me? I can let you experience the feeling of being a mother right now." Before Qin Chong could react, Song Yan leaped 10 meters away. Chao Sansui, observing the green glow in Cheng Shi's hand, inquired, "What is that?" Cheng Shi, aware he was being questioned about the cola, retracted the healing spell and exclaimed, "I call it sleep therapy, infused with potent sleeping agents and Class A potions within the cola." The once thriving concoction combined the divine powers of memory and prosperity into a top-tier healing potion, of which I had stored 6 bottles. Now, They are all used up. He displayed an expression of regret. Another class A? I don't recall hearing about this potion. Is it a reward from the celestial ladder? Cheng Shi shrugged. I don't know. I acquired it from someone else. Is there truly someone willing to exchange such life-saving items? Song Yan returned, perplexed at times. Objectives outweigh life itself. Cheng Shi quietly recalled someone and sighed inwardly. Indeed, if one were to lose their life, what good are all these treasures? Yet, if one loses their purpose, what is the meaning of living? Although Chao Sansui strongly disagreed with Cheng Shi's methods, he still expressed gratitude. Once the trial concludes, I will compensate you with equivalent potions. Cheng Shi's eyes lit up. Oh, how embarrassing. Yet his gaze was unmistakably filled with longing, already scanning Chao Sansui for any hidden treasures. Everyone remarked that individuals with 2,000 points had peculiar personalities. Today, witnessing Cheng Shi, it proved true. They had implicitly accepted Cheng Shi's 2,000 points without question. Since everyone is awake and in good condition, what shall we do now? Chao Sansui inquired. We proceed as planned. Chen Chong replied darkly, as Cheng Shi sat there foolishly grinning without saying a word. All right, then let us call them. Before Chao Sansui could rise, he suddenly felt a wave of heat surge from the ground, fiercely engulfing him, startling him. The others were equally taken aback, rising to look beneath their feet. Only Cheng Shi, with a grave expression, gazed skyward, gritting his teeth as he spat out a few words. Damn it. It's meteor fire rain, S-class forbidden technique. Meteor fire rain? Song Yan gasped, his voice distorted with fear as he too looked up, and indeed, in the far-reaching sky, a terrifying and monstrous solar silhouette slowly rose. The edges of the sun burst forth with intense flames. Each spark that erupted transformed into a massive meteor hurtling through the sky, rapidly descending towards their plane, in the blink of an eye. Meteors fell like rain. Run! Cheng Shi bolted outside without hesitation, exerting every ounce of energy. He had no need to look after others. Every teammate present could outrun him. Chao Sansui's face tightened, and in the next moment, an area acceleration spell was cast in front of the group. Song Yan instantly vanished like a shadow, while Chen Chong activated his warrior charge, grasping Cheng Shi and Chao Sansui with one hand each. Racing away like a tempest, the figures atop the treehouse moved even quicker. Xiaowan scooped up the petite Nangong and leapt effortlessly from one treetop to another. Chen Chong's speed was so swift that the wind whipped painfully against Cheng Shi's face. Chao Sansui felt equally uncomfortable, incredulously shouting, "This is not a spell that can be practiced in the underworld. This is a forbidden technique wielded by the elemental judges of Hope's continent. What role are we playing? To be enemies of both sides? Enemies? No. Even if these 6 individuals truly are the enemies of Hope's continent, the elemental judges would never employ such world-destroying magic against them. 6 people in the midst of war are nothing. They are insignificant. What merit do we have to warrant a meteor fire rain?" Cheng Shi's expression darkened as he contemplated a possibility. This meteor fire rain was not intended to strike us. Damn it, it was meant to intercept the right-wing demon army? Chapter 12. Battlefield of Time. What? Chen Chong was taken aback, feeling the air in the entire area twisting and heating, hastily quickening his pace. Incredulously stating, "The demons are dead. What are we intercepting?" Cheng Shi shouted in explanation. Perhaps Hope's continent is unaware that the demon army is defeated. I wondered why the confrontation in this trial was so swift. This should be the true song of blood and fire. Amidst the demon army's onslaught and the meteor fire rain strike, we survived for 24 hours. We encountered the demons early, leading to our misunderstanding of the trial. Chao Sansui, in shock, could hardly believe. How is that possible? Then, he suddenly recalled something, further astonished. Are you saying the undead army learned of Hope's continent's interception plan, prompting them to advance and evade the strike? Exactly. Cheng Shi gritted his teeth in frustration, and we just happened to cross paths with them. The downfall of Hope's continent may not be due to defeat in war. They have internal issues. Damn it, stop chatting. Heal me, my mental energy is depleted. Cheng Shi hastily halted his discourse, casting a powerful healing spell directly onto Chen Chong's abdomen. As for why it was the abdomen, do not ask. It was simply the nearest target and certainly not due to any malicious intent. In life and death situations, all whims must be set aside. This time, luck was not on their side. With one swift application, Chun Chang's abdomen slightly bulged, but fortunately, his speed increased by a third. Time was running out. The impact range of the meteorites was too vast. How many hits can the Holy Light Fortress withstand? Chen Shong blurted out, 3 hits. I lack class of defensive talents. The 4th hit will surely break. Chang Shi furrowed his brow, calculating carefully, while Chao Sansui immediately shouted, that's enough, according to the meteor's descent speed. The initial phase isn't too swift. It will be enough time for me to activate Battlefield of Time. Battlefield of Time. Chang Shi exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, revealing an exaggerated smile that it seemed that the upcoming challenge would require finding a true path to survival within the time loop. Everyone, gather around me, Chen Shong bellowed, casting aside the 2 he held, drawing out his great shield, veins bulging in his arms as he forcefully plunged the shield's tip into the earth, gazing up at the meteors raining down from the heavens. He shouted, long live order. The brilliance of order erupted once more, transforming into a protective wall that enveloped 6 individuals beneath its embrace. Beyond the vivid yellow light, the air grew increasingly heated, the space warped by the intense heat, and the earth cracked under the relentless scorching. The group looked up in awe, witnessing the sun's fiery orb blazing fiercely, as meteors howled downwards, leaving behind charred trails that sliced through the sky like a sculptor's chisel, evoking an overwhelming sense of impending doom akin to the end of the world. Had they not been beneath the meteors, but rather outside their impact zone, this might have been an unforgettable scene of beauty. Chen Shong, hold steady. Just 1 minute and 12 seconds left. Chen Shong gripped the shield with all his might, gritting his teeth as he shouted, attention, incoming. No sooner had his words left his mouth than, boom. The group was engulfed in darkness as a massive fireball meteor exploded against the protective barrier. A searing light surged into their eyes, the detonating flames cascading like molten lava, instantly wrapping the holy light wall in a fiery embrace. Even though the barrier had withstood countless attacks from terrifying demons, it now swayed violently under this tremendous force. Chen Shong trembled, his skin reddening. It's too hot. Priest, heal me. Without a moment's hesitation, Nangong began casting minor healing and cooling spells. Chao Sansui anxiously checked his pocket watch, his face etched with urgency. Steady. 48 seconds. Here they come again, 2 of them. Prepare to disperse the heat. Boom, boom. The dual meteors struck in quick succession. Fortunately, one of them missed the holy light wall directly, landing nearby. Yet the resulting flames still threatened to topple the barrier. We can't hold on much longer. There's another one coming. Cheng Shi, think of something. Cheng Shi's expression darkened as he prepared to act, only to see Song Yan swiftly retrieve a piece of pure black cloth from his spatial pouch. What is this? Nangong murmured in surprise. A fleeting look of pain crossed Song Yan's face. Yet he resolutely declared, this time, I'll take care of it. Cheng Shi raised an eyebrow, recognizing the object was the A-grade equipment of assassins, the Gate of Shadows from various realms. This was no ordinary item. It could only be acquired as a reward in the 1,600-point tier, and its drop rate was exceedingly low. Once activated, it allowed any item to be cast into the shadow plane, regardless of size, location, or time, beyond control. Moreover, it was a single-use item, of considerable value. This was the perfect tool for an assassin to traverse shadows, and Song Yan's willingness to use it now indicated he was truly cornered. Impressive, little Song. It's not easy to obtain something like this at 1636 points. With a proud smile, Song Yan thought to himself, finally, I get to show off. Having stolen the moment, he leapt high, adhering to the inner side of the barrier like a spider. Counting the seconds in his mind, before the 4th meteor fell, he deftly hurled the Gate of Shadows outward. This maneuver required meticulous precision. The holy light wall obstructed everything, forcing him to risk his life to navigate through the obscured shadows. Unfurl the black cloth, open the shadow gate, and then swiftly return. Each step had to be flawlessly timed, for even a millisecond of error could lead to incineration. Fortunately, Song Yan was a competent assassin. In the blink of an eye, he completed the task, sending the impending meteor into the shadow realm. The Gate of Shadows dissipated soon after. Yet, being merely competent still left much to be desired. Quickly, healer, save me. My backside is on fire. Song Yan wailed, sprawled on the ground, his entire back and thighs singed. He inched closer to the healer, desperately seeking treatment despite his condition. Even in his agony, his gaze was fixed on Nangong. Not Cheng Shi. Nangong, mouth agape, raised his hand and cast a healing spell on his rear. Cheng Shi's smile faded, feeling embarrassed. What's wrong? Is my healing not effective? Watch out. There's more coming, mage. How much longer? The holy light wall could only hold for a minute, and the entire plain had transformed into a sea of flames, with thunderous roars echoing continuously, the temperature rising dangerously. As the meteors continued to rain down, Chun Chong felt he could no longer endure. 10 seconds. Everyone, prepare. At the 1 o'clock position, the meteor count is lower. Once time is up, we break through. Do not scatter too much. Otherwise, we won't be able to confirm casualty count on the battlefield. I'll say it again. Do not disperse excessively. I hope each of us can survive. Chao Sansui, sweating slightly, held his pocket watch in one hand while raising the other, ready to initiate the countdown for escape. This would be their only path to survival, provided they didn't T-loop too many times. 3, 2. Everyone. Ready. 1. Run. Qin Chong promptly dismantled the holy light wall, stowing his shield and sword in his spatial pouch. With a roar, he charged madly toward the 1 o'clock direction, dragging Nangong and Chao Sansui along. Xiaowan followed closely behind, with Cheng Shi on her back. Song Yan, needless to say, vanished amidst the rising smoke. Despite the flames raging all around, he had already sprinted ahead. However, fortune is fleeting. Although they had observed fewer meteors at the 1 o'clock position, once they covered some distance, they discovered a dense field of meteors above them. Rendering escape impossible, a massive fireball crashed just before Qin Chong, forcing him to halt abruptly, draw his sword, and channel divine power to swing it. The meteor exploded upon impact, but before he could advance again, another meteor struck above them. Damn it! Chao Sansui exclaimed, his face pale as he shouted, Time, rewind. The world abruptly stilled, and then, as if a movie had been rewound, events sped backward. Flames receded, meteors ascended, shadows retreated, and the barrier reformed. Everything reverted to the moment the time battlefield was initiated. 1. Run. As the barrier shattered, everyone exerted their utmost effort to flee toward the 3 o'clock direction. Only Chao Sansui remained, gasping for breath in Chen Chong's grip. Shouting frantically, Chen Chong, Xiao Wan, changed to the 3 o'clock direction, quickly. The followers of time were unaffected by the rewind, retaining their memories. Now, Chao Sansui served as their eyes. Upon hearing this, the two showed no hesitation, immediately redirecting their path. Cheng Shi tightened his grip around Xiao Wan's neck, his healing spells continuously enveloping her as he furrowed his brow in contemplation. The second time. With that thought, he flipped the dice in his hand. A 2 faced upward. Chapter 13. A choice of fate. The meteor shower was deemed a forbidden technique due to its prolonged duration, capable of annihilating all life within its radius, even gouging the ground 3 feet deep. Under normal circumstances, no spellcaster, regardless of race, could sustain such immense magical expenditure. However, the meteor shower was an exception, for it was not a creation but a summoning. The colossal sun on the horizon truly existed. This fearsome sun, known as Wrath of Abhorrence, was originally a deity of chaos and a harbinger of disorder. After being imprisoned by order in a bygone era, it became the ultimate power bestowed upon the elemental judges under its dominion. By merely unfastening the door that imprisoned Wrath of Abhorrence for a fleeting moment and aiming at a designated area, the pent-up fury of countless ages would cascade down. Only when it awakened from chaos and realized that its outbursts merely benefited the followers of order would it begrudgingly cease, close the door tightly, and begin brewing the next cycle of wrath. In essence, what I wish to convey is that the meteor shower is beyond the comprehension of mortals. As Cheng Shi and the others surged toward the 3 o'clock direction. Mere minutes passed before the howling meteors began to explode around them. They didn't even need to strike directly. The splattering lava and fiery debris made movement nearly impossible. No, this path is impassable. Mage, time, rewind. The scene felt eerily familiar as time reversed once more. 1. Run. Just as Chao Sansui was flung back from the river of time, he felt Chen Chong dragging him frantically toward the 1 o'clock direction. No, Chen Chong, 5 o'clock direction. Chen Chong halted, without hesitation swinging his arms to fling the two individuals off like windmills. rapidly using their momentum to dash backward at an angle. What's going on? Chao Sansui's face turned grave. We ve failed twice. Xiaowan followed closely. While Cheng Shi frowned in silence, he extended his hand and flipped the dice again. Point 3. This side 1T do. The smoke is too dense. I can't see the path. Assassins, speak up and guide us. Assassin? Song Yan, damn, he's dead. Mage, rewind. Time. Rewind. 7 o'clock direction. Chen Chong, reverse. The dice rolled again, landing on 4. Xiaowan, be careful. Time. Rewind. 9 o'clock direction. Hurry. The dice landed on 5. The ability of the Time Walker to become T0 is largely attributed to the infinite trial and error opportunities afforded by the time battlefield. However, the divine power of time cannot be utilized indefinitely without cost. When time cannot continue to flow on the battlefield for an extended period, even the sovereign of time will grow irritable. A sneeze from a deity can unleash a storm upon mortals. As time rewound for the 6th time, even Chao Sansui, a follower of time, began to feel his memories blurring. Time, rewind, 1, run. Chao Sansui jolted along with Chen Chong's frantic sprint, abruptly opening his eyes. After a moment of hazy confusion, he muttered to himself, "We are starting over." Chen Chong paused, urgently inquiring, "What do we do now? Which way should we go?" A look of despair crossed Chao Sansui's face. "I remember many fragments. The moments of each person's demise, yet I have forgotten the count. Forgotten where we ought to proceed." Chen Chong's heart sank. This situation could only indicate one thing, that they had failed numerous times. The time travelers, lost within the currents of time, were effectively declaring their failure and demise. However, Chen Chong was not one to concede defeat easily. He bellowed, rallying the group to turn towards the 3 o'clock direction. "Let us gather our spirits, discern the path, and perhaps through the interplay with the memories in our minds, we can find a way out." Nangong was equally anxious, seeing Chao Sansui's eyes glazed in confusion. She grit her teeth and drew the spiny dagger, plunging it into her abdomen. Instantly, a rich healing light cascaded over Chao Sansui's head, awakening his muddled mind. He gazed into Nangong's hopeful eyes and nodded firmly. "All right, I will recall." Yet just then, Cheng Shi suddenly shouted, "Wrong. This is the 6th time. 11 o'clock direction. Quickly, Chen Chong, turn." Chen Chong reacted swiftly, his figure far ahead of Xiaowan, and as he turned in astonishment, he saw Xiaowan obediently changing direction, charging towards 11 o'clock. Chao Sansui was equally stunned. He could not fathom how Cheng Shi knew this was the 6th time. How could a believer of birth maintain clarity within the labyrinth of time? It was impossible. Ultimately, Cheng Shi was merely a player. It was not he who remained unaffected by the temporal maze, but rather the dice he held. Chen Chong glanced down at the dazed Chao Sansui, his expression darkening as he responded, "Damn it, I'll follow you." He did not hesitate, or rather, he had no reason to hesitate in Chen Chong's understanding. The moment Cheng Shi began to take command, he must have had a breakthrough in mind. After all, with a score of 2,000 points, there were likely no idlers among them. Cheng Shi was uncertain whether 11 o'clock would lead to escape, but he knew that the other directions had been tried and yielded no results. He rubbed his fingers over the various faces of the dice, silently flipping it to the 6th side. 6 times, this was the 6th time. From now on, counting would require more than just vertical flips. Xiaowan sprinted with Cheng Shi on her back, her long legs effortlessly traversing the inferno as if it were flat ground, influenced by the continuous healing and hunter's talents. Yet her somber expression conveyed to Cheng Shi that she was not optimistic about this path. "Cheng Shi, are you sure this is the right direction?" Cheng Shi honestly shook his head, uncertain. "Then you?" Cheng Shi smiled brightly. "This is the choice of fate." Xiao Wan's eyes widened, her pupils contracting. Just as she was about to ask something, a meteor, ablaze with flames, came crashing down. Boom. Before Cheng Shi closed his eyes, he clutched the dice tightly, cursing vehemently. "Damn it. Time. Rewind." The group returned once more to the starting point, the same familiar scene. Without hesitation, Chen Chong charged towards the 1 o'clock direction. Chao Sansui remained lost in thought, Nangong was still tense, and Song Yan led the way as before. Only Cheng Shi, gazing at the 6 on the dice, remained silent. The paths of escape had been tested. All 6 directions yielded no way out, and inexplicable frustration bubbled within him as his hands remained busy, flicking the dice high into the air. then swiftly reaching out to catch it as it fell. Xiaowan noticed Cheng Shi's actions behind her and, as she strode forward, she gravely asked, "What's wrong?" Cheng Shi opened his palm to reveal the dice, with the one facing up, and sighed with resignation. "We have failed 6 times, yet the guidance of fate indeed points to the 1 o'clock direction." Xiaowan's emotions suddenly became chaotic. She was at a loss whether to mourn their 6 failures or rejoice in what Cheng Shi termed the guidance of fate. "So, does that mean the 1 o'clock direction is correct?" She seemed to begin to trust Cheng Shi unconditionally. Cheng Shi clicked his tongue, swearing, "But I always feel that fate is a bitch." Xiaowan's eyes widened, incredulous as she glanced back at Cheng Shi. This statement, prior to the descent of the gods, held some merit, but after their arrival, Tio put it plainly, there exists a deity known as fate. To hell with it, trusting fate is less reliable than trusting that I am Qin Shi Huang. Xiaowan, reverse, 7 o'clock. Cheng Shi opted for the path of defiance against fate. He shouted this loudly, and Chen Chong heard it. Like Xiaowan, Chen Chong was filled with doubts, yet he did not hesitate, immediately following Xiaowan as they turned back to run. Not long after, Chao Sansui realized that this path bore a striking resemblance to a fragment of his memory. This indicated that they had previously failed in this direction. If nothing unexpected occurred, in 3 seconds, a meteor would fall to Xiaowan's front right, creating a large crater in the ground. Both Xiaowan and Cheng Shi would fall into it. And then, he would rewind time once more. The flicker of hope in Chao Sansui's heart began to dim. He began counting down, bracing himself to be lost in the river of time once again. 3.2.1. Time. Rewind. Huh? Ha ha ha. Surprisingly, nothing happened. Chao Sansui watched as Xiaowan boldly dashed through the fiery chaos, escaping towards the distance, his face a mask of astonishment. How could this be? The meteor that should have fallen in his memory did not appear. Not only that, but even all the meteors in the 7 o'clock direction failed to descend. The sky ahead suddenly cleared, and not a single meteor was visible. Not even flames dared to approach this place. This absurd scene, amidst the apocalyptic rain of fire, resembled someone erasing a pure white line along the 7 o'clock position with an eraser. Perhaps this white line was merely a casual stroke for the artist. But for Cheng Shi and his 5 companions within the painting, it represented a genuine escape route. The group, in shock and fear, accelerated their flight, desperately fleeing along the line of clear sky. After nearly an hour of gritted perseverance, they finally escaped the onslaught of meteoric fire, and at the moment they emerged, the originally erased rain of fire was restored to the canvas. Chao Sansui glanced at the pocket watch in his hand. Precisely 6 hours had passed, and he concluded the time battlefield. At the next hour, a force of temporal flow dissipated from their bodies. The final rewind of time left a vague imprint upon the river of time. The group looked back at the path they had traversed. Meteors fell like rain, flames erupted like splashes, lifeless as before. How is this possible? Why was there a path of survival? A miracle. This is a miracle. Everyone stood in stunned silence, their faces etched with shock and incomprehension as they stared at Cheng Shi. Well, I asked this tool. Can this even be termed a tool? Changgu, don't tell me you actually have 2,400 points? You, especially Xiaowan, who alone understood how Cheng Shi had made the decision to choose the 7 o'clock direction, leading them away from the inferno. Why? She pondered silently, yet never dared to voice her curiosity. Simply because Cheng Shi had cursed fate as a bitch? Cheng Shi gazed at the falling flames in the distance, equally perplexed. For the second time, he thought to himself, could it be that I truly possess some hidden talent? And the motto for its activation is, Fate is a bitch? Chapter 14. Fate is a bitch? Time rewinds slightly, at the moment Cheng Shi uttered that fate is a bitch, above the Isle of Hope. In a realm unattainable by mortals, 3 pairs of eyes simultaneously opened. The first pair, heterochromatic, one eye ablaze with fire, the other flowing with blood. As it opened, a stirring symphony resonated through the void, each note igniting fervor and battle spirit. This is .my trial to broken the rules. The second pair, cold and silent, devoid of emotion, its scara filled with swirling spirals, its irises etched with divergent stars. A mere glance exchanged with it would make one feel their soul being pulled towards endless void. It glanced at the first pair, coldly stating, when did you exchange authority with order? It was evident this was a taunt, and the other was indeed rendered speechless. as the two confronted each other. The corner of another pair of eyes curled in a slight smile, emitting a delightful chuckle. The third pair bore a resemblance to the second, yet the divine light within its eyes was more vibrant. Or perhaps, more akin to that of a human. It silently observed the two opposing figures, saying nothing, only smiling. "What are you doing?" I have heard the blasphemous words, felt the mockery of fate. "I shall exercise my authority and banish the ignorant sinner." This is my trial. You have broken the rules. This time, it is the turn of another who has fallen silent. The third eye suddenly erupted into laughter. How amusing, exceedingly amusing, a self-assured fool, and a simpleton who cannot converse outside the theater of war. Ha ha ha. Simply too funny. Is it humorous? Or not? The second eye narrowed slightly, casting a cold glance at the third eye. "What brings you here? And what is your purpose?" "He believes in me, yet he blasphemes against me. Naturally, I can revoke his qualification. You wish to defy the covenant and shield him? Yet he has already been claimed by me, thus he is my devotee. You intend to violate the covenant and banish him?" The pair of eyes that pierced through the void cast another cold glance at him, fell silent for a moment, and then slowly dissipated. The third eye laughed once more. "What is it that you seek?" "From me? I have come, of course, to rescue my beloved follower." With that, a finger, as translucent as jade, pierced through the endless dimensions, arriving before the wrath of abomination. He merely placed his hand there lightly, causing the fiery brilliance to retract and tighten. Retreating in fear, the outpouring of the wrath of abomination was interrupted, igniting a fury that could scarcely be contained. However, upon seeing the eyes behind that finger, all his rage instantly cooled, and his massive form trembled imperceptibly. He quietly and precisely tightened a strand of the prison gate, ensuring that no meteor would fall in the direction indicated by that finger. The first eye widened slightly, the blood within it boiling. Flames roaring. "You have broken the rules." The third eye blinked, and then? The eyes of blood and fire gazed at him for a moment, then fell silent. "This your follower is waging wars far and wide in hopes of catching a glimpse of you. And you, as the sovereign of war, adorned with the name of war, dare not even engage me in combat. The covenant cannot be violated. How dull that he gazed out into the unknown starry sky, instantly vanishing into the void. Everyone was exhausted from fleeing, especially Chen Chong and Xiao Wan. Upon realizing they had truly escaped peril, they refused to move a step further, simply lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Chen Chong had maintained a decent state thanks to Nangong's healing along the way, yet he felt guilty for dragging Nangong along, whose complexion was as pale as if he had been dragged through a gauntlet. As for Xiao Wan, due to Cheng Shi's continuous healing, she had transformed back into a mother in her 10th month of pregnancy. To address such issues, they would have to rely on the expertise of Song Yan, the abortion specialist. He discreetly positioned himself beside Xuan, and whenever a patch of skin ruptured to birth new twisted life, he would be the first to swiftly eliminate the creature before it could even open its eyes. While he struck, he would also mutter, "Why do the newborns of abomination all appear so abominable? Do the gods truly favor such forms?" Xiao Wan pursed her lips, choosing not to speak, and turned to Cheng Shi. The meaning in her eyes was clear. Cheng Shi has a higher score. He understands much more than I do. Cheng Shi's faith channel featured no discussions about abomination, and he was entirely unaware of the reasons. Yet he spoke with unwavering certainty, though his expression was somewhat grim. "When you have yet to be born, if you could alter your appearance, what would you wish to become? These newborns, who revere my lord, merely wish to take on forms that please him. However, they are unaware of what abomination favors, so they begin to unleash their imaginations. The outcome, as you can see, is rather unfortunate." This was the first time the group had heard such an explanation. Yet Cheng Shi's confidence did not resemble mere conjecture. It felt more like a revelation following an understanding of cause and effect. Coupled with his repeated rescues from dire straits, everyone instinctively leaned towards believing him. Only Chao Sui stared wide-eyed, confirming once more. "My understanding of the consensus among abomination players is that the newborns are already aware of abomination's appearance, but due to their limited capabilities, they can only recreate a portion of it. This is entirely different from what you are suggesting. Are you implying that even the newborns born under the influence of abomination do not know his visage? Is this truly the case?" The crowd turned to Cheng Shi, awaiting his response. The reason for their keen interest was that this answer pertained to the relationship between gods and devotees. If the newborns were cognizant of Abomination's form and attempted to replicate it as closely as possible, it would imply that the deity can accept the admiration of their followers. Thus, the rumored closeness to the divine and self-salvation would become a possibility. However, if the newborns were unaware of Abomination's appearance and were merely attempting to please him, then the relationship between deity and devotee might become rather cold, and coldness signifies a chasm between mortals and the divine. Those who beseech the gods may forever remain trapped within the games of divinity, merely surviving as players. Cheng Shi was uncertain of the truth of his own words, yet lies had become his habitual constraint. Even when he did not wish to deceive, his mouth would voice otherwise. His smile was somewhat forced, yet his tone left no room for doubt, absolutely genuine. Xiao Wan was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the ever-emerging tentacled newborns within her, her eyes wide with shock as she asked, "Where did you learn this?" Cheng Shi replied with a mysterious smile, "A secret." Xiao Wan nodded thoughtfully, refraining from further inquiries. Suddenly, Song Yan interjected, "Chenggu, you aren't the chosen of Abomination, are you? The chosen? The top-ranking players in the hierarchy of faith." Cheng Shi was taken aback, hastily shaking his head in denial. "I am far from the first in the hierarchy of visitation. Even if I were to gaze up at the heavens, I would not be able to catch a glimpse of their feet." Upon saying this, Xiao Wan and the nearby Nangong simultaneously looked down at Cheng Shi's feet, a shared suspicion forming in their minds. Could it be that Cheng Shi is truly the chosen of Abomination? Only the chosen would possess such unfathomable means of escape. Cheng Shi sensed their thoughts and instinctively shrank back, continuing to deny it. Yet Xiao Wan was utterly unconvinced. She stole a glance at the hierarchy of abomination and corruption, noting that the top-ranking abomination devotee bore the ID cure for infertility. The tone.it bears a striking resemblance. Seeing that the group's conversation revolved incessantly around Cheng Shi, the responsible Chen Chong, having regained his composure after a while, interrupted their discourse. Should we find a safe place first before discussing the matter of the chosen?" Yes, safety first." The crowd exchanged glances and then burst into hearty laughter. The joy of having survived a calamity finally erupted. Generally speaking, once the trial's riddle is unraveled, the danger level diminishes sharply. However, we should still exercise caution. Let us head southeast, whether by the battlefield's orientation of Hope Continent or the marching direction of the Terror. Southeast should lead us away from the vortex of war's center. If we walk a bit further, we might catch sight of the Blizzard Mountains, a place perhaps capable of shielding us from all disputes, enabling us to endure until the trial concludes. Chao Sui regained his steadiness and encyclopedic knowledge, leading Chen Chong and the others southeastward. After dodging the meteor shower, the group's spirits visibly lifted, yet vigilance remained. Throughout the journey, Chen Chong took the lead, Song Yan kept watch, Chao Sui coordinated in the center, and Nangong administered blood potions while also healing Wan.as for Cheng Shi. He resembled an elderly gentleman on his first tour, eagerly seeking to learn everything about Hope Continent, bombarding the guide Chao Sui with questions. Familiarity with history might enhance a player's survival rate in the trial. His previous lack of knowledge stemmed from the absence of effective information in the Faith Channel, while the News in the Profession Channel was often indistinguishable from falsehoods, leading him to merely skim through it without paying much attention. Now that a living history textbook was before him, it was an opportunity not to be missed. Chapter 15. The trial concludes early based on information compiled by experts in the Mage Channel and corroborated by my own observations during the trial. Certain facts can be established. Hope Continent is likely the largest landmass within the trial grounds. This land has witnessed the rise and fall of numerous nations and factions, among which the most renowned, and those that dominated during the trial's backdrop, are the several major cults that have reigned for millennia. These include the Natural Alliance that venerates the path of life, the Tribunal of Order that believes in justice, the Tower of Truth that seeks knowledge, and the War Nation that emerged from the turmoil of the late civilized era. The assault by the Undead Army upon Hope Continent transpired during the period of continental warfare in the late civilized era. Pressured by the encroaching forces from the underworld, the three warring factions allied once again against a common enemy. Our current location, within the Forest County, is the administrative district closest to the underworld's entrance. The abyssal volcano, falling within the territory of the Tribunal of Order. Throughout the journey, Chao Sui meticulously narrated the history of Hope Continent to Cheng Shi. After absorbing this information, Cheng Shi finally gained a general understanding of Hope Continent. The distribution of forces underground is rather intricate. As I am not a follower of the fates of descent and chaos, my knowledge in this area is rather limited. Moreover, Chao Sansui glanced towards Nangong, his expression laden with meaning, and remarked that such players of fate typically do not relish sharing related information. Nangong, taken aback, lowered his head and said, "I apologize. My score is too low to pay much attention to these matters." Chao Sansui shook his head, saying there is no need for apologies. With the arrival of the faith game, everyone is fighting for their lives. Merely surviving is no simple feat, not everyone. Never mind, let us not dwell on it. Directionless, they approached the Blizzard Mountain, where few tribes reside near the mountain range, mostly nomadic people who pose little threat. We can seek a secluded spot and wait for the trial to conclude. Cheng Shi made a valid point. After the baptism of blood and fire, the trial poses no further danger, which aligns with the consistent style of war. Chen Chong, still leading the way, remained vigilant, even though they had left the fire rain territory for 7 hours. With 3 hours remaining until the trial's end, better safe than sorry. Who knows if the Song of Blood and Fire will have another verse at its conclusion? Upon hearing this, everyone paused for a moment before laughter gradually ensued. Song Yan joyfully replied, "This is not a trial of deception. It cannot be so." But he turned solemnly to Cheng Shi and said, "I truly thank you, Brother Cheng. Without you, we might have perished." This was a sincere statement. Everyone looked at Cheng Shi with gratitude, even if they were unaware of how he had saved them all. Yet, in today's world, every high-level player harbors secrets, and no one is inclined to pry too deeply into the hidden tactics of their peers. Cheng Shi felt a twinge of embarrassment. While he had indeed contributed against the fearsome demons, the subsequent fire rain, he discreetly squeezed the dice in his hand, offering only a faint smile and remaining silent. "Let us set up camp here. The surroundings provide good visibility for early warnings. We shall create a coffin camp." As they walked and halted intermittently, they reached a small mound where Chun Chong stopped and began to dig with his shield and sword. Others joined in, retrieving tools from their spatial bags to assist. Generally, when faced with survival trials, players tend to excavate a deep hole in the surface when not engaged in combat, hollowing out a space beneath like ants establishing a nest. This resembles a tomb, hence the jesting term coffin camp, primarily to evade surface dangers. As for threats from below, there is no need to concern oneself, for the actual underworld is not a place one can reach merely by digging. If one must say, it resembles an entirely independent space. Rather than pondering how to avoid threats from below, it is wiser to consider how to prevent the coffin camp from collapsing. They dug swiftly. As the twilight sun vanished, the group had already transitioned into the underground space, pulling out various food items to replenish their energy. Each person produced lightweight yet filling provisions. Song Yan and Chao Sansui even unveiled hot noodle soup, showcasing a delightful combination of color, aroma, and flavor. Only Cheng Shi, in the presence of everyone, quietly retrieved a piece of finger bread and a bottle of tentacle slime drink. The moment the slime gurgled down his throat, a hush fell over the group. Song Yan coughed a few times, covering his mouth, and remarked, "I now truly believe Brother Cheng might not be the chosen one after all." Nangong furrowed his brow, breaking a beef patty in half and offering it to him. Cheng Shi looked at the half patty, accepting it without hesitation and expressing his gratitude. "I feel rather embarrassed. Have you not replenished your food recently? Why not drink cola?" "Huh." Cheng Shi stammered while eating. "I did." "Ah, this finger bread is fresh. It was just produced yesterday." Chao Sansui looked incredulous. "You have 2,000 points and enjoy this? Who told me you have 2,000 points?" "I have 1501. Chin Chong chuckled helplessly. "A mere ladder score, deceiving back and forth." "Cheng Shi, you wouldn't be." Before he could finish, a violent spatial fluctuation erupted around them. Everyone's bodies jolted, exchanging incredulous glances, their eyes wide with shock. This sensation was all too familiar. It signaled the end of the trial. How could this be? Only 23 hours had passed. Chao Sansui checked his pocket watch, confirming that the time he had anchored was indeed correct. Merely 23 hours had elapsed, with a full hour remaining. The group wore bewildered expressions. Such an occurrence had never transpired in previous trials. However, rather than feeling elated at the early conclusion of the trial, their brows furrowed deeply. Change signifies risk. One could ascertain whether an early end to the trial was beneficial or detrimental. Yet, these matters were beyond the player's control, just as everyone contemplated saying a few more words. 6 figures sequentially dissipated, leaving only the food they held, which thudded to the ground. Gazing at the fallen provisions, Cheng Shi felt a pang in his heart, inexplicably distressed. Damn, my contempt of the dead and past prosperity. They haven't been compensated yet. Special trial, Song of Blood and Fire War. Challenge successful. Calculating scores and rewards. Player, Cheng Shi, performance score, S, received item. Mockery mask, B, X1, received item. Confusion mask, A, X1, received item. Gratitude mask, A, X1, received item. Satisfaction mask, S, X1, received item. Desire mask, B, X1, path to ascendancy 12, path of visitation 2, current path to ascendancy score, 2116. Global ranking, 471998. Current path of visitation score, 158. Fate ranking, 69. Trial cleared, exiting soon. As vision faded to black once more, when Cheng Shi opened his eyes, he found himself back on the rooftop. He glanced across to see the young man surnamed Xie, bloodied and sprawled at the rooftop's edge, fortuitously looking in his direction. In special trials, regardless of how many days had passed within, everyone's moment of conclusion was synchronized. Just as their entry into the trial had been, Cheng Shi observed his woeful state, offering a semblance of sympathy. The fellow possesses strength. He has survived for 7 days. The young man named Xie silently nodded. Fear still etched upon his face. It appeared his trial had not been an easy one. Speaking of which, his own trial seemed far from uncomplicated. Cheng Shi suddenly recalled something and quickly checked the global survival count. Current global believer count, 721,129,3956. 1 billion people have perished. In previous special trials, losing a few tens of millions was considered significant. Yet this time, 10 billion perished in one fell swoop. They have accelerated things. A wave of fear and powerlessness surged within Cheng Shi as he gazed at the warehouse he had constructed on the rooftop, lightly touching the air wall before him and chuckling self-deprecatingly. Players? Merely playthings. Ordinarily, he and his teammates would have been among the eliminated 10 billion. Yet why did the meteor fire rain spare them? Could it be because Cheng Shi withdrew the pale die from his pocket? This was the token of the gods he had chosen during the fate selection. A die that could only roll a 1. However, he later learned through various trials that the bone-faced die ought to represent destiny and could roll any face. What did this signify for him and the masks he received as rewards? He hastened into the warehouse, opening a special door, and gazed at the rows of white masks displayed in the acrylic showcase. Falling once more into contemplation. Compliments, flattery, contempt, praise, indifference, resentment. Dozens of masks lined up in rows, each displaying a distinct expression. Yet their designs were eerily similar, merely a snow-white face with a pair of expressive eye holes. Cheng Shi had attempted to don these masks before, but they had proven utterly ineffective, even ill-fitting. Ever since he acquired that talent, the special trials ceased to provide other reward items. What, then, was the purpose of these masks? Cheng Shi sighed, gazing vacantly at his player panel. Cheng Shi, male, 22 years old, fate, nihility, belief, deception, class, priest, path to ascendancy, 2116, global ranking, 471998, path of visitation, 158, fate ranking, 69, talent, lies like yesterday, SS a deception faith talent. Active, your belief will temporarily replace itself with the most recently deceived believer's faith. Master of deception, S a deception faith talent, passive. Your lies are more readily believed by others, unless the deceived target experiences cognitive dissonance. They cannot uncover your deceptive methods, and you can perceive all deceptive methods except your own. Offering to the nihility, S a deception faith talent, active. When the items you fabricate do not exist yet are widely acknowledged. Those items come into existence. The collective mask, S a deception faith talent, passive. Rewards from special trials will be replaced by the special item, collective mask, and this talent cannot be replaced by other talents. Bestowed with divine grace, S a priest's occupational talent, active. When healing members of the same species, it generates a healing transmission effect. For each additional target, the healing effect and range are augmented by 1. Item, fate dice, predetermined, The destiny of this die is unchangeable, lips of deception, fusion. It relishes in lies, regardless of your approval. It delights in trickery, including deceiving you. Masks of existence. SABC 1,000 faces for 1,000 souls. A single face for 1,000. Quantity, 47. Past prosperity. A healing elixir, sought through memory, tracing back to restore its former glory. Quantity, 93. Skills, basic healing, healing chain, light of restoration, calm, hypnosis, curse removal, resistance shield, holy light prayer. Chapter 16. Surviving the aftermath. Reality. In an unknown city's vacant parking lot. Cheng Shi slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the familiar car roof, sighing with a mix of emotions. He had survived once more. Not only that, he had also received a second A-level talent as a trial reward. Gain talent, Defiance beneath the city. A. Warrior occupational talent. When utilizing shield-type skills, all defensive effects increase by 25. As a player with a score of 1600, in addition to the 2 initial talent slots, he possessed 2 extra slots for replacement. Cheng Shi silently replaced his last C-level talent with the latest A-level talent. Consequently, his talent configuration had abruptly shifted from a middling 1A2B1C to a more favorable 2A2B.in the current tier distribution. Achieving such a talent configuration with a score just over 1600 was remarkably outstanding, ensuring him greater confidence and a higher survival rate in the upcoming trials. Cheng Shi seems the big shots do enjoy showing off. He shook his head with a wry smile, casually retrieving a bottle of beer from the stacked crates in the passenger seat, gulping it down with abandon. The liquid flowed down, soaking his clothes, yet he paid it no mind, finishing 4 bottles before burping and leaning back against the seat. The wretched state of the world. It would be better to dream. Cheng Shi let out a bitter chuckle, nonchalantly tossing the beer bottle out the window. Instead of shattering upon contact with the ground, the bottle emitted a series of crisp chimes. Turning his gaze toward the sound, he beheld a vast parking lot already heaped with mountains of bottles. Compared to a parking lot, garbage dump might be a more fitting description. Recycling depot for bottles. Cheng Shi had never been one to require 2 bottles of alcohol for slumber. He consumed 2 crates. What he sought was not sleep, but rather numbness. May this damned world come to an end. Reality. In an unknown city's apartment. Chao Sanyi stared blankly at the pocket watch in his hand, still trying to comprehend. The trial ending an hour early was an unprecedented occurrence. He could not fathom what this change signified. However, one thing was clear to him. At the moment he departed the trial, he had glimpsed Cheng Shi's smile. What was he smiling about? Why was he unafraid? Did he already know the trial would conclude early? Chao Sanyi's expression turned increasingly suspicious. He had always believed that time was an unwavering truth. After all, he had activated the time battlefield during the trial. Yet, even if time was truthful, could people not deceive? If there were someone capable of fooling everyone, manipulating time, that person could only be the one serving them cola. Cheng Shi. Huh. Chao Sanyi's eyes widened suddenly as he hurried to his desk, using tools to disassemble the pocket watch's face. Scrutinizing it with a magnifying glass, sure enough, after a brief search, he discovered faint, incomplete fingerprints on the back of the hands. The marks totaled 3, forming a subtle expression. Time indeed does not lie. But someone has deceived time. In an instant, Chao Sanyi understood. He held the pocket watch tightly and suddenly laughed in relief. The trial had not ended early. It was merely the time in his hand that had. Cheng Shi. Impressive. Reality. In an unknown city's basement. Nangong sat cross-legged on the floor, staring at the half-eaten beef patty in her hand, suddenly bursting into laughter. Survived once more, how wonderful. Her score remained as dismally low as ever. Even with the points from this trial, her ranking barely exceeded 1400. This score was hardly commendable in a time when the difficulty of trials was increasingly daunting. Yet, she felt no discontent. Merely surviving under the gaze of decay was no small feat. You could have lived more easily. Accelerating another's decay is, to him, also a form of devotion. A hoarse voice echoed in the damp, shadowy basement, but aside from Nangong, there was no other soul in sight. It was a voice seemingly arising from the void. However, Nangong appeared accustomed to its presence. She drew a dagger, firmly shaking her head, declaring, "I cannot harm others. Foolishness, embracing decay is the essence of existence. I cannot harm others, foolish and unreachable, Let us commence today's sacrifice. Nangong paused slightly, saying, Wasn't there already a sacrifice made? The sacrifices during the trial are all offerings to him. Now, it is my turn. Nangong's expression shifted as she clenched her teeth, removing her pants and deeply cutting her thigh with the dagger. This incision formed a stroke of a character, and such strokes nearly covered her legs. Vivid crimson poured from the wound, quickly converging toward the dagger, causing Nangong's complexion to grow increasingly pale. When her body temperature began to plummet, the dagger finally ceased its siphoning, emitting a satisfied hum. Is it done? Yes, you may heal yourself now. Nangong mustered her strength to cast a healing spell upon herself, then rummaged beneath a dilapidated wooden bed to produce a small notebook, solemnly writing down a name, Cheng Shi. You wish to repay him? Ridiculous. The gods will not allow you to meet again, yet I must record it, just in case. Nangong flipped through the pages. The tattered notebook was filled with dense names, each representing someone who had once aided her. I have also aided you. Why not record my name? Your reward I have already given. Reality, in an unknown city's park. Song Yan stared in disbelief at his trial score. The ladder of audience 3. What? 3 points? The ladder of audience can add 3 points? He scrutinized it repeatedly in disbelief, before erupting into jubilant leaps. Holy crap! I gained 3 points, brothers. My ladder of audience just gained 3 points. Other players in the park turned to him, casting incredulous glances, yet this did not dampen Song Yan's exuberance as he ran around his vicinity, shouting, Just tell me, aren't you all impressed? I just gained 3 points. Have you ever seen someone gain 3 points? Eventually someone, annoyed by his incessant shouting, yelled, Song Yan, are you insane? The ladder of audience can add a maximum of 2 points. Are you dreaming of 3? Song Yan continued without pause, shouting, What do you know? Can I misread the reward panel? With a big shot guiding me, I went straight to meeting the true deity. I'm no longer on the same level as you, understand? A big shot, you say? What is his name? What is his profession or belief? Nonsense. Do you think I can just reveal a big shot's name to you? After saying this, he disregarded the stares of those around him, continuing his exuberant chatter until he had fully expressed his excitement and joy from surviving the ordeal, finally settling down back in his tent. Then, he resumed typing in various channels. My ladder of audience just gained 3 points. Brothers, don't I look impressive? Hee hee, no one cares. Reality, in an unknown city's villa. The shattered dressing mirror faintly outlined a silhouette clad in white. If one focused their gaze, they could vaguely discern a hand covered in calluses hesitantly reaching toward a pair of long, elegant legs. Cheng Shi, murmuring a song, gestation, blossomed as he gazed upon this place once more, dispelling the frost from the faces of his followers, bestowing upon her a new blessing. Chapter 17. Chat Channel. Region, Faith, and Profession. Whenever a special trial concludes, Cheng Shi lingers in the chat channel for a while to gather information. Amidst the vast and fragmented information, most consists of meaningless venting and complaints, with only a handful of valuable insights worthy of notice. Yet whether he remembers what he reads depends solely on his mood. First, he opened the regional chat, encompassing players from the nearby neighborhoods. Yesterday there were over 7,600 online, and now only 6,400 remained. The chat displayed only the content without revealing IDs, so no one knew whether the speaker was alive or a ghost. The deity has once again punished the atheists. A new divine realm is slowly taking shape. Brothers, sisters, join the divine realm and share in the divine grace. Embrace grace and welcome greatness. Everything is a gift from the Lord, and we, the fortunate survivors, ought to express our gratitude. Thank you, my Lord. Thank you, gods. Such frenzied proclamations are often the rhetoric of the dispensationalists, which Cheng Shi generally chooses to overlook. However, observing the speaker's demeanor and tone, it is evident that they are not a neighbor from across the way. Damn it, 1 billion have perished, and the world is surely on the brink of collapse. If the gods truly wish to save the world, why then slaughter so many? Gratitude. Spare me the foolishness. A joyous night advertisement. Location: 142 Nanjing Road. Entire second floor of Lemon apartment, with 7 areas already connected, offering an expansive space. Participation has reached 14 individuals. Friends seeking the thrill of surviving catastrophe, join us swiftly. P. Those who emphasize opposing beliefs need not apply. We do not accept birth believers. Does birth consume your rice? To the individual above, you can procreate on your own. No need to crowd the venue. Room 1301, number 7 Nanjing Road. My sister is alone. It's terrifying. Do you not believe it? Room 1301 above me is a constant cacophony. A madman, seeking medicine, A-grade or higher healing potions, can exchange for a weapon trial, urgently needed. Thank you. Despite the numerous fatalities, the chat channel remains as chaotic as ever. Cheng Shi only noted the message about the medicine. But since private messaging is not available in this faith-based game, he could only type on the public screen. Is the medicine seeker on Nanjing Road or Mulberry Road? A flood of chat messages instantly drowned out Cheng Shi's inquiry. Yet he keenly caught sight of the response. Mulberry Road, high-rise. Cheng Shi raised an eyebrow. He was indeed on Mulberry Road, at the highest level. TSK, could it really be a neighbor? Recalling the sight of the bloodied figure across, Cheng Shi approached the rooftop's edge and shouted, "Hey, is that you seeking medicine?" A grimy head poked out from a large tin across, filled with suspicion, hesitantly replying, "Dude, how did you know it was me?" "Indeed," Cheng Shi smiled faintly, "just a guess. I have an A-grade prosperity from your, what do you say?" The fellow named Xia clearly understood the implications, his eyes widening in shock as he stared at Cheng Shi for a long moment before solemnly stating, "You have 2,000 points?" In his understanding, players below 2,000 would never part with such a potion. Cheng Shi indeed hesitated to part with it, but he was intrigued by the mention of a weapon trial, as he currently lacked a suitable tool. This item was crucial for his next trial, and most importantly, his stock of prosperity from year was still sufficient. No, I happened to find it during a trial. Glancing at the 93 potions in his spatial inventory, Cheng Shi recalled a joyful time matched with that older brother in that trial of protecting the apothecary owner. They had teamed up to prematurely slay the owner and plunder the shop, circumventing the dire scenario of the owner falling into enemy hands, unreasonably and unlawfully concluding the trial. Consequently, each teammate had 20 points deducted from their ladder. Yet each received 120 bottles of prosperity from your TSK, a small loss. What do you need? Are you short on weapons? The young man named Xia appeared puzzled, awkwardly replying, I haven't reached 2,000 points, so I likely can't procure the weapons you desire. At most only A-grade. Cheng Shi found this puzzling. Undertaking a weapon trial, especially for an A-grade weapon, was exceedingly perilous. Why put oneself through such turmoil after sustaining injuries? Even if he healed with medicine, wouldn't he just be wounded again post-trial? Did he possess a method to avoid injury during the trial? I see you're not gravely injured. Is it truly urgent? Xia bit his lips slightly, looking somewhat sad as he replied, It's Su Lu. She is not doing well. Who? Cheng Shi pondered for a moment before recalling that a girl named Su Lu resided in a distant apartment from him. Having never seen her, only hearing others speak of her from below. Supposedly, she was a singer with a stutter. She just agreed to be with me. I can't leave her unattended. Goodness, love blinds one. Doesn't it, buddy? Cheng Shi could see that Xia was not lying. He was sincere. Yet the issue remained that the counterpart across was undoubtedly insincere. If the injuries were severe enough to require an A-grade potion for salvation, the time wasted would have long since claimed her life, making it improbable that one would be soliciting medicine in the channel. Cheng Shi hesitated for a moment, but decided to offer a caution. It was evident that the other was deeply grateful but still insisted on the potion. Thank you. I know how to judge a person's character, just as I can discern that you are not a follower of an evil deity. Well, I won't hide it from you. She is a prophet, having foreseen the dangers of her next trial and wishes to prepare in advance. Cheng Shi was taken aback, blinking in bewilderment. A prophet, the singer of faith. No wonder, so insufferable as he observed that he could not dissuade the person across, he tossed the potion over. The young man caught it, astonished. You're not afraid I'll keep your potion? Cheng Shi casually chuckled. I would actually hope you would. Xia trembled all over, tightly clutching the potion, solemnly promising, Thank you. I'll deliver the potion first and then return to hear about the weapon you need. I will certainly bring it back for you. My name is Xia Yang. After saying this, he bowed. Quite the chinibyu. Just as Cheng Shi pondered how to respond, Xia Yang's subsequent actions left him dumbfounded. He hurried to the other side of the rooftop, grabbed a fishing rod, and began lowering the potion down. Wait a minute. She agreed to be with you, but didn't he initiate a merged space trial? Xia turned around, earnestly explaining. Lu is a sensitive person at heart. She isn't ready to fully open up to me yet, but it's fine. I can wait. Goodness, I thought you were a spirited lad, but it seems you're rather delusional. You can actually believe that? Tisk. Fate truly is a cruel mistress. Cheng Shi watched as Xia, the lovesick fool, leaned over the rooftop to deliver the potion below, clicking his tongue in disbelief before turning to explore other channels for useful information. Faith Channel, a new potion has been developed, Dragon Whip Powder, which can enhance a warrior's attributes, making the frontline fierce and powerful. Its effective, but regrettably, I cannot sell it to you all. Alas, what a pity. In the trials, I've set my sights on a girl who is truly beautiful. Upon inquiring about her faith, she turned out to be Memory, recounting her ex-boyfriend's stories with incredible precision. What a downer. Speaking of which, our regional chat is filled with wailing. Is this trial truly that difficult? I tricked the NPC into not recognizing their own mother. Breezed through it. Laughable, bro, if you're going to deceive us. At least don't deceive yourself. Have you not noticed that the grin on the fake mask in your hand seems to grow wider? Does it mean that the more people die, the larger the fake smile becomes? I don't know about that, but I only know that the fate die seems to have more faces lately. Today I encountered a 20-sided die, good grief. Could it be the choice of fate? Cheng Shi frowned, glancing at the die in his hand. The bone-white die remained 6-sided, unchanged in the slightest. Yet, the most peculiar part was that the token of deception was clearly a false smile mask. While the die in his hand, what precisely was its significance? He longed to inquire if anyone else's mask had transformed into a die, yet he refrained. The guinea pig always meets the earliest demise. He held this belief firmly, never mind, one step at a time. The faith channel is filled with falsehoods. Only the professional channel is worth a glance. Just as he switched over, he spotted a question seeking advice. May I ask the esteemed experts, has anyone seen the A-grade potion, Contempt of the Dead? Cheng Shi paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. It seems this one is Miss Nangong, the flat-chested lady. What is that? What effects does it have? Sounds like a death potion. What is it for? Is it a lifesaver? Before him lay a statistic of 1843 A-grade potions, of which he had never encountered this one. How many tears did it take to obtain? Goodness, you remember that so clearly. Are you perhaps a memory expert? No. I matched 2 trials involving generators and computers, making it much easier to record things. I can even connect to the chat room with the computer, though the interface is rather antiquated and takes some getting used to. Is that even possible? Indeed, it's a lifesaver. I wonder if the esteemed expert guiding us is present. I owe them a debt of gratitude for saving my life, and I wish to inquire what level of potion holds equivalent value. The value of A-grade potions varies, and it's apparent that Nangong is well aware of Cheng Shi's good fortune. Just as Cheng Shi was about to respond with a sentiment of serendipity, a message suddenly leapt out in the chat channel. I once encountered Contempt of the Dead. Once, but after searching for a month, I could not find it. Where did you see it? In Cheng's hand. Cold sweat suddenly broke out on Cheng Shi's forehead, silently cursing himself to retreat. Fortunately, the chat channel was bustling with messages, causing this one to quickly vanish like sand in the sea. After observing for a while without any follow-up, Cheng Shi let out a sigh of relief. Frequenting the riverbank, one is bound to get their shoes wet. From now on, this potion shall require a new name. He diligently continued to peruse the conversations. In a spacious flat in another city, a woman reclining in a bathtub quietly tightened her grip on her wine glass. Contempt of the dead? Disdain of the dead? With the surname Cheng, how much do you possess that I remain unaware of? Surely, you cannot be a follower of him, can you? I shall remember you. Chapter 18. 7 days pass in the blink of an eye. And the trial approaches once more. As the title suggests, during these 7 days, Xia Yang, with a beaming countenance, assisted Cheng Shi in acquiring an A-grade weapon blueprint, an endeavor inspired by some promise from that prophetic lady. In truth, Cheng Shi had no intention of obtaining a weapon. What he sought were several golden pocket watches. However, Xia Yang deemed the worth of the golden watches to be inferior even to the once thriving potion bottles, and thus insisted on procuring a weapon for him. Faced with the other's stubbornness, Cheng Shi relented and casually mentioned a mage's weapon for him to obtain. Upon learning that Cheng Shi required a mage's weapon, he was momentarily taken aback. So, you are a mage? Does it not seem so? I had always thought you were an assassin, skilled in the art of concealment. Fortunately, Xiaoyang did not perish during the dungeon run. Though he sustained severe injuries, Cheng Shi earnestly urged him to reclaim that bottle of bygone prosperity, only to be met with a resolute refusal from Xiaoyang, who instead borrowed another bottle. Ultimately, the weapon was secured, but a potion was sacrificed in the process. Wishing you love in due time, Cheng Shi remarked, his expression complex. Thank you, Xiaoyang replied, genuine gratitude evident in his tone. Cheng Shi, however, felt a deep-seated disdain. Were it not for your presence providing some semblance of companionship, I would care little for your so-called love. Yet, this arrangement has its merits. At least it offers some amusement in this tumultuous world. Relaxation is paramount. Time slipped away, and upon reopening his eyes, new trial information sprang forth before him. Cheng Shi had refrained from dungeon runs for a week, maintaining commendable competitive readiness. Special trial, Eternal Nights, Maze, Memory, has commenced. Matching teammates, 1-6, trial objective. In the interwoven memories, a path may always be found, provided the night has not yet dissipated. Time limit, 12 hours, damn. Cheng Shi paused, cursing vehemently. A trial against home turf? Is this not a death sentence for me? Match successful, 6-6, entering trial. In a state of profound shock, Cheng Shi felt his vision darken once more. Sir? Sir? The air was filled with a cacophony of chatter, interspersed with clinking glasses and raucous laughter. Where am I? A tavern? Cheng Shi opened his eyes to find himself seated at a round table, surrounded by 6 individuals, all slumped over in slumber. He being the first to awaken, he glanced at his attire. The collar and lapel soaked. Thankfully, it was not from vomiting. Perhaps he had merely spilled drink upon himself while sleeping, for he reeked of alcohol. Sir, shall I continue to serve the drink you requested? A waiter clad in black stood by, holding a tray and patiently awaiting Cheng Shi's command. Serve more? Given the state we're in, what good would that do? It's for a bath, then? No, thank you, Cheng Shi replied, shaking his head as he watched the waiter bow and retreat. One by one, his teammates began to stir. Where are we? A tavern? Ugh, my head aches. I don't know. My clothes are stained. Snowy Neela sheep's blood wine. A favorite among the blizzard nomads. In the mid-civilization era, there was a small nation called Bilius, located south of the blizzard mountains, where this wine flourished. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Ah, splendid wine. Observing the varied reactions of his teammates, his gaze lingering on Cheng Shi and the woman who had mentioned the tavern's origin, before directing his question towards the latter. Feng Shiqing, Civilization, Songstress, Ladder 2047, good morning to you all. This, Civilization? Songstress, seemingly retrieving a white handkerchief from nowhere. Feng Shiqing, Civilization, Bard, Ladder 2047, good morning, everyone. This bard from Civilization produced a white handkerchief from seemingly nowhere, elegantly wiping the wine stains from her white shirt and black scarf, then adjusting her glasses and nodding in greeting to each individual. An exquisite visage, and she resembled a teacher. Specifically, an English teacher. The bespectacled youth to her right widened his mouth slightly, displaying a look of shock. A 2,000 ranked match? Noticing everyone looking at him, he hurriedly introduced himself. Noticing the others looking at him, he hurriedly introduced himself. A Ming, the naming from remember, Civilization, Assassin, Ladder 1717. As soon as he finished, Cheng Shi furrowed his brow. This individual was lying. Whether he concealed his true fate or fabricated his score. However, his flustered demeanor did not resemble that of an assassin. Assassins were typically competent. Suddenly, Cheng Shi thought of Song Yan. Perhaps the assassin community had taken a liking to contrasts. Hey, big brother? While lost in thought. Hey, big brother? Just as he pondered, the youth called out to Cheng Shi. Cheng Shi was slightly taken aback, realizing that the order of speaking had somehow reversed, with the youth conveniently seated to his left. So soon, it was his turn. Cheng Shi subtly rearranged his expression and cheerfully introduced himself. Cheng Shi, Existence, Priest, Ladder 1501. That instant, he noticed a lady across the table slightly furrowing her brow. Oh? This is becoming interesting. 1500. Ming's eyes widened further, glancing between Feng Shiqing and Cheng Shi, exclaiming in astonishment, only 500 points difference? Again, Cheng Shi smiled. The previous week's trial had also been a mere 500 points shy, quite a predicament. Exuding a sense of pessimism, it was mere luck. The self-introductions continued, and it was now the turn of the uncle to Cheng Shi's right, who had been rubbing his temples. The uncle sported unkempt long hair and wore a fur-collared jacket on a hot day. This uncle sported a head of disheveled long hair, wearing a fur-collared jacket on a sweltering day, his gaze appearing somewhat dispirited. Huang Bo, Chaos, Bard, 1998. Chaos, the opposing fate of civilization, a spectacle awaits. Cheng Shi observed Fang Shiqing and Ming's expressions, only to find that the two merely regarded the uncle with mild interest, showing no special reaction. In contrast, Huang Bo seemed oblivious, his fingers tangled in his hair as he incessantly rubbed his scalp, his eyes not lifting, seemingly indifferent to the presence of an adversary among the teammates. Another 2,000 points? Another bard? The female player opposite Cheng Shi gasped, then quickly covered her mouth. This person was the same young lady who had furrowed her brow upon hearing Cheng Shi's fate. What, is today a singing competition? Another female player, still drinking, tilted her head, her elbow resting on the table as she swayed a bottle of liquor, her tongue swiftly circling her lips, giggling. Bai Ling, you can also call me Niao Niao. Indulgence, Hunter. My score is too low to mention. So whatever you dear brothers and sisters say, I shall heed. As she spoke, she guzzled down more liquor, heedless of the spillage that once again soaked her attire, saturating her low-cut black satin gown and clinging to her chest, accentuating her alluring curves. What I excel at is being obedient. Corruption. Cheng Shi need not even glance. The aroma alone revealed that this collar-clad young lady was corruption, hunter, a sensory predator. They are skilled at indulging their desires and leading their prey into their flow, tugging at the prey's nerves, tormenting their mindset, causing them to lose themselves in indulgence and succumb to despair. The young lady appeared to be a master of physical descent, yet Cheng Shi noted she had not lied, indicating that her score on the path to divinity was indeed quite low. The assassin Ming seemed somewhat restrained in his demeanor upon seeing her, while Uncle Huang Bo continued scratching his head, and Fang Shiqing observed with great interest. However, the last female player beside Bailing displayed a look of disdain. Wore a look of disdain. Cheng Shi thoughtfully regarded this final female player, a young girl possessing striking features, also wearing glasses, exuding an air of confidence, yet her gaze towards Cheng Shi seemed evasive. Su Lu, Void, Bard, Ladder 1643. Upon hearing her voice, Cheng Shi first shuddered, then swiftly glanced at Bai Ling, attempting to conceal the involuntary twitch at the corners of his mouth. What a coincidence, the only prophet present. And I know her well. She is most likely the very girl that Xie Yang has been pining over. TSK, a follower of fate. How unfortunate. My identity in this match is that of a follower of time. In other words, I am a wolf. Cheng Shi was tempted to laugh, but restrained himself, aware that Su Lu was undoubtedly sizing him up, though she likely remained puzzled as to whether this Cheng Shi was indeed the neighbor she knew. Su Lu was indeed scrutinizing Cheng Shi. She pretended to be nonchalant while mentally recalling what Xie Yang had shared about Cheng Shi. There's a mage living on the rooftop of the adjacent building named Cheng Shi. He has an unremarkable appearance, somewhat plump, clearly a slothful fellow. He begged me for quite some time to assist him, and out of pity, I agreed to run an A-grade weapon blueprint for him. This person, despite his ordinary looks, possesses a sense of loyalty and gratitude, giving me a bottle of A-grade healing potion. Clearly, that was not looted from a dungeon but rather scavenged from a trial. Certainly of lesser value than the weapon I provided. My score is high, my methods numerous. It's of no use to me, so here, take it as a life-saving measure. This potion is generally adequate, I suppose, and no need to thank me. Evidently, the individual seated before me, Cheng Shi, bears little resemblance to the Cheng Shi described by Xie Yang. At the very least, this Cheng Shi is not unattractive indeed, he possesses a certain charm. Furthermore, he is a clergyman, which contrasts sharply with the image of a mage. It is well known that one's profession is notoriously difficult to feign. Thus, it is likely that they merely share a name. Yet, I remain uncertain whether his faith aligns with memory, or its antithesis, time. Chapter 19. The prophecy of the trap girl. Cheng Shi turned his gaze toward Bai Ling for an extended moment, coupled with a disturbingly playful smile, which led Bai Ling to draw a misinterpreted conclusion. With a knowing smile, she cast a flirtatious glance in Cheng Shi's direction, mistakenly believing she had encountered a kindred spirit. However, at the moment the sensory hunt was activated, she discerned that the emotions emanating from him were devoid of any desire, pure as a blank sheet of paper, lacking even a mark. While her smile remained unyielding, internally, she affixed a label to Cheng Shi, eunuch or gay. Naturally, Cheng Shi was oblivious to all of this. He realized his rudeness and averted his gaze. This situation is intriguing. 3 men, 3 women, 3 singers, 3 non-singers, 3 bespectacled individuals, 3 without glasses. It is indeed symmetrical. Nonetheless, it must be said that the role of a singer tends to lean toward support, and the number of freeloaders within is quite substantial. The truly strong are exceptionally formidable, top-tier supporters, and all who have worked with them sing their praises. Conversely, the weak are utterly ineffectual, mere layabouts. Unlike healers, who, even with poor talent, can still provide some healing, the singer's professional skills are relatively feeble, their effectiveness entirely dependent on innate talent. With poor talent, the buffs they provide can drive one to madness. Go illustrate with an inappropriate example. Amidst a battlefield where death is as rampant as cutting grass, our singer performs a song, granting our soldiers a buff that merely whets their appetites. You might say it is beneficial, and indeed it is, but what good is it? Does it merely allow them to nibble on the enemy a bit more? Our singer performs a song, granting our soldiers a buff that merely whets their appetites. You might say it is beneficial, and indeed it is, but what good is it? Does it merely allow them to nibble on the enemy a bit more? Fang Shiqing smiled as she produced a book and placed it upon the table. To discern the essence, and to witness the truth. I am a follower of him, a singer of truth. A well-read poet, a remarkable profession that allows one to inscribe skill books into pages for immediate use. Ming stared wide-eyed at her, then turned to glance at the chaos elder, his expression tightening. Are you certain he does not adhere to foolishness? Fang Shiqing first nodded with a smile, then solemnly added, the situation may be somewhat complex, but I believe everyone should possess a spirit of cooperation. Within the labyrinth of memory, the more individuals involved, the greater the efficiency. Would you not agree? Sister speaks wisely. I suppose I need not introduce myself, for the image you conjure in your minds is indeed my true self. Bai Ling smiled in agreement, then drained the last drop of wine from her bottle. Let us commence. While my desires are not yet overwhelming, I can still lend a hand to each of you. Seeing a 2,000-point singer grasp the rhythm, Cheng Shi dutifully assumed the role of a layabout. The goal of the memory labyrinth is often to untangle intertwined memories, to identify the rightful owner of the ultimate memory. And through it, to escape the maze. In simpler terms, it is akin to finding an exit in Inception. Everyone understands that this layer cannot possibly be the final riddle, so they prepare to conduct their respective yuhang before seeking clues. Su Lu, noticing Cheng Shi's silence, suddenly interjected, I doubt I have a clue. Fang Shiqing raised an eyebrow, her expression turning playful as she looked toward Cheng Shi. She seemed to possess a certain knack for discerning relationships between individuals. Having recognized a subtle connection between the two, what clue? The followers of existence have not mentioned any clues, yet the followers of void have one first. Are you a prophet? Ugh, headache. Su Lu pursed her lips, nodding with evident conflict. Yes, I am a prophet. I witnessed a scene that will transpire today, which may greatly aid us in our quest for clues. Considering we only have 12 hours, a prophet can glimpse the near future by casting dice. Albeit only one thread of countless fate lines, with the possibility of failure. Fate is ever-changing. No one can ascertain whether the future they foresee will indeed come to pass. Yet this does not hinder it from serving as a guide. Ming blinked. When did you complete, yuhang? Just now? The yuhang of a fate involves divination, which is to say, casting the fate die in hand. However, the results of this divination are often obscure. Players typically only connect the points of the divination with the outcomes once the trial concludes. Su Lu had quietly cast the fate die on her thigh upon waking, receiving a score of 5, which frightened her, as she feared it indicated the number of surviving individuals. Thus she sought ways to ensure her safety. Though this existence, player may not necessarily adhere to an opposing faith, and despite the clergyman's low damage capability, and the fact that his score is lower than her own, she was unwilling to take any chances. Yes, my score is low, and I am not particularly clever. I require a team to explore to avoid being a hindrance. This was clearly a proposal. Cheng Shi smiled without responding. Bai Ling rolled her eyes, while Huang Bo continued to scratch his head. Ming, however, kindly provided an opening, continuing her sentence. Then Su Lu remained silent, glancing at Feng Shiqing. This sturdy ally was evident to all. Feng Shiqing smiled. Offering no refusal, Su Lu breathed a sigh of relief and continued, "There are two prophecies. Yesterday, I saw someone dying today, and the rolled score was 9 just now. I saw a woman with a ring raise a teacup, and the rolled score was 4. You have a score of 1600. Does the fate die have only 10 sides?" Su Lu nodded. Was the deceased male or female? Su Lu shook her head, her expression darkening. The revelation of fate is unclear. I only saw someone lying in a pool of blood. The higher the score, the greater the likelihood of occurrence, implying that someone will likely die today. The expressions of the group visibly darkened at this prophecy, particularly a Ming, who looked alarmed at Huang Bo across the table. As for the woman. Cheng Shi surveyed the surroundings and noted that aside from their table, there seemed to be few women in the bar. Even if there were, it appeared that no teacups adorned the tables. Perhaps this scene corresponds to an upcoming memory. Time is of the essence. Let us refrain from wild speculation and prioritize investigation. Regardless of whether clues emerge, let us reconvene in 1 hour. Let us now synchronize our time. Surely, everyone has a watch? Feng Shiqing rolled up her sleeves, revealing an exquisite lady's watch on her wrist. Continuing, I noticed the sunset outside has just dipped below the horizon. According to the previous memory labyrinth, we will have 10 to 15 minutes of preparation time. Eliminating this portion of time, let us anchor this moment at 12 o'clock. Commencing the countdown. Does that sound acceptable? As others began to calibrate their timepieces, Feng Shiqing skillfully stowed her watch and prepared for the yuhang of truth. Just then, Cheng Shi smiled as he produced 6 pocket watches, distributing them among the group. Observing Su Lu's eyes widening, he meaningfully remarked, "If no one objects, it would be preferable to utilize my pocket watch. I have already anchored the time. 12:00 is marked from the moment we entered the trial. And I calibrated all the watches, which will chime 5 minutes, 3 minutes, and 1 minute prior. Please ensure to maintain your composure." This entire narrative was a direct replication of Chao Sansui's earlier speech. Not because Cheng Shi lacked other words to express, but rather because he was now a devotee of time, and had pilfered this from him as well. Having stolen the faith, it seemed only reasonable to appropriate a speech as well. Memories returned to the previous trial, where, in the wooden elf treehouse, Cheng Shi had mischievously rifled through everyone's pockets, extracting their pocket watches, adjusting the time, and ensuring each watch was set back by precisely 1 hour. To be prudent, he had then kept vigilant outside until everyone gradually awoke, feigning simultaneous awakening to share insights on their slumber. Thus, he had deceived them all in the battlefield of time. For indeed, the battlefield of time commenced on the hour and concluded on the hour, albeit this hour was 1 hour earlier than the time travelers had presumed. Thus, today, Cheng Shi is a follower of time, the doctor of forgetfulness. Chapter 20. The follower of chaos, doctor of forgetfulness. Feng Shiqing regarded Cheng Shi with keen interest, smiling as she picked up the pocket watch from the table. Others followed suit, yet their expressions varied widely in intrigue. Their gazes flitted back and forth between Cheng Shi and Su Lu, pondering that the trap girl's apprehension was well-founded, with defensive postures so pronounced. Others followed suit, yet their expressions varied widely in intrigue. Their gazes flitted back and forth between Cheng Shi and Su Lu, pondering that the trap girl's apprehension was well-founded, with defensive postures so pronounced. Forgetting the doctor amidst the trials of memory is certainly not an advisable course of action. Cheng Shi, I hope you refrain from meddling with the NPCs. Excessive acceleration may lead to a collapse of memory, potentially trapping us within it, unable to escape. Cheng Shi shrugged nonchalantly, lifting his pocket watch before turning to leave. He intended to find a secluded spot to practice divine decree. The tavern was expansive, with 2 levels, its design reminiscent of medieval Nordic architecture, adorned with wooden decor and the pelts of beasts. It exuded a rugged charm. Numerous tables filled the space, bustling with patrons. The clinking of tankards and boisterous shouts filled the air. And before long, Cheng Shi could no longer hear the voices of his companions. The central bar. A lofty design allowed for a clear view of the first floor from the second. And before long, Cheng Shi could no longer hear the voices of his companions. The central bar. A lofty design allowed for a clear view of the first floor from the second. It was time to commence his investigation. The trials of memory were infinitely more civilized than those of war, seldom involving combat. Even when it did, it was typically confined to a small area and resolved swiftly. Within the trials of memory, each scene represented someone else's recollection. If the imagery of the memory were to be excessively distorted, it could result in a collapse, leaving the individual eternally ensnared. The objective of the trial was to continually seek the essence of each memory. The true owner of that recollection, in the current scenario, the memory's owner must have frequented this place and lingered for an extended period, thus possessing a profound familiarity with the tavern's layout and its patrons. The true owner of that recollection, in the current scenario, the memory's owner must have frequented this place and lingered for an extended period, thus possessing a profound familiarity with the tavern's layout and its patrons. While subtle, these discrepancies must be identified by players to successfully navigate the trial. The simplest, albeit most rudimentary, method of uncovering these errors is through casual inquiry. That is, by engaging in conversation with each individual. However, such interactions require finesse. Should a conversation go awry, it could warp the memory, resulting in immediate failure of the trial. Cheng Shi was not particularly adept at small talk, but he was skilled in deception. He noticed several barmaids emerging from a secluded room and, seizing the opportunity, slipped inside to swiftly don a set of servants' attire before exiting. Just as he stepped out, he spotted Feng Shiqing approaching stealthily with the girl carrying the clip. A knowing smile crept across his face. What a coincidence, they were headed to the same place. Upon seeing Cheng Shi in the servant's garb, Feng Shiqing's eyes lit up, and she whispered, "Clever." Cheng Shi appreciated the compliment. Replying, "Your praise, esteemed one, fuels my progress." Su Lu, hiding behind Feng Shiqing, wore a look of suspicion, muttering softly, "So fake." Feng Shiqing chuckled. "I presume you are aware of my master's divine decree. Allow me to share a piece of knowledge. The brilliance of truth shall illuminate your path ahead. The divine decree of truth is the pursuit of knowledge. Any unknown principles or facts draw the followers of truth closer to enlightenment. For those with supportive or defensive skills among the followers of truth, seeking their protection necessitates sharing knowledge with fellow believers." Cheng Shi's mind whirled, swiftly imparting a peculiar tidbit of information. Rotating and massaging the anal area for 30 seconds can effectively suppress hiccups. Cheng Shi's revelation left the two women before him momentarily frozen. The girl with the clip wore an expressive countenance, unsure whether to feel fear or disdain. After all, the players of opposing beliefs could indeed pose a threat to their safety. She took 2 cautious steps closer to Feng Shiqing. As for Feng Shiqing, she sensed the radiance of truth, enveloping Cheng Shi, indicating that his words were not mere nonsense. There was truth to them. "How did you discover that?" "I am a doctor. Experience yields knowledge." "A doctor in reality?" Cheng Shi maintained his composure, saying, "Doesn't it seem plausible?" Though Cheng Shi intended to imply he had practiced on others, Feng Shiqing's gaze uncontrollably drifted towards his posterior. "Thank you, I have learned a lot." She managed a strained smile and, with the girl in tow, headed toward the changing room without a backward glance. Cheng Shi departed with a grin, embarking on his investigative endeavors. The group of players divided their areas roughly, with Cheng Shi assigned the entirety of the eastern section on the first floor, comprising around a dozen tables. Engaging in conversation with others was, in truth, a rather tedious task, especially for someone like Cheng Shi, who suffered from social anxiety. He casually grabbed a tray, swiping a few bottles of liquor from tables occupied by patrons who were thoroughly intoxicated, and began his delivery. At each table, he would earnestly declare it a promotional event from the owner, inquiring how the patrons were enjoying their drinks, and if they were pleased, whether they might share a bit of gossip as a form of payment for the bottle. To be frank, the wine from Bilius was not inexpensive, and upon learning that the proprietor was offering drinks, the patrons were delighted, eagerly divulging various tidbits of information. After all, they were already boasting, and exchanging tales for another bottle of wine was simply too enticing. Thus, Cheng Shi became a vacuum for gossip, absorbing tales wherever he went. Before long, he had gathered a plethora of rumors about the town of Brooks. Initially, it had been the domain of Duke Brooks, but as the number of refugees increased, it evolved into an administrative town. Yet, it was said that the mayor was not appointed by the king, but rather was an imposter among the refugees. Don't ask me how I know. It's a secret. Even the chief judge of the town was a disguised refugee. They even masqueraded as exotic dancers until their true nature was revealed when they disrobed. leading the nobleman to discover these dancers were, in fact, men. Nevertheless, they remained quite popular, even more so than the original dancers. Why has your boss become so generous lately? Has he been impersonated too? What? You intend to expose him? Come on, isn't it better to be generous? At least you all make some money. The influx of refugees was a result of the migration from Gasmira. It was rumored that the faith below was spreading through the Tower of Reality. At least you all make some money. The influx of refugees was a result of the migration from Gasmira. It was rumored that the faith below was spreading through the Tower of Reality. And the Duke is troubled, yet the noblemen appreciate them for their affordability. Gossip? What gossip? Did York buy a night with an orc lady? They say ever since that day, he has been dreaming of her name. Who is York, you ask? He is the Duke's stableman, sitting at that table. Do you see him? The one who looks the most timid. Strange. How does York have money to indulge in such pleasures when he still owes your boss a considerable sum? An hour passed as Cheng Shi listened with rapt attention. Had it not been for his pocket watch, he might have continued indefinitely. It was far more entertaining than the trial. What? You're wondering why a socially anxious person enjoys conversing so much? I suppose social anxiety can also be considered a form of social terror, right? Yet, as the trial continued, Cheng Shi, having discovered no anomalies, had no choice but to return to his companions. When the 6 players reconvened at the table, solemn expressions adorned each face, except for Cheng Shi, who was utterly delighted. Why the long faces? Have you all found something amiss? Ming shook his head, lips pursed. Fang Shiqing furrowed her brow in contemplation. And even Huang Bo, who usually fidgeted with his scalp, sat quietly, his head bowed in thought. Based on past experiences, within a scene of memory, there should be subtle yet detectable errors, but this time, Su Lu and I had almost eavesdropped on every table, including those on the second floor, and found no NPCs exhibiting overly rigid logical inconsistencies. They appeared entirely normal, too normal to be mere memories. I, too, sensed a calmness and order within them, unlike the chaotic essence of memories. You can read minds? Cheng Shi was taken aback, intrigued. Ming quickly shook his head. No, it's merely a vague sensation. Specifics are difficult to articulate. Cheng Shi nodded, glancing at Fang Shiqing once more, sensing she likely possessed a similar ability. Perhaps even more potent. Fang Shiqing, noticing Cheng Shi's gaze, countered, What about you, me? I didn't notice anything unusual, but I did gather a wealth of gossip. Would you like to hear it? Recalling Cheng Shi's peculiar tidbit, she twitched her lips and turned her attention to others. Huang Go? Headached? Nothing. There shouldn't be. Upon hearing this, Fang Shiqing and Cheng Shi exchanged concerned glances, both struck by the same thought. This uncle is a follower of chaos. Chapter 21. I know you're playing dumb. Chaos is the primary deity of chaos. The prologue to chaos, embodying disorderly madness while being the sworn enemy of order. Its will espouses that no patterns exist in the world. The ultimate nature of the universe ought to be chaotic and disorderly. Consequently, players who follow this faith often exhibit eccentric tendencies influenced by its doctrine. If one were to choose the most favored players, undoubtedly, followers of order would reign supreme. However, if one were to choose the least popular players, the followers of the malevolent deities such as corruption, annihilation, and folly would undoubtedly be relegated to the back. The followers of a chaos would likely receive the highest number of votes in a starkly tiered fashion. This is due to their tendency not only to provide little assistance during the trials, but also to frequently hinder progress. Indeed, the term hindrance feels somewhat euphemistic, as they often engage in deliberate disruption, driven by a disdain for rules and a philosophy that tramples upon order. To them, such malevolence is born out of a sense of goodwill, as they perceive it as a means to guide the trials towards chaos, the true ultimate of the universe. It is prudent not to provoke the followers of chaos too much. Let them be. Fang Shiqing swiftly bypassed Huang Bo and turned her gaze towards Bai Ling, equally disinterested, waved her hand dismissively and remarked lethargically, I haven't discovered anything noteworthy, if I had to comment. I'd say the men here are perhaps a tad too robust. As she spoke, she couldn't help but lick her lips, finding their brawn somewhat excessive. This does not feel quite right. Fang Shiqing instinctively filtered out the feverish banter of Niao Niao and began to ponder deeply. If every corner of the memory scene is remarkably vivid, it can only imply one possibility. The owner of the memory is familiar with all the individuals. Feng Shiqing instinctively filtered out the feverish banter of Niao Niao and began to ponder deeply. If every corner of the memory scene is remarkably vivid, it can only imply one possibility. The owner of the memory is familiar with all the individuals. As everyone was lost in thought, Cheng Shi, in a fit of boredom, raised his glass and complained, "Where is the bartender? How come they haven't come to refill our drinks when we're out? Aren't they supposed to be vigilant and serve the customers at every table?" No sooner had he spoken than Su Lu shot him a disdainful look, akin to that directed at a slacker. Meanwhile, Bai Ling readily agreed, casting Cheng Shi a flirtatious glance, mentally labeling him as a jovial slacker. Feng Shiqing caught this exchange and initially felt a sense of powerlessness, believing that aside from the secretive little assassin, a Ming, everyone else was merely idling away. Yet, for reasons unknown, as she observed Cheng Shi peering about for the bartender, a sudden epiphany struck her, prompting her to slam her book down onto the table with a resounding thud. "Wait, the bartender, huh?" Feng Shiqing exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "It's the bartender. Cheng Shi is right. Only the bartender would keep a constant watch over the movements of all the customers at every table. They alone would be familiar with these patrons. Which is why every detail of the memory is so vivid. They inherently know everything about this place." Su Lu's eyes widened as she looked at Cheng Shi, who appeared equally perplexed. Causing her astonishment to diminish slightly, it seemed he had not anticipated this either. Perhaps it was a fortunate coincidence. Cheng Shi indeed acted bewildered, trying to widen his eyes and blink rapidly, mumbling, "Did I say that?" Feng Shiqing gave him a meaningful glance before swiftly rising to engage with the various bartenders. During previous investigations, she had indeed overheard the bartenders conversing, but their words had been too few and sparse in useful information, leading her to dismiss them hastily. Observing her swift movements, Cheng Shi kindly cautioned, "Take it slow, my lady. The patrons here are quite robust and have consumed a fair amount of alcohol. Their tempers might not be very forgiving. If you provoke them, we could find ourselves in a perilous situation." This warning sounded like a hindrance, and Su Lu, standing behind Feng Shiqing, glared at Cheng Shi with a hint of annoyance. "Even a Ming, if you provoke them, we could find ourselves in a perilous situation." This warning sounded like a hindrance, and Su Lu, standing behind Feng Shiqing, glared at Cheng Shi with a hint of annoyance. "Even a Ming. It often carries subjective biases. As the saying goes, I perceive the world through my own lens, thus everything bears my hues," which aptly describes the nature of memory. If the patrons in this memory scene are predominantly robust, it implies that the memory's owner likely perceived them as such during their interactions. By reverse inference, this suggests that the individual in question is probably quite frail, even more so than the average person. A frail bartender could very well be the key to unraveling this layer of memory. Feng Shiqing's eyes sparkled with realization as she shot a glance at Cheng Shi, noting that he still feigned ignorance. She chose not to expose him but instead hastened upstairs with a Ming in tow. "I recall you mentioned a bartender upstairs who is sleeping." A Ming promptly replied, "Yes, indeed. He is quite tall and slender, with a slight disability in his leg." "That's him," Feng Shiqing declared, not looking back as she ascended the stairs, with the other two following closely behind. Bai Ling, sensing that Feng Shiqing had found the answer, immediately rose to pursue. As they passed Cheng Shi, she playfully ran her fingernail across his hand, giggling, "I underestimated you. Big shot." In her mind, she affixed another label to Cheng Shi, "Master of Fish Frying." Immediately rose to pursue. As they passed Cheng Shi, she playfully ran her fingernail across his hand, giggling, "I underestimated you. Big shot." In her mind, she affixed another label to Cheng Shi, "Master of Fish Frying." Su Lu asked in astonishment, "Professional talent, key manipulation?" A Ming replied shyly. Cheng Shi silently elevated a Ming's rating in his mind, recognizing this talent as an A-level skill that is quite rare to acquire. Furthermore, this talent indeed aligns with the assassin profession, implying that he had not lied about his vocation but rather concealed his score. This raised the question, did he adhere to the faith of order or war? Feng Shiqing stepped into the pitch-black room, tearing a page from a book, shaking it in the air until it transformed into a lantern, illuminating the entire space. From the paper lantern emanated a melodious song. "O deities!" Feng Shiqing stepped into the pitch-black room, tearing a page from a book, shaking it in the air until it transformed into a lantern, illuminating the entire space. From the paper lantern emanated a melodious song. "O deities!" However, the sound of the door and the singing stirred the resting bartender from his slumber. Confused, he opened his eyes to find a group standing before him, fear evident in his voice as he stammered. "If you need assistance, you may seek Jaduo. I am off duty." Fang Shiqing offered the bartender a gentle smile. "We are here to find you." "Find me?" The bartender trembled, clutching his blanket tightly, his voice quavering. "I don't believe I know you. Do not be afraid. We are not here to cause you trouble." She glanced back at Cheng Shi, signaling him. Understanding her intent, he cast a calming spell upon the bartender, further augmenting it with a hypnosis charm. After all, he was a cleric, lacking no basic skills. Fang Shiqing smiled in approval and continued, "Calm down and reflect carefully. Everything you see is merely your memory. This is now a thing of the past, and you should not dwell on it, correct?" The bartender's eyes grew increasingly bewildered until he nodded, saying, "Yes, I remember now. This is my memory." With his words, the bartender suddenly shattered like glass, dissolving into countless shimmering points which gradually coalesced into a deep, mirror-like blue passageway. They had found the exit to this layer of memory. Everyone exhaled in relief, and Fang Shiqing raised an eyebrow, signaling that they could leave in an orderly fashion. "But Huang Bo hasn't come up yet," Ming reminded cautiously. "Forget him. We shall proceed," Cheng Shi said dismissively, stepping forward first. Before departing, he turned his face to Fang Shiqing, locking eyes with her in mutual understanding. Fang Shiqing conveyed, "I know you're pretending." Cheng Shi replied, "Abba, Abba, Abba." Seeing the unenthusiastic Cheng Shi take the lead, Su Lu murmured behind Fang Shiqing, "What a person, so eager at this moment." Fang Shiqing smiled at this. But inwardly she thought, what kind of man would find such a person endearing? Silly and rather pitiable. The group followed suit, with a Ming trailing behind, hesitantly glancing down the stairs before finally turning to step forward. Chapter 22. Circus? Ah, circus! When Cheng Shi opened his eyes again, he found himself seated high in a circular audience arena, surrounded by a sea of heads and a central stage, the air filled with cheers and laughter. On stage, 7 or 8 extravagantly dressed giants were performing acrobatics. His teammates gradually awoke, gasping in astonishment at the scene before them. A circus? Ugh, it stinks. Wow, they're enormous. The bilious circus. An esteemed performer had once shared insights about it in the Singer channel, remarking that what struck him most was the giant acrobatics, as these giants were not truly giants, but rather cleverly assembled from several dwarfs. Fang Shiqing once again exhibited the erudition befitting a follower of truth, her vast knowledge matching her reputation as a learned individual. "Are there dwarfs beneath those costumes?" A Ming, having arrived last, though he only caught part of the conversation, stared wide-eyed at the stage, trying to discern any flaws. Regrettably, the giants are utterly flawless, their movements exhibiting no hint of stutter or discord. Quite remarkable, isn't it? Do you not detect an unusual scent in the air? Shall we consider relocating before we continue our discussion? As for the dwarves, it is not entirely out of the question. The group remains blissfully immersed in the joy of having unraveled the first layer of memory, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. As for the dwarves, it is not entirely out of the question. The group remains blissfully immersed in the joy of having unraveled the first layer of memory, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Thus, the task of identifying errors among such a multitude is a monumental endeavor. Cheng Shi glanced at his pocket watch. 9:56, 2 hours had already elapsed. Would you prefer to hear the good news or the bad news first? The crowd stared at Cheng Shi in astonishment, while Fang Shiqing furrowed her brow and softly replied, "Let us hear the bad news first, to prepare ourselves." Cheng Shi nodded. "The bad news is that the hour has passed, and the doctor neglected to record your conditions. Consequently, you will have to rely on accelerated metabolism for treatment. The skill bestowed upon the priest class regarding time consists of 2 aspects. One is reversal of state, which allows the restoration of physical conditions to the last recorded hour. The other is accelerated metabolism, which Fang Shiqing had admonished against misusing on NPCs, for it significantly hastens the target's metabolic processes, healing injuries or negative physical states over time. Indeed, as the saying goes, time heals all wounds. Yet, it can be argued that accelerated metabolism does not serve as a curative measure. Rather, It resembles an acceleration of forgetting, failing to heal anyone fundamentally, merely propelling individuals ahead of their suffering. And what of the good news? The good news is that the giant acrobatics has just begun, and we will be able to witness the entirety of the performance, Cheng Shi declared joyfully. What sort of good news is this? Are we not pressed for time? Su Lu's expression fell dramatically. She pinched her nose, eager to leave. Yet upon seeing Fang Shiqing remain still, she hesitated, her rear end lifting several times without her standing up. Fang Shiqing chuckled softly, then resignedly began assigning tasks. Due to his social anxiety, Cheng Shi was assigned to the center stage, tasked with investigating the entire circus troupe. Your Highness, you truly flatter me, he remarked. Fang Shiqing shrugged and departed with Su Lu. Ming, torn between offering Cheng Shi a few words of consolation and hastening to investigate, spent a few seconds in indecision before simply wishing Cheng Shi good luck and departing swiftly. Only Bai Ling remained seated, not moving an inch. Observing her, Cheng Shi smiled and said, Indeed, you possess discerning eyes. Shall we watch it to the end together? Bai Ling pressed her hands against her abdomen. Biting her lip coyly, rather than watching the circus, I would prefer to experience a horse show. Care to join? Cheng Shi's expression stiffened, and he turned on his heel to leave. You had better be referring to an actual circus. The follower of corruption could no longer contain her nature, and one could only wonder which fortunate soul would accompany her into the embrace of corruption. Since one member of the team had not yet entered the second layer of memory, the gateway to memories remained intact. As Cheng Shi passed by it, he silently noted its location. Logically, this should be where the attendant was seated. Something should exist within his field of vision to prompt the attendant's recollection of the tavern experience. Yet, what could possibly connect the circus to the tavern? Cheng Shi pondered as he walked, soon arriving backstage. The circus's backstage was located directly beneath the VIP seating on the western side, bustling with activity that rivaled the excitement of the outer area. A myriad of races, beasts, and elemental beings mingled in the chaotic atmosphere, the noise comparable to that of a marketplace. Cheng Shi peered inside for only a moment, immediately realizing that the target was certainly not the circus performers, but rather the audience seated in the stands. And more specifically, a rather unassuming spectator. This conclusion was drawn from the peculiar side of the ground in the VIP area, aligning with the ceiling of the backstage preparation room. It was disjointed. The entire backstage ceiling was comprised of transparent intersections, allowing glimpses of the soles and bottoms of the esteemed guests in the VIP area. This represented a blatant memory error, one that occurs only when the memory's essence is unfamiliar with a particular corner or has never encountered it. Naturally, one could not entirely dismiss the possibility of magic at play in such a skill-laden world. However, as Cheng Shi wandered through, he noted that not a single individual seemed aware of the VIP bottoms above, indicating that the memory's essence was indeed unfamiliar with the circus's backstage and VIP seating. This presented an intriguing scenario. Let me examine these esteemed bottoms. No, rather, let me uncover any potential clues here. Cheng Shi proceeded to engage a few amiable-looking performers in conversation, and after a short while, he identified which bottoms corresponded to which esteemed guests. The most distinguished audience member was undoubtedly Lady Dyla. The wife of Duke Brooks, one of the town's lords. It was said that she had a particular fondness for dwarf circuses, and her recent attendance at the troupe had been notably frequent. Seated beside her were the wives of various noble families. Clearly, this was a gathering of sisterhood. Following them were the nobles' attendants and guards, and then the town's middle class, comprised of factory owners. After observing for some time, Cheng Shi noticed a rather amusing phenomenon. The guards sneered at the bosses seated behind them, while the bosses regarded the sycophants in front of them with disdain. Both sides harbored mutual contempt, yet envied one another's status. Even in the land of hope, human relationships remain as intricate as in reality. Yet, upon witnessing the next scene, Cheng Shi gasped in astonishment. No, it is even more complex than reality, for he observed one of the Duke's guards stealthily reaching towards the Duke's wife's bottom. With time pressing, Cheng Shi could only afford 3 minutes of this tantalizing glimpse before reluctantly departing. Having already pinpointed the essence of the memory, he naturally needed to confer with his companions and redirect their investigative efforts. He glanced at the time. Another half-hour had passed. Turning to look at the audience stands, he noted that the memory gateway still stood resolutely in place, showing no signs of dissipating. How peculiar. Why was Uncle Huang still lingering in the first act? The thoughts of the follower of chaos cannot be measured by common logic, and Cheng Shi did not dwell on it further. Why was Uncle Huang still lingering in the first act? The thoughts of the follower of chaos cannot be measured by common logic, and Cheng Shi did not dwell on it further. To call it changing costumes might be somewhat inaccurate. They were, in fact, changing skins. 5 of them stacked atop one another, the one on top carrying a colossal skull, while 2 formed the arms and chest, and the other 2 constituted the abdomen and legs, before donning an orc's skin on the outside. Cheng Shi paused to watch for a moment, only to realize that this orc skin was, in fact, that of a female orc. The skin was remarkably intact, the textures vividly clear, as if it had been expertly flayed from the living. Once the dwarves donned the skin and slipped on a somewhat conservative fur skirt, they emerged from behind the scenes. Upon seeing Cheng Shi standing outside, the female orc suddenly adopted a coy demeanor. The fur skin draped over the skull displayed no flaws, and the various expressions portrayed were remarkably lifelike, making it nearly impossible to discern that this was a mere puppet. Had Cheng Shi not witnessed their costume change, he would likely have believed this to be a genuine orc maiden. Even her voice seemed to align perfectly with that notion. A new guest. Why the rush? This is not your designated area. Please return to your seat, and I assure you, I will come to you before the performance concludes, she said, casting Cheng Shi a flirtatious glance. The more he observed, the more peculiar it became. Akin to watching a lion dance performance, he forced a smile and feigned impatience, inquiring, "What services do we offer?" The orc maiden regarded him with suspicion, then lifted her fur skirt, revealing an exaggeratedly curved derriere. Cheng Shi focused intently. That area? It appeared to be the dot heads of the 2 dwarves at the bottom. Hiss! This hardly seemed like a legitimate service. His expression tightened, and he turned away, departing hastily. What is this? An orc circus? Bai Ling was indeed correct. They truly have horse performances here. Chapter 23. The Lion Dance of the Dwarves. Not long after he encountered Bai Ling, her face flushed, descending from a row of seats. He appraised the follower of corruption, carefully, seemingly inquiring about the outcome of her earlier endeavors. Unfortunately, Bai Ling appeared quite composed, revealing nothing. Esteemed one, have you made any discoveries? Cheng Shi queried. I found one of your peers, Bai Ling replied, seemingly unfazed, though she feigned surprise, covering her mouth and exclaiming, Is my skill not commendable? Cheng Shi felt his own embarrassment for being too thin-skinned. He decisively shifted the topic. Let us not dwell on that. What have you uncovered? The moment he uttered those words, he regretted them, as Bai Ling had not been investigating at all yet, to his surprise. It seemed Bai Ling had indeed stumbled upon something. She licked her lips, her cheeks still flushed, and pointed at her own face with a mischievous grin. Do you think I would have found something? She was lying. Cheng Shi beamed brightly. To speak candidly, you aren't particularly adept at deception, or rather, you cannot conceal your thoughts. Just say it plainly. We are all pressed for time. Bai Ling's expression faltered for a moment. Then she squinted with a smile. The esteemed one is truly astute. Your observational skills are remarkable. I have something even better, but I cannot disclose it to you. Cheng Shi winked at Bai Ling, signaling her to be succinct to save time. Bai Ling, with a knowing look, pointed in a certain direction and remarked, I have come across several men whom I encountered in the tavern. Perhaps one of them may hold a clue. Cheng Shi gazed at the expansive audience, furrowing his brow. Discovering the same individual within adjacent memories was indeed a fortunate occurrence, as many memories are triggered by the sight of a familiar face. This method of deducing the next target is a common strategy among players in the memory trials, as they untangle the web of relationships to seek their next objective. Although the connection between the 2 memories may not be profound, finding even a faint clue is inherently beneficial. Cheng Shi understood this logic, yet the question remained. How could Bai Ling have identified these individuals amidst such a vast crowd so swiftly? Noticing Cheng Shi's confusion, finding even a faint clue is inherently beneficial. Cheng Shi understood this logic, yet the question remained. How could Bai Ling have identified these individuals amidst such a vast crowd so swiftly? Noticing Cheng Shi's confusion, saying, Oh, come now, don't pretend my talent allows me to materialize the possessiveness men feel towards me, keenly sensing their every lustful gaze upon my skin. You clearly have no feelings for me. Why feign such interest? Ah, so you possess such an ability. Cheng Shi, caught in her revelation, felt no embarrassment and merely averted his gaze with a click of his tongue. He was not pretending, after all. The desire for companionship is universal. Pity me? Bailing blinked innocently, her sultry demeanor transforming into one of purity. Who deserves pity, I wonder? Cheng Shi replied with a smirk, casually suggesting, perhaps I have an affinity for men? Bailing burst into laughter, taking a step forward to link her arm with his, gleefully exclaiming, if you dare to say it, I shall believe it. Come on, Sister Cheng, let us not waste time. Cheng Shi, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by her soft grip, struggled to extricate himself, forcing a wry smile as he protested. I was merely joking. Bailing, undeterred, tightened her hold, her amusement unrestrained. Fear not, my sister's lips are sealed. In resignation, Cheng Shi pivoted the conversation. Why don't you guide them to dispel the memories yourself? My skills do not extend that far, Bailing replied. I can only lead them to flights of fancy. Should I do otherwise, what you witness would no longer be my private show, but rather a chaotic circus where everyone must perform, or rather, engage in equestrian acts. Cheng Shi recognized the truth in her words. If she were indeed to locate the core of a memory and entice it, confusion could undoubtedly ensue. Once memories begin to unravel, the entire fabric of recollection may swiftly disintegrate. It seems you all hold your lives in high regard. He remarked. Of course, we refer to the followers of corruption, Bailing affirmed with a decisive nod. Indeed, only by remaining alive can one achieve more. Yes? Cheng Shi suppressed a sigh, instinctively censoring unutterable vocabulary. Upon approaching a few familiar faces, he immediately recognized them as the boisterous men from the tavern scene. Would you mind sharing how you found them? Cheng Shi inquired with genuine curiosity, though he was more intrigued by the specifics of Bailing's talent. Knowing she would likely remain reticent, Bailing regarded him with a smile and replied, preferences vary. Some are drawn to waists, others to legs, while some not well, you get the idea. Understood. And what is it that you favor? Bailing licked her luscious lips. To me? I relish the essence of life, Cheng Shi retorted, ignoring her flirtation and stealthily approached the targets, casting a hypnotic spell upon each in turn. However, after a round of inquiries, he found that none of the individuals possessed the final answer. The expressions of both men darkened simultaneously. These individuals were indeed within the purview of the attendant, if they did not hold the key. Could it be that the attendant had recalled something tangible from the previous scene? When it comes to tangible objects, the search becomes exceedingly arduous, particularly given the vastness of the venue. Cheng Shi, with a sense of resignation, sighed and took some time to summon Feng Shiqing and the others back. She and Su Lu were responsible for the VIP section, and having begun in the wrong direction, with a sense of resignation, sighed and took some time to summon Feng Shiqing and the others back. She and Su Lu were responsible for the VIP section, and having begun in the wrong direction, quickly overlooking it. Such occurrences had become too commonplace to elicit surprise. Compared to the chaos in the VIP section, the ordinary audience seats were far more regulated. After the initial exchange of information, quickly overlooking it, such occurrences had become too commonplace to elicit surprise. Compared to the chaos in the VIP section, the ordinary audience seats were far more regulated. After the initial exchange of information, let us focus on those who are engrossed in the show. We shall split up and reconvene in 1 hour. Agreed. Whatever the leader says goes. No objections here. The group swiftly dispersed, and Cheng Shi once more traversed the audience alone. He frowned, opting not to head towards his designated area, but instead sought a particular target. Weaving through the rows of seats, he was in search of the dwarf assembling the beast girl. Feng Shiqing's summary had reminded him that if an individual had never interacted with the dwarf assembling the beast girl, then Cheng Shi would not be able to witness the process of the dwarves adorning themselves beneath the beast skins. Thus, the core of this scene's memory must have intersected with the dwarf beast girl, and perhaps even recognized that she was not merely a singular entity, who would engage with another, fully aware that they were not a typical, specialized worker. Cheng Shi swore that, with the mind of an ordinary person, he simply could not fathom such a notion. However, not being able to conceive of it did not equate to being unable to find it. Hence, he began to seek out traces of the beast girl. The circus was bustling with activity, devoid of order, particularly in the common audience seats, where various shouts echoed, resembling the tavern atmosphere. Thus, His movements went largely unnoticed. Before long, Cheng Shi spotted his target, the dwarf beast girl. At that moment, she was nestled in the embrace of an audience member, playfully writhing about in a manner that was physically suggestive. Cheng Shi watched in astonishment, eager to observe their actions up close. But soon, he caught sight of a familiar face nearby that filled him with delight. Yuku, the tavern patron, a stableman from a duke's household, who had suddenly found riches and subsequently entangled himself with the beast girl. Cheng Shi smirked, feeling triumphant in his deduction. Indeed, he had found his answer, that moment. Yuku wore a straw hat that obscured his eyes, his gaze flitting between two focal points, one towards the stage and the other towards the dwarf beast girl's location. It wasn't just him. The surrounding audience seemed to be intentionally or unintentionally glancing in that direction. However, due to the beast girl's restrained movements and subdued sounds, no significant uproar ensued. While other spectators were captivated by the beast girl's physique, only Yuka focused intently on her face, his eyes brimming with longing. "Brother, could you enlighten me on what drew you to these 5 lion-dancing dwarves?" Cheng Shi observed him for some time, his curiosity intensifying until he could no longer contain himself. Disguising himself as an ordinary audience member, he stealthily approached Yuku, feigning a sigh of exasperation. "Why is it that only female beast folk provide services? Surely, we could broaden the gender options." As soon as the words left his mouth, a chorus of scattered agreement erupted around them. Yuka turned in surprise, his expression brightening as if he had found a kindred spirit. Yet, in an instant, his demeanor hardened, his gaze fixated on Cheng Shi as if he had encountered a rival. Hiss. This Mr. Yuku is quite the tale to tell. What kind of serendipitous encounter could lead to such a story? Or shall we say, incident? Cheng Shi, uninterested in continuing the inquiry, felt he had unearthed the answer to the riddle. Of course, whether the answer was correct remained to be seen. Thus, he resolved to rise and head towards Bailing's location. "At last, the esteemed one wishes to bestow favor upon me. Do not jest. Lend me a small favor." Cheng Shi was still contemplating how to subtly coax her into approaching Yuku without revealing his intentions when Bailing, with a smile, readily replied, "Of course. What would you have me do?" Cheng Shi was taken aback. "You're not afraid I might lead you astray? That indicates there must be something about me that piques your interest." With a smile, readily replied, "Of course. What would you have me do?" Cheng Shi was taken aback. "You're not afraid I might lead you astray? That indicates there must be something about me that piques your interest. How would the esteemed one like to proceed? A test of wit or strength?" Cheng Shi widened his eyes, slightly bewildered. "Is there a distinction?" Bailing stifled a laugh, her finger tracing patterns on Cheng Shi's chest. "A test of wit?" "Of course." As she spoke, her hand glided towards her skirt, slowly lifting the hem to her thigh. All right, let us stick to a test of wit. Save time and go ahead." Cheng Shi, startled, hastily lowered her skirt, urging her to proceed. Bailing giggled, her demeanor graceful as she sauntered towards Yuku. However, it was not long before she returned, her expression darkened. Cheng Shi noticed her face was as dark as ink and stifled a laugh, asking, "What's wrong? Have you been humiliated?" Bai Ling shot Cheng Shi a resentful glance and replied curtly, "I have bad news and another piece of bad news. Which would you like to hear first?" Cheng Shi chuckled in disbelief. "Is there even a choice? Then let us hear the second one first. The one who is competing for business in the crowd is indeed my rival. What does that count as bad news?" "Wait, hold on." Seeing Bai Ling's grave expression, Cheng Shi's heart sank. The rival she referred to was not about carnal pleasures but rather a fellow follower of corruption. Those 5 dwarfs performing the lion dance are actually devotees of corruption. "What's the other piece of bad news?" Cheng Shi's expression turned solemn. "The man you wanted me to test has already been enchanted, transforming into a desire puppet." Cheng Shi frowned in confusion, prompting Bai Ling to elaborate. A desire puppet is one of the A-grade gifts bestowed upon devotees by him, capable of unleashing the most primal desires buried deep within a person's heart, turning the target into a mere husk, consumed by their own desires. They will continuously drown in the memories of past desires until they perish. This gift requires continuous casting, which implies that if he is indeed the essence of memory, the reason for recalling this scene is not due to sentimentality but rather manipulation, and he is likely still being controlled. Do you understand, Big Shot? If he truly is the answer, the moment we exit, we will confront the corruption devotee controlling him. and it's highly probable that we will end up in a confrontation. Upon hearing this, Cheng Shi's expression darkened. Call someone and I have this gut feeling that Yuerki is the answer. Bai Ling naturally believed him, but she still inquired, what makes you say that? Aren't you going to keep it a secret? Cheng Shi suddenly feigned ignorance. Secret? What secret? You found the answer through your flirtations. Why should I care? Bai Ling gaped in indignation, repeatedly pointing to herself. Me? Flirt? Please, big shot. Can he even be considered a catch? Cheng Shi waved his hand dismissively. Who knows? Everyone has their own preferences. All right, I admit to flirting. Bai Ling laughed in exasperation, using this excuse to call everyone back. As soon as the group reconvened, Fang Shiqing fixed her gaze on Cheng Shi. But Cheng Shi ignored her, clearly eager to hear Bai Ling's flirtation story. Bai Ling, despite her irritation, was an honest person. Her cheeks flushed as she recounted the flirtation escapade to everyone, claiming she accidentally stumbled upon the answer. Though it was somewhat complicated. After listening to the tale, the expressions on everyone's faces varied. Su Lu looked disdainful, while Ming was left dumbfounded. Cheng Shi internally praised her acting skills. Only Fang Shiqing furrowed her brow, pondering for a long time before asking pointedly, how can we be sure it's him? Bai Ling remained silent, prompting Cheng Shi to chuckle. Perhaps it's a woman's intuition. Bai Ling rolled her eyes again, still not responding. Seeing that Cheng Shi had spoken, Fang Shiqing nodded, tacitly agreeing that Yuerki was indeed the answer. She trusted not Bai Ling, but Cheng Shi. I have a page from the War Devotee's Mist Illusion, which can immediately unfold a realm, shrouding the birthplace of the next scene in mist, obstructing the caster's line of sight. However, since I lack sufficient defensive spells, the priest must enter second after me and quickly provide healing support. The assassin will follow third, but remember, do not strike too hard if it's unclear whether the other party is the essence of memory. The priority is to subdue in life-threatening situations, prioritize retreat over killing. Also, be cautious with any skills that could create a loud commotion. We mustn't disrupt the memories right from the start. After outlining the plan, Fang Shiqing cast a meaningful glance at Cheng Shi, asking, can we do this? Cheng Shi innocently blinked, as if to say, how could a man fail? Fang Shiqing understood his gaze, smiled knowingly, and then looked to Ming, who nodded solemnly in agreement. She sought the opinions of the other two, asking, can we do this? Cheng Shi innocently blinked, as if to say, how could a man fail? Fang Shiqing understood his gaze, smiled knowingly, and then looked to Ming, who nodded solemnly in agreement. She sought the opinions of the other two. Just as the orc girl was about to perform near Yuerki, the players stealthily approached him. Yuerki, completely oblivious to the players' approach, had eyes only for the assembled dwarf beast girls, clutching a wad of cash as if eager to stuff it into the ample bosom of one of the beast girls. Cheng Shi still felt somewhat puzzled and quietly asked Bai Ling, can his devotees influence a person's orientation? Bai Ling pondered carefully before responding uncertainly. He advocates for the release of desires from within rather than distorting others' will. So when you speak of being tainted by my lord, it merely allows you to see this person's true nature. However, with the right gifts combined, it might achieve such an effect. After all, you can hypnotize. Can't you? Cheng Shi agreed wholeheartedly, as he struggled to comprehend how Yuerki's preferences could be so liberated. As the group approached Yuerki, Fang Shiqing had already retrieved a gray-black page from her book. She turned to Cheng Shi, signaling with her eyes that it was time to act. Cheng Shi wasted no time casting calm and hypnosis on Yuerki, followed by accelerated recovery on a nearby spectator engaged in trade. Hoping to buy a few extra seconds, seizing the opportunity, Fang Shiqing directly questioned, don't be afraid, just listen to me. You are merely recalling. All of this is your memory, but you are too tired to continue recalling. Remember, memory is always memory, not reality. Now we need to return to reality. All right? Yuerki's gaze became dazed and hollow as he nodded repeatedly, murmuring, memories. These are all memories. With the final syllable fading away, he disintegrated into countless specks of light, rapidly coalescing into a new door of memory. It really is him. Miss Bai Ling is impressive. Are you ready? I, Cheng Shi, will be the assassin, swift and decisive. Fang Shiqing did not hesitate and promptly darted inside. To ensure the big shot's safety, Cheng Shi followed closely behind, nearly stepping through the door in the same breath. He felt a rush of darkness envelop him. When he opened his eyes again, he was surrounded by a thick, gray mist, with frantic screams echoing in his ears. Wow, it's so dense. How am I supposed to know where the big shot is? Cheng Shi frowned, about to whisper Feng Shiqing's name when a cold hand clamped over his mouth, pulling him down as they sprinted away. The big shot? Shu? Chapter 25. Feng Shiqing's invitation. This was a cramped utility room, filled with various cleaning tools, leaving barely half a meter for standing space. In this confined area, Cheng Shi and Feng Shiqing stood face to face. Feng Shiqing wore a smile, while Cheng Shi looked bewildered. Oh, the so-called war mist was intended to trap me. Cheng Shi scrutinized his surroundings, realizing this small space was indeed a good hiding spot. The term kidnapping certainly wasn't to use lightly. Feng Shiqing chuckled, placing her hands on Cheng Shi's arms to maintain some distance, earnestly explaining, "The clip girl is closely following me. This is the only way to shake her off for a while." "Oh? You call her the clip girl too?" Cheng Shi's eyes lit up, feeling he had found an ally. "Well, less chit-chat. We don't have much time. Cheng Shi, I have something to discuss with you. I like men, thank you." Cheng Shi's mouth moved faster than light. Feng Shiqing was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a laugh. "It's not what you think. No need to rush to reject." Upon hearing this, Cheng Shi let out a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness. I still prefer women. Do I not have any appeal? If your idea of appeal is like by lings, then no, not at all." Enough of the banter. Feng Shiqing, unfazed, fixed her gaze on Cheng Shi, her expression growing serious. "Cheng Shi, I know you misrepresented your latter score and that you possess considerable strength, but I want to delve into the reasons behind your concealment. I simply wish to invite you to join us." "You all?" Cheng Shi's smile gradually faded, and he furrowed his brow slightly, as if recalling something. "Are you with the Rationalists?" The Rationalist Society is an organization formed by a group of players led by devotees of truth, dedicated to the pursuit of cosmic truths and the essence of divinity. Under the influence of truth, and the Rationalist Tower in the trial background, they possess an intense thirst for knowledge regarding the origins of all things and the laws of the universe. Dedicated to the pursuit of cosmic truths and the essence of divinity. Under the influence of truth, and the Rationalist Tower in the trial background, they possess an intense thirst for knowledge regarding the origins of all things and the laws of the universe. The historians, and many more. The fundamental reason for the existence of these organizations is the innate desire of humans, who have been forced to become players for survival and power. Thus, they gather voluntarily, tirelessly collaborating to enhance themselves. The historians, and many more. The fundamental reason for the existence of these organizations is the innate desire of humans, who have been forced to become players for survival and power. Thus, they gather voluntarily, tirelessly collaborating to enhance themselves. They resort to unscrupulous means. Compared to their belief in truth, they resemble the followers of corruption, the deluded supporters who unleash their ambitions and expand their desires, having long since departed from the realm of normalcy, transforming into incomprehensible madmen. Yet we are not such individuals. Cheng Shi, do you still remember your home? Her sudden display of deep emotion left Cheng Shi somewhat at a loss for words. How should he respond? If one were to consider the utility room of the orphanage as a home, then indeed he remembers. After all, the scene evokes memories. This small space bears a resemblance to where he lived in his childhood. Noticing Cheng Shi's silence, Feng Shiqing continued, "Everyone possesses a warm family and loving relatives. But after their arrival, all have lost the beautiful lives they once knew. The faith game has shattered the world." Noticing Cheng Shi's silence, Feng Shiqing continued, "Everyone possesses a warm family and loving relatives. But after their arrival, all have lost the beautiful lives they once knew. The faith game has shattered the world. Attain S-class talent or strive to survive. Many stumble and fall into the abyss, and countless others have already plummeted below. But are they at fault? They are merely innocent souls, struggling to survive, compromising their dignity, only to be posthumously adorned with the label of abandoned by the divine. Among these individuals are your family, my family, those who love you, and those who love me." Feng Shiqing forced a smile, then rallied her spirits to continue. "Is there truly no way to avert all of this? Is everything we cherish and wish to protect destined for loss in the presence of the divine? My family, those who love you, and those who love me." Feng Shiqing forced a smile, then rallied her spirits to continue. "Is there truly no way to avert all of this? Is everything we cherish and wish to protect destined for loss in the presence of the divine? yet raise our gaze to challenge their authority. We turn our backs to trust one another and vow to protect our friends' faith. We forge weapons to erect new walls while delving into darkness to relay the light of hope. This is who we are. For those we wish to protect behind us, we must rise. Cheng Shi, do you understand? This is a band of warriors striving to resist divine grandeur, a group of madmen still yearning for beauty. In pursuit of this goal, we crawl through darkness, never revealing ourselves easily. But you, Cheng Shi, I believe you are worth my risk. Now, I solemnly invite you to join us. Are you willing? Cheng Shi listened intently to Fang Shiqing's words, his expression obscured by shadows, leaving his stance ambiguous. Fang Shiqing desperately sought any flicker of emotion on his face, but her efforts were evidently in vain. After a moment of silence, Cheng Shi slightly curled his lips, mockingly retorting, "After all that, may I ask, dear firebearer, whether you identify as a guardian or a builder?" Fang Shiqing's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Cheng Shi as she struggled to contain her shock. Whispering urgently, "You know about us? You." Suddenly, a realization dawned upon her, and the astonishment and hope in her eyes dissipated, replaced by profound regret as she bitterly smiled and said, "It seems you have already rejected us." Cheng Shi's expression grew distinctly uncomfortable as he shook his head. No one has ever invited me. You are the first." Fang Shiqing's face reflected heightened astonishment as she looked up and exclaimed, "Impossible! No player who has not been contacted by a firebearer could know about us. Where did you learn this? Where did I learn this?" Cheng Shi's gaze suddenly deepened, drifting past Fang Shiqing's hair to the darkness behind her. As if recalling a particular scene from memory, he sighed, "Indeed. Where did I learn this? Perhaps from the lips of a fool. Tell me, how could one sacrifice their life for a stranger? Why not?" Fang Shiqing's eyes suddenly became resolute as she replied earnestly. As if recalling a particular scene from memory, he sighed, "Indeed. Where did I learn this? Perhaps from the lips of a fool. Tell me, how could one sacrifice their life for a stranger? Why not?" Fang Shiqing's eyes suddenly became resolute as she replied earnestly, "The beauty you have witnessed, that firebearer." Fang Shiqing's tone brimmed with a romantic conviction that would remain unwavering until death, moving even the usually irreverent Cheng Shi. He shook his head, a smile finally returning to his face as he looked into Fang Shiqing's eyes. Those eyes filled with the light of hope, which appeared so radiant. Even amidst the fog, even within the dim confines of the utility room, they remained so bright. "I remember you now, guardian." Fang Shiqing momentarily froze, surprised that he had discerned her identity, yet she cared little for such matters. "So, what is your answer this time?" "More than that, I am curious as to why you have set your sights on me." "I have never considered myself a good person," Cheng Shi remarked, spreading his hands. Fang Shiqing smiled, saying, "The term good person carries too much weight in today's world. We do not aspire to encounter a good person. We simply hope our companion is not a bad one." "How can you be certain that I am not a bad person?" Fang Shiqing released her tight grip on Cheng Shi's sleeve and pointed to her ear. "As an S-class singer with the talent heartstrings, I can hear the symphony of each person's heart. I am all too familiar with the melodies of the wicked. You are not one of them." Cheng Shi raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and asked, "Then what kind of person am I?" Quite peculiar, rather whimsical, somewhat somber, yet not dark." Cheng Shi contemplated her words for a moment before bursting into laughter. "What are you laughing at?" "Apologies, I find it amusing that you misheard." And no sooner had he spoken than a swift chop struck Fang Shiqing's neck, rendering her unconscious. "You?" Fang Shiqing's eyes widened in shock for an instant before she closed them. Slipping into unconsciousness. Cheng Shi rubbed his hand, gazing at the unconscious figure in his arms, speaking with a peculiar tone. "Those standing in the light should be wary of those dwelling in darkness. After all, those lurking in shadows are seldom human." "Yet still, thank you," he chuckled self-deprecatingly, lifting Fang Shiqing in his arms as he pushed open the door to the utility room and stepped outside. Chapter 26. So it turns out you are the executioner. The fog had yet to dissipate, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Cheng Shi had taken only a few steps when he heard the anxious voice of a Ming calling out ahead. "Sister Fang, Brother Cheng, where are you?" Cheng Shi perked up his ears, listening intently, and noticed that the surrounding cacophony had seemingly vanished. He looked in the direction of a Ming's voice with astonishment at the young assassin's deftness. In such a short span, he had eliminated all threats. Fortunately, the few unfortunate souls who had perished were not the essence of memory. Here, Cheng Shi shouted, then crouched low, carefully departing from his spot. Ming, following the sound, stumbled forward but, finding no one, felt a surge of alarm. Just as he was about to leave, Cheng Shi seized his arm. Who? Oh, Brother Cheng? Yes, I feared you might be replaced, so I wanted to test you. I did not expect, dear assassin, that your skills were so sharp. Ming scratched his head sheepishly, glancing at the unconscious Fang Shiqing, and asked, What happened to Sister Fang? She's fine, just a minor issue. I rescued her. Where are the others? They might be behind us. Upon waking, I discovered a few rampaging dwarves. They struck with lethal intent, and I was caught off guard, unable to retreat in time, so I had to. I rescued her. Where are the others? They might be behind us. Upon waking, I discovered a few rampaging dwarves. They struck with lethal intent, and I was caught off guard, unable to retreat in time, so I had to. The war missed one tea last long. All right, do you need my help? Ming extended his hand, eager to assist Cheng Shi in supporting Fang Shiqing. Cheng Shi smiled and declined. The two settled in a corner and engaged in casual conversation. How many were there? 6.6 were dealt with in such a short time? Impressive. Cheng Shi showered Ming with praise, leaving him momentarily stunned. After all, I am also an assassin. The fog environment benefits me. If you could finish them so swiftly, why did it take you so long to arrive at the second act of the circus? Cheng Shi, cradling the unconscious Fang Shiqing, casually inquired. This question caught Ming off guard. His expression momentarily faltered. Before he could respond, Cheng Shi added, What do you think happened to that Uncle Huang? Ming's complexion worsened, and he stammered in response. It's not like we're missing him. Isn't it just fine that he didn't come? Are you afraid he'll cause trouble? Cheng Shi raised an eyebrow and smiled. You are aware that he is a rogue minstrel, aren't you? Oh, I see. So you're the executioner. The rogue minstrel, a singer of chaos. The executioner, an assassin of order. Order and chaos are sworn enemies, ideologically opposed. Ming's movements froze for a moment, his gaze darting swiftly across Cheng Shi, his eyes sharp and agitated. But it only lasted an instant before he reverted to a state of awkwardness. Scratching his head in uncertainty, the fog still lingered, and Cheng Shi could not discern his expression, yet he had already grasped the situation. Well then, if there's opposition, so be it. What's the big deal? An ancient sage once said that the clash of beliefs is not our doing. So there's no need to bear too heavy a burden. Cheng Shi smiled nonchalantly as he spoke, yet his hand reached toward Fang Shiqing, nestled within his embrace. Ming, clearly more perceptive within the mist than Cheng Shi, noticed Cheng Shi's hand moving toward Fang Shiqing's pronounced bosom, but merely furrowed his brow without uttering a word. Not long after, a new sound broke through the fog. Sister Fang, a big shot. Help! One voice trembled. The other was sultry. Clearly, nothing was amiss. The moment those two feminine voices echoed, the awkward atmosphere between Cheng Shi and Ming was instantly shattered. He stood up, patted his rear, and laughed. Now that everyone is here, let's regroup. Just then, the mist began to dissipate slowly. Ming also stood up, glancing aside, only to find that Fang Shiqing had already opened her eyes unbeknownst to them. Sister Fang, are you all right? A flicker of anger flashed in Fang Shiqing's eyes, but she quickly nodded with a smile, saying, I'm fine, thanks to Cheng Shi for rescuing me in time. While she expressed gratitude, her tone bore a hint of gritted teeth. Matters concerning the flame-bearer could not be discussed in front of others. So even though Fang Shiqing had her criticisms of Cheng Shi's methods of refusal, she could not lash out at this moment. The warriors crawling in the darkness tread cautiously. Any unexpected flicker of light could illuminate their whereabouts, rendering all their efforts futile. Cheng Shi was evidently aware of this, and he immediately turned back with a smile, saying, Aren't you still indebted to me for a word of thanks? You? Fang Shiqing nearly lost her composure. Biting her teeth hard, quickly rearranging her facial expression before forcing out an extremely reluctant smile. Thank you. I will remember you. No need to mention it. It was but a small favor. Indeed, it was a mere gesture. A simple hand waved, as the mist gradually lifted. The two groups of people, not far apart, immediately recognized each other's figures. As they gathered and proceeded halfway, they encountered the gruesome slaughter scene surrounding them. 6 dwarves, each decapitated on the spot, blood pooling on the ground, vaguely forming the shape of a guillotine. If Cheng Shi were unaware that aiming was the executioner, he would have been unable to discern what this pattern represented. This was a cruel jest commonly employed by the executioners of the Grand Tribunal, illustrating the instruments of death with the blood of the condemned. However, the blood-drawn guillotine on the ground was crooked and poorly executed, clearly lacking finesse. Tiske, such ruthless methods. Su Lu and Bai Ling trembled at the sight, while only Fang Shiqing regarded aiming thoughtfully, remaining silent. Where are we? The place where the group found themselves was an exceptionally large room, with several rows of beds on the left and various workstations on the right. In front, different-sized garments hung from a long rack, and behind them were several independent small rooms. The spot where Cheng Shi and Fang Shiqing had met was evidently within one of these rooms. Fang Shiqing cast a few glances at Cheng Shi, noticing he was still playing the fool, so she decided to move on, frowning in contemplation. This appears to be a servant's quarters, but it's rather too spacious. It could accommodate a dozen servants. I've never seen such a large servant's room before. To ensure our safety, let's change into some clothes before venturing out, to avoid any conflict with those outside. Everyone had no objections, each selecting a set of clothing to change into before following the lead out of the room. After confirming their surroundings were safe and encountering a few genuine servants, they clarified that this indeed was a servant's quarters. Moreover, there were several such large servants' quarters, for they were in the estate of Duke Brooks, who was currently hosting a grand banquet at a banquet. The hypnotized servants responded excitedly, yes, the Duke has invited all the nobles in town and is set to announce a new refugee policy at the feast. All refugees from Gazmila will be expelled, and our food supply will no longer be strained, nor will our jobs diminish. So, the memories we experienced were that of the Duke's servants? Oh? You weren't aware? York is the Duke's stableman, Cheng Shi eagerly added. Su Lu frowned in annoyance. Why is this useful information only surfacing now? Cheng Shi was taken aback, retorting, Did you ask? Su Lu, frustrated, fell silent, merely taking a few steps closer to Fang Shiqing. But why would the dwarves, as refugees, be present in the Duke's estate? Aiming timely interrupted the tension between the two, inquiring. The Duke desires to expel the refugees. Naturally, the refugees would resist being driven away. Their purpose for coming here is quite evident. Wouldn't you agree, my friend? Cheng Shi said, glancing at Fang Shiqing, who at this moment had no inclination to engage with him. She felt a strong sense of certainty that Cheng Shi would not divulge the matters concerning the flame-bearer. Yet she still could not comprehend why he had been so decisive in his rejection. It should be noted that the talent of touching hearts was not merely about listening to the melodies of one's heart. It could even vaguely sense the intentions and inclinations of others. Cheng Shi's inner voice clearly leaned toward acceptance, yet he still chose to refuse. What on earth was he thinking? How could he act against his own instincts? She did not understand, nor did she have the time to unravel it. Thus far, nearly 5 hours had elapsed, with a countdown of 7:14 remaining. They needed to hasten their pace, for there were still several scenes of memories yet to traverse, and they were entirely oblivious to that. Personal territories differ greatly from public spaces. Chaos can swiftly incite turmoil, especially within the estate of a duke. We must assume appropriate identities. While the identity of a servant is convenient, it still presents many inaccessible areas. Next, everyone should act separately, hiding themselves well, in hopes of obtaining new identities. We reconvene in no more than an hour. With that, Fang Shiqing gestured toward a small corridor. Remember, keep your distance from the servants' quarters. We have not dealt with the bodies inside, which could potentially trigger a chain reaction. The closer we are, the easier it is to be discovered. Now, let us commence our actions. Good luck to us. The group dispersed, and Fang Shiqing cast one last glance at Cheng Shi. Unfortunately, Cheng Shi did not return her gaze. He was watching Aiming instead. He observed as Aiming walked away from the servants' quarters. After a considerable time, when there were no teammates in sight, Cheng Shi wore a playful smile and leisurely made his way back to the place they had just traversed, the servants' quarters they had all distanced themselves from. Chapter 27. The reputation of Duke Brooks. While conversing earlier in the room, Cheng Shi had noticed something peculiar about the wounds on the slain dwarves. They were not inflicted by the sharp weapons typically used by assassins, but rather appeared to be made by blunt-edged tools. For instance, Cheng Shi glanced around, kicking out a bloodied knife from beneath a bed. Judging by its length and size, it resembled a weapon of the dwarves. A dwarven war knife, however, Perhaps someone was certain that they would not linger here for long, as the scene was treated rather carelessly, and it could hardly even be called cleaned up. He seemed to have paid little attention to these details. Quite intriguing, Cheng Shi reflected on his conversation with Aiming, continuously observing the corpses of the deceased dwarves. Before long, he began to discern some clues. The positions of the 6 dwarves and the traces of the struggle certainly indicated that they had attacked the same target. Perhaps it was Feng Shiqing's timely intervention that had led to Aiming becoming the scapegoat. Yet what puzzled Cheng Shi even more was that the wounds on the 6 individuals varied in severity. This did not suggest that one person had slain them. Rather, it seemed that 6 different individuals had killed the dwarves. What a coincidence! The murderer and the victims were both 6. Self-inflicted slaughter. Cheng Shi furrowed his brow, pondering whether assassins possessed such a talent for control. At least for those of order, such abilities were not common. The scene was indeed chaotic, yet there were still insights to be gleaned. Cheng Shi picked up a ring he had taken from one of the dwarven corpses. Squinting against the sunlight streaming in through the window as he examined it, he scrutinized it. He exclaimed, "The craftsmanship is exquisite. I wonder what kind of skill could forge such a fine ring. Alas, it is now mine." With a smile, he pocketed the ring and strolled leisurely out of the servant quarters. Upon exiting, he encountered Bai Ling, who wore a smile as if she had been waiting for him. Cheng Shi's expression darkened as he chided, "You've latched onto me, haven't you?" Bai Ling, somehow having acquired address, mimicked the mannerisms of a noblewoman as she curtsied gracefully, giggling, "Just hitching a ride. Hope you don't mind?" "I apologize, but I cannot assist with that. You still wish to be a duchess?" "No. I am merely doing this for the sake of those citizens of the town. Dylil, you have truly changed. Why concern yourself with those commoners? You do not understand. Listen, you guard this place. Do not allow anyone to enter. I will think of a solution. It is imperative that the news of his death does not leak out." As she finished speaking, "You do not understand. Listen, you guard this place. Do not allow anyone to enter. I will think of a solution. It is imperative that the news of his death does not leak out." As she finished speaking, the next step would be to step outside to guard, providing them with the opportunity to escape first. However, unexpectedly, the moment the Duchess slammed the door, the man who claimed to be an ordinary guard wore a smile. Turning to face the wardrobe, "Apologies for subjecting you to a farce, but do not worry. It will soon come to an end." He clapped his hands, smiling appreciatively as he continued, "Thank you for eliminating Brooks. Although I had made arrangements, it was evidently not as clean and efficient as your methods, I must say. Your ability to remain hidden is quite impressive. It is just unfortunate that you encountered me. Come out. In light of your assistance, I can grant you a swift end." Cheng Shi and Bai Ling exchanged another glance, a sense of dread settling in. They had been discovered. What should we do? "Come out. In light of your assistance, I can grant you a swift end." Cheng Shi and Bai Ling exchanged another glance, a sense of dread settling in. They had been discovered. What should we do? Cheng Shi immediately understood. This was her ladder score. It was indeed 2 LOW. To still be in this tier 6 months after the onset of the Faith game. One must either be barely surviving through solo dungeons or have muddled through. Bai Ling obviously resembled neither, and Cheng Shi simply could not fathom how she had managed such a low score. Did she fail each time yet somehow survive? That was surely more difficult than consistently achieving high scores. Nevertheless, she was a hunter. Her offensive capabilities were undoubtedly superior to that of a mere priest. "Do not panic. Let us take him down," Cheng Shi silently asserted, gently patting Bai Ling on the shoulder to signal that he was about to push the door open. Bai Ling was taken aback but quickly grasped his intention and began to silently count down. 3.2.1. Bang. The two of them burst through the door simultaneously. Bai Ling immediately summoned her longbow, activating her sensory hunting talent to pierce the sea of desires of their opponent in an attempt to disrupt his actions. Bai Ling was taken aback but quickly grasped his intention and began to silently count down. 3.2.1. Bang. The two of them burst through the door simultaneously. Bai Ling immediately summoned her longbow, activating her sensory hunting talent to pierce the sea of desires of their opponent in an attempt to disrupt his actions. Cheng Shi rolled on the ground, casting a healing spell on both of them in advance, ensuring ample healing capacity. However, upon breaking through the door, they discovered that the guard who had earlier shouted threats was now standing at the bedside. "Excellent! Your methods of murder were too clean, leaving no trace. I was just fretting over how to divert blame onto the refugees, and now this is simply perfect. Though he spoke, his demeanor was exceedingly cautious. His eyes scrutinizing Cheng Shi and Bai Ling as he chuckled. How reasonable it would be to claim that a corruption believer among the refugees infiltrated the Duke's estate to assassinate him on the eve of the decree's announcement. With such a narrative, my suspicions would be entirely cleared. I must sincerely thank you. Cheng Shi's keen gaze scanned the surrounding space and the guard's entire being, and soon he noticed a familiar object on the guard's hand, a ring. With such a narrative, my suspicions would be entirely cleared. I must sincerely thank you. Cheng Shi's keen gaze scanned the surrounding space and the guard's entire being, and soon he noticed a familiar object on the guard's hand, a ring. At this juncture, it was better to leave words unspoken, allowing the other party to deduce. The guard paused, momentarily taken aback by the sight of Cheng Shi's ring, before bursting into incredulous laughter. What? I merely gave the broker 300 gold coins. Did he not say he had gathered a group of dwarves for this task? How could it be that the dwarves outsourced this job? I merely gave the broker 300 gold coins. Did he not say he had gathered a group of dwarves for this task? How could it be that the dwarves outsourced this job? However, they had killed the dwarves and stumbled upon the Duke's demise. Damn it, this truly complicates matters. The guard clearly did not intend to spare them simply because they were hired assassins. Cheng Shi, maintaining a composed expression, replied, 30 gold coins. What? Ha 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 ha, how much did you say? The guard's laughter grew even more unrestrained. 20 would suffice. His smile faltered, brow furrowing in apparent confusion, a swift resolution. As soon as the words left his lips, Cheng Shi cast a rapid metabolism spell directly upon the guard, targeting his leg's deficiencies. This way, while his leg's vitality would surge during the rapid metabolism, he would experience an unfamiliar delay due to the altered condition of his legs. Seizing that fleeting moment of hesitation could present an opportunity, Bai Ling clearly understood Cheng Shi's countdown. The instant his words fell, she unleashed an arrow imbued with corruption power towards the guard. Their coordination was impeccable, and at the moment the guard's legs buckled, the arrow struck his arm. The power of desire's descent began to grasp at his reason, tearing at his emotions. Yet, the guard remained unfazed. A cold smile creeping onto his lips as he declared, "Here, resistance is prohibited." Buzz. A wave of holy light rapidly expanded from the guard's center, instantly painting the entire room in gold. Bai Ling's longbow fell uncontrollably to the ground, and even the arrow lodged in the guard's body dropped silently to the floor. Cheng Shi's pupils constricted at the sight. This was the power of order. The opponent was, in fact, a lawmaker, a singer of order. How could a singer be serving as a guard these days? Before Cheng Shi could fully process this, the high-ranking lawmaker had already begun to sing. The judge is high above. The time for execution has come. Shackles stifle the cries of the condemned, and chains shatter the pride of the guilty. They shall face judgment here, welcoming the baptism of holy fire, basking in the glory of the Lord, and then, under the gaze of order, they shall be reduced to ashes. With the conclusion of each lyric, Cheng Shi could distinctly feel his physical state plummeting. Silence, confinement, burning, repentance. 4 negative states piled upon him with ferocity. An overwhelming pressure weighing heavily upon him. Before long, both of them found themselves pressed to the ground, breathless. Bai Ling's condition appeared significantly worse than Cheng Shi's. It felt as if an invisible giant foot was mercilessly pinning her to the floor, contorting her body and face. Crimson blood flowed from her 7 orifices, and soon her vision began to blur. She gazed at Cheng Shi, who shared a similarly tragic fate, devoid of fear before death, merely offering a wretched smile as she apologized. "I'm sorry. Big shot, am too weak." Yet silence affected them all, and her voice failed to escape her throat. Cheng Shi only saw Bai Ling's lips move, before she smiled and closed her eyes. "Weakness is the original sin, is it not?" The guard chuckled coldly, drawing his longsword, and slowly approached Cheng Shi. Chapter 29. The death of Cheng Shi. Curiously, there was no sorrow in Cheng Shi's eyes. Or rather, he was utterly indifferent to Bai Ling's death. He continually cast rapid metabolism spells upon himself, attempting to use the magic of time to mitigate the control effects of the negative states. Yet alas, the real world is not a turn-based game. While Cheng Shi struggled, the guard did not remain idle as a singer. Inflicting negative states upon enemies was his forte, and he relentlessly unleashed his spells, constricting Cheng Shi's already limited space for survival. Before long, Cheng Shi felt himself growing weaker, succumbing in the tug-of-war at the brink of death, utterly defeated, left to await his demise. The guard approached Cheng Shi, observing him as he lay motionless, his eyes vacant, and sighed with a shake of his head. Worms belong beneath the earth, yet sometimes worms serve a purpose. I both cherish and despise you. Ah, how contradictory. But before he could finish his words, the guard suddenly lunged forward, his sword piercing through Cheng Shi's chest with the speed of lightning, offering no chance for a comeback. Splat! The sword tip pierced his heart. Cheng Shi's eyes widened, pupils constricting sharply, and within mere seconds, the light in his eyes faded into oblivion. Just before his vision plunged into darkness, he saw the door before him swing open with a loud bang, revealing a familiar face. Chenggu, it was Ming, but it was too late. Cheng Shi managed a reluctant smile before fully closing his eyes. The moment Ming stepped through the door, he felt the overwhelming power of order. He gazed at his two fallen comrades, and in a fit of madness, he charged at the astonished guard. I will kill you. I will kill you. How is this possible? This is the domain of order. How can you be unbound, order? I am order. This was clearly blasphemy, yet Ming did not face divine retribution. He muttered frantically under his breath, his expression contorted and fierce, before swiftly appearing behind the guard. Caught off guard, the guard's face twisted in terror, and he seemed to want to scream something. Yet, before he could utter a sound, a bloodied dagger pierced through his back, emerging straight out of his chest. A murky yellow light flickered across the blade, and the guard gazed at the tip of the dagger embedded in his chest, spewing forth a mouthful of foul blood, his eyes remaining wide open in death. Brother Cheng, I have avenged you. Ming's voice was distorted and choked with emotion as he kicked the corpse before him aside and slumped helplessly to the ground, his gaze vacant that moment. Fang Shiqing rushed in with Su Lu from outside. Ming looked up at them, tears glistening in his eyes. Su Lu's complexion paled at the sight of the gruesome scene, and she clutched Fang Shiqing's clothing tightly. Although she harbored no fondness for Cheng Shi, their shared identity as players evoked a sense of sorrow for the fallen. Fang Shiqing surveyed the scene, her gaze fixed on the lifeless Bai Ling and Cheng Shi. Biting her lip until it nearly bled, her face devoid of color. How could this happen? Yet she quickly regained her composure, turning to shut the door with a serious expression. What transpired? I don't know. I arrived a little late. I was exploring the second floor when I heard a commotion in this room and rushed over. By the time I entered, Brother Cheng and Bai Ling Ming's voice was laden with guilt as he rubbed his hair, bowing his head in despair. Who was on the bed? Just as he posed the question, Su Lu's expression shifted dramatically as she pointed at the figure on the bed, exclaiming, It's him, the one foretold to die. Fang Shiqing's body trembled, and she turned back to Su Lu in disbelief. Suddenly, she realized that the deceased on the bed was likely the long-missing Duke. Su Lu, observing the scene, murmured in a daze. It turns out we are not the ones to die, but the Duke is dead, and that Cheng fellow. Although the prophecy did not indicate any player would perish, it was evident that two players had indeed lost their lives. Given the circumstances, two possibilities remained. Either Cheng Shi witnessed the guard committing murder and was silenced, or the guard discovered Cheng Shi's act of killing and Cheng Shi failed to retaliate. As Fang Shiqing voiced her hypothesis, Su Lu lowered her head and suggested, I think that it must be that the guard saw Cheng Shi kill. Fang Shiqing's expression hardened, a fleeting look of disdain crossing her features as she coldly inquired. Why? Perhaps he intended to usurp the Duke's identity. He seems like that kind of person. Despite knowing it was unwise to speak such words at that moment, Su Lu, for reasons unknown, mustered the courage to voice her suspicions. Why? Perhaps he intended to usurp the Duke's identity. He seems like that kind of person. Despite knowing it was unwise to speak such words at that moment, Su Lu, for reasons unknown, mustered the courage to voice her suspicions. Fang Shiqing's brows furrowed at her words, yet she restrained herself from lashing out. Sister Fang, what should we do now? Fang Shiqing glanced at the time, realizing nearly 7 hours had passed, leaving just over 5 hours remaining. Bards recount stories, and the protagonists of these tales are often diverse individuals, including the deceased. Therefore, they excel at singing funeral dirges and reciting eulogies. Su Lu felt that such rituals might be a waste of time. But seeing Fang Shiqing's resolute expression, she bit her lip and stepped outside. Ming followed closely behind, his head bowed, obscuring his face. As Fang Shiqing passed him, she gently patted his shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Once the two exited the room and closed the door, the sorrow on her face vanished in an instant, replaced by a surge of anger. She opened a book, tore out a page, and with a flick of her wrist. Once the two exited the room and closed the door, the sorrow on her face vanished in an instant, replaced by a surge of anger. She opened a book, tore out a page, and with a flick of her wrist, gazing down at him with a mix of fury and laughter. Fang Shiqing recalled waking up from Cheng Shi's embrace in the thick fog, feeling a note tucked against her chest at that moment. While everyone was distracted, she had sneaked a glance at the note, which read, "Dear Lady of the Flame, greetings. Even if I am right beside you, please do not look at me, nor smile. This is a plea for help from my future self." While everyone was distracted, she had sneaked a glance at the note, which read, "Dear Lady of the Flame, greetings. Even if I am right beside you, please do not look at me, nor smile. This is a plea for help from my future self. If I die and you happen upon me, I beseech you to save my life. Any healing spell can retrieve me from the depths of despair. I would be eternally grateful. Furthermore, 3 must tread carefully. He rejected me, yet feared I would also forsake him? Scoundrel." Fang Shiqing's brows knitted in displeasure as she scolded Cheng Shi silently. The space was muted. No one could hear her, resembling a silent trial. Yet, ultimately, she resigned herself to fate, tearing another page from the book, crumpling it into a ball, and placing it upon Cheng Shi's wound. The moment the page made contact, it transformed into a stream of green light imbued with the essence of life. Penetrating Cheng Shi's body, the once lifeless Cheng Shi opened his eyes in an instant, gasping for breath. Who? The sound of his labored breaths echoed, though no one could hear. Observing Cheng Shi's comical struggle, Fang Shiqing couldn't help but chuckle. Fresh air filled his lungs, the long-forgotten sensations of the living flooding his being, compelling him to inhale deeply several times. He was alive. He had returned to life. Instantly, he looked up, not at Fang Shiqing, but at his watch to check how much time had elapsed. Upon realizing that only a mere 20 minutes had passed since his death, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Releasing the pent-up pressure within him, then, his gaze shifted to the lifeless Bai Ling and the guard whose eyes remained wide open in death, and he suddenly burst into laughter, silent as a mime. Indeed, the bard proved reliable, or rather, the guardian of the city was undoubtedly dependable. Seeing Cheng Shi reveling in his own amusement while disregarding her, his savior, Fang Shiqing kicked him in irritation. Cheng Shi hurriedly rose. Indeed, the bard proved reliable, or rather, the guardian of the city was undoubtedly dependable. Seeing Cheng Shi reveling in his own amusement while disregarding her, his savior, Fang Shiqing kicked him in irritation. Cheng Shi hurriedly rose, snapped his fingers as the soundless snap echoed. Bai Ling's once collapsed form began to regain its vitality. In just a few breaths, her eyes opened once more. The restorative magic, a gift from time. The moment her clear eyes fluttered open, they brimmed with shock, and she stared blankly at Cheng Shi, murmuring, "It's actually real." Fang Shiqing deciphered her lips and turned to Cheng Shi in confusion, as if questioning what was real. Cheng Shi shrugged, signaling that he too was unsure. Bai Ling, witnessing the protagonist feigning ignorance, began to chuckle foolishly. The bloodstains on her did not vanish with her revival, yet the bloody dress added an allure to her appearance. Reborn, she seemed to radiate even more. Temptation. Fang Shiqing furrowed her brow, sensing that things were not as straightforward as they appeared. The scent of corruption had grown stronger. Her gaze flitted between Cheng Shi and Bai Ling, trying to discern what had transpired between them. Yet Cheng Shi concealed his thoughts well, leaving no clues. Bai Ling, though not adept at disguising her feelings, could not tear her gaze away from Cheng Shi, which was utterly repulsive. Little did Fang Shiqing know what thoughts occupied Bai Ling's mind. Her own thoughts were consumed by the scene shared with Cheng Shi in the wardrobe. Chapter 30. Detective Cheng Shi. Time rewound back to the wardrobe. At that moment, Cheng Shi silently uttered, "Don't panic, just do it," while patting Bai Ling's shoulder. Just as Bai Ling assumed this was a form of reassurance, a small vial of potion slipped from Cheng Shi's fingertips and landed on her chest. Perfectly wedged in between, Bai Ling paused, glancing down. There, clearly labeled on the vial, were the words, potion name. The contempt of the dead. As long as one consumed this potion, they would not truly perish for the duration of its effect. Bai Ling looked up in shock, only to see Cheng Shi already counting down. Wasting not a moment, she drank the potion just before charging out. The outcome of the battle was well known. She indeed died. Yet now, she had undeniably come back to life. This was no empty promise to spur her into action. Cheng Shi had not betrayed her trust. As for why Bai Ling placed such faith in Cheng Shi, even she would find it difficult to articulate. Perhaps it was because he had never harbored any ulterior motives towards her, who was so easily manipulated. Watching Bai Ling tremble as she stood up, Cheng Shi felt the last of his tension ease. He silently thanked his distant comrades, who had contributed to the recognition of the potion, the contempt of the dead. Cheng Shi's faith-based ability, offerings to the void, could not store fabricated items but had to be used on the spot. However, this ability required a prerequisite: widespread acknowledgement from others. This widespread was quite intriguing. Through multiple trials, Cheng Shi discovered that as long as 5 people recognized him, the requirement would be met. How fortuitous, as it aligned perfectly with the number of trial participants, that moment, within the confines of the cabinet. Cheng Shi found himself lacking any attributes that might gain the approval of others, rendering him incapable of fabricating something new. In desperation, he resorted to discreetly marking a bottle of clitch disdain for the deceased. Though this was a gamble, contingent upon his teammates not discerning the true nature of the potion, Cheng Shi was not entirely without confidence. At least, in his estimation, there were 3 or 4 individuals who would not delve too deeply into such matters. Coupled with the presence of Bai Ling on the scene, he felt sufficiently prepared. Ultimately, it proved that Cheng Shi had indeed triumphed in his wager. Despite his tendency to consistently roll a 1 on the dice, fortune favored him. Upon witnessing the two emerge unscathed, Fang Shiqing felt a wave of relief wash over her. She turned her gaze toward Cheng Shi, her expression grave, demanding an explanation. Cheng Shi's demeanor darkened as he glanced toward the door. Fang Shiqing immediately understood, recalling the warning on Cheng Shi's note about being cautious in the presence of 3 individuals. Given the circumstances shrouded in mist at that time, aside from herself and Cheng Shi, the only outsider at that moment was Dada Ming. Was a Ming a threat? Cheng Shi smirked subtly, silently conveying that while a Ming might not be problematic, the question of whether he truly was a Ming remained uncertain. What? Fang Shiqing and Bai Ling's expressions shifted dramatically, shaking their heads in disbelief. Fang Shiqing furrowed her brow, questioning. His voice has not changed. Are you certain? Bai Ling echoed her confusion. Boss, his attitude toward me has remained unchanged. However, despite this, Bai Ling chose to trust Cheng Shi's judgment. If there was a problem with a person, ensuring internal stability was paramount. Cheng Shi shook his head, remaining silent as he gestured for everyone to prepare to apprehend a Ming. Regardless of whether a Ming was indeed a Ming, capturing him discreetly as an agile assassin would prove challenging. While Cheng Shi and Bai Ling alone might find it difficult, the addition of Fang Shiqing would significantly ease the task. Cheng Shi approached Fang Shiqing like a child seeking comfort, and after she glared at him for a moment, she sighed and tore a golden page from her book. S-rank talent, eternal prison. Cheng Shi's face lit up at this, sensing the surging power of time emanating from the page. This was a skill bestowed by a time traveler. Fang Shiqing, wincing at the thought of tearing the page, headed toward the door, glancing back at Cheng Shi with a silent plea. Compensate me. Cheng Shi solemnly nodded in agreement. With Cheng Shi's consent, Fang Shiqing swiftly opened the door, and in a moment of unsuspecting vulnerability, a page was slapped onto a Ming's shoulder. Boom. An explosive force of time erupted. And before a Ming could react, he found himself immobilized by the shackles of time. His eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, Sister Fang. Yu Datsu Lu, startled, took a few steps back, having drawn a small dagger without realizing it. Her expression one of fear as she looked down at her thigh. Sister Fang, what is happening? Before she could receive an answer, an even more bewildering spectacle unfolded. Cheng Shi and Bai Ling, who had seemingly perished moments ago, emerged unscathed from the room, though their clothes were slightly wrinkled. Yu Datsu Lu was utterly dumbfounded, her mind racing with various conspiracy theories. Most absurdly, she began to suspect that Fang Shiqing might have conspired with this detestable time devotee to orchestrate her demise. Observing Su Lu's state of shock, Fang Shiqing shook her head apologetically, signaling for her to listen to Cheng Shi's explanation. As Cheng Shi stepped out of the room, he plunged a desire arrow, acquired from Bai Ling, into Ming's shoulder. Hiss, Brother Cheng. You're not dead? What are you doing? Bird, you're not dead either. What on earth happened? Ming gazed at everyone in utter shock, his eyes darting about. Cheng Shi, seeing his reaction, smiled meaningfully. Apologies, but it seems I am not dead. Much to your disappointment, Ming paused, his expression darkening as he replied, Brother Cheng, what do you mean? Naturally, I do not wish for my teammates to come to harm. Cheng Shi, seeing his reaction, smiled meaningfully. Apologies, but it seems I am not dead. Much to your disappointment, Ming paused, his expression darkening as he replied, Brother Cheng, what do you mean? Naturally, I do not wish for my teammates to come to harm. Yes, there must be some misunderstanding. Sister Fang, please let me go. We are short on time. Fang Shiqing seemed to hear nothing, remaining vigilant for any approaching threats. Cheng Shi shook his head, unwilling to squander more time. You are not Ming, are you? Ming froze momentarily before bursting into laughter. Brother Cheng, what are you saying? If I am not Ming, who am I? Have you forgotten? I accompanied you through the mist room. We split up to investigate based on Sister Fang's instructions, and then I avenged you in this room. Have you lost your memory? I have not lost my memory, and you need not pretend. Uncle Huang. Who? Huang Bo. Fang Shiqing exclaimed in shock, quickly activating some ability to probe Ming's identity, but the result was unsurprising. He was indeed Ming. Cheng Shi, are you certain? He is Huang Bo? Ming? Wearing a bitter smile, remarked, Brother Cheng, what are you talking about? Huang Bo has yet to arrive. The door of memory remains open. How could I be Huang Bo? Cheng Shi smiled, continuing, how do you know he hasn't arrived? Ming's expression shifted, and he hurriedly clarified, what I meant was, when we arrived at the Duke's manor, he had not yet come. Indeed, if I am not mistaken, as of now, the door of memory is indeed still open. Ming's expression shifted, and he hurriedly clarified, what I meant was, when we arrived at the Duke's manor, he had not yet come. Indeed, if I am not mistaken, as of now, the door of memory is indeed still open. His expression darkening as he bellowed, Cheng Shi, if you have any intentions, feel free to speak them plainly. I have saved you multiple times. Why do you suspect me? If you claim I am Huang Bo, present your evidence. Why do you say I am Huang Bo? Observing Ming's frenzied state, Fang Shiqing's resolve wavered. She glanced at Cheng Shi, only to see him produce a small vial of potion. Twisting it open as he spoke, in fact, there is ample evidence. For instance, an assassin claiming to be unable to withdraw from the mist. The deceased goblin in the servants' quarters did not perish by a single hand, but rather through self-destruction, which does not align with the judgment of order, but resembles the handiwork of chaos. Someone murdered the Duke, yet that individual is neither the treacherous guard nor Bai Ling and me. Yet the perpetrator remains elusive, or consider someone who possesses a talent for swiftly unlocking doors, yet chooses to kick the door down in a moment of life and death. With each statement, Ming's countenance darkened, and the surrounding teammates gaped in astonishment. By the time Cheng Shi opened the vial, a triumphant smile adorned his face. But it matters not. The potion I hold is called the Truth of Confession, a remedy employed by the executioners of the Grand Tribunal to interrogate criminals. Regardless of who it is, a single drop compels them to answer all queries. As an assassin of order, I presume you are familiar with this substance. As he spoke, Cheng Shi tilted the vial to pour its contents over Ming's head. Regardless of who it is, a single drop compels them to answer all queries. As an assassin of order, I presume you are familiar with this substance. As he spoke, Cheng Shi tilted the vial to pour its contents over Ming's head. Yet, before the liquid could escape the bottle, Ming erupted into manic laughter. Ha! Ha ha! Cheng Shi, well done. You are truly remarkable. That smile bore an uncanny resemblance to Huang Bo upon their first meeting. It was identical. Feeling a sense of relief, the Truth of Confession was, of course, a fabrication. Aside from Cheng Shi, only 4 individuals were present, and the offering to the void could not activate. However, this did not prevent it from extracting the truth. Feeling a sense of relief, the Truth of Confession was, of course, a fabrication. Aside from Cheng Shi, only 4 individuals were present, and the offering to the void could not activate. However, this did not prevent it from extracting the truth. Correct? Huang Bo shed his pretense, donning a Ming's visage as he laughed maniacally. Indeed, my master bestowed upon me an S-rank talent, shared appearance. Cheng Shi, you are quite clever, but you are powerless against me if I remain alive. That little assassin can live as well, however, should I perish, he shall meet the same fate. What does it matter if you find me? The taste of being toyed with is unpleasant, is it not? Ha ha ha, does it not fill you with a sense of defeat? The only thing I underestimated was that this poet could resurrect you. But what of it? I have ensnared you, yet you are unable to. Ha ha ha, does it not fill you with a sense of defeat? The only thing I underestimated was that this poet could resurrect you. But what of it? I have ensnared you, yet you are unable to. Gasping in shock, you'd have gone mad, Cat will die. Cheng Shi let out a cold laugh. Whether he lives or dies is of no concern to me. After enduring a stab, I shall let you experience the taste of having your heart punctured. With that, Cheng Shi swiftly withdrew the knife and plunged it once more into Huang Bo's throat. It was not until he witnessed Huang Bo's last breath that he skillfully severed the head from the corpse, ignited a fire, and finally snapped his fingers in relief. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes, if he could still be resurrected. I must concede your prowess. The three women stood in stunned silence, their minds in disarray. Feng Shiqing was the first to regain her composure, her gaze complex as she regarded Cheng Shi. You? What do you mean? Cheng Shi touched the blood on his hands, smiling. I have long told you. I am not a good person. Feng Shiqing remained silent, taking a few deep breaths and glancing at the time on her wrist, returning to a state of alertness. With two individuals gone, our reconnaissance efforts would become exceedingly arduous. Sister Feng, wait! Su Lu suddenly tugged at Feng Shiqing's sleeve. Feng Shiqing turned back, her icy demeanor startling Su Lu. Yet Su Lu mustered her courage to speak. There is something amiss. Cheng Shi is a priest. Bai Ling is a rather not very formidable hunter. Given Huang Bo's abilities, he could have killed them without such complications. Why must he resort to an NPC's assistance? Indeed, Su Lu's assertion was accurate. Cheng Shi was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Su Lu was the first to react. Perhaps it was due to Feng Shiqing and Bai Ling viewing him through rose-tinted glasses, making his decisive act of murder all the more shocking to them. Meanwhile, Su Lu, who had remained a detached observer, became the one to unravel the conundrum. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Shiqing seemed to grasp something, suddenly looking inside the room. Chaos might have prompted Huang Bo to receive orders to eliminate us, but it would not have provided him with the answers to the trial. Therefore, he does not wish to act, but rather needs to rely on others to uncover the truth. And that truth is that guard? She turned to Cheng Shi, seeking clarification. Cheng Shi clapped his hands in appreciation and laid out the causal chain along with his conjectures. Clever. He may have overheard the guard's conversation with me outside. Or perhaps he had already seen that ring, merely waiting for me to solve the riddle. I have indeed found an answer. If I am not mistaken, that guard is not dead. Huang Bo's next plan is to take him to a location where you cannot find him, and then leave this place. Of course, I do not know how he learned that this is the final act, or whether his benefactor provided him with clues for the next scene in advance. Feng Shiqing's expression was complex. You deduced from the very beginning that Ming was problematic? Even earlier than in the fog? Cheng Shi chuckled. It is merely speculation. With that, he cast a glance into the room. Bai Ling understood immediately and rushed inside to check the guard's vital signs. As expected, a murky glow enveloped the guard's heart, preventing him from dying immediately. There is still hope. Feng Shiqing followed closely behind, observing the barely alive guard, then turned to Cheng Shi. Cheng Shi, it is still your part to play. Cheng Shi did not refuse. He cast a healing spell on the man who had once been his enemy, and just as the guard was about to awaken, he followed up with a hypnotic spell. This time, it was not Feng Shiqing who spoke, but Su Lu, anxiously exclaiming, "Hey, you, remember, quickly say something." Such a crude prompt darkened the expressions of everyone present. But fortunately, the weakened guard had long since lost his clarity of thought. After a long moment of confusion, he nodded. Immediately thereafter, the recently revived guard erupted in a brilliant explosion, transforming into a myriad of starlight. The starlight coalesced once more, taking the form of a door to memories. However, this time, the door bore an additional golden frame. The final door. Its appearance signified that the trial was nearing its conclusion. Stepping through it, Each individual would survive and receive rewards. It over. Su Lu could hardly believe how simple it had turned out to be. With ample time remaining, they had discovered the ultimate exit. At this point, over 8 hours had passed since the trial began, leaving nearly a third of the time still available. Sister Fong? Su Lu happily turned around, only to find Cheng Shi's furrowed brow staring back at her. She instinctively took 2 steps back. Would a man who casually kills others, a person with opposing beliefs, turn against her at the threshold of the exit? She dared not contemplate it, yearning to leave the place immediately. Su Lu scanned the positions of everyone, gritting her teeth and charging straight towards the final door. Just as she was about to leap through the trial's exit, a powerful hand grasped her arm. Yanking her back from the threshold, Su Lu screamed in terror, instinctively unleashing the bard's skill in a strike against Cheng Shi. Cheng Shi did not evade, his face darkening as he endured the negative effects, then unceremoniously tossed her aside onto the ground. Witnessing this, Fong Shiqing stepped protectively in front of Su Lu, anger flashing in her eyes. Cheng Shi, that is enough. Bai Ling, bewildered, could not comprehend why Cheng Shi would not allow Su Lu to escape, then unceremoniously tossed her aside onto the ground. Witnessing this, Fong Shiqing stepped protectively in front of Su Lu, anger flashing in her eyes. Cheng Shi, that is enough. Bai Ling, bewildered, could not comprehend why Cheng Shi would not allow Su Lu to escape. If this leads to the next act, perhaps there is no issue. But if this is the final door, the answer seems too simplistic. The prophecy has yet to be fulfilled. Where is the hand holding the teacup? Fong Shiqing was taken aback. Hearing him mention this, she released a sigh of relief. It seemed Cheng Shi was not inclined to kill. Rather, he appeared to be questioning the validity of the answer. Yet, the maze of memories has always had but one final door. How could this be incorrect? Su Lu lay on the ground, trembling, her eyes filled with fear and hatred as she glared at Cheng Shi. Yet, the maze of memories has always had but one final door. How could this be incorrect? Su Lu lay on the ground, trembling, her eyes filled with fear and hatred as she glared at Cheng Shi. The Duchess might have truly used that cup. However, I believe that, rather than depicting the prophecy's image, it serves to guide us here, the scene of the Duke's death, or to locate the Duchess's paramour. Cheng Shi frowned and shook his head. That does not seem right. Where's the Duchess? We have wasted nearly an hour here. Hasn't the banquet begun? Or are all the guests still patiently awaiting the Duke's arrival? Why hasn't anyone left? What scheme is the Duchess concocting to conceal the news of the Duke's death? Cheng Shi's confusion deepened. Everything before him felt as if an invisible hand were placing the answers at their lips, urging them to swallow. Yet this somewhat coercive sensation left Cheng Shi discontented. What exactly was amiss? He began to ponder deeply. The entire Eternal Night maze is not complex. In the first act, they encountered the tavern server, who likely recalled the events of that night, due to having seen numerous familiar patrons. In the second act, they met the Duke's groom, York. They found him because they had seen the true form of the orc maidservant, glimpsing the dwarves beneath the beast hide. York was controlled by the dwarves to enter the memory, and they indeed encountered the corpses of these dwarves in the third act. Then, he discovered the guard's token, the ring, and confronted the guard. The guard acknowledged the ring's existence and was guided towards the door of memories. It appeared there were no issues. However, the guard seemed to have mentioned a broker while admitting it. The ring, and confronted the guard. The guard acknowledged the ring's existence and was guided towards the door of memories. It appeared there were no issues. However, the guard seemed to have mentioned a broker while admitting it. He mentioned a broker. So is it possible that the guard does not know who those dwarves are, merely recognizing the ring? Bai Ling was not foolish. She immediately grasped Cheng Shi's implication. If the guard was hired through a broker, he mentioned a broker. So is it possible that the guard does not know who those dwarves are, merely recognizing the ring? Bai Ling was not foolish. She immediately grasped Cheng Shi's implication. If the guard was hired through a broker. Bai Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. But the answer has clearly manifested. Fong Shiqing concurred. Cheng Shi, the maze of memories has never had a second answer. Cheng Shi chuckled. Moreover, forbidden techniques have never appeared in the trials of war. Did we not encounter them last time? I recall the seer's prophecy had a rolled number of .5. Su Lu, hearing Cheng Shi refer to her as seeker, was infuriated but dared not speak. Fong Shiqing pondered. Indeed, so. Is it possible that this prophecy is indicating to us that we have another 50 choice? Cheng Shi gazed at Su Lu, articulating each word with precision. She scored 1,600 points. The die has 10 faces, and 5 represents precisely half. The room fell into stunned silence, no one daring to refute him. Cheng Shi gazed at Su Lu, articulating each word with precision. She scored 1,600 points. The die has 10 faces, and 5 represents precisely half. The room fell into stunned silence, no one daring to refute him. Cheng Shi remarked, "The number of people in the manor is overwhelming, and the death toll is staggering. Our situation is rather precarious. However, at the very least, we possess time, do we not?" He smiled and took a step forward, saying, "I have an inkling of someone who might be one of the answers." "Who?" Bai Ling inquired, following closely behind. While Feng Shiqing hesitated for a moment before pulling Su Lu along, Su Lu was decidedly reluctant to accompany them. Yet Feng Shiqing's grip was firm, rendering her unable to break free. Clearly, Feng Shiqing continued to place her faith in Cheng Shi, unwilling to let Su Lu walk into danger. However, Su Lu's expression conveyed a mixture of anger and derision towards Feng Shiqing. The once reliable ally seemed to have lost her sense of reason. The adherents of time were leading them astray. Cheng Shi guided the group down from the second floor, swiftly searching within the manor. The guests at the banquet had indeed not departed, merriment continuing as if the Duke's tardiness had become customary. He disregarded these mindless nobles, hastily escorting everyone away from the banquet's focal point and towards the initial servants' quarters. The guests at the banquet had indeed not departed, merriment continuing as if the Duke's tardiness had become customary. He disregarded these mindless nobles, hastily escorting everyone away from the banquet's focal point and towards the initial servants' quarters. Just as confusion enveloped them regarding his return, Cheng Shi observed the ground at the doorway and chuckled. Following his gaze, Feng Shiqing scrutinized the area, discovering fine grains of sand beneath the threshold. They would undoubtedly come to investigate what had transpired. Hence, I scattered a handful of fine sand at the entrance, and now, as you can see, there is a footprint from a noblewoman's high-heeled shoe. Bai Ling finally grasped the implication, though it remained unclear whether she was deliberately playing along or genuinely puzzled. She asked, "What does this indicate? That the Duchess has been here? That she is connected to that broker?" Cheng Shi regarded her as though she were a simpleton, but before he could respond, Feng Shiqing pondered aloud. "It suggests that the Duchess is not as straightforward as we presumed." Cheng Shi stated that her reaction to the Duke's death was significant. Yet if these dwarves were hired to assassinate him, she should not be present here. If one must assert something, it is that she must have known the dwarves would come. Indeed, Cheng Shi nodded. As the Duchess, her recent unusual interest in the dwarven circus from the refugees already raises questions. "What questions?" Feng Shiqing pressed. "I have a hypothesis, but until I find the Duchess, I dare not make any assertions." Feng Shiqing immediately agreed. "Let's split up and search." She swiftly led the enraged Su Lu away, while Bai Ling cautiously approached Cheng Shi, whispering, "Boss, are we truly not hiding anything this time?" Cheng Shi smacked his lips in disdain, replying, "If we hide any further, we won't be able to escape. Relying on you is unreliable." Bai Ling smiled sheepishly. "I apologize, boss. I am too weak." That phrase struck a familiar chord. Cheng Shi paused, observing Bai Ling's slightly apologetic expression. His gaze softening. "It's all right. As the boss, I can help you win with that." He strode out of the room, commencing the search for the Duchess. Bai Ling hurriedly followed, lifting her skirt to keep pace. It was not until half an hour later that they encountered the Duchess on a path behind the manor. Seemingly eager to leave, the players decisively subdued the surrounding guards, blocking her way. The Duchess glared at these strangers, her face contorted with anger as she demanded, "Who are you? What do you intend in Brooks's land? In the vicinity of the Duke's estate, you dare to assault the Duke's wife? Have you lost your minds?" Cheng Shi strolled up to the Duchess, a playful smile on his face as he countered. "Are you truly the Duchess?" Dilal's expression faltered, her anger flaring. "You shall pay for your foolishness." Cheng Shi ignored her, continuing, "I apologize for taking up some of your time, but I wish to tell you a story. Once I finish, you may leave, that I assure you. My companions will not harm you in any way." Dilal hesitated. "Really? Indeed. But you mustn't hold us accountable for any offense afterward. You came here solely to tell me a story?" "Yes, esteemed lady. May I begin?" Dilal's expression reflected uncertainty, but outnumbered, she conceded, "Then go ahead." Cheng Shi bowed and began leisurely. The The tale I wish to narrate concerns a group of dwarves corrupted by subterranean faith, who attempted to usurp the administrative power of a small town through imitation and deception. And no sooner had he finished speaking than Dylil turned and fled without hesitation. Feng Shirqing's expression changed dramatically as she quickly produced a page from her book, casting it in the path of the fleeing duchess, causing numerous vines to ensnare her and bring her crashing to the ground. Bai Ling, quick on her feet, darted to the duchess's side, ready to bind her. However, as Bai Ling reached for her, she discovered the rope snapped against the duchess's waist, tearing through her skin. To their shock, beneath the torn flesh, enormous feet and a bald head emerged. What, dwarves? Everyone gazed at Cheng Shi in disbelief. Cheng Shi exhaled heavily, a graceful smile gracing his lips. You see, this is the story I intended to tell. Feng Shirqing remained incredulous, her voice trembling with shock. When did you discover this? Cheng Shi pondered. Perhaps when I recalled hearing in the tavern that they had impersonated many individuals? Feng Shirqing felt a pang of regret for his refusal of the Flamebearer's invitation. Cheng Shi was evidently a high-caliber player, adept at observing details and understanding human nature. Most importantly, his heart had never succumbed to darkness, even when he had taken Huang Bo's life. Why do you keep staring at me? Sulu queried. And Feng Shirqing sighed. You know what I'm thinking. What you said implies that I'm a mind reader. Cheng Shi approached the duchess, pulling out the two dwarves hidden beneath her skin. As the grotesque figures emerged into the light, they shielded their faces and wailed. It was Sambos's idea. He commanded us to impersonate the Duke and Duchess to seize control of the town. We were merely following orders. Please, do not kill us. I have no interest in killing you. I merely wish to know who fell into the memories. With that, he cast 2 spells of hypnosis upon them. This time, Su Lu remained silent, and Feng Shirqing said nothing, leaving Cheng Shi to question them alone. Upon concluding his inquiries, the dwarf masquerading as the Duchess exploded into a myriad of starlit particles, reconstituting into a second final door. The second final door. This dot truly exists. Feng Shirqing's expression was a tumult of emotions. Cheng Shi, will you not reconsider what I previously said? Su Lu and Bai Ling exchanged glances filled with unspoken thoughts. Cheng Shi casually smiled. No, thank you. He then bowed to everyone and cheerfully declared, the performance has concluded. Please exit in an orderly fashion. Despite this being a light-hearted interlude meant to ease the atmosphere, not a single person moved. Cheng Shi surveyed the awkward scene, twitching his lips in preparation to leave. Just then, Bai Ling made her move. She gleefully clasped Cheng Shi's arm, swiftly planting a kiss on his cheek before darting towards the final door. As she was about to step through, Cheng Shi suddenly called out, Why choose him? Bai Ling hesitated, turning back with a radiant smile, casting a flirtatious glance at Cheng Shi. Isn't it simply because I like him? With that, she raced into the door without a backward glance. Her answer was both a question and an affirmation. Cheng Shi was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. He was not mocking Bai Ling's straightforwardness, but rather finding joy in her lie. As a companion with whom he had shared life and death, he would never delve too deeply into her motives. However, knowing that Bai Ling had lied was already a cause for celebration. Surviving in this world was no easy feat, and there was no reason to judge others. Moreover, she had never harmed anyone. Watching Bai Ling disappear behind the door, Cheng Shi's smile illuminated his face. Yet, Feng Shirqing's expression darkened. She longed to extend another invitation but recognized that Cheng Shi would likely decline. Reluctantly, she approached the final door. Just before entering, she gave Su Lu a gentle push forward, evidently wishing to avoid leaving her alone with Cheng Shi. However, neither of them anticipated that as Su Lu was on the verge of being thrust through the final door, she suddenly thrashed violently, breaking free and sprinting several meters away. Gasping, she looked back at the astonished Feng Shirqing and the bemused Cheng Shi, her voice a frantic shriek. It's all fake. It's all a lie. He's deceiving us. Sister Feng, he's tricking you. This door is a sham. If we go through, we will all die. Chapter 33. Everything is a choice of fate. What is the problem? Cheng Shi rolled her eyes, her disdain unmistakable. Sister Feng, he's tricking you. This door is a sham. If we go through, we will all die. Chapter 33. Everything is a choice of fate. What is the problem? Cheng Shi rolled her eyes, her disdain unmistakable. Feng Shirqing was taken aback by Su Lu's intense reaction and asked suspiciously, How can you be so certain this is false, Su Lu? You witnessed Cheng Shi's entire reasoning process, if you have any doubts. Su Lu glanced at the clock, gritted her teeth, and resolutely stated, "My lord has bestowed upon me a new decree," he said. "Do not let the followers of time deceive you." Both Fang Shiqing and Cheng Shi were taken aback. Cheng Shi was astonished by the apparent cognitive dissonance regarding Su Lu's benefactor, as she was not truly a follower of time. Fang Shiqing was shocked at the possibility that Su Lu might be speaking the truth. "You, Sister Fang, I know you look down on me, think I'm foolish, perceive me as weak, and consider me a burden. But I can see that you are trying to protect me, so I must tell you this. Cheng Shi is a great deceiver. He wishes to kill everyone. He has already slain a Ming and Huang Bo, and now he is coming for you. Sister Fang, please come with me. Do not trust him. Everything he says is a lie." Fang Shiqing turned to Cheng Shi, only to see him suddenly appear at ease. So this is where the prophecy of fate lies, my dear. It is now your time to choose. Ha ha ha. Will you trust her or me? It is a simple choice. With that, Cheng Shi walked over to the edge of the final door and began to wait silently. "Even you." Fang Shiqing clenched the book in her hands, her gaze wavering. It is a simple choice. With that, Cheng Shi walked over to the edge of the final door and began to wait silently. "Even you." Fang Shiqing clenched the book in her hands, her gaze wavering. "He instructed me, kill that follower of fate. It's you, just as I suspected. Sister Fang, I was not mistaken. He truly intends to kill me, but he lied. He wants to kill everyone. He has already begun. There are only the two of us left. Sister Fang, I am saving you. I am saving you. Please believe me. He wants to kill you. Why don't you come over here? Fang Shiqing, do you believe yourself to be extraordinary? Do you think every choice you make is the right one? You fool. How can you still not see that he is harming you, while I am the only one trying to save you? Do you think every choice you make is the right one? You fool. How can you still not see that he is harming you, while I am the only one trying to save you? May you all perish. May you all perish, fools. May you all die. Cheng Shi watched Fang Shiqing approach with keen interest and remarked, "Why doesn't the fair lady choose her little follower?" Fang Shiqing sighed in resignation. To borrow Su Lu's words, if you wish to kill her, it need not be so troublesome. Cheng Shi chuckled with delight. Not going to save her? Fang Shiqing glanced back, shaking her head. The torchbearer conveys the flame of continuity. Such a person, never mind, let go of the urge to assist, and respect the destinies of others. Cheng Shi smirked. Indeed, respect the destinies of others. The term destiny is emphasized. Fang Shiqing understood his implication and ceased to press the matter of an invitation. Instead, she extended her hand toward Cheng Shi. Cheng Shi was momentarily stunned, at a loss for thought, and placed his hand atop hers. Their warm hands clasped tightly, though not in a tight intertwining, rather in a gesture of a handshake. Fang Shiqing's palm was forcibly shaped into a handshake. A rare moment of embarrassment flickered across Fang Shiqing's face, but she quickly regained her composure and smiled, reminding him, "What about my compensation?" Cheng Shi suddenly recalled that she sought the reward of the eternal prison page. "Oh dear, how awkward. Even my toes are cramping." "Yes, I remember." Cheng Shi hastily withdrew his hand and retrieved from his spatial pocket a mask of all beings. It was a golden mask adorned with a radiant smile. Substantial in weight. Upon receiving it, Fang Shiqing's mind was instantly filled with its description. Joyful mask. When you don this mask, your mood will forcibly transform into joy. When you expend this mask to perform summoning magic, your summoned entity will be replaced by the individual who provided you this mask. Fang Shiqing blinked, taking time to comprehend what it meant to be replaced by the individual who provided her this mask. Your summoned entity will be replaced by the individual who provided you this mask. Fang Shiqing blinked, taking time to comprehend what it meant to be replaced by the individual who provided her this mask. She just wondered if the summoned Cheng Shi would possess such extraordinary capabilities to resolve crises. She gently caressed the mask, smiling with delight. "Thank you. I accept." Cheng Shi awkwardly retracted his hand, unsure of what to say. I merely wanted you to help me see what this thing can do. I actually intended to have you imprint a healing spell that has a divine blessing effect, but you just kept holding onto it tightly, and even pulled it away to touch it. My dear, can I reclaim it?" Sighing, he conceded. After all, she is a lifesaver, so this mask, which has neither description nor practical use, shall be considered a parting gift. This can be considered an extra gift. I will imprint a healing spell for you. Please take note. Is there more? Huh? Oh, sure. Feng Shiqing smiled and took out her book, beginning to imprint Cheng Shi's skill. Once everything was completed, she closed the book and decisively stepped into the final door. Cheng Shi, farewell. Cheng Shi watched Feng Shiqing disappear, shaking his head with a smile. There was no longer a time for farewells. Once Feng Shiqing had vanished through the door, Cheng Shi's gaze sharpened again as he glanced in the direction Su Lu had fled and strode purposefully after her. You think you can escape after being ensnared by my drug? What are you thinking, you fool? Su Lu indeed had not fled far. As she ran, she collapsed in a small garden near the banquet center. The drug had been administered by Cheng Shi when he pulled her away from the first final door. Even in that urgent moment of rescue, he had not forgotten to apply some potion to his hand before pulling her away. Of course, this was not a premeditated act against Su Lu. It was simply a precaution, a move made in advance. He had not anticipated needing it so soon. Originally, Cheng Shi had claimed to Feng Shiqing that time had given him a decrease solely as a ruse. It was simply a precaution, a move made in advance. He had not anticipated needing it so soon. Originally, Cheng Shi had claimed to Feng Shiqing that time had given him a decrease solely as a ruse. Kill that follower of fate. An identical command. It was as though deception had witnessed his earlier performance and echoed his words. The question arose, are you and fate not gods of the same destiny? What does this mean? Cheng Shi found himself at a loss for words. When he arrived at the location, Su Lu was still unconscious on the ground. He seized her collar and dragged her toward the final door. What does this mean? Cheng Shi found himself at a loss for words. When he arrived at the location, Su Lu was still unconscious on the ground. He seized her collar and dragged her toward the final door. Su Lu awoke groggily due to the pain in her back. When she saw Cheng Shi's face, she recoiled in terror. Don't come any closer. Don't kill me. Please, I was wrong. Don't kill me. Cheng Shi regarded her with cold indifference and scoffed. Do you even think you are worthy? He grasped Su Lu by the neck and lifted her effortlessly, then added, indeed, I have killed many and witnessed countless deaths. Yet, I still feel that at times, death is too direct. It lacks a certain aesthetic quality. Miss Prophet, do you not agree? Without waiting for Su Lu's response, he forcefully pressed her head and hurled her into the door of memory. After completing this act, he retrieved the die in his hand and cheerfully remarked, perhaps, rather than killing the follower of fate, it would be more entertaining to disrupt her destiny. Cheng Shi gazed at the die with great anticipation. Unfortunately, it remained motionless, unresponsive. TSK, so dull. Cheng Shi tucked the die away and strode away from the trial. Special trial, Eternal Night's Labyrinth, memory, challenge successful, scoring in progress, calculating rewards. Player, Cheng Shi, performance rating, S, acquired item. Mask of Hope, S, X1, acquired item. Mask of Regret, A, X1, acquired item. Mask of Disdain, B, X1, acquired item. Mask of Relief, A, X1, Path to Ascend 9. Ladder of Audience 3. Current score on Path to Ascend, 2125. Global ranking, 464024. Current score on Ladder of Audience, 161. Fate ranking, 64. Trial cleared, exiting soon. Chapter 34. The Dawn Piercing the Night. In reality, within an unknown apartment of a provincial city, Bai Ling awakens in bed. Feeling the warm sunlight streaming through the window onto her cheek, she raises her hand to touch her face, pinching herself hard. It hurts. I am alive. The final gate is real. I have survived. A moment of joy flickers in her eyes, prompting a laugh, but the smile quickly solidifies on her face, then slowly dissipates. Her gaze turns vacant as she stares at the pristine white ceiling. Why choose him? Cheng Shi's question spirals endlessly in her mind. And she recalls her answer. Wasn't he it because of affection? Indeed, wasn't he it because of affection? But ultimately, what did she truly love? She rises slowly, just as she did after the trial, shedding her clothes. Standing bare before the mirror, turning in circles to inspect the marks left by corruption on her skin. The sensation of embracing desire is not unappealing, but does she genuinely enjoy it? Perhaps. Bai Ling offers a self-deprecating smile and strides toward the bathroom. This is an old, dilapidated apartment, yet thanks to the collective prayers of nearby players, hot water remains sufficiently supplied. She turns the shower to its maximum flow and highest temperature, letting the scalding water cascade over her. This is an old, dilapidated apartment, yet thanks to the collective prayers of nearby players, hot water remains sufficiently supplied. She turns the shower to its maximum flow and highest temperature, letting the scalding water cascade over her. Falling into a weary slumber that the torment finally concludes in her dreams, it seems she returns to the day when the gods descended. Standing before the only choice, Shina Veli asks, "How should I serve you?" That captivating voice lingers in her memory. Flesh, power, wealth, selfishness, greed, sloth, all will be desires you can pursue. But I do not wish to harm others. Then bring joy to others. Joy? From that day forth, a seeker of sensory indulgence emerged. One who has never harmed another, only brought joy to them. Hours seem to slip by before Bai Ling awakens languidly. A smile returns to her face as she slowly dries herself off, selecting a brand new dress from the fitting room and leisurely putting it on. For players, the only fate for old clothes is the trash bin. Yet Bai Ling never discards her garments. Each dress is akin to a videotape of memories, allowing her to recall the intricate details of every trial. She carefully hangs the dress up, meticulously arranging it while reminiscing about each moment that just transpired. But as she smooths the hem, she suddenly discovers a letter tucked within its folds, a letter composed of written pages. Bai Ling gasps, covering her mouth in disbelief, cautiously extracting the letter and trembling as she unfolds it. The elegant handwriting dances before her eyes, an invitation from the torchbearer? In reality, within an unknown classroom in a provincial city. Feng Shiqing adeptly draws a symbol on the blackboard with chalk. The moment she finishes, the blackboard distorts into a pitch-black door, and without hesitation, she strides confidently through it. Beyond the door lies an endless void. As she steps through, invisible stairs rise beneath her feet, guiding her toward a designated location. After only a few steps, Feng Shiqing sees a figure seated before her, someone hovering high above, outlined by flickering candlelight. Gazing down at her, sensing the person's gaze, Feng Shiqing shakes her head with a wry smile. "Must you be so ostentatious? Ching, this is the treatment I deserve. I have opened a pathway that even the gods cannot perceive to facilitate our communication. You should commend me every time we meet. Stop, praise you, praise the great flame of hope. But please, do not call me Ching again. It sends shivers down my spine. Very well, Ching. Feng Shiqing helplessly rubs her forehead. Has he arrived? Yes, he is right in front of you. Feng Shiqing nods and begins to walk, but stops after a couple of steps, turning back with a puzzled expression. By the way, has he arrived? Yes, he is right in front of you. Feng Shiqing nods and begins to walk, but stops after a couple of steps, turning back with a puzzled expression. By the way, where she encounters the towering man. What brings you such joy? Are you injured? Feng Shiqing's brows furrow slightly. A minor injury, nothing serious. I encountered a corrupted, chosen and exchanged blows twice. The man speaks lightly, yet the danger hints at how terrifying it truly was. The segmented difficulty of that trial is nearly beyond the imagination of ordinary players. Feng Shiqing refrains from probing further, merely nodding. Speak, time is precious. Well, I have sent out 2 new invitations, one to the Forgotten Doctor and the other to the Sensory Hunter. The man raises an eyebrow, surprised. A follower of corruption? Yes, a follower of corruption, and then? The doctor declined, while the hunter probably will not refuse to. Oh? The man appears intrigued, smiling. Why? Because her heart's melody resonates with sorrowful notes, interwoven with symbols of hope, just like yours and mine. Are you certain she is a follower of corruption? I am certain. You are the seeker of the flame. Your word is final. May I prepare a welcoming ceremony for our new partner? Feng Shiqing seems to think of someone but shakes her head. Casting aside her distractions, smiling as she nods. She will come. In reality, within an unknown residence in a provincial city, Su Lu awakens with a scream, abruptly standing from her desk, sending the crystal ball and cards scattering to the floor. She struggles as if someone has seized her by the throat, and only when her back meets the wall does she regain her composure, realizing she is no longer within the trial. This is the resting area. As the gods allocated fragmented zones for all players, the concept of home has gradually faded from people's minds. Most players refer to their dwellings as resting areas, while others call it a foothold or a mere survival space. Su Lu gazes incredulously at her hands, hastily searching her body. Yet when she confirms that she is indeed alive and unharmed, her face reflects an even greater terror. Why? Why was I dragged into the wrong final door by someone named Cheng and yet still live? Why did he have the chance but chose not to kill me? Why does a fate advise me not to trust the followers of time? But judging by the outcome, it is clear that the followers of time were indeed correct. Why is that? Is it fate's will for me to die? Why? Ever since I began to believe in fate, I have revered you without fail, praised you daily, and never dared to defy you. Why is that? Is it fate's will for me to die? Why? Ever since I began to believe in fate, I have revered you without fail, praised you daily, and never dared to defy you. Her resentment and hatred growing as she tightly grips the die of fate in her hand, her expression dark and shifting on the rooftop. Xiaoyang seems to perceive the commotion below and leans over the edge, anxiously calling, Lu, are you all right? What happened? Xiaoyang's voice pulls Su Lu back to her senses. She retracts her hand, which had almost cast away the die, and clenches her teeth to silence herself, anxiously calling, Lu, are you all right? What happened? Xiaoyang's voice pulls Su Lu back to her senses. She retracts her hand, which had almost cast away the die, and clenches her teeth to silence herself. That's good. You weren't hurt in the trial, were you? Thanks to your potions, I am fine. It's just that it seems I've run out of them. Oh, no worries, I will ask Cheng Shi for another bottle. He might still have some on hand. Cheng Shi. Again with Cheng Shi. Su Lu's mind races with unspoken thoughts, the loathing flickering in her eyes. Eventually, she weakly adds, well, it wouldn't trouble you, would it, brother? Oh, not at all. In reality, within an unknown suburban area, a Ming lies on the ground, gazing up at the blazing sun, his mind a tumult of emotions. Upon receiving the edict of order and preparing to eradicate the followers of chaos, he realized his imminent demise when Huangbo countered his efforts. Confined against the wall and subjected to inhumane tortures, he felt his life ebbing away, sinking into despair to the point of surrender. Yet, unexpectedly, just as he believed his existence was about to fade, a snap from the depths of the void pulled his consciousness back to reality. He awoke, unharmed, from the wall, just as he had at the onset of the trial. Observing his perfectly restored state, Ming was taken aback. He tore free from the blood nails and struggled to leap down from the wall, glancing at the time. 2 hours remaining. Time? Ming suddenly understood. It was the method of the forgetting doctor, the trick of time. A state reversion. The doctor named Cheng Shi had saved him. He praised time, allowing himself to survive once more. Thereafter, he sought the gates of memory and the whereabouts of his teammates, only to discover they had long departed the trial. Moreover, outside each memory gate, he found clues leading to answers. It was as if he had dreamed of enduring torment and impending death. Yet upon waking, the trial had concluded automatically. Cheng Shi. Fortunate to have you. Chapter 35. Deception. Cheng Shi opened his eyes, only to find himself not atop a rooftop. A jolt of anxiety surged within him. Could it be that he had miscalculated? Was Su Lu telling the truth? However, upon realizing he was amidst the starry cosmos, his earlier thoughts were swiftly dismissed. He had not erred. His body had merely been transported by a mysterious force, one he had heard other players mention in prior trials. It was said that when the divine favored a particular follower, they would descend in a form comprehensible to humanity at the conclusion of the trial to summon them. Could this truly be happening? Cheng Shi's mind was reeling, overwhelmed by the absurdity of the situation. Just as he focused intently on locating his benefactor among the dazzling stars, a pair of terrifyingly immense eyes suddenly opened before him. An indescribable pressure surged forth, striking at his very soul, rendering him momentarily frozen. In comparison to these nearly black hole-like pupils, Cheng Shi felt like mere dust adrift in the vastness of space. An indescribable pressure surged forth, striking at his very soul, rendering him momentarily frozen. In comparison to these nearly black hole-like pupils, Cheng Shi felt like mere dust adrift in the vastness of space. It would be akin to a soul departing the body. Shocked, Cheng Shi looked downward, realizing his physical form remained in place, expression vacant. Meanwhile, his current self appeared translucent and ethereal, as if a spirit it was only then that the suffocating dread began to dissipate. And Cheng Shi gradually regained control of his consciousness, that moment, from the eye before him, adorned with spirals and speckled with stars, emanated an ancient, indifferent voice. Cheng Shi. This sound was unlike any he had ever encountered. As if listening would meld him into the void, he felt he should tremble in response, glancing downward, and indeed, his body quaked. Yet in this ethereal state, he felt no fear, so he gently replied, indeed. However, he soon sensed it was insufficient. No one could maintain their composure before the divine. Even if someone could, it would not be in Cheng Shi's capacity. Thus, he fervently added, praise the void, praise the benefactor. It is indeed an honor to be summoned. No one could maintain their composure before the divine. Even if someone could, it would not be in Cheng Shi's capacity. Thus, he fervently added, praise the void, praise the benefactor. It is indeed an honor to be summoned. Yet they quickly narrowed as his thoughts raced, tentatively asking, time? Upon hearing this divine name, the eye spun rapidly like a clock's hands, its voice growing colder still. To utter the name of the divine is to sentence you to guilt. Yet they quickly narrowed as his thoughts raced, tentatively asking, time? Upon hearing this divine name, the eye spun rapidly like a clock's hands, its voice growing colder still. To utter the name of the divine is to sentence you to guilt. The immense eye revolved in circles until it sensed the fate of another twisting within, before satisfactorily closing once more, as if nothing had ever transpired. Time began to flow anew. It felt as if a century passed. Yet also as if only a second had elapsed. In the chaos of timekeeping, an indeterminate duration passed before that I opened once again in the same location. However, this time, its corners curled upwards. Clearly amused, not too late. The eye, marked with spirals and stars, blinked repeatedly, and with each blink, bright stardust appeared where Cheng Shi's physical form had once been. These particles drew together, merging and coalescing, when they were once more shaped by formless forces into a human likeness. The figure conjured beneath the starry sky opened its eyes, huff. Cheng Shi gasped for air, beads of sweat glistening on his brow. He gazed at the eye before him, clenched his teeth, and forced out a single word, damn. The eye seemed momentarily taken aback, but soon thereafter, it laughed even more joyously. According to my understanding of your human language, this word appears to express your desire to share the authority of creation with me? The eye twirled twice, chuckling. Or perhaps you wish to draw me into the corrupted depths of desire, to engage in actions unfit for the divine. Or perhaps actions unfit for the god. Cheng Shi, bewildered by these words, struggled to swallow the expletive that lingered on his tongue. Regardless of form or tone, it was evident that this was not the same entity as before. His thoughts churned for a moment. Struggled to swallow the expletive that lingered on his tongue. Regardless of form or tone, it was evident that this was not the same entity as before. His thoughts churned for a moment. The starry eye twirled again, chuckling. It seems you have deduced my identity. However, there is one point you have mistaken. I did not witness him slay you. I arrived with my eyes closed. Cheng Shi was taken aback. It turned out there was a reason for his shamelessness. The saying, as the upper beam is crooked, so the lower beam is inclined, perfectly encapsulated this sentiment. But, was this truly the crux of the matter? Cheng Shi felt exasperated, yet he confirmed one thing. At least the entity had responded to him, acknowledging that it was indeed his benefactor. Deception? Furthermore, the atmosphere surrounding the so-called divine gathering of believers was not as solemn and grave as he had imagined. Cheng Shi felt exasperated, yet he confirmed one thing. At least the entity had responded to him, acknowledging that it was indeed his benefactor. Deception? Furthermore, the atmosphere surrounding the so-called divine gathering of believers was not as solemn and grave as he had imagined. Retorting, I suffer from social anxiety and am not particularly skilled in interpersonal interactions. I can comprehend your sentiments. So what? Merely because I saved you, and I am still your benefactor, you are thus. He paused, searching for the right word. Reckless? Cheng Shi shook his head, refuting the notion of deception. It had nothing to do with that. Because you are not human. Ha ha ha! A burst of joyous laughter resonated through the cosmos. The eye, adorned with spirals and stars, laughed until it could scarcely control its blinking. It regarded Cheng Shi with delight and abandon, as if observing a rare and precious work of art. You are the second creation that has pleased me. The eye, adorned with spirals and stars, laughed until it could scarcely control its blinking. It regarded Cheng Shi with delight and abandon, as if observing a rare and precious work of art. You are the second creation that has pleased me. She is my chosen. Cheng Shi's pupils constricted. The gods knew of the chosen. Of course, the deities should be all-knowing. Yet to hear a divine being discuss players as if they were mere commodities, right before him, felt rather unsettling. Oh, it seems you harbor anger regarding your identity as a player. Cheng Shi ceased his playful demeanor, shrugging in a manner that suggested a defiant attitude. Is it not permitted? Apologies, I cannot control it. All anger is but a self-deception. The more fragile life attempts to mask its own inadequacies, the more furious it becomes. The eye scrutinized Cheng Shi's thoughts, jesting, do you wish to take revenge on her? Chapter 36, The Beginning of Destiny and the Game of Memory. Who? That one earlier. Did you not deduce who she is? Cheng Shi furrowed his brow, lost in thought. He had indeed surmised. Upon confirming that the entity before him was his benefactor, he recognized that the one from earlier was likely another deity of the void, fate. They shared similar external manifestations, identical forms, and the same void-like fluctuations. The only distinction lay in their personalities, one cold, the other whimsical. It appears you have deduced correctly. Oh, what if I have? As a mere human, am I to exact revenge upon the divine? Ha ha, you need not test me. I can reveal the answer. Any living being can enact vengeance upon the divine, albeit such retribution may not manifest in the form you desire. For instance, you have persistently retaliated against him from the very beginning. Brother, do not speak so carelessly. When have I ever sought revenge against fate? If I had such audacity, would I still dare to undertake the solo dungeon? Observing Cheng Shi's astonishment, he continued, from the moment you removed the mask that represented me at the inception of your path, your desecration of fate commenced. Cheng Shi was left dumbfounded, his mind flashing through countless images as he recalled the day the gods descended. On that serene afternoon, the faith game forcibly invaded the consciousness of every individual in a manner unfathomable to humanity, Cheng Shi included. Placed at the point of destiny, Cheng Shi beheld a white mask and a die as pale as bone before him, his heart brimming with bewilderment. The situation was stark. He had to choose between the two. Cheng Shi included. Placed at the point of destiny, Cheng Shi beheld a white mask and a die as pale as bone before him, his heart brimming with bewilderment. The situation was stark. He had to choose between the two. He understood that the mask was urging him toward that very die. Cheng Shi was one who heeded advice. Thus, he grasped the die in his simplistic worldview, taking counsel led to sustenance. Consequently, he unhesitatingly opted for the die. Just as the mask's smile widened, Cheng Shi unexpectedly pinched it. The mask's smile froze instantly. Not only was Cheng Shi a receptive individual, but he was also astute. If the mask could persuade him to take something, it must possess inherent worth. Thus, in his greed, Cheng Shi abandoned the choice and opted for both. A transformation ensued. The die grew heavy, while the mask ignited in flames. Cheng Shi's left hand was charred by the searing fire, and his right hand was crushed into the floor by the weight of the die. Yet, even then, he refused to relinquish his grip, driven by an insatiable greed. It was only when the mask had incinerated half of his body and the die penetrated his palm that the anomalies began to dissipate. Lying on the ground, teetering on the brink of death, Cheng Shi gazed upon the remnants of the mask and the ashen die. Reverting to the state of choosing between the two, Cheng Shi let out a grim chuckle, pressing the remaining lips of the mask against his face, only for it to vanish in an instant. In desperation, he extended his pierced right hand to retrieve the die from the depths. And then, inexplicably, he became a disciple of deceit. A hidden lip of foolery appeared on his face, and he possessed a die of destiny that would forever yield a mere 1 point. Thus, from the beginning until now, while others prayed to the mask, he could only beseech the die.do. You remember? You defied your own fate. From that moment forth, every one of your actions has been a desecration of him. While others prayed to the mask, he could only beseech the die.do. You remember? You defied your own fate. From that moment forth, every one of your actions has been a desecration of him. But if I were the insect, ugh, fate truly is a wretched creature. The eyes beneath the starry sky narrowed slightly, revealing a smile. Look, you have once again defiled him. Cheng Shi wore a smile on the surface. But if I were the insect, ugh, fate truly is a wretched creature. The eyes beneath the starry sky narrowed slightly, revealing a smile. Look, you have once again defiled him. Cheng Shi wore a smile on the surface. Yet inwardly cursed as your summons of your disciple merely to witness his misfortune? Or else, is this even human speech? Cheng Shi's face twitched twice, sighing in exasperation. Let us speak of serious matters, O gracious Lord. Please, be direct. With a flicker of amusement in his eyes, he replied. Why not heed my command and slay that disciple of fate? Cheng Shi responded candidly. I personally believe that allowing her to confront her dismal fate and question the benefactor who once sheltered her may be more tormenting than killing her. Death is the simplest form of torment. Interesting. Perhaps death does not share your perspective, but that does not matter. His words do not hold weight. How can you be so certain that your choice is indeed the correct one? Death is the simplest form of torment. Interesting. Perhaps death does not share your perspective, but that does not matter. His words do not hold weight. How can you be so certain that your choice is indeed the correct one? Let me ponder. Perhaps I shall share a few secrets with you. With so many secrets, which one should I divulge? His eyes sparkled with glee as he continued. Let us play a game. The game of memory. The disciples of memory seek intriguing secrets to please me. Let us engage in an exchange of secrets. You may pose 2 questions to me, and I shall pose 2 questions to you. Considering I bear the name of deceit, we shall add an extra rule. At least one of your answers must be truthful. Cheng Shi's gaze sharpened. His mind racing. It is essential to note that according to the rules of the faith game, the opportunity to meet the gods is granted to the top 10 players at the end of each year. And that time is still half a year away. Thus, this is undoubtedly an opportunity to understand the divine, the faith game, and oneself. What should I ask? And how can I ensure he does not lie? After much contemplation, Cheng Shi concluded. It is impossible to ensure. Even the rules of this game could be a fabrication. Simply because his divine name is deceit. With that, there was no need to waste more brain power seeking logical loopholes. After much contemplation, Cheng Shi concluded. It is impossible to ensure. Even the rules of this game could be a fabrication. Simply because his divine name is deceit. With that, there was no need to waste more brain power seeking logical loopholes. For this was a moment worthy of historical remembrance. Humanity, as mere playthings beneath the gods, had finally acquired the opportunity to pose a question to a deity in previous special summons. The gods merely proclaimed their will. The disciples, aside from bowing their heads in acceptance of vague praise, remained utterly silent. Yet today was markedly different. Both parties engaged in conversation with evident enthusiasm, and both were rather loquacious. After a moment of contemplation, Cheng Shi carefully formulated his words and solemnly posed his first question. Why have the gods descended? Or rather, what is the significance of the faith game? Deceit seemed entirely unfazed by this query and replied slowly. To become divine. For the sake of becoming divine? Who seeks divinity? The gods. The players. From the perspective of deceit, this response seemingly points to the gods. Are they not already divine? Of course, this could also be a lie. And it certainly resembled one. This implies that the next question is likely to be the truth, provided deceit does not exercise his authority. It's my turn. Do you wish to become divine? Cheng Shi's heart surged with tumultuous emotions. Yet he maintained a composed demeanor as he replied, I do not wish to. The eyes in the starry sky spun twice, remaining non-committal. For the second question, he inquired, in this faith game, can humanity, or rather, players, attain divinity? Deceit responded with an unwavering emotional tone, yet this time, the reply came swiftly, yes. Now it's my turn again. Why do you not wish to become divine? Cheng Shi's mind erupted with thunderous thoughts. Carefully savoring the implications of this yes. Yes? Players can also attain divinity? This seems even more likely to be a lie. Yet, if deceit has not lied regarding the game rules, it means that at least one of these astonishing responses is true. Gods are not gods, or perhaps, humans can become divine. Regardless of which is true, the answer is sufficiently shocking, to the point where Cheng Shi nearly lost his ability to manage his expression. After a prolonged moment, he finally answered his question with a sincere demeanor, because it is meaningless. Deceit paused momentarily before erupting into thunderous laughter. You did not lie. You are indeed a child of void. However, if I did not understand you, I might have thought you secretly joined that organization based solely on your question. What organization? The Flamebearers. Cheng Shi's heart sank. Though he had long been aware that he was cognizant of the Flamebearers, hearing a deity mention an organization that opposed the divine left him filled with trepidation. To be honest, Cheng Shi was not a virtuous individual. He bore all the common faults of humanity: a touch of selfishness, a hint of apathy, a fear of death, a vague hope yet a lack of fervent pursuit for a brighter tomorrow, and an outlook that could be summarized as living one day at a time. However, these shortcomings did not preclude him from understanding and appreciating those who harbor dreams and bring light to others. The Flamebearers were precisely such individuals. While he might not join them, he would certainly not scorn them. If he could lend a hand when the opportunity arose, he would not turn a blind eye or stand idly by. It seemed that the time had come for him to do just that. Cheng Shi grappled internally with conflicting emotions, but ultimately found the courage to pose a question on behalf of those unfortunate children who bear the burdens of humanity. I in the eyes of the gods. Are they merely a jest? His inquiry was phrased delicately, of course, as it pertained to whether the gods were aware of their existence. For the bearers of the flame, this question carried considerable weight. Are they merely a jest? His inquiry was phrased delicately, of course, as it pertained to whether the gods were aware of their existence. For the bearers of the flame, this question carried considerable weight. He immediately lowered his head, pondering how to elicit further revelations from deception. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "The gods are unaware of them. It seems even deities are not omniscient." Deception chuckled lightly, showing no sign of offense at his irreverence. No existence is omnipotent, nor is any void. The gods reside within existence, while the void exists within the void. Is it not entirely normal that they are not omnipotent? A sudden spark ignited in Cheng Shi's eyes as he lifted his gaze to meet deceptions, articulating each word with clarity. Therefore, the gods bestow the game of faith in pursuit of becoming omnipotent deities. A sudden spark ignited in Cheng Shi's eyes as he lifted his gaze to meet deceptions, articulating each word with clarity. Therefore, the gods bestow the game of faith in pursuit of becoming omnipotent deities. Oh, deception? Inquired, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. How do you know I have not lied? Cheng Shi pointed to his heart and stated, the S-rank talent of Master of Deception, a gift from you, allows me to see through all lies. Deception appeared momentarily taken aback by Cheng Shi's optimism, bursting into laughter, delighting in the moment. You intend to employ the power I have granted you to discern the thoughts of a deity? Do you believe you will succeed? Cheng Shi replied confidently, since even a deity is not omnipotent, they too can be deceived and their thoughts unveiled. As one favored by the divine, why should I not succeed? Deception blinked, seemingly grasping Cheng Shi's intent. Ah, so this is what you seek. Quite cunning indeed. I can indeed grant you the power to deceive them. But tell me, why would one who does not wish to become a deity desire a power that belongs solely to a deity? Cheng Shi answered candidly, I simply do not wish to become a deity. Not that I do not wish to deceive one. I see now. I find myself increasingly fond of you. The manic mirth in his eyes gradually faded as he began to dissolve into the void. Today's meeting was delightful. Go forth. Once you become my chosen, I shall bestow this power upon you. Is that all? Cheng Shi suddenly panicked. What about fate? If it returns, endure until you can deceive it. I can't stand this. Just as Cheng Shi was about to unleash a torrent of curses, his vision abruptly distorted. When his consciousness returned to his body, he found himself atop the rooftop of the rest area. The first sight that greeted his eyes was the sun suspended high in the sky. The first words he heard were, Hey, buddy, do you still have that prosperity from before? I want to get Lulu a couple more bottles. Cheng Shi's face fell instantly. Damn it, the harlots are everywhere. Chapter 38. Observations from the chat channel and a new trial. Cheng Shi did not provide a single bottle this time. That night, he faintly overheard what seemed to be an argument from the neighboring building. Naturally, it was the Fate Believers' one-sided outburst, with Xie Yang continually smiling apologetically. Amid the nauseating laughter of the sycophant, Cheng Shi drifted off to a pleasant slumber. He awoke lazily the following afternoon and began perusing the chat records across various channels. The faith channel was, as usual, filled with an abundance of lies. Any additional glance would be a waste of time. The regional channel was either about relaxation or score comparisons, resembling an elderly matchmaking group before the arrival of the gods. The faith channel was, as usual, filled with an abundance of lies. Any additional glance would be a waste of time. The regional channel was either about relaxation or score comparisons, resembling an elderly matchmaking group before the arrival of the gods. The bald fellow got ousted by a shampoo. Huh? Please elaborate. Your prosperity. Meeting ladder changes way too frequently. It's only been a few months and now another swap. What gives? Did he choke on his own thick hair? The bald fellow got ousted by a shampoo. Huh? Please elaborate. Your prosperity. Meeting ladder changes way too frequently. It's only been a few months and now another swap. What gives? Did he choke on his own thick hair? The flourishing of the mind. He advocates for rapid turnover and unrestrained growth. Thus, his followers tend to exhibit heightened mental vigor and accelerated physical growth, with a notably conspicuous manifestation being the rampant growth of hair. Under this predicament, more than one unfortunate soul had fallen victim during trials due to their excessive hair length, leading to mishaps in their actions. Consequently, this phrase morphed into a humorous quip among players. Professional channel, who knows? In any case, I shaved my head. I shall never be a clown in this lifetime. Who is the new chosen? Let us pay our respects. The ID is only carving decayed wood. Elemental perception. Decayed wood, that's a tough nut to crack. Isn't that decay? Shouldn't we take him down? Haha, as long as they are happy, our decay. Chosen still holds the top rank. The prosperity. Folk can only eat dust behind us. To clarify, what is behind is dung, not dust. Is anyone upstairs willing to share coordinates? 167-1 Guqiao Lane, Xinyao Street, Shancher City, Jiang Province, if you dare, come on over. I'm waiting. That's my place, brother. Who the hell are you? Crap, what a coincidence. That's my old home. Oh wow. So these toys belong to you, brother? Elaborate on toys. Speaking of which, the chosen of deception has also been swapped. It's the first time since the server opened. This is quite enlightening. The previous sincere heart has dropped out of the top 10. Perhaps they failed a few trials. What a big shot, still ranking in the top 10 despite failures. If I failed once, I'd be done for. Fear not, esteemed one. I shall support you, fool. Can't I support myself? My own support is nowhere near as good as a brother's. Cheng Shi was originally entertained, but upon noticing the change in the deception chosen, he curiously opened the ranking of the meeting ladder. Meeting ladder, existence, memory, void deception, 1. Li Jingming, memory, 242.ad space for rent, deception, 203 3. This feeling can wait, memory, 204. Still like a dream, memory, 197.5. Ababa, deception, 197.19. If your score is lower than mine, hurry up and self-destruct, noob, deception, 189.20. Last year today, memory, 189.21. Sincere heart, deception, 188.64. I never lie, deception, 161. Had it not been for hearing Jin Xin's name from deception, Cheng Shi would not have paid much attention to this ID. He recalled that sincere heart had dominated the meeting ladder with a score of 210 just days prior. It was astonishing to see it plummet to 188. What on earth was this person doing? How did they suddenly vanish from the top 10? Cheng Shi found himself perplexed and thought it better to inquire. Out of boredom, he sent a message in the faith channel. Big brother. Why the drop? Can't deceive anymore? This remark, which should have been lost amidst a sea of trivial scams, inexplicably caught the attention of many, igniting a fervor for gossip. Faith channel? Rumor has it, she is pregnant with Li Jingming's child and has taken maternity leave. Your information is incorrect. I know for a fact that the state is cracking down on fraud, and they've been caught. Wow, the Qing dynasty fell. Do you know how to get out? What year is it now? Deception, year 1. High awareness. Were you a government official before? May I ask how many points you have? Share your expertise and why personal experience boils down to two things. 1. Honesty. 2. Still damn honesty, I know a little. I have a communicator, so I asked a few other faith leaders, and they said they were looking for someone. Looking for whom? The child's father? Is she really pregnant? Crap, it can't be mine. Right? Brothers, I'm yellow. ILL go wake him up. Looking for someone? Cheng Shi furrowed his brow, finding the situation somewhat absurd. How could a drop in the meeting ladder be related to looking for someone? What could that possibly entail? After much contemplation, Cheng Shi resumed his aimless browsing of the rankings. He discovered that, in fact, many IDs around his ranking were legends within various channels, each boasting scores around 2400. They were undoubtedly top-tier players. In contrast, he sat at just over 2100, yet had managed to climb to this point. TSK. I truly am quite remarkable. However, Cheng Shi had always been baffled as to why, after each trial, the ascension ladder would grant him maximum bonus points. Yet, ever since he laid eyes upon him, a series of thoughts began to stir within him. Could it be because, just as the notion flickered to life in his mind, he hastily severed it? No, I mustn't dwell on it. Fear gripped him. Should that vile entity be summoned once more, he might not be so fortunate as to be rescued this time. Nevertheless, the power mentioned in Deception, Cheng Shi yearned for it deeply. The divine selection is rather daunting. Transforming a slacker into a fervent participant is no easy feat. It requires at least 10 days to half a month. Thus, this week, Cheng Shi continued to meander through life with ease. Until the crimson reminder illuminated his vision once again, he gazed at the timely arrival of the trial and let out a helpless sigh. I must put in more effort. Special trial, pathway to death, has commenced. Matching teammates, 1-6, trial objective. There exists but one road to death. Discover it and present your offering. Time limit, 7 days, 7 days. Why is there such an extended duration for this trial? Since the descent of the deities, the longest trial shared in the channels has been a mere 3 days. Yet today, the trial length has astonishingly been extended to 7 days. Without a doubt, the risks multiply exponentially with the passage of time. Matching successful, 6-6, entering the trial, Cheng Shi was taken aback, still reeling from the shock as his vision was engulfed by endless darkness. Chapter 39. This high-end match, the bed, the tables and chairs, the doors and windows, the balcony, the warm breeze swept through the window frame. Curiously exploring every corner of the room, caressing the curtains, playfully tousling his hair, creating a cozy atmosphere that was utterly intoxicating. Cheng Shi felt a slight itch from his hair, abruptly opening his eyes to find himself lying on a soft bed. Is this a hotel room? He rose in astonishment, surveying his surroundings. The room was spacious, yet devoid of any occupants. It was just him. A sudden jolt of anxiety gripped Cheng Shi, causing him to furrow his brow. This was the first time in a trial that he opened his eyes to find no one else present. As the saying goes, any change signifies new risks. Cheng Shi dared not let his guard down. He swiftly descended from the bed, meticulously inspecting every aspect of the room. Only when he confirmed the absence of any magical formations or traps did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. During his inspection, he thought he heard a faint sound from the adjacent room. Could it be that everyone has been assigned their own room this time? With this thought in mind, Cheng Shi cautiously crept back to the bed and pressed his ear against the wall. Just as he was about to listen in on the situation next door, he detected a faint, almost imperceptible sound of breathing. At that moment, just a wall away, there was indeed another person eavesdropping on the happenings of his room. Cheng Shi's pupils dilated, yet, despite his shock, he felt no fear. For he knew that if he were the one eavesdropping, he would hold his breath and not let a single sound escape. Since there was a noise coming from the other side, it meant this was not mere eavesdropping, but rather a test. The person next door was most likely another player, moreover, a player with a mind full of schemes. When dealing with such individuals, a straightforward approach is most effective. Then whispered softly against the wall, "Imperial jade liquor?" The breathing next door indeed faltered. However, instead of the response Cheng Shi anticipated, there was a sudden thud as a sharp dagger pierced through the wooden wall. The other party thrust a sharp dagger through the wooden wall with a resounding thud, presenting it before Cheng Shi's eyes. The glimmering blade was a mere 0.1 centimeters from Cheng Shi's Adam's apple. The force was precisely controlled, the distance impeccably gauged, and the explosive power astonishing. Cheng Shi dared not even swallow, fearing that the slightest movement of his throat might lead to the loss of a layer of downy hair. Yet he did not flinch, for he sensed no murderous intent from the other side. Indeed, the individual next door bore no ill will. This was merely a form of greeting. The dagger twisted lightly. The fingers were as delicate as spring onions, tapering like bamboo shoots, adorned with exquisite nail art. Cheng Shi chuckled, grasping the icy little hand. "What a pleasure to meet you," while he greeted her with words. With tips resembling tender shoots, and the nails were painted a vibrant red, akin to lush lips. "Quite the exquisite manicure," Cheng Shi chuckled, grasping the icy little hand with a firm grip. "A pleasure to meet you." While he exchanged pleasantries, his gaze remained fixated on the minuscule opening created by the dagger. Though referred to as a small hole, it was somewhat exaggerated, as it was merely a slit. The dagger was slender, and the gap it created measured less than 2 centimeters in height, with a width so narrow it was almost negligible. Yet within this barely visible crevice, an arm belonging to an average adult seemed to have been two-dimensionally flattened as it slipped through, only to expand into a delicate little hand and a master. This was Cheng Shi's first impression of the person next door. After this exchange, the neighbor finally responded, "A pleasure." Indeed, it was a woman. Yet her voice was far from what Cheng Shi had envisioned. "You seem to have an accurate sense of my position?" The other party fell silent for a moment before softly responding with a slight "Well then, everyone has their secrets, don't they?" Just as he finished speaking, he promptly released her hand and inquired with a smile, "You seem to possess an uncanny ability to sense my location?" The other party remained silent for a moment before softly affirming with a hum, "Very well, everyone has their secrets, don't they? Why reveal them now?" Just as he finished speaking, a knock echoed from outside his room. Not only from his side, but the neighboring room also resonated with a knock. Both doors were being knocked upon simultaneously. Cheng Shi furrowed his brow but remained silent, while the girl next door burst out directly, "Get lost?" The knocking ceased momentarily, followed by a chuckle, "Come out?" However, the dagger-wielding girl disregarded his advice, rushing to the door to open it. Cheng Shi shook his head helplessly and followed suit, opening his door. Upon pushing the door open, 3 exceptionally poised gentlemen stood in the hotel corridor. "You stay put." The other party had responded first. This time, it was Cheng Shi who would take the initiative. This was the most fundamental cooperation and etiquette in a trial, seeking collaboration. Cheng Shi never acted like a villain. However, the dagger-wielding lady next door disregarded his instructions entirely, bounding off the bed to open the door herself. Cheng Shi could only shake his head in resignation as he followed suit to open his own door. Upon pushing it open, he found 3 exceptionally charismatic men standing in the hotel corridor. Their aura was difficult to describe, but one glance revealed they were formidable individuals forged in the crucible of war. Unlike the steely resolve of ordinary soldiers, their eyes carried an air of confidence that looked down upon others. Cheng Shi glanced at a few of them and instantly realized that his role as a slacker was absolutely secure. They were all experts. 2 of them had evidently donned the attire provided by the hotel. Cheng Shi had also spotted the clothing on the table while inspecting the room but, out of caution, had refrained from changing. Now it seemed these 2 players were quite immersed in their roles. The man closest to Cheng Shi wrinkled his nose, catching a whiff as he saw Cheng Shi open the door, and remarked with slight disdain, "Unnecessary caution. Am I being looked down upon?" Cheng Shi chuckled and shook his head, refraining from retorting. The girl next door had also stepped out of her room, and Cheng Shi barely noticed anything about her except a strikingly flamboyant tattoo on her arm. Clad in a snug crop top and tactical leather pants, with a dagger sheathed at her waist, she undoubtedly resembled an assassin. The man standing in the middle of the corridor, seeing both of them emerge, glanced over the railing down to the floor below before smiling and saying, "A fresh challenge, yet still bound by rigid beliefs, isn't it? Allow me to introduce myself. Feng Ju, the Arbiter, 2437. The Arbiter, the Singer of Order." Cheng Shi had just witnessed the demise of an Arbiter NPC in the previous trial, yet here he encountered a true Arbiter. More significantly, this guy had a score of 2437. What a heavyweight. The gameplay in this game at high levels was entirely different from that at lower levels. It was said that those above 2,400 points would introduce themselves without hesitation, entirely disregarding the issue of conflicting beliefs. Each individual would obtain an initial faith talent and an initial occupational talent. Upon reaching scores of 1,200, 1,600, 2,000, and 2,400 on the path to divinity, each would additionally acquire an empty talent slot. At this tier, perhaps no one would believe they could be easily vanquished by an enemy. They all possessed ample confidence. This confidence perhaps stemmed from experience, or perhaps from caution, but more importantly, it was derived from the blessings of their respective patrons. They had accumulated sufficient strength and talent to support their thoughts and intentions. Furthermore, and most crucially, players with scores of 2,400 had an extra blank talent slot compared to those with 2,000 points. In the early days of the faith game, each person received an initial faith talent and an initial profession talent. Achieving scores of 1,200, 1,600, 2,000, and 2,400 on the path to divinity granted each player an additional blank talent slot. This talent slot could be replaced with either a profession talent or a faith talent, and talents, without a doubt, were the player's greatest reliance in this frenzied game. This arbiter was one of the two players who had changed into outfits. He wore a set of attire reminiscent of the Hope Continent style, yet the noble air about him was impossible to conceal. At that moment, he resembled more of a bard than an arbiter. Aside from Cheng Shi, the others seemed unfazed by the arbiter's score. The man next to him, who had knocked on the neighboring door, adjusted his glasses and remarked with a smile, "I appreciate all forms of support, especially from an arbiter. Du Shiguang, the traveler of memories, 2502. Wait a moment. The young master? Chapter 40. Do you fancy my Adam's apple? A score of 2502? Upon hearing this figure, Cheng Shi's fervor was swiftly extinguished. Another player boasting a score exceeding 2,400, even reaching 2,500. The good news is that there are many distinguished individuals. The bad news is that there are far too many. The players in this match seem to possess rather lofty scores. And as for his own, how many points does he have again? The traveler is a mage of memory. Memory faithfully records all that transpires, standing as the mortal enemy of deceit. With such an adversary before him, it would be disingenuous to claim that Cheng Shi felt entirely at ease. Yet, to assert that he was overwhelmingly fearful would not be entirely accurate. After all, he had encountered players of such caliber before. Albeit rarely. Du Shiguang stood tall, at least 1.9 meters, and his glasses lent him an air of refinement. However, the robust physique concealed beneath his trench coat was undeniably formidable. Cheng Shi's gaze briefly flitted over him before discreetly shifting to the dagger-wielding young lady. Yuan and I, apostle of annihilation, with a score of 2491. She is actually a devotee of annihilation. Annihilation is the third deity of the path to descent, embodying the culmination of decline and the ruin of existence. It firmly believes that life will ultimately fade, the universe cannot escape destruction, and all will perish, returning to silence. Thus, its followers, influenced by this belief, often exhibit extreme indifference toward life. In their eyes, existence is merely a process leading to oblivion, and death is but the inception of universal annihilation. The purpose of the world's operation is to await the final judgment, after which, under its gaze, all will crumble to dust. Go think that such a seemingly delicate and somewhat lively girl would profess faith in annihilation. Oh, right, she is an assassin. The apostles of annihilation are indeed assassins of that faith. This makes much more sense. Assassins are often characterized by their contrasting nature. Cheng Shi chuckled inwardly and turned his attention to the next individual, the one knocking at his door. This long-haired gentleman, now donned in attire, exuded a cold indifference. His elongated eyes revealed unabashed contempt for those around him. Apologies, but I hold a disdainful regard for all of you. Such was the impression he gave off. Cheng Shi had already formed a conjecture about his identity. Wei Guan, hunter of fools, with a score of 2450. Indeed, a hunter of fools, the pursuer of folly. Folly is not truly foolish. Rather, it believes itself to be closer to the truth than truth itself. Due to this overzealous proximity to truth, it has developed a chasmic gap with the world, leading it to deem all other existences as foolish. However, his brow furrowed. 3 men and 1 woman, making a total of 5. But where was the 6th? Wei Guan seemed to perceive Cheng Shi's thoughts, letting out a cold snort as his gaze shifted toward the end of the corridor. Cheng Shi and Yun and I followed his line of sight, only to see a muscular man standing there, bare-chested, expressionless, with his eyes closed in meditation. Cheng Shi felt a jolt of surprise, instantly comprehending the situation. Silence. He is a follower of silence. The nature of this deity is evident from its name. Players who worship him have likely relinquished their words since the very inception of the faith game. They follow, observe, listen, and ponder, but do not engage in communication, living like solitary monks. The hulking figure at the corridor's end resembled a hermit. A warrior of silence. Wei Guan spoke again, validating Cheng Shi's conjecture. Cheng Shi and Yun and I followed his line of sight, only to see a muscular man standing there, bare-chested, expressionless, with his eyes closed in meditation. Cheng Shi felt a jolt of surprise, instantly comprehending the situation. Silence. He is a follower of silence. The nature of this deity is evident from its name. Players who worship him have likely relinquished their words since the very inception of the faith game. They follow, observe, listen, and ponder, but do not engage in communication, living like solitary monks. The hulking figure at the corridor's end resembled a hermit. A warrior of silence. Wei Guan spoke again, validating Cheng Shi's conjecture. A hermit is hardly worth the time. Even Cheng Shi, accustomed to the disdain of folly followers, found this contempt somewhat unsettling. One relishes the presence of an unfamiliar individual who intermittently derides them, especially given that this trial lasts a full 7 days, affording ample time. Cheng Shi shrugged, smiled, and casually remarked, Cheng Shi, the rational eroder, with a score of 2401. Soon as the words left his lips. In that moment before death, he deceived the self-assured Huang Bo into believing that he and a Ming had both perished. However, after Huang Bo's demise, he utilized the rewind to resurrect a Ming. Death took away the follower of chaos, along with his doubts and resentment, vanishing from the world. The followers of order managed to survive. Thus, today's Cheng Shi stands as a follower of chaos, the rational eroder. In truth, the talent, lies like yesterday, does not impose limitations on recently deceived followers. This implies that, should Cheng Shi so desire, he could freely choose the faith of the teammate he had deceived in the last trial. In that moment before death, he deceived the self-assured Huang Bo into believing that he and a Ming had both perished. However, after Huang Bo's demise, he utilized the rewind to resurrect a Ming. Death took away the follower of chaos, along with his doubts and resentment, vanishing from the world. The followers of order managed to survive. Thus, today's Cheng Shi stands as a follower of chaos, the rational eroder. In truth, the talent, lies like yesterday, does not impose limitations on recently deceived followers. This implies that, should Cheng Shi so desire, he could freely choose the faith of the teammate he had deceived in the last trial. Yet, he steadfastly opted for chaos. It is crucial to note that chaos is the sworn enemy of order. Moreover, the reputation of chaos followers is not particularly favorable. Few hold them in high regard. However, it is precisely this reason that led Cheng Shi to choose him. For more contentious topics would divert everyone's attention. Consequently, all would focus on his faith, and the fabricated score would naturally be subconsciously overlooked. In a match filled with players boasting scores of 2,400 and 2,500, Cheng Shi could not truthfully disclose his score of 2,100. The only outcome of such honesty would be that the moment he revealed his score, he would be unhesitatingly hunted down by the hunter of fools before him. After all, a score deemed too low is also seen as a form of folly in the eyes of folly followers. Her voice raspy as she remarked, "You are quite organized, and not at all frantic, unlike a follower of chaos. You show restraint and do not harm others, which is even less characteristic of a follower of the annihilation." Yet, despite considering all these factors, an unexpected event transpired. The lawgiver Fang Zhu had yet to utter anything regarding Cheng Shi's identity when, unexpectedly, the assassin young lady, with whom Cheng Shi had interacted, swiftly appeared before him. This perceptive assassin was surely not suspecting him due to his organization. She must have some other means, an inkling that something about Cheng Shi was amiss. He sighed, grasped Yuan Ni's cold hand. Her voice raspy as she remarked, "You are quite organized, and not at all frantic, unlike a follower of chaos. You show restraint and do not harm others, which is even less characteristic of a follower of the annihilation." Cheng Shi continued to jest. This time, it was Yuan Ni who appeared taken aback. She frowned, swiftly altering her stance, and plunged her knife into Cheng Shi's shoulder. Cheng Shi remained utterly unfazed, for he understood this was Yuan Ni's test. This perceptive assassin was surely not suspecting him due to his organization. She must have some other means, an inkling that something about Cheng Shi was amiss. He sighed, grasped Yuan Ni's cold hand, and withdrew the dagger, then, before the eyes of all present, cast a healing spell imbued with divine grace. Upon witnessing this healing spell, the expressions of the others visibly shifted with interest. A healer, a source of joy for everyone. They are bound to encounter followers of deceit, possessing such talents. Cheng Shi's heart tightened, though he maintained an inscrutable facade, saying, Who told you that every player appears on the leaderboard? This was a fabrication Cheng Shi had concocted for self-preservation. Yet, this effect seemed ineffective against Yun and I, who once again pressed her dagger to Cheng Shi's heart, her frustration palpable. I in this rank. I am familiar with almost all of Annihilation's followers. I have never heard of you. Who are you? Lies Like Yesterday? A follower of Deceit. They even know of Lies Like Yesterday? It makes sense, as a score of 2,400 is sufficient to unlock SS grade talents. Provided one remains in this tier long enough, they are bound to encounter followers of Deceit, possessing such talents. Cheng Shi's heart tightened, though he maintained an inscrutable facade, saying, "Who told you that every player appears on the leaderboard?" This was a fabrication Cheng Shi had concocted for self-preservation. His trial was straightforward. Find the right offering. However, given the extensive duration of this trial, I suspect our target did not manifest at the outset. Everyone, go and gather information. We shall reconvene on the first floor of the inn after sunset to share our findings. Allow me to remind everyone, particularly on the first day, not to take the life of another without receiving word of the offerings. We are all intelligent individuals, and I trust that repeated reminders are unnecessary. This is indeed significant news. Fortunately, he had managed to pass through unscathed. Although Feng Ju was a follower of order, opposing Cheng Shi's faith, he displayed no overt hostility. He surveyed the surroundings and took charge of leading the group. Wei Guan surveyed the group with a fleeting glance before opting to depart alone. Du Shiguang waved his hand, a gesture of farewell to the others. Yun and I leapt over the railing, descending to the first floor. Allow me to remind everyone, particularly on the first day, not to take the life of another without receiving word of the offerings. We are all intelligent individuals, and I trust that repeated reminders are unnecessary. After saying this, he cast a glance at Cheng Shi, evidently addressing the followers of chaos. Let us each conduct our own proclamations. Should you require assistance, I am more than willing to oblige. The Hunter of Fools. Wei Guan surveyed the group with a fleeting glance before opting to depart alone. Du Shiguang waved his hand, a gesture of farewell to the others. Yun and I leapt over the railing, descending to the first floor. Thus, to avoid drawing excessive attention from the surrounding NPCs, he, like the others, donned the garments provided by the inn. The attire fit well, albeit being quite unappealing, making him resemble a stable hand. Wait, why did that thought occur to me? You are the sole priest and I am the lone singer. I hope our collaboration proves fruitful, fool. Cheng Shi scoffed softly before turning to leave. Feng Ju felt no offense. After all, if a chaos player regarded him differently. The inn consists of 3 stories, with 4 light wells traversing the floors. All the room doors face inward, while the windows are oriented outward, embodying a standard grid structure. Cheng Shi leisurely examined every corner of the inn. Thus, to avoid drawing excessive attention from the surrounding NPCs, he, like the others, donned the garments provided by the inn. The attire fit well, albeit being quite unappealing, making him resemble a stable hand. Wait, why did that thought occur to me? Cheng Shi chuckled to himself, shaking his head as he exited the room and began to wander through the inn. The inn's name was quite intriguing, called the Flourishing Light of Life. Such a flattering name immediately reveals that the proprietor is a believer in prosperity. Each and every resident held the same belief. This place is a settlement for the followers of prosperity, under the watchful gaze of their deity. The town is situated in the southwest of the Isle of Hope. Engaging in polite conversation with individuals of pleasant demeanor, and before long, he had gathered a wealth of information. The inn truly lived up to its reputation as one of the best places for intelligence gathering, each venerating their respective deities along the path of life. While the factions within the alliance possess self-governance, their power is so widely dispersed and autonomous that both the scale of civilization and the pace of social development lag far behind the structured and systematic Grand Tribunal and the Tower of Reason. Furthermore, as the alliance is not geographically delineated, its factions are sparsely scattered throughout the Isle of Hope, leading many to maintain cooperative agreements with these 2 larger entities, in simpler terms, when alliance members encounter difficulties. Generally governed and regulated by the Grand Tribunal, yet it functions as an autonomous region of the Natural Alliance. The Natural Alliance is not a coalition of nations, but rather an amalgamation of numerous small factions, each venerating their respective deities along the path of life. While the factions within the alliance possess self-governance, Their power is so widely dispersed and autonomous that both the scale of civilization and the pace of social development lag far behind the structured and systematic Grand Tribunal and the Tower of Reason. Furthermore, as the alliance is not geographically delineated, its factions are sparsely scattered throughout the Isle of Hope, leading many to maintain cooperative agreements with these two larger entities. In simpler terms, when alliance members encounter difficulties, they may hire the larger factions for assistance in various matters, including but not limited to technological advancement, urban development, and the adjudication of crimes. Currently, Yongzhan Town is facing a predicament that necessitates the aid of the Grand Tribunal. What? Is there anything fun to do at night? Do you have a death wish? You dare to go out at night? Aren't you afraid? Never mind, I won't utter his name. Are you new? You don't know about this? There are cultists provoking the will of prosperity, and the town's autonomous alliance officials are quite troubled by it. The gentlemen of the Law Enforcement Bureau have been exceedingly busy and won't concern themselves with such money-losing matters. You wonder why they are so busy? It's not unrelated to the deceased. Best not to dwell on it. It is said that the Law Enforcement Bureau has already requested assistance from the Grand Tribunal. One wonders if these judges are truly perceptive enough to discern who the sinners are. All things flourish, both prosperous and thriving. It is evident that you are a wanderer who has just found a sense of belonging. Yongzhan Town welcomes you eternally. Visit the town center. 4. He awaits you there. Cheng Shi stared blankly at the spirited innkeeper, blinking in confusion. The innkeeper, noticing his bewilderment, smiled and said, "There is no need for surprise. He has not descended yet. His will here watches over us." Without a word, Cheng Shi turned and made his way toward the town center. Chapter 42. The town under the gaze of prosperity. The trial contains much background concerning deities. Yet tangible objects or artifacts with direct ties to them are few and far between. Thus, Cheng Shi found himself intrigued by the so-called will of prosperity. To speak impolitely, this is a rare opportunity to study deities. Presumably, every player would seize it. Yongzhan Town is far larger than he had anticipated. He initially believed it to be a small gathering, yet upon traversal, it resembled a city. Apartment buildings stood in a dense arrangement. One would find that at the moment they fixated their gaze upon them, the petals would suddenly come to life, transforming into clear and delicate plant sepals. Each petal bore a unique texture, with intricate veins resembling conduits for nourishment, more akin to the carvings of divine runes. The statue is named Blooming Awaiting Withering. It is a sacred artifact, referred to in the terminology of faith games as an SSS. Unfathomably grand, blossoming perfectly and radiating a soft yet vibrant light. Cheng Shi estimated it to be about 3 or 4 stories tall. At first glance, the flower resembled a stone sculpture, yet upon closer inspection of its petals, one would find that at the moment they fixated their gaze upon them, the petals would suddenly come to life, transforming into clear and delicate plant sepals. Each petal bore a unique texture, with intricate veins resembling conduits for nourishment, more akin to the carvings of divine runes. The statue is named Blooming Awaiting Withering. It is a sacred artifact, referred to in the terminology of faith games as an SSS, or semi-divine item. Its tier is second only to the deities of various paths, yet it lacks independent consciousness. Indeed, it embodies the will of prosperity, for the areas it envelopes shall thrive perpetually until the end of their lifespan. In theory, this means that before their expiration, no one can die in Yongzhan Town. Cheng Shi was astonished by the divine object before him. It is no wonder that this trial revolves around the path to death. No need for a priest. Have you tried it? No, but I'm about to. With that, Yun and I darted forward, plunging a dagger into Cheng Shi's heart. Blood gushed forth, and pain shot through Cheng Shi's chest. Damn. Poor heart. If no one can die before their natural end, then what of my role as a priest? As he pondered this, he turned to find a young woman standing beside him, unbeknownst to him until that moment. Cheng Shi remained standing, undeterred by the killer observing him. Instead, he relentlessly examined himself. This state was peculiar. A potent essence of prosperity was engaging in a tug-of-war with the aura of death within him. No need for a priest. Have you tried it? No, but I'm about to. With that, Yun and I darted forward, plunging a dagger into Cheng Shi's heart. Blood gushed forth, and pain shot through Cheng Shi's chest. Damn. Poor heart. It has truly suffered following me. Yet, despite the blood flowing profusely from his chest, despite the violent thumping of his heart from the blow, and despite his mind growing hazy from the loss of blood, casting a healing spell upon his chest at it seems we still require a priest. Yun and I nodded in agreement, then extended her hand, offering the dagger. Cheng Shi was somewhat taken aback, sensing that this annihilation, believer's thought process diverged from the norm. Swiftly eradicating all traces of the latter, before long, Cheng Shi felt his heart's wound heal. His life was preserved, yet the wound on his chest continued to bleed. This indicated that blooming awaiting withering indeed grants immunity from death to all in the town. However, it only saves lives, not heals injuries. The wounds will persist within the body, barely balanced by its restorative capabilities. While it does not threaten lives, it does render the injured in considerable discomfort. Cheng Shi chuckled. Casting a healing spell upon his chest at it seems we still require a priest. Yun and I nodded in agreement, then extended her hand, offering the dagger. Cheng Shi was somewhat taken aback, sensing that this annihilation, believer's thought process diverged from the norm. Yun's eyes widened in shock before her expression darkened, her voice icy as she said, "Do you enjoy this?" Cheng Shi scoffed lightly, releasing his grip and turning to leave. As he walked away, he remarked, "You see, I may not like what you favor, just as you may not appreciate what I do. No one relishes being randomly stabbed. We are merely acquaintances who have shaken hands." However, the angle was quite astute. Even as the blade penetrated flesh to a certain extent, it failed to strike her heart. Cheng Shi raised an eyebrow in surprise. The cushioning material seemed thicker than anticipated. Yun's eyes widened in shock before her expression darkened, her voice icy as she said, "Do you enjoy this?" Cheng Shi scoffed lightly, releasing his grip and turning to leave. As he walked away, her expression inscrutable. Meanwhile, amidst the throng, a man with a bare torso scanned the multitude, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Cheng Shi departed from the Yongzhan Square, his next destination being the Enforcement Bureau. He was acutely aware of the murder incident that the inn's guests hesitated to discuss. "Do not regard me as your experimental subject. Do not be misled into believing that your dealings are just. Fairness, unendorsed by others, cannot truly be deemed fair. Sheath your dagger, Miss Assassin, lest you encounter even greater disfavor." Yun and I felt the transformation within her body as she silently drew forth her dagger. Blood sprayed upon the ground, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. She gazed at the crimson flow from her chest. Her expression inscrutable. Meanwhile, amidst the throng, a man with a bare torso scanned the multitude, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Cheng Shi departed from the Yongzhan Square, his next destination being the Enforcement Bureau. He was acutely aware of the murder incident that the inn's guests hesitated to discuss. Indeed, the murder case was inextricably linked to death. Cheng Shi pondered whether the clues of the trial would be so straightforward. As a member of the Natural Alliance, Yongzhan Town's governance mirrored the alliance system, not as a partisan coalition but rather as a coalition of functional departments. Various departments, each responsible for different domains, collaborated voluntarily, gradually forming a rudimentary parliamentary system where department heads convened to deliberate on the town's development affairs. The Enforcement Bureau, the most powerful department in the town, functioned akin to a court, a prison, and a police station combined. Located in the southeast of the square, the bureau occupied a considerable expanse, and the closer one approached, the more one could observe uniformed enforcers bustling in and out. Faced with this unfamiliar institution, Cheng Shi refrained from intruding recklessly. Instead, he pretended to be a passerby, straining to eavesdrop on the enforcers' conversations. Before long, he pieced together the details of the murder from snippets of their chatter. Just 7 days prior, a jeweler had mysteriously died in the small town. Had this occurred elsewhere, it might not have garnered public attention. Merely another case of murder and robbery. Yet, it transpired in Yongzhan Town, a place where life persists eternally, barring the natural end of existence. The townsfolk immediately grew anxious, and the Enforcement Bureau swiftly intervened to commence an investigation. Strangely, aside from the man's terrified expression, he bore no visible wounds, as if he had been scared to death. This was even more absurd. No one could perish under the protection of blooming awaiting withering, unless his death was influenced by the will of another deity. The town's autonomous alliance recognized the gravity of the situation, suspecting it might involve deep-seated issues, possibly even matters of faith. prompting them to swiftly report to the Grand Tribunal for assistance from the followers of order. However, while awaiting a response from the Grand Tribunal, 2 more individuals succumbed under the same circumstances. Furthermore, all 3 had perished on the streets at night. The sudden spate of deaths plunged everyone into a state of panic, a dreadful cloud of fear looming over every resident. Consequently, the town's autonomous alliance had no choice but to declare a temporary curfew. Just yesterday marked the first day of this curfew. Another inebriated patron fell outside the tavern, a mere 5 meters from its entrance. Chapter 43. I did not come to provide alms. Cheng Shi furrowed his brow as he sifted through the clues he had gathered, and after a moment of contemplation, he ruled out the possibility that the murderer was a follower of decay. Decay and prosperity are opposing faiths. Should a follower of decay commit murder under the auspices of prosperity, the body would undoubtedly bear signs of decay. Such a manifestation would constitute a provocation of faith, a means to exalt their benefactor. Yet, the body bore no injuries whatsoever, indicating that the murderer was deliberately crafting an atmosphere of terror. The perpetrator's faith was likely aligned with corruption, or perhaps even death itself. Thus, this time, should the offering be a follower of corruption who deliberately instigated slaughter, distorting the resident's natural demise, or should it be in line with the methods of the followers of death, eliminating a target that might pique his interest? Although their respective doctrines may diverge slightly, they are not fundamentally antagonistic. This is evidenced by blooming awaiting withering, which merely protects life within the bounds of a normal lifespan, allowing individuals to pass when their time comes. For prosperity seeks to maximize individual flourishing, rather than to confer immortality. After all, on the journey of a life, death is the inevitable conclusion. With this in mind, Cheng Shi began to ponder. The trial of death ultimately necessitates the sacrifice of a certain offering. Thus, this time, should the offering be a follower of corruption who deliberately instigated slaughter, distorting the resident's natural demise, or should it be in line with the methods of the followers of death, eliminating a target that might pique his interest? One option entails capturing the murderer, while the other involves assisting the murderer in killing. These 2 choices are fundamentally opposed. A misstep could lead one into an abyss from which there is no return. Just as Cheng Shi's brow was furrowed in deep thought, not far from him, another player was also lost in contemplation. Wei Guan was evidently aware that the clues to unraveling the mystery lay within the Enforcement Bureau. Hence he had arrived there ahead of Cheng Shi and lingered for some time. Upon observing teammates arriving in succession, he snorted disdainfully and departed. Witnessing Wei Guan's exit, Cheng Shi couldn't help but chuckle. Spotting the ascetic standing in the shadows, eyes fixed upon them, locking gazes with Cheng Shi. Startled for a moment, Cheng Shi smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. The other's expression remained impassive, unwavering in their gaze. What kind of person stands there all day without tiring? Upon seeing everyone in position, Fang Zhu began to take charge. Let's discuss the intelligence. I'll summarize my observations and thoughts from today. Please fill in any gaps. His 4 teammates had already settled around a wooden table, eagerly awaiting his return. Cheng Shi greeted them and took a seat among them. His gaze inadvertently swept around the corner of the staircase. Spotting the ascetic standing in the shadows, eyes fixed upon them, locking gazes with Cheng Shi. Startled for a moment, Cheng Shi smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. The other's expression remained impassive, unwavering in their gaze. What kind of person stands there all day without tiring? Upon seeing everyone in position, Fang Zhu began to take charge. Let's discuss the intelligence. I'll summarize my observations and thoughts from today. Please fill in any gaps. The enforcers, true to their reputation for meticulousness, shared foundational intelligence about Yongzhan town in a well-organized manner. The level of detail was astonishing, resembling not the work of an individual gathering information over an afternoon, but rather a comprehensive report compiled by a large team after a month of background research. Cheng Shi was taken aback, pondering whether Fang Zhu's abilities were indeed excessively formidable. If only some fund managers could possess such proficiency, the losses prior to the descent of the deities would not have been so catastrophic. They are merely those who take money without contributing any effort. Once Fang Zhu concluded his extensive discourse, it's quite an eye-opener. His words were clearly a jibe at Wei Guan, yet the latter showed no reaction. Instead, the others regarded Cheng Shi with newfound friendliness. Indeed, camaraderie thrives in the absence of folly. Sneering, so eager to reap without sowing. A mind that never contemplates will only grow more foolish. If you wish to glean answers from me, first prove your worth. Cheng Shi could not contain his laughter at this retort. Aligning with Cheng Shi's perspective, he proposed 2 lines of inquiry, a straightforward yet reliable method for solving the mystery. Cheng Shi nodded in agreement, exchanging a glance with Du Shiguang, both feeling a sense of kinship. It's quite an eye-opener. His words were clearly a jibe at Wei Guan, yet the latter showed no reaction. Instead, the others regarded Cheng Shi with newfound friendliness. Indeed, camaraderie thrives in the absence of folly. As long as one steers clear of imbeciles, harmony can prevail. Du Shiguang also chuckled, whether genuinely wishing to prove himself or simply unwilling to await Wei Guan's response. He candidly expressed his thoughts. Aligning with Cheng Shi's perspective, he proposed 2 lines of inquiry, a straightforward yet reliable method for solving the mystery. Cheng Shi nodded in agreement, exchanging a glance with Du Shiguang, both feeling a sense of kinship. How amusing it was to find oneself allied with a follower of memory. Yun and I refrained from adding further details, merely sharing her observations from the autopsy. The Enforcement Bureau lacked a morgue. Next, it was Cheng Shi's turn. He did not hold back, succinctly recounting aspects of his findings that others had omitted, then carefully contemplating where the key to unraveling the mystery lay. Fang Zhu regarded Cheng Shi pensively. Jesting, you certainly do not resemble his follower. Cheng Shi understood the implication, that his demeanor was too orderly. However, he suddenly laughed, replying to Fang Zhu with a playful tone. Do you not perceive that for me, creating dread and harvesting terror is but one form of desire's descent? Yun's hypothesis was decisive, yet it held a degree of validity. Each player, however, possessed their own judgments, making it difficult to achieve a consensus on such a subjective speculation. Next, it was Cheng Shi's turn. He did not hold back, succinctly recounting aspects of his findings that others had omitted, then carefully contemplating where the key to unraveling the mystery lay. Fang Zhu regarded Cheng Shi pensively. Cheng Shi was oblivious to the thoughts swirling in Fang Zhu's mind. Having expressed his own views, he tossed the conversation to Wei Guan. This man, whose countenance conveyed a clear message of, I am not targeting anyone in particular. Being close to order is also a form of chaos? Fang Zhu, upon hearing this, couldn't he help but smile, yet the gravity hidden beneath his mirthful gaze became evident. Indeed, transforming a follower of chaos into one devoid of chaos represents a profound form of disorder, the most intricate kind. Initially, Fang Zhu had thought Cheng Shi unworthy of his attention. However, at this moment, a flicker of murderous intent unexpectedly surged within him. Discovering an opponent of extraordinary divine insight was certainly not a fortunate turn of events. He slammed his hand on the table and stood up, declaring solemnly, to depart from this place signifies your abandonment of our collaboration. Fang Zhu's voice inadvertently took on a resonant quality akin to that of a bard, instilling a sense of gravitas. Many within the tavern heard him and turned their gazes towards the unfolding drama. Yet, Wei Guan did not slow his pace. He headed not for a room on the 2nd floor, but for the tavern's exit. Wei Guan let out a cold laugh and turned to leave, mocking loudly as he walked away. Your musings are utterly worthless. You do not deserve to know the answers. This statement even ruffled the feathers of the usually mild-mannered Fang Zhu. He slammed his hand on the table and stood up, declaring solemnly, to depart from this place signifies your abandonment of our collaboration. Fang Zhu's voice inadvertently took on a resonant quality akin to that of a bard, instilling a sense of gravitas. Many within the tavern heard him and turned their gazes towards the unfolding drama. Yet, Wei Guan did not slow his pace. He headed not for a room on the 2nd floor, but for the tavern's exit. The moment the doors slammed shut, a unified chorus of expletives erupted from the players' table. Fool. Chapter 44. Death shall eventually descend. Cursing aside, none present were fools. They had discerned Wei Guan's intentions. He was issuing a challenge to the murderer. The fact that the killer prowled the streets at night implied that all first-hand evidence concerning the truth lay hidden within the darkness. Thus, for the players, although the night was perilous, it was a time more conducive to uncovering answers than daylight. Retorting, weakness and folly have always gone hand in hand. I am already aware of the answer, and fear not the so-called murderer. Moreover, in my eyes, his methods are equally foolish. With that, he brushed aside the doorman's hand and strode out. Fang Zhu had already perceived Wei Guan's intentions. The two, without a single exchanged glance, relied solely on their keen intuition and agile thinking to stage a performance on the spot. when Wei Guan exited. The fact that the killer prowled the streets at night implied that all first-hand evidence concerning the truth lay hidden within the darkness. Thus, for the players, although the night was perilous, it was a time more conducive to uncovering answers than daylight. He shook his head with a faint smile and addressed the crowd. It seems we may not find rest tonight. Everyone, gather your things and follow suit. He glanced back once more. The shadowy corner, which had once been occupied by a solitary man, was now devoid of the ascetic. Clearly, he too had sensed the shift. SK, not a single fool among them. Cheng Shi marveled inwardly, adjusting his attire before stealthily slipping out through the rear exit. It was only then that the others grasped the brilliance of their silent collaboration. Yet, their exclamation of fool was sincere. No one appreciated pretentious individuals. That was a fact. Suddenly, a flicker of understanding washed over Fang Zhu regarding Qian Chang's situation. Stumbling as they called out the name of their deity, as if such proclamations could shield them from death, he chuckled at these inebriates before stealthily pursuing the direction in which Wei Guan had vanished. Which had once been occupied by a solitary man, was now devoid of the ascetic. Clearly, he too had sensed the shift. SK, not a single fool among them. Cheng Shi marveled inwardly, adjusting his attire before stealthily slipping out through the rear exit, leaving no clue to illuminate the path forward. Damn, truly remarkable. Cheng Shi stood atop the roof of a nearby house, furrowing his brow as he scanned for any signs. Not far off, Yun and I was engaged in a similar pursuit atop a windmill tower. Stumbling as they called out the name of their deity, as if such proclamations could shield them from death, he chuckled at these inebriates before stealthily pursuing the direction in which Wei Guan had vanished. Wei Guan was indeed a lone wolf. Despite Fang Zhu having cooperated with him, providing a pretext for confronting the murderer, this individual seemed entirely ungrateful. Upon leaving, he had left behind no trace. The faintest of footprints vanished not far from the tavern. Wei Guan's methods were efficient, and as a hunter, his skill in erasing traces was unparalleled. The group split into 8 directions and searched for an hour but found no trace of him. After another half hour, as they reconvened with grim expressions, the previously vanished ascetic suddenly reappeared before their eyes. The moment he emerged, his face was even grimmer than that of Cheng Shi and the others. If he discovers the true culprit first and makes decisions on our behalf, who will bear the consequences? Such fools are perpetually repugnant. Indeed, Cheng Shi mused inwardly, as the concepts of deception and memory seemed to conspire once more. Wei Guan's methods were efficient, and as a hunter, his skill in erasing traces was unparalleled. The group split into 8 directions and searched for an hour but found no trace of him. Clad in the white shirt and black vest provided by the tavern, it was Wei Guan. Shock rippled through the group as Cheng Shi's pupils dilated. He could hardly fathom that a level 2,400 player could perish so quietly during a trial. Fang Zhu was the first to notice him and inquired sternly, "What have you discovered?" The ascetic remained silent, turning on his heel to depart. A sense of foreboding gripped the group, and they immediately followed. Under the ascetic's lead, they traversed rooftops, swiftly making their way through the night until they arrived at a certain location in the southern part of the town. On a wide street, the players were startled to discover a corpse. Clad in the white shirt and black vest provided by the tavern, it was Wei Guan. Shock rippled through the group as Cheng Shi's pupils dilated. He could hardly fathom that a level 2,400 player could perish so quietly during a trial. However, lawgivers, as the singers of order, could infuse additional effects into their songs, making this talent particularly advantageous for them. A radiant golden light instantly enveloped the entire street as Fang Zhu glanced back at the others. This indicated one of 2 possibilities. Either the murderer possessed overwhelming strength, dispatching Wei Guan in an instant, or the killer had means to muffle sounds. Fang Zhu's expression darkened as he swiftly descended beside Wei Guan. Then, under the gaze of order, Dapi cast into the death cell. A luminous white aura enveloped each individual. Cheng Shi silently felt the weight of his own weakness, realizing he had acquired a state known as confession. His brow furrowed in concern. Was Fang Zhu suspecting that someone among them had acted treacherously? After all, they had spent a full hour searching separately, ample time for anyone to commit murder. But why target their own? Softly intoning, "Oh, just judge, the time for inquiry has arrived. All lies shall be laid bare, and every answer shall ultimately be revealed. The suspect shall face questioning here, recounting past sins and confronting inner turmoil. Then, under the gaze of order, be cast into the death cell. A luminous white aura enveloped each individual. Cheng Shi silently felt the weight of his own weakness, realizing he had acquired a state known as confession. His brow furrowed in concern. Was Fang Ju suspecting that someone among them had acted treacherously? After all, they had spent a full hour searching separately, ample time for anyone to commit murder. But why target their own? Cheng Shi suddenly felt a jolt of awareness. If he considered each person's faith, damn, was this aimed at me? Yet before Fang Ju could pose his question, the closest figure, Yun and I, leaned in and asked, "You are a follower of deception, are you not?" She still harbored suspicions about me? Cheng Shi's body tensed. An overwhelming pressure surged through his consciousness, compelling him to speak the truth. Could it truly play out this way? Riding the coattails were we? Cheng Shi shot a fierce glare at Yun and I, clenching his jaw tightly, muscles taut, attempting to resist the pressure. But within a mere second, his resolve crumbled. His face twitched as he generously provided his answer. No. Yun and I seemed taken aback by this response, raising an eyebrow before turning to flee. But Cheng Shi was not so easily intimidated. He immediately shouted after her, "Why do you wish to kill Wei Guan?" Exclusive to the Traveler of Remembrance, allows one to traverse the fragments of another's memories, seeking scenes and images of interest, akin to a swift journey. Du Shiguang was no loner. He understood the value of sharing. Wanting to kill and killing were entirely different meanings in certain contexts, yet could easily be misconstrued in others. Sure enough, the instant Yun Ni's words fell, a force of memory sealed the area. Binding her, Du Shiguang stepped forward, placing his index finger upon her forehead without uttering a word. What he saw was evident. Chapter 45. Silence is tonight's Cambridgeshire the S-Class Faith, Talent of Memory. Exclusive to the Traveler of Remembrance, allows one to traverse the fragments of another's memories, seeking scenes and images of interest, akin to a swift journey. Du Shiguang was no loner. He understood the value of sharing. As Yun Ni's memories were accessed, he employed some means to imprint the images onto the street's surface. Then, all the players present bore witness to a rather astonishing scene. A lithe and lovely female assassin lifted her vest, revealing two astonishing mounds beneath it, a hem. This was evidently a memory of Yun and I changing clothes. The reason for this wardrobe alteration was, of course, due to a certain individual stabbing her in the chest, piercing her vest, and just like that, the atmosphere transformed into silence. Conversion meeting, and utter silence enveloped the room. Cheng Shi's lips twitched as he glanced at the rigidly pale Du Shiguang. Unable to muster any witty retort, after finally concocting an excuse to delve into the intriguing memories of assassins, was this the best they could showcase? How utterly dismissive of the comrades. Yun and I was merely under control. Not blind, she naturally perceived the scene unfolding on the ground. Yet, she was not incensed. With a cold expression, she plunged her dagger into Du Shiguang's heart, sliced open his chest and abdomen, severed his throat. However, unexpectedly, he blurted out, "Beautiful." Upon realizing his slip of tongue, his countenance turned ashen, and he hastily retreated 2 steps. Contrary to what he experienced with Du Shiguang, Yun and I did not direct her wrath at him. "Beautiful," following which, his eyes were struck once more. Alas! Had Cheng Shi not intervened, perhaps under the torment of annihilation, divine power, Du Shiguang would not have returned home tonight. Once Yun and I had vented her frustrations, she cast a blank stare at Cheng Shi. "Did you not like it? Was it not beautiful? How petty!" Yet, Cheng Shi was unfazed by this. After enduring so much, he had indeed developed an immunity to such graphic displays. Not to jest, his target was clearly not Cheng Shi, but rather the ascetic who had not been with the group from the start. This silence, believer had vanished from sight early on, only to reappear as the guide to the discovered corpse. Where had he gone during that time, and what had he done? All remained a mystery. Furthermore, since silence, believers were adept at silencing sound. Hail, silence! The playful interlude came to an end. Fang Ju was all business. He vowed that his eyes merely darted at the enchanting scene on the ground for a fleeting moment, only to promptly remind himself that he was there to investigate, instead stating, "It wasn't me." The silence was shattered. The crowd stared at him in astonishment, initially taken aback, but soon their hearts sank. The gravity of the situation was such that silence. Believer had voluntarily broken the silence to seek collaboration, only to reappear as the guide to the discovered corpse. Where had he gone during that time, and what had he done? All remained a mystery. Furthermore, since silence, believers were adept at silencing sound, confirming whether Wei Guan had been murdered by him was the very first task Fang Zhu sought to ascertain. The ascetic was evidently aware of the suspicion surrounding him, yet this time he chose not to maintain silence. Their inspection was so thorough that they nearly extracted any insects nestled in the crevices of the doors for an X-ray examination before returning them, yet they still found nothing. Yun and I conducted another autopsy, but the results aligned perfectly with those obtained earlier that afternoon at the Judicial Bureau. No injuries. A bizarre atmosphere settled in, and everyone's expression turned askew. Cheng Shi furrowed his brow and approached Wei Guan's corpse. He noted the terror etched on Wei Guan's face. Ironically, this individual, who had always squinted disdainfully at others, had his eyes wide open for the first time just before death. Do you not have a way to read people's memories? Their inspection was so thorough that they nearly extracted any insects nestled in the crevices of the doors for an X-ray examination before returning them, yet they still found nothing. Yun and I conducted another autopsy, but the results aligned perfectly with those obtained earlier that afternoon at the Judicial Bureau. No injuries. A bizarre atmosphere settled in, and everyone's expression turned askew. Cheng Shi furrowed his brow and approached Wei Guan's corpse. He noted the terror etched on Wei Guan's face. Ironically, this individual, who had always squinted disdainfully at others, had his eyes wide open for the first time just before death. Do you not have a way to read people's memories? Or was it that the manner of killing truly a curse? What if the murderer had never been on site, simply executing Wei Guan's life from afar? Such a method of murder, did it erase the victim's consciousness? Or did it merely cease their heartbeat? As he pondered this, Cheng Shi's hand grazed the corpse's chest. It was somewhat cold that it had been dead for a while. Wait. Why were Wei Guan's limbs still warm while his chest cavity was already cold? Cheng Shi raised an eyebrow, using his fingertip to probe Wei Guan's chest bit by bit. Fang Zhu observed this scene. Curious, are you a doctor? It seems your memory fails you. I mentioned before that I am a rational eroder. Doctors and priests are not the same. Fang Zhu was clearly referencing Cheng Shi's previous profession, and Cheng Shi did not conceal it, nodding in acknowledgement. Yun and I, intrigued, asked, did you choose to be a priest because of this? Or did it merely cease their heartbeat? As he pondered this, Cheng Shi's hand grazed the corpse's chest. It was somewhat cold that it had been dead for a while. Wait. Why were Wei Guan's limbs still warm while his chest cavity was already cold? Cheng Shi raised an eyebrow, using his fingertip to probe Wei Guan's chest bit by bit. Fang Zhu observed this scene. Curious, are you a doctor? It seems your memory fails you. I mentioned before that I am a rational eroder. Doctors and priests are not the same. Fang Zhu was clearly referencing Cheng Shi's previous profession, and Cheng Shi did not conceal it, nodding in acknowledgement. Yun and I, intrigued, asked, did you choose to be a priest because of this? The crowd frowned at his request, shaking their heads. Only Yun and I shot him a sidelong glance and inquired, where to stab? Cheng Shi, somewhat taken aback, pointed at the center of Wei Guan's corpse, saying, here, directly into the heart. But he certainly possessed some medical knowledge of observation and inquiry. These skills were not acquired from school but were taught by his foster father, a cheerful old man. As for why a scrap collector possessed medical skills, Cheng Shi could not say. He had never asked. He meticulously felt the textures of the muscles and fascia beneath the corpse's skin, and after a long while, he looked up and asked, I need a needle. The crowd frowned at his request, shaking their heads. Only Yun and I shot him a sidelong glance and inquired, where to stab? Cheng Shi, somewhat taken aback, pointed at the center of Wei Guan's corpse, saying, here, directly into the heart. Chapter 46. Another semi-divine artifact? When terror approaches, Yun and I nodded, extending her finger to the point Cheng Shi indicated. With a swift motion, before anyone could react, she had already straightened up, and on Wei Guan's body. Nothing had occurred. Was it over? Did it pierce in? Wasn't that a bit too quick? Several players were astonished by Yun's speed, still trying to ascertain whether she had indeed penetrated, especially since there was no reaction whatsoever from Wei Guan's corpse. Only Cheng Shi smiled, having guessed what Yun and I had done in an incredibly brief moment. She had transformed her finger into a slender line, piercing Wei Guan's heart. The ability of the assassin to two-dimensionalize her body was even stronger than he had presumed. It seemed that her dagger might merely be a fade. When it truly came to taking a life, there was no weapon more convenient than a body that served as a weapon itself. One thing was conspicuously missing. The heart that had vanished? Du Shiguang gaped at the spot where the heart had disappeared, his brow furrowed, seemingly lost in thought. Meanwhile, Cheng Shi nodded in explanation by feeling the skin. I can perceive the direction of the internal muscle fascia and the pressure gradient. When an external force breaches an organ, dark red blood must inevitably seep out. Fang Zhu seemed to have noticed this issue as well, uncertainly stating, "Is there a problem with the heart?" "Clever," Cheng Shi nodded. Retrieving a scalpel from his spatial pouch, and expertly commenced the dissection. Within mere seconds, Wei Guan's chest cavity was deftly dismantled by skilled hands. The crowd gathered closely, discovering that while his chest cavity was filled with flesh and blood, one thing was conspicuously missing. The heart that had vanished? Du Shiguang gaped at the spot where the heart had disappeared, his brow furrowed, seemingly lost in thought. Meanwhile, Cheng Shi nodded in explanation by feeling the skin. I can perceive the direction of the internal muscle fascia and the pressure gradient. I detected that the pressure at Wei Guan's heart was significantly lower than that of an ordinary corpse. Now you all see, his heart has been stolen. Stolen? This doesn't resemble theft. It seems more akin to the methods of annihilation. Doesn't it? As Fang Zhu's words trailed off, everyone turned to Yun and I. Yun and I was initially taken aback, then shrugged nonchalantly. Her attitude was clear. It was none of her business. The others naturally knew she wasn't responsible. They were merely inquiring whether annihilation had any similar techniques. Even Cheng Shi was silently speculating whether he had overlooked another annihilation killer. Just as this thought lingered, while Yun and I was also furrowing her brows in contemplation, Du Shiguang suddenly rose, solemnly drawing a circle in front of him. Golden light coalesced into a ring, and through this ring, the current street scene faded, revealing a library. This ring seemed to transcend time and space. Is a semi-divine artifact steeped in the dual natures of corruption and death. This dagger does not necessitate penetration of the flesh. It merely requires the selection of a target and then waits. Du Shiguang extended his hand through the circular ring, swiftly searching the bookshelf. In a short while, he located a tome and drew its shadow into reality. The ethereal pages fluttered rapidly beneath his fingertips, yielding results after a few breaths. Found it. I wondered why this method of demise felt so eerily familiar. A visage of terror, a heart extinguished. As fear descends, the SSS, a godly dagger hailing from the underworld's Garuda kingdom, is a semi-divine artifact steeped in the dual natures of corruption and death. This dagger does not necessitate penetration of the flesh. It merely requires the selection of a target and then waits. Seemingly questioning whether he was truly a follower of memory, Du Shiguang's countenance remained unchanged as he adjusted his glasses and remarked, "It is precisely because I am his follower that I have no need for memory." No sooner had the words left his lips than the expressions of those present darkened. A semi-divine artifact. Another semi-divine artifact. In the presence of such a dagger, the distinction between 2400 and 1400 becomes non-existent. Both are merely lambs awaiting slaughter. How could you have not recalled such a similar demise? It is surprising, given that you are a devotee of him. Yun and I cast a scornful glance at Du Shiguang, seemingly questioning whether he was truly a follower of memory. Du Shiguang's countenance remained unchanged as he adjusted his glasses and remarked, "It is precisely because I am his follower that I have no need for memory." With that, he cast the tome of light and shadow back into the open memory, and the golden ring dissipated into the air. Cheng Shi, having heard this, regarded him with a meaningful expression. Du Shiguang was lying. He did not lack memory. Perhaps he had forfeited the right to possess his own memories. It is said that his followers exchanged their memories for additional powers. What gift had Du Shiguang sacrificed his memory for? Resulting in one actor's demise. Nevertheless, having a direction is preferable to flailing about like a headless chicken. At least the murderer can now be confined within the endpoint. One more question. Cheng Shi furrowed his brow and added, "Have you considered what could instill fear in someone like Wei Guan? Given Wei Guan's prowess, or rather his vigilance as a hunter, it is unlikely he would overlook anyone concealed in the night, nor would he fail to notice someone tailing him after leaving. Therefore, only one possibility remains. He was marked before departing the inn. The good news is that the provocations from both parties indeed bore fruit. The bad news is that it went too far, resulting in one actor's demise. Nevertheless, having a direction is preferable to flailing about like a headless chicken. At least the murderer can now be confined within the inn. One more question. Cheng Shi furrowed his brow and added, "Have you considered what could instill fear in someone like Wei Guan?" Undoubtedly, when the murder weapon is uncovered, the method of killing will be established. The murderer merely needs to lurk in the shadows and mark their target. As for the rest, that is left to the deceased. The so-called wind's whisper and the snake's shadow are all too real. Once the fear of death quietly spreads within a certain area, the solitary wanderer cloaked in night becomes paranoid. At this juncture, the murderer need not do anything extra. A sound on the silent street or a gentle breeze under the obscured moon may serve as the last straw that claims the victim's life. Yet Wei Guan is different. He is a devotee of foolishness, a sworn enemy of all ignorance. Such trifles would likely be of little concern to him, as one draws closer to the truth. Losing a teammate before the first day has even concluded is undoubtedly the worst possible start. The gravity on everyone's faces was palpable, save for Yun and I, who let out a dismissive huff and turned to leave. The direction she chose was toward the burgeoning light of life. Observing Yun's decisive departure, Cheng Shi felt a surge of emotion. Such is the nature of the 2,400 rank. Even in the face of death, some can confront it with equanimity and press forward. Had this been a 1,400 rank, his group would have disbanded by now. Du Shiguang adjusted his glasses and suggested, "Perhaps we should report Wei Guan's death to the Enforcement Bureau?" Truthfully, that could be a viable option. Allowing the Bureau to intervene could mitigate many risks. Yet the issue is that they cannot yet ascertain whether the wielder of the semi-divine artifact is indeed a target for the players or merely a marker. If it is a marker, then they need only clarify whom he intends to kill next in order to seek out the true sacrificial offering. However, if he is the target, once he falls into the hands of the Bureau, some can confront it with equanimity and press forward. Had this been a 1,400 rank, his group would have disbanded by now. Du Shiguang adjusted his glasses and suggested, "Perhaps we should report Wei Guan's death to the Enforcement Bureau?" Now is not the opportune time for collaboration with the authorities. Cheng Shi had anticipated this outcome. He glanced at Wei Guan, whose eyes remained unclosed, and turned to leave as well. Yun and I was right. If it is a marker, then they need only clarify whom he intends to kill next in order to seek out the true sacrificial offering. However, if he is the target, once he falls into the hands of the Bureau, attempting to eliminate him again would complicate matters significantly. Moreover, considering Wei Guan's current state, how would they even explain it? Fang Zhu pondered for a moment before shaking his head in refusal of the proposal. Fang Zhu looked solemnly at the corpse, letting out a soft sigh. When he concealed the body and lifted his gaze again, he discovered that the ascetic, who had silently listened all night, had vanished without a trace. Proximity to the murderer is essential to uncovering the truth. Regardless, they must return to the inn tonight. This trial has transitioned from dispersing fog to walking the razor's edge, and this is precisely what death desires. It has never shied away from more offerings. You all go ahead. I will take care of Wei Guan's body. The followers of order have always been reliable. Du Shiguang did not hesitate to fall in step behind Cheng Shi. Lifted a fraction, prompting him to continue, "I do not wish to lose 2 teammates on the first day. Nor do I want you to meet a similarly inexplicable fate as that arrogant follower of foolishness." Cheng Shi's words were candid. He was genuinely fearful that a teammate might charge in with overconfidence only to end up lifeless on the spot. He did not doubt Yun's intellect. Well, perhaps he did. Moreover, he could tell that this assassin had her own plans. She might act tonight. As for whether her actions would benefit the trial, he had no way of judging without knowing her thoughts. Lifted a fraction, prompting him to continue, "I do not wish to lose 2 teammates on the first day. Nor do I want you to meet a similarly inexplicable fate as that arrogant follower of foolishness." A nearly invisible crack gradually spreading toward the 3 o'clock position. An intriguing invitation. The inn's first floor closed at 2 o'clock, evidently aiming to conduct some clandestine activities in the stillness of the night. Cheng Shi chuckled softly, downed the contents of his glass, and returned to his own room. The night was deep. Even with numerous guests in the inn, most chose to rest, the earlier liveliness now a distant memory. The innkeeper was evidently a shrewd operator. To ensure that travelers slept soundly, He had even arranged for several attendants to patrol the corridors at intervals during such late hours. Cheng Shi lay in his room, unable to find sleep, as he listened to the footsteps echoing back and forth in the corridor, his mind racing with thoughts on how to break the deadlock. Just as he furrowed his brow in contemplation, Cheng Shi chuckled softly, downed the contents of his glass, and returned to his own room. The night was deep. Even with numerous guests in the inn, most chose to rest, the earlier liveliness now a distant memory. The innkeeper was evidently a shrewd operator. To ensure that travelers slept soundly, he had even arranged for several attendants to patrol the corridors at intervals during such late hours. Cheng Shi lay in his room, unable to find sleep, as he listened to the footsteps echoing back and forth in the corridor, his mind racing with thoughts on how to break the deadlock. Just as he furrowed his brow in contemplation, it appeared that everyone was preoccupied with the actions of the assassin miss. Yet, I remained awake because Yun and I had extended an invitation. What did these burly men mean by eavesdropping in the middle of the night? Time was fleeting, leaving no opportunity for Cheng Shi to ponder further. The group tacitly skipped the awkward greeting and followed Yun's footsteps to the third floor. Perhaps due to the warning of Wei Guan's death, the two men's gazes uniformly bypassed Cheng Shi, focusing on Yun's door. More astonishingly, at the end of the corridor, a robust man lying in the shadows had also awakened, silently rising to his feet. For when they arrived at the door of the room in the far corner of the third floor, the answer revealed itself. A waft of annihilation permeated from within. Yun and I had made her move. Time was fleeting, leaving no opportunity for Cheng Shi to ponder further. The group tacitly skipped the awkward greeting and followed Yun's footsteps to the third floor. Perhaps due to the warning of Wei Guan's death, Yun and I had also disappeared once more. A madwoman, Fang Ju swiftly grasped Yun's intentions, cursing under his breath before darting out the door. Du Shiguang followed closely, evidently having discerned Yun's ulterior motives as well. For when they arrived at the door of the room in the far corner of the third floor, the answer revealed itself. A waft of annihilation permeated from within. Yun and I had made her move, off into realms on the brink of collapse. Leading living beings into disintegrating spaces was regarded as an offering to him. Furthermore, the disappearance of a life form from its original location could be construed as a form of death. The unfortunate traveler might still be alive, but the torment they would endure in the gaze of the annihilation remained unknown to outsiders. The idea was crude yet effective. The assassin's plan was merely to conduct a forceful search for evidence. Cheng Shi surveyed the empty room, his brow furrowing in concern. There was no doubt that Yun and I had committed murder. The followers of the annihilation employed the unique methods bestowed upon them by their deity to transport the guests within the room to alternate dimensions. Such a straightforward and effective method had been contemplated by others, yet none wished to be the second Wei Guan. Unexpectedly, Yun and I seemed utterly unperturbed, willingly becoming a sharp weapon in the hands of the players. The unfortunate traveler might still be alive, but the torment they would endure in the gaze of the annihilation remained unknown to outsiders. The idea was crude yet effective. The assassin's plan was merely to conduct a forceful search for evidence. He regarded this with a degree of disdain. Recklessness could not solve everything. Intellect was the key to unlocking crucial doors. Yet, the events had unfolded, and dwelling on them proved futile, with a resigned sigh. Such a straightforward and effective method had been contemplated by others, yet none wished to be the second Wei Guan. Unexpectedly, Yun and I seemed utterly unperturbed, willingly becoming a sharp weapon in the hands of the players. Contemplating this, Cheng Shi couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly, those with great skill possess great audacity." How could this group of high-scoring individuals be so confident? Was their score merely a product of innate talent? An exceedingly bizarre scene unfolded in the nocturnal inn. Several men, their faces ashen, were chasing a woman. This woman, however, flitted through the corridors of the inn, darting into each room she passed, only to emerge shortly thereafter. He began to inspect the chaotic room, hoping to uncover some useful information. It was evident that the assassin would not conduct a thorough search. Such dirty work required the collective effort of everyone involved. Yet nothing had been taken. Such behavior hardly suggested theft. Thus, the question arose. What, precisely, was this female thief stealing? The answer: Cheng Shi's time. After trailing Yun and I through a dozen rooms, Cheng Shi was thoroughly disheartened. He found nothing of worth. Aside from the luggage and numerous survival necessities brought by the travelers, His greatest discovery was a few stylish pieces of QQ lingerie in a lady's wardrobe, visibly agitated. The duration of this sequence was brief, and the quiet rooms emitted no sounds. Yet, upon the entry of others, they would discover that the travelers on the beds had vanished. The belongings within the rooms lay scattered across the floor. Yet nothing had been taken. Such behavior hardly suggested theft. Thus, the question arose. What, precisely, was this female thief stealing? The answer: Cheng Shi's time. After trailing Yun and I through a dozen rooms, Cheng Shi was thoroughly disheartened. He found nothing of worth. Aside from the luggage and numerous survival necessities brought by the travelers, his greatest discovery was a few stylish pieces of QQ lingerie in a lady's wardrobe. One must admit, the lady's taste was best left unmentioned. Returning to the matter at hand, it was evident that the rooms they had inspected housed nothing but respectable guests, not the individuals they sought. Moreover, the inn was teeming with travelers. Continuing this way, they would not finish searching the third floor by dawn, let alone the 2 floors below. If this persisted, by the time dawn broke, Yun and I would be compelled to return the travelers sent to alternate dimensions. At that point, panic would likely spread even more fervently throughout the inn. Cheng Shi had repeatedly cautioned the others. Should they continue? The responses from the others were quite intriguing. Feng Ju frowned. Du Shiguang smiled, and the ascetic remained silent. Clearly, the big shots were willing to gamble on luck, hoping to stumble upon useful clues, potentially saving them some time. Since the high-level individuals were reluctant to halt, Cheng Shi, as a mere bystander, had little say in the matter. Thus, they pressed on. Yet, life has a peculiar way of complicating matters. The more urgency one feels, the more elusive success becomes. Such unconventional methods were ultimately unsustainable. Here, shouting is forbidden. Here, resistance is forbidden. Here, evasion is forbidden. A series of terrifying beams of holy light surged forth, instantly illuminating the entire room in a dazzling gold. Chains composed of edicts ensnared Yun's limbs as if they were sentient. Seated in perfect order, all of whom simultaneously turned their gaze towards her. The instant their bright eyes opened, a surge of order began to ripple through the air. The thick, palpable essence felt as though he had descended upon this very place. Yun's complexion shifted dramatically, and she turned to flee. However, the moment she crossed the threshold into the room, her fate was sealed. A grand and imposing chant resonated, echoing like a thunderclap. Here, escape is forbidden. Here, shouting is forbidden. Here, resistance is forbidden. Here, evasion is forbidden. A series of terrifying beams of holy light surged forth, instantly illuminating the entire room in a dazzling gold. Chains composed of edicts ensnared Yun's limbs as if they were sentient. Tightening their grip, she was powerless to resist, unable to call for help, forced to witness her own confinement as the chains lifted her into the air, reminiscent of a gruesome execution. The overwhelming pressure and negative effects emanating from order ravaged her body until the judge, draped in his judicial robes, opened his eyes, momentarily halting the horrific punishment. Yet this was merely the beginning of her nightmare. The judge extracted his scepter of judgment from the void, his eyes swirling with purple lightning as they bore down upon Yun and I. With a gentle motion towards her bound form, he slowly inquired, "Do you plead guilty? Guilty? For what crime? Is offering the slumbering travelers a complimentary journey to an unfamiliar dimension a sin? Is that not an act of charity?" Of course, had it been Cheng Shi in her place, he might have entertained such thoughts. Yet for Yun and I, in that moment, she felt neither joy nor sorrow. She recognized the identities of these individuals. They were unmistakably from the High Court. The High Court had already arrived. They had silently infiltrated Yongzhan town, masquerading as ordinary travelers, delving into the inn for investigation. Indeed, if even the players could pinpoint the killer's location. Yet she had consistently pondered how to counter the bizarre assaults heralded by the arrival of fear. Little did she know that her downfall would ultimately be at the hands of yet another semi-divine artifact belonging to the High Court. The absurdity of the conclusion she faced after all her deliberations was nearly laughable. Yun and I seemed to relinquish any desire to defend herself, even though she believed herself innocent. Yet when a judge has already resolved to declare you guilty. Another semi-divine artifact. This marked the third semi-divine artifact she had encountered in a single day. What did this signify? It indicated she might face death. Yun and I had long anticipated the possibility of misfortune. Yet she had consistently pondered how to counter the bizarre assaults heralded by the arrival of fear. Little did she know that her downfall would ultimately be at the hands of yet another semi-divine artifact belonging to the High Court. With a thunderous crack, lightning struck. The synod was reduced to ashes. From the moment of confession to annihilation, not even the blink of an eye was wasted. Despite the equal protection afforded by blooming awaiting withering to all within Yongzhan town, rebuttal is less effective than silence. At least one could preserve their final dignity, avoiding the role of a jester. The judge's rhetoric was clearly aimed at condemning her to death. Yun and I offered a fearless smile, then turned her head away. However, the power of order ultimately compelled her to speak. An invisible pressure manifested as a transparent hand, tightening around her throat, forcing a response from her vocal cords. Yes, immediately thereafter. With a thunderous crack, lightning struck. The synod was reduced to ashes. From the moment of confession to annihilation, not even the blink of an eye was wasted. Despite the equal protection afforded by blooming awaiting withering to all within Yongzhan town, the will of other deities could still bring forth death. Just as order, as decree was inescapable. The judge completed the execution, yet appeared unsatisfied, fixating on the spot where Yun and I had vanished, his brow furrowed. The judge stowed away his scepter but did not close his eyes. Instead, he directed his icy gaze towards the door. Outside the door, Fang Zhu was drenched in cold sweat, and Du Shiguang clenched his fists tightly. One of the other judges noticed the anomaly as well, their brows knitting in confusion as they inquired. "My lord, what is this?" The judge contemplated for a moment before coldly replying. "It is likely a peculiar method derived from the underground faith of annihilation." The two retreated, their faces grim, until they reached the staircase, where they encountered Cheng Shi and the ascetic lurking in the shadows, finally pausing to wipe the cold sweat from their brows. Cheng Shi had witnessed none of the events transpiring inside or outside the room. The judge stowed away his scepter but did not close his eyes. Instead, he directed his icy gaze towards the door. Outside the door, Fang Zhu was drenched in cold sweat, and Du Shiguang clenched his fists tightly. The two were mere steps away from following Yun and I inside. Fortunately, she had quickly signaled them to halt the moment she entered, prompting a moment of caution. It was this fleeting hesitation that saved their lives. That room should have been empty before they departed. In other words, the individuals within that chamber must have entered during the brief interval when the players ventured out to search for Wei Guan. Upon seeing the serious expressions of the two, a sense of dread gripped his heart. Where was Yun and I? Fang Zhu's eyes darkened, and he remained silent. Du Shiguang slowly shook his head, conveying a clear message. Dead? Was Yongzhan town truly a place where one could pass away peacefully? Cheng Shi was utterly astonished, his eyes widening as he stared at the room, seemingly recalling who had resided there. If my memory serves me right, another life claimed. 6, leaving 4. Meanwhile, the travelers sent by Yun and I to other planes were abruptly expelled from the dimension, awakening on their beds, feeling as though they had experienced a terrifying nightmare. Yet, they bore no recollection of the true mastermind behind this nightmare. For the culprit had already been vanquished. Chapter 49. Travelers, please remain calm. It was evident that the judges of the Grand Tribunal had taken notice of the players' presence. Regardless of their motives for not pursuing further, the self-aware individuals decisively abandoned their subsequent actions, returning to their rooms with grave expressions. The evening's performance had concluded at the cost of a second life, amidst the survivors' dread. Fang Zhu and Du Shiguang made their way to the same room, their chaotic auras noticeably circumventing Cheng Shi. The current situation was too disordered, making it difficult not to associate it with the devotees of chaos. Although Cheng Shi had done nothing, his inaction was even more suspect. For the culprit had already been vanquished. Chapter 49. Travelers, please remain calm. It was evident that the judges of the Grand Tribunal had taken notice of the players' presence, regardless of their motives for not pursuing further. The only difference being that this time, the deaths appeared more coincidental, yet more plausible. Cheng Shi could discern their thoughts, and thus refrained from forcing his presence upon them. Like a solitary ascetic, he silently descended the stairs, their chaotic auras noticeably circumventing Cheng Shi. The current situation was too disordered, making it difficult not to associate it with the devotees of chaos. Although Cheng Shi had done nothing, his inaction was even more suspect. From the beginning of the trial until now, a group of people seemed to be led by an unseen hand. Wherever they investigated, death followed. This was reminiscent of previous trials involving devotees of chaos. Perhaps this was the hallmark of devotees of annihilation. When they dedicated themselves to it, all traces of their existence vanished, as if they had never been. He lay upon Yuanni's bed, turning to gaze at the knife slit she had left in the wooden wall. Yet he did not return to his own room. Instead, he ventured to Yuanni's quarters. Yuanni's room was exceedingly sparse, almost excessively so. Not a single personal item of hers remained, and even the furniture provided by the inn had vanished. Cheng Shi understood that these items must have been repurposed by the assassin for her own purposes. The decree of annihilation was indeed annihilation itself. Having found no useful clues, Cheng Shi sighed in resignation. Perhaps this was the hallmark of devotees of annihilation. When they dedicated themselves to it, all traces of their existence vanished, as if they had never been. He lay upon Yuanni's bed, turning to gaze at the knife slit she had left in the wooden wall. Feeling somewhat dazed, it had only been a matter of hours since that slit was created, yet today felt as if it had spanned several days. Suddenly, he recalled the moment when Yuan had shaken his hand. The vivid image of her red-tipped fingers still fresh in his mind. Memories surged forth, and with each recollection, Cheng Shi's brow furrowed deeper. He was not nostalgically reminiscing about these fragmented details. Rather, he was contemplating the origin of that knife slit. If memory serves, the assassin could accurately sense Cheng Shi's position through a wall. This indicated that she possessed some form of probing or perceptive ability, and at a considerable level. If so, why had she failed to detect the anomalies in the room before entering? But she would certainly not concern herself with the lives of others. Even allying with Feng Zhu and the others to resist would have been more dependable than mere warning. So, what could explain this? However, this act of warning was even more perplexing. Cheng Shi could not help but ponder. If he were in her position, upon discovering danger within the room, he would either strive to escape at all costs or muster his courage for a direct confrontation. He certainly would not divide his attention to warn his teammates first. He was keenly aware of Yuanni's attitude towards her comrades. She might care for her own sense of fairness, but she would certainly not concern herself with the lives of others. Even allying with Feng Zhu and the others to resist would have been more dependable than mere warning. So, what could explain this? Cheng Shi ruminated for quite some time, struggling to conjure a reasonable explanation, until he reluctantly pieced together a hypothesis. She had been controlled. It was likely not a prolonged control, but rather a fleeting moment that had influenced her mind. That moment's decision had sealed her fate. Someone concealed in the shadows could manipulate thoughts. Was it the murderer, or could it be a player? Most likely, it was the murderer. Of course, the possibility of Feng Zhu and Du Shiguang could not be entirely dismissed. Cheng Shi's expression grew increasingly grave. It appeared that in this trial, not only was there a perfectly concealed murderer, but also someone was fishing in troubled waters. The night was rife with danger. I repeat, please assemble on the first floor. The Grand Tribunal has initiated action. Their speed exceeded all expectations. The entire inn was locked down. Feng Zhu exchanged glances with Cheng Shi, and without a word. The inn's front door was roughly slammed shut by a group of uniformed enforcers. The directive from the Enforcement Bureau proclaimed, at the request of Judge Imo Chiosi of the Grand Tribunal, all entrances and exits of Yongzhan town are to be sealed, including the Lifelight Inn. Travelers, please remain calm. The judges have taken control of the situation, ensuring your safety. We kindly ask everyone to exit their rooms in an orderly fashion and gather on the first floor. Regardless of whether the final sacrifice was indeed him, no one could interrogate a criminal in the clutches of the Grand Tribunal. Moreover, this was a judge who had effortlessly slain Yuan and I. They descended to the first floor. Cheng Shi obediently followed. The Grand Tribunal's target was not the players. Since they had spared them the previous night, they would not cause such a commotion to trouble them again today. Where was the innkeeper? He should be protesting to the, "Have you lost your mind? This is the Grand Tribunal's order." Do you know what the Grand Tribunal is? The lofty judges would never seal the inn without evidence. Regardless of whether the final sacrifice was indeed him, no one could interrogate a criminal in the clutches of the Grand Tribunal. Moreover, this was a judge who had effortlessly slain Yuan and I. The travelers were taken aback by the Enforcement Bureau's announcement, and a wave of confusion spread throughout the inn. People were bewildered, murmuring among themselves. What was happening? Why was the inn being locked down? Where was the innkeeper? He should be protesting to the, "Have you lost your mind? This is the Grand Tribunal's order. Do you know what the Grand Tribunal is? The lofty judges would never seal the inn without evidence. Do you want to fight? Under prosperity, the judges have already locked onto the murderer. Now, I fear you not. The scene descended into chaos as the players dispersed amidst the restless crowd, scrutinizing everything and everyone around them for any signs of suspicion. Yes, him. He is a first-level judge of the Grand Tribunal, a student of the chief executor Altai Lu, the most gifted elemental judge in history, and the one most likely to inherit the title of Judge of Order. Even if, just let me see him once. Tonight will be an unforgettable dream for me. You look quite frightening in your excitement. Perhaps for Chiosi, a mere glance at you would haunt his nightmares. Do you want to fight? Under prosperity, the judges have already locked onto the murderer. Now, I fear you not. The scene descended into chaos as the players dispersed amidst the restless crowd, scrutinizing everything and everyone around them for any signs of suspicion. Chiosi, the elemental judge of the Grand Tribunal, historically the most favored first-level judge. Do you know him? Du Shiguang asked quietly from within the crowd. Fang Ju nodded. The prematurely deceased child of order. I have seen his name in the annals of the Grand Tribunal. The actions of many travelers had become distorted and reactive due to panic. Cheng Shi let out a soft sigh, shifting his thought process. Meanwhile, four judges from the Grand Tribunal quietly appeared in the four corners of the hall. No, it must be even earlier. It should be at the end of the early stage. At this time, the civil war had just ignited, and war was merely beginning to cast its gaze upon this land. Without yet descending deities for chaos, its name had not yet been disseminated among the deities. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Du Shiguang's mind, and he understood why, despite a chaos devotee being right outside last night, the judges of the Grand Tribunal had not come to apprehend him. It turned out that it was still the early period of the civilizational era. By this time, the descents of order and truth had occurred thousands of years prior. No, it must be even earlier. It should be at the end of the early stage. At this time, the civil war had just ignited, and war was merely beginning to cast its gaze upon this land. Without yet descending deities for chaos, its name had not yet been disseminated among the deities. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Du Shiguang's mind, and he understood why, despite a chaos devotee being right outside last night, the judges of the Grand Tribunal had not come to apprehend him. It turned out that it was still the early period of the civilizational era. By this time, the descents of order and truth had occurred thousands of years prior, and their followers had nearly unified the surface. Yet war had only just begun to take notice of the Isle of Hope. How did he die? The records of the Grand Tribunal are rather ambiguous. I did not join them, so my understanding is limited. What is meant by child of order? Du Shiguang inquired further. This time, Fang Ju did not respond to him, but instead retorted with a question. What have you exchanged your memories for? Du Shiguang's expression tightened, and he fell silent. Fang Ju seemed to have guessed something and chose not to speak further. The adjudicator, whose eyes sparkled with violet lightning, stepped forward deliberately towards the crowd, tapping his staff against the floor to signal for silence. Perhaps compelled by the weight of order, or out of respect for the Grand Tribunal, the hall quickly fell silent. He had yet to utter a word. Merely adhering to the manner of a devotee of order, he performed a bow, and a sudden sense of lawfulness permeated Cheng Shi's heart, igniting within him an impulse to confess. This was far more impressive than Fang Ju's confession from the previous night. Just as everyone bowed their heads in preparation to accept judgment, spoke up. Chapter 50. Starkly different reactions as he opened his mouth. The holy light of order enveloped everyone. Perhaps some of you know me, and the enforcers surrounding them wore expressions of eager anticipation. However, his tone soon turned icy and filled with malice. Well then, the routine proclamation has concluded. Let us dispense with these cumbersome restraints and get straight to the point. Such sordid deeds not only trample upon the faith of the natural alliance, but also provoke the authority of the Grand Tribunal. By the grace of order, judgment shall come. No sinner shall escape retribution. How do you intend to escape? Before could finish, his gaze began to slowly sweep across the hall, starting from the far left and scanning every individual present, with each subtle shift of his focus. And the enforcers surrounding them wore expressions of eager anticipation. However, his tone soon turned icy and filled with malice. Well then, the routine proclamation has concluded. Let us dispense with these cumbersome restraints and get straight to the point. Cheng Shi, standing amidst the crowd, felt the piercing gaze linger upon him for a moment before it moved on, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He was terrified that this adjudicator would employ his lethal methods against him. How do you intend to escape? Before could finish, his gaze began to slowly sweep across the hall, starting from the far left and scanning every individual present. With each subtle shift of his focus, a figure clad in a cerulean trench coat suddenly ducked low, shoving past the surrounding travelers and swiftly darting towards the outskirts of the crowd. The travelers who were jostled were momentarily stunned before erupting into screams. Cheng Shi, standing amidst the crowd, felt the piercing gaze linger upon him for a moment before it moved on, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He was terrified that this adjudicator would employ his lethal methods against him. Chaos, devotee, once again. Fortunately, it appeared that he truly overlooked the players. The pressure continued to shift, and panic brewed. Just as gaze had traversed halfway and was about to turn right, an unexpected event occurred. A figure clad in a cerulean trench coat suddenly ducked low, shoving past the surrounding travelers and swiftly darting towards the outskirts of the crowd. The travelers who were jostled were momentarily stunned before erupting into screams. Ah, help! Save me! Run! The murderer is going to kill! The enforcers stationed at the entrance immediately sprang into action, pursuing the figure. It's him! Don't let him get away! Capture him! The hall descended into instant chaos, in the midst of this upheaval, but rather a quest for clues. Surrendering was not an option. It was impossible to do so in this life. This game was so thrilling that a moment of complacency could lead to death, leaving no room for respite. To survive, one must continuously unleash their potential. From the very first day of exploring the inn, Cheng Shi had meticulously recorded the appearances of all the travelers and the rooms they occupied. The moment the cerulean trench coat began to move, he immediately locked onto the identity of the individual, the bard. A bard who claimed to hail from the northern Carnival Empire. The travelers within the inn, but rather a quest for clues. Surrendering was not an option. It was impossible to do so in this life. This game was so thrilling that a moment of complacency could lead to death. The adage to excel in a task, one must first sharpen their tools, rang true. To kill using fear, the best method was to spread terror in advance, and the bard profession was most suited for such blatant acts. They relished telling tales, especially those that sent shivers down one's spine. Yet, at that time, he remained in shock over Wei Guan's death, his thoughts not particularly astute, or rather, he failed to make a clear judgment. Rattled by the murder incident, were not devoid of a few troublemakers led by him. In truth, when Cheng Shi learned of the existence of the semi-artifact, fear approaches, he had harbored doubts regarding this bard. Merely awaiting this semi-artifact to prove its worth. Fear approaches. Cheng Shi moved swiftly, weaving through the fleeing travelers until he arrived outside the bard's room. His thoughts diverged from those of the other two. Fangzhu evidently believed that with the arrival of the Grand Tribunal, they had assumed absolute control. Aiding the Grand Tribunal in tracking down the murderer might afford him more convenience in the forthcoming investigations and actions. Du Shiguang's thoughts were more straightforward. All he needed was to make contact with someone and read their memories. Cheng Shi's mind was set on a different path. When a murderer realizes they have been identified, their first instinct is to absolve themselves of suspicion, and the simplest and most effective means of doing so is to dispose of the weapon used in the crime. However, a semi-artifact is not something that can be discarded casually. Fangzhu evidently believed that with the arrival of the Grand Tribunal, they had assumed absolute control. Aiding the Grand Tribunal in tracking down the murderer might afford him more convenience in the forthcoming investigations and actions. Du Shiguang's thoughts were more straightforward. All he needed was to make contact with someone and read their memories. Cheng Shi's mind was set on a different path. When a murderer realizes they have been identified, their first instinct is to absolve themselves of suspicion, and the simplest and most effective means of doing so is to dispose of the weapon used in the crime. However, a semi-artifact is not something that can be discarded casually. Thus Cheng Shi leaned towards the notion that the bard had concealed his dagger rather than discarded it. His immediate arrival at the bard's room was to seek out clues that could reveal the trial's content. Naturally, if he could fortuitously locate that dagger, it would be even better. However, as Cheng Shi stealthily approached the door and pushed it open, he found someone already inside. Before him stood a man with his upper body bare. He seemed to be gripping something tightly, his body straining against an unseen force. Cheng Shi perceived the signs, sensing that the ascetic state was deteriorating, and hurriedly cast a healing spell upon him. He had never caught sight of him. It turned out he had also been aware of the bard's identity. Nevertheless, players, no matter how solitary, were still allies at heart, especially since both he and the ascetic belonged to the same chaotic fate. Damn it, another one who hoards everything for himself? Cheng Shi felt his temper flare, and he muttered under his breath, "Stop pretending to be mute. If you won't speak, I'll call for help." The ascetic's momentum faltered noticeably, and after a few breaths, he gritted his teeth and slowly turned half his body. As he did, Cheng Shi noticed that his hands were gripping something. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a dagger emanating a sinister red light. A priest's duty, to not stand idly by while a teammate's health bar dwindled. Little did he know, the silent devotee was utterly ungrateful. At some point, he had cast Silence Domain, rendering the healing spell completely ineffective within the area. Damn it, another one who hoards everything for himself? Cheng Shi felt his temper flare, and he muttered under his breath, "Stop pretending to be mute. If you won't speak, I'll call for help." The ascetic's momentum faltered noticeably. Cheng Shi genuinely feared for his well-being. The Grand Tribunal was just downstairs, and they could discover this place at any moment. "If you release the domain, I can assist you." Cheng Shi's fervor was met with the same enduring silence. Even as the ascetic's condition continued to decline, he did not dispel the silence domain. This truly left Cheng Shi speechless. "You've found the key clue to the trial, haven't you? Your state is too poor. If you don't let go, you will die." "Fine, fine, fine. So you want to be selfish, is that it? All right, then you can die." Seeing that communication had broken down, Cheng Shi turned to leave. The commotion here was too loud. The Grand Tribunal members were not fools, and they would soon realize where the bard's room was and come searching. If they spotted him, it would be impossible to explain why he was at the murderer's door. How could an ordinary traveler be so interested in the murderer, to the point of running towards the murderer's room while others were fleeing for their lives? When the opportunity to investigate arises, one must seize it. When survival is at stake, one must prioritize saving oneself. Cheng Shi, unable to compete with this solitary warrior, could only contemplate alternative approaches. However, just as he turned to leave, a terrifying bolt of purple lightning abruptly surged past his profile, striking the ascetic monk directly. The thunderclap jolted Cheng Shi, and his pupils constricted in shock. The overwhelming sensation of searing pain and numbness rendered him oblivious to half of his own face. He widened his eyes to gaze ahead, only to discover a man, coldly observing him from the staircase on the second floor. Odyssey. This adjudicator had arrived even sooner than Cheng Shi had anticipated. Behind him stood several law enforcers and a throng of onlookers, as well as Fang Ju and Du Shiguang, who were hidden among the crowd, their brows furrowed. Evidently, they had already dealt with the bard downstairs. Striking the ascetic monk directly, the thunderclap jolted Cheng Shi, and his pupils constricted in shock. The overwhelming sensation of searing pain and numbness rendered him oblivious to half of his own face. Eventually shaking his head ever so slightly, the bard had encountered trouble. Hence, they had rushed upstairs at the first opportunity. Fang Ju, a follower of order, was still pondering the contradictions of faith during such critical moments. Truly, never mind, the conflict of beliefs could not be blamed on the players. Chaos, as a belief, was indeed irksome. Yet now was not the time for such reflections. Rather, it was crucial to extricate himself from the predicament of being found at the killer's doorstep. With urgency coursing through his mind, Cheng Shi feigned fright and stumbled sideways, rolling to the ground while stealing a glance at the ascetic monk within the room. Such a formidable bolt of lightning was merely a stray spark from the impact. Yet it had incapacitated half of his face. If it struck a person, would they still survive? Surprisingly, yes. The monk's body was momentarily frozen by the thunderous blow, yet he did not perish. Instead, he was propelled away. Charred and disheveled, the demon-red dagger tumbling to rest at Cheng Shi's feet. Odyssey, clearly astonished that his lightning punishment had not dispatched the criminal, quickly regained his solemn demeanor, his tone as frigid as ancient ice within a deep abyss. "Very well, you are the first sinner to survive my divine retribution. Such resilience commands my respect. With the southern front under strain, we are in dire need of capable individuals. Surrender your resistance and relinquish it. I shall grant you the opportunity to serve as a battle prisoner. Those condemned to death may, under certain circumstances, carve out a path to survival on the battlefield. Such individuals are typically referred to as battle prisoners by the Grand Tribunal. Charred and disheveled, the demon-red dagger tumbling to rest at Cheng Shi's feet, Cheng, clearly astonished that his lightning punishment had not dispatched the criminal, quickly regained his solemn demeanor, his tone as frigid as ancient ice within a deep abyss. Very well, you are the first sinner to survive my divine retribution. Such resilience commands my respect. With the southern front under strain, we are in dire need of capable individuals. Surrender your resistance and relinquish it. His gaze unyielding as it bore down upon the ascetic monk, as if to suggest that should he utter even a single word of defiance, the raging tempest would consume him without hesitation. Cheng Shi, lurking in the shadows like a specter, was mentally devising a strategy for how this silent believer might break through the deadlock. Yet, to everyone's surprise, he had no intention of doing so. This is the will of the Grand Tribunal, and it is also the reason Feng Zhu refrains from joining them. Upon hearing this statement, he furrowed his brow. The thick, gel-like lightning crackling from the tip of Cheng's staff continued to roar. His gaze unyielding as it bore down upon the ascetic monk, as if to suggest that should he utter even a single word of defiance, the raging tempest would consume him without hesitation. For as the ascetic monk moved, Cheng's lightning surged forth with a ferocious roar, boom. This time, there was no luck. In that instant, as the lightning struck him, the ascetic monk was reduced to charred ash. This bolt of anger, enveloped in thunder, was evidently far more terrifying than the previous one. Lord Cheng was enraged. Thus, the sinner perished, dust scattered, and the thunder subsided. Throughout the ordeal, the deceased had uttered not a single word. Brother, must you be so reckless? Is your head so hard that you cannot survive? Do you think the adjudicator's lightning is merely a form of electric therapy? It can indeed be deadly. His swift retreat undoubtedly saved Cheng Shi's life. For as the ascetic monk moved, Cheng's lightning surged forth with a ferocious roar, boom. This time, there was no luck. In that instant, as the lightning struck him, the ascetic monk was reduced to charred ash. Instead, he perished from fear. Indeed, he died at the hands of the demon-red dagger beneath his feet, succumbing to the arrival of fear. Before the adjudicator's judgment could be rendered, he fell victim to a semi-divine artifact he sought to seize. Cheng Shi, in disbelief, turned his head sharply to scan the crowd. If the bard downstairs had been dealt with, when had the ascetic monk been targeted? Could it be that the killer still lurked among them? Perhaps even beneath the watchful gaze of the Grand Tribunal, he continued to kill. 6 remained, 3 now. The trial was only on its second day. Cheng Shi felt a chill run down his spine. Paralyzed by fear, he embraced himself tightly, striving to portray the image of a terrified and injured traveler, hoping to blend in unnoticed. In truth, Cheng had already seen through it all. He knew Cheng Shi was no innocent and understood his intent to exploit the chaos to find the dagger. However, the most advantageous aspect for Cheng Shi was that although he had appeared where he ought not to be, he had not committed any wrongful acts. For those who, on the surface, are not virtuous yet have no criminal behavior. Perhaps even beneath the watchful gaze of the Grand Tribunal, he continued to kill. 6 remained, 3 now. The trial was only on its second day. Cheng Shi felt a chill run down his spine. Paralyzed by fear, he embraced himself tightly, striving to portray the image of a terrified and injured traveler, hoping to blend in unnoticed. In truth, Cheng had already seen through it all. He knew Cheng Shi was no innocent and understood his intent to exploit the chaos to find the dagger. However, the most advantageous aspect for Cheng Shi was that although he had appeared where he ought not to be, he had not committed any wrongful acts. For those who, on the surface, are not virtuous yet have no criminal behavior. Do you suppose they will share it to aid players in unraveling the trial's clues, even if only for a fleeting few hours? The answer is abundantly clear. They will not. However, Cheng did not immediately conceal the dagger upon acquiring it. Instead, he appeared to display it toward the undaunted onlookers. Upon witnessing this, Feng Zhu's expression tightened. This was not an exhibition of trophies. A judge from the Grand Tribunal need not be so ostentatious. Yet, the moment the arrival of fear fell into Cheng's hands, the remaining 3 players' expressions turned grim. The difficulty of the trial was escalating. Chapter 52. The trump card when an artifact capable of threatening the sanctity of faith falls into the hands of the Grand Tribunal. Even if he could not catch the killer, ensnaring a few fish like Cheng Shi would suffice. Unfortunately, his intentions were perhaps too transparent, as no one dared to provoke the authority of the Grand Tribunal at that moment. Du Shiguang clearly comprehended this scene as well. The two of them slightly bowed their heads to evade Imochiosi's gaze. After waiting for a while without any new developments, Imochiosi, somewhat disappointed. If that is the case, then he must have a singular motivation. He is fishing, using the weapon to bait the killer. Imochiosi evidently wished to observe who among the crowd displayed interest in the dagger. Even if he could not catch the killer, ensnaring a few fish like Cheng Shi would suffice. Unfortunately, his intentions were perhaps too transparent, as no one dared to provoke the authority of the Grand Tribunal at that moment. Du Shiguang clearly comprehended this scene as well. The two of them slightly bowed their heads to evade Imochiosi's gaze. After waiting for a while without any new developments, Imochiosi, somewhat disappointed. At this moment, the players had lost their best opportunity to seize the dagger. This also signified that the clues had once again slipped beyond their grasp. Unlike before, the chance of reversal was now virtually non-existent. The surging light of life would be unsealed from this point onward, yet Everbright Town still forbade entry and exit. The local council announced the lifting of restrictions, but Cheng Shi felt that this bore no benefit to their current predicament. This decree felt more like a heavy shackle, binding the players within the inn. Undoubtedly, the Grand Tribunal was closely monitoring which traveler would be the first to leave the establishment. For those with guilty consciences. At this moment, the players had lost their best opportunity to seize the dagger. This also signified that the clues had once again slipped beyond their grasp. Unlike before, the chance of reversal was now virtually non-existent. Henceforth, no one would know where Imochiosi was or to what he was looking. Deprived of their greatest ally, the true mastermind would now live in constant dread, seeking every possible means to exonerate themselves. Yet, any unusual behavior could be detected by the astute adjudicators and subsequently imprisoned by the laws of the Grand Tribunal. The situation spiraled uncontrollably into the abyss, with no glimmer of hope. This inn, under Imochiosi's intense scrutiny, was evidently not a safe haven. He might be eager to find a new hiding place. And this was precisely Imochiosi's strategy, retreating to advance, turning from light to shadow. He still needed to ascertain what had transpired downstairs. This time, Feng Zhu did not refuse Cheng Shi's inquiry. Perhaps he sensed the urgency of the trial, for he candidly divulged everything regarding the pursuit of the bard. It was not a person, but rather a puppet, a lifeless marionette forged from flesh and blood, devoid of thought or consciousness, a puppet. Cheng Shi was taken aback, suddenly reminded of the desire puppets he had encountered earlier in the trial. Such creations seemed to be the forte of the corruption cultists. Could it be that the murderer was indeed the target of the players? Du Shiguang interjected. Since it is a puppet, no memories could be extracted. As soon as he finished speaking, Cheng Shi furrowed his brows. His disappointment did not stem from the absence of clues, but rather from the realization that Du Shiguang had lied. This statement was brief. With only one point of deception, he had indeed accessed the puppet's memories but chose to conceal it. Why? Cheng Shi discreetly glanced at Feng Zhu, only to find that this order believer seemed to harbor no suspicion towards Du Shiguang's words. Feng Zhu was oblivious to Du Shiguang's deceit and was equally in the dark. The situation had suddenly grown more complicated. How intriguing! Despite the dire circumstances, why would someone withhold the only lead? Could it be that he had received a directive from memory and discerned his true identity? Something felt off. Even so, he could easily share the clue with Feng Zhu. After all, a believer of order was the most reliable player. This truth had never changed. Moreover, collective intellect was far superior to solitary contemplation. So why was he concealing the information, and what exactly was he hiding? Cheng Shi cast a sidelong glance at Du Shiguang, who remained oblivious, lost in thought with a furrowed brow. Clearly, their thoughts were not aligned. Nonetheless, this was beneficial. At least it provided a sliver of hope. Keeping a close watch on Du Shiguang might yield some answers. Cheng Shi nodded, expressed his gratitude, and turned to leave. Just as he was about to take a step, Feng Zhu inquired again, "What transpired in the room before we arrived?" Cheng Shi was not one to deceive, so he replied earnestly, "The ascetic obtained the coming of fear before me." Moreover, collective intellect was far superior to solitary contemplation. So why was he concealing the information, and what exactly was he hiding? Cheng Shi cast a sidelong glance at Du Shiguang, who remained oblivious, lost in thought with a furrowed brow. Clearly, their thoughts were not aligned. Nonetheless, this was beneficial. At least it provided a sliver of hope. Keeping a close watch on Du Shiguang might yield some answers. Cheng Shi nodded, expressed his gratitude, and turned to leave. Secondly, he intended to interrogate the Bardess companions. After days of drinking together, how could they not have noticed even a single puppet? After Cheng Shi left, Fang Zhu sighed and addressed Du Shiguang. It seems we cannot uncover any leads in reality, so, memory traveler, unveil your trump card. We are in dire need of it. Du Shiguang adjusted his glasses and replied with a meaningful smile, the coming of fear is in the hands of a believer of order. As a fellow believer, shouldn't you reveal your trump card first? Fang Zhu fell silent for a moment before sincerely responding, I indeed possess a trump card, but I cannot disclose its nature. You may consider it an opportunity for a cheat. Even if we lose all our clues in this trial, I can walk away unscathed at the very last moment. Thus, Du Shiguang, I am aiding you. In the current situation, I can still assist you. As a believer of order, I have consistently adhered to the laws and morals of the world before its collapse. That is why I did not invite you to partake in order's divine actions. Yet you can still benefit from my blessings. Du Shiguang's eyes widened in disbelief. He scrutinized himself anew but found no trace of any blessing. It was important to note that the confession on the street last night was not a blessing from a bard. It was the output method of a lawgiver, requiring no adherence to order's divine actions from allies. Fang Zhu perceived his confusion, sighed, and waved his hand, causing a subtle radiance to burst forth from Du Shiguang. Now, Du Shiguang could see it, the glimmer of order, an S-class faith talent. Within a certain range, when a target adheres to the same order as you, the target can maintain an identical physical state with you. And this state can remain hidden from them. Do you see? Your ability to share my glimmer indicates that you are not a distorted player. You are also upholding the previous order. This is why I still wish to help you. Du Shiguang was initially astonished, but then a look of relief spread across his face. In a wonder, I felt my physical condition had improved significantly. I thought it was merely the effect of blossoming awaiting decay. But the root lay here. Thank you, and thank you to myself. T.S. fortunate that I am a good person. So? Du Shiguang swiftly pulled out a ticket resembling a movie ticket from his pocket. And this state can remain hidden from them. Do you see? Your ability to share my glimmer indicates that you are not a distorted player. You are also upholding the previous order. This is why I still wish to help you. Du Shiguang was initially astonished, but then a look of relief spread across his face. In a wonder, I felt my physical condition had improved significantly. I thought it was merely the effect of blossoming awaiting decay. As per usual, Cheng Shi pilfered drinks from other tables to exchange for tales. Upon the sight of complimentary alcohol, several drunks eagerly recounted embellished stories of their camaraderie with the bard. Adheres, a seasoned traveler, thrusting it into Fang Zhu's hand, and mysteriously declared, Tonight at 3 o'clock, right here, let us embark on a journey of memories. Chapter 53. A lively night. Cheng Shi, blissfully unaware of Du Shiguang's nocturnal rendezvous with Fang Zhu, found himself on the first floor of the inn, extracting information from the inebriated patrons who frequently drank with the bard. They seemed utterly indifferent to their companion's demise, preoccupied only with whether the drinks were discounted today. As per usual, Cheng Shi pilfered drinks from other tables to exchange for tales. Upon the sight of complimentary alcohol, several drunks eagerly recounted embellished stories of their camaraderie with the bard. Adheres, a seasoned traveler, despite his poor tolerance for alcohol, possessed wide-ranging experiences, having reportedly visited numerous places even below the earth. You say he was a puppet? Don't be ridiculous, mate. He must have been switched out. A puppet cannot drink. If not, go ask the boss for some. Adheres often did that, and the boss always sent a couple of bottles. Cheng Shi awkwardly smiled as he withdrew from the drinking table. The moment he returned to his room, his expression darkened. Such masterful puppeteering. None of these drinkers had noticed anything amiss. The professions capable of such levels of puppetry were few and far between, and if they were linked to corruption and death, he is no follower of corruption. He is a faith beggar, believing in every deity. How do I know? He can recite prayers for 7 or 8 gods in one breath. Can you? Hey, mate, is there any free booze left? Thus, This murderer was indeed still within the inn. Yet, how could he conceal himself so effectively? Without arousing any suspicion, without revealing any telltale signs, and even having manipulated the high court, he certainly did not appear to be at a disadvantage. Cheng Shi pondered whether revealing the coming of fear was also part of his scheme. For such a covert murderer would only need to keep the weapon on his person, making it virtually impossible for anyone to discover. So why would he leave the semi-artifact in his room? Was it meant to be delivered into the hands of the high court? What was his intent? Wait, could it be? Was his target actually the judge? Thus, this murderer was indeed still within the inn. Yet, how could he conceal himself so effectively? Without arousing any suspicion, without revealing any telltale signs, and even having manipulated the high court, he certainly did not appear to be at a disadvantage. Following that, he would naturally utilize the coming of fear in Emochiosi's possession to execute some unforeseen maneuvers. Cheng Shi took a few deep breaths, a bold hypothesis taking shape in his mind. Could it be that the sacrificial offering for this trial is Emochiosi? How could that be? A first-level judge of the high court. The public's reaction reveals the deep-rooted support he has among the masses. The deaths of Yun and I and the ascetic illustrate just how formidable he is. Such a being could not possibly be dealt with by players. You never know. 6 players at level 2400 might actually manage it. Following that, he would naturally utilize the coming of fear in Emochiosi's possession to execute some unforeseen maneuvers. Cheng Shi took a few deep breaths, a bold hypothesis taking shape in his mind. Yet, it seems this potential offering is more troublesome than the judge. To this day, players have yet to determine his whereabouts. Clues are sporadic, and deductions must rely on conjecture. Cheng Shi remained in his room throughout the night. The deaths of Yun and I and the ascetic illustrate just how formidable he is. Such a being could not possibly be dealt with by players. You never know. 6 players at level 2400 might actually manage it. The issue is that 3 of them are already dead, and among the remaining 3, one is a slacker, of course. I won't disclose who the slacker is. However, there is another possibility. The sacrificial offering is the murderer. In that fleeting moment when the door was yanked ajar, a bewildered and somewhat embarrassed attendant lost his balance and tumbled into the room in a most ungraceful manner. An attendant? Cheng Shi exclaimed, mulling over his thoughts while paying attention to the sounds from next door. Finally, at 2:30 in the morning, a subtle noise emanated from the doorway. Cheng Shi looked up in astonishment. Why is the sound coming from my own door? Offering an awkward smile as he responded without any hint of struggle, I apologize for disturbing you. The boss mentioned you were injured, so I was sent to bring some medicine, which is right here in my coat pocket. In that fleeting moment when the door was yanked ajar, a bewildered and somewhat embarrassed attendant lost his balance and tumbled into the room in a most ungraceful manner. An attendant? Cheng Shi exclaimed. My curiosity got the better of me. I will report truthfully to my boss. Please, spare me. The attendant was not lying, and his demeanor was sincere, lacking any hint of deceit. Cheng Shi hesitated for a moment before extending his hand towards the attendant's coat pocket, offering an awkward smile as he responded without any hint of struggle. I apologize for disturbing you. The boss mentioned you were injured, so I was sent to bring some medicine, which is right here in my coat pocket. Cheng Shi gazed at the note in his hand, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, Du Shiguang stood tensely against the wall, listening intently to the sounds emanating from Cheng Shi's room. Only when the commotion subsided did he shake his head at Feng Ju, indicating that the innkeeper had sent someone with medicine. However, this attendant seemed to harbor ulterior motives, which Cheng Shi had evidently discerned. He was both vigilant and astute, far more perceptive than a mere follower of chaos. Feng Ju nodded in agreement before shaking his head. The scent of chaos cannot deceive. This rational devourer possesses a high degree of divinity. As he stated, he is close to order, which appears to chaos as yet another form of disorder. Cheng Shi gazed at the note in his hand, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, Du Shiguang stood tensely against the wall, listening intently to the sounds emanating from Cheng Shi's room. Only when the commotion subsided did he shake his head at Feng Ju, indicating that the innkeeper had sent someone with medicine. However, this attendant seemed to harbor ulterior motives, which Cheng Shi had evidently discerned. He was both vigilant and astute, far more perceptive than a mere follower of chaos. Choosing not to speak further. 3 o'clock arrived swiftly. Cheng Shi sensed that the individuals next door had vanished and decisively pushed the door open to step outside. He speculated on the whereabouts of the two, but refrained from allowing his thoughts to dictate his actions. By that logic, wouldn't you be even more chaotic? Provided he worships chaos, while I revere order. We may exhibit similar outward behaviors, yet each individual, identified as human, possesses a fundamentally distinct essence. Enough of idle chatter. Perfect for a meeting, instructing him to come alone. Alone? Very well, just one. Today, I shall embrace the lone wolf persona. I am curious to see what the perpetrator of the panic in Yongzhan town truly looks like. Choosing not to speak further. 3 o'clock arrived swiftly. Cheng Shi sensed that the individuals next door had vanished and decisively pushed the door open to step outside. He speculated on the whereabouts of the two, but refrained from allowing his thoughts to dictate his actions. He scrutinized the note in his hand once more, maintaining a composed expression as he descended to the first floor. The note indicated that there was a concealed space beneath the bar in the lobby. To rephrase, he possessed profound knowledge of the corporeal form. That sounds somewhat off too. Never mind, you get the gist. He understood the anatomy. For a physician with extensive experience, the moment his fingertips made contact, he could discern the direction of the muscles and the pressure of the blood within. This attendant, however, was evidently unlike a real person. Thus, it was not the boss who sent him with medicine. This puppet possessed an exceptional ability to masquerade as genuine, perhaps rendering it undetectable to others. Yet Cheng Shi was different. He had touched far too many bodies. Well, that phrasing is a bit awkward. Silently arriving before the now-closed bar, and following the note's instructions, he turned an empty bottle beneath the bard. That moment, the ground beneath him suddenly softened and became sticky, engulfing him completely. Cheng Shi's expression shifted to one of shock, leaving him no time to resist. Simultaneously, in the bard's room on the second floor, Du Shiguang stood silently in the center, preparing for an unknown ritual, extending his hand towards Feng Ju. Feng Ju was momentarily taken aback. Uncertain of the intention, Du Shiguang chuckled softly. Where's the admission ticket? Even now, you're still playing this game? Feng Ju replied, exasperation evident as he produced the ticket stub and handed it to Du Shiguang. Silently arriving before the now-closed bar, and following the note's instructions, he turned an empty bottle beneath the bard. That moment, the ground beneath him suddenly softened and became sticky, engulfing him completely. Cheng Shi's expression shifted to one of shock. Only when a traveler willingly joined could the memory seeker bring someone along. Well then, the journey is about to commence. Feng Ju. Pay close attention. As he spoke, a wave of ethereal blue light surged forth from the ritual array beneath him. Uncertain of the intention, Du Shiguang chuckled softly. Where's the admission ticket? Even now, you're still playing this game? Feng Ju replied, exasperation evident as he produced the ticket stub and handed it to Du Shiguang, swiftly drawing his vision into darkness. Were it not for his unwavering belief in Du Shiguang's good intentions, he would have hesitated to relinquish his awareness to such an experience. When he opened his eyes once more, only when a traveler willingly joined could the memory seeker bring someone along. Well then, the journey is about to commence. Feng Ju. Pay close attention. As he spoke, a wave of ethereal blue light surged forth from the ritual array beneath him, transforming the entire room into a sea of azure illumination. Whispered incantations, tangible as substance, floated in the air, and scenes rippled like water before their eyes. Feng Ju felt a chilling wave engulf his consciousness. The ultimate blessing sought by every devotee of memory. It could vividly present a segment of memory drowned in the past, akin to an AR film for travelers to witness. Only those endowed with this talent could be considered the pinnacle of memory seekers. You obtain this? Such a talent was coveted by countless elite players, and acquiring it demanded a significant price. Feng Ju had heard tales of a top 10 memory devotee who perished during the trial to wish for this talent. Feng Ju had returned to the past. Was this a revival of bygone days? His face reflected sheer astonishment. Indeed, this was a revival of days gone by. The revival of the past, an S-level talent of memory. The ultimate blessing sought by every devotee of memory. It could vividly present a segment of memory drowned in the past, akin to an AR film for travelers to witness. Only those endowed with this talent could be considered the pinnacle of memory seekers. You obtain this? Such a talent was coveted by countless elite players, and acquiring it demanded a significant price. Fang Zhu had heard tales of a top 10 memory devotee who perished during the trial to wish for this talent. Du Shiguang chuckled, shaking his head. Not at all. I merely fortuitously found one of his time notebooks, which allows for 3 uses of revival of the past, and this is the second time. Fortuitously found? However, according to the memory, when fear approaches, would soon manifest here. This meant that, at this very moment, in the absence of anyone's attention, this semi-divine artifact might be right here. Clues unfolded before them in a manner that folded time and space. Yet, in an instant, he felt a tinge of regret. Individuals like Du Shiguang, who were inherently good, deserved more fortune. Alas, fate does not favor the virtuous, so, what now? Just as Fang Zhu posed the question, a voice echoed from downstairs. The Enforcement Bureau's action order. Creating a barrier around the space to ensure they would not be disturbed. This caution stemmed from the impending arrival of the Silence devotee, who resided within memory. As Fang Zhu completed his preparations, Du Shiguang suddenly exclaimed in hushed excitement, "Found it! When fear approaches, is right beneath the pillow. The culprit never intended to hide it. But why place it in such a conspicuous location?" In that moment, Fang Zhu felt a surge of the same doubt that plagued Cheng Shi. Yet time did not permit him to ponder further, just as he prepared to step forward and discern the power of the dagger. The sound of shuffling footsteps approached the door. The ascetic was coming. The two exchanged glances, recognizing the concern mirrored in each other's eyes, and they hurriedly moved towards the semi-divine artifact, hoping to seize it before departing. However, the instant Du Shiguang made contact with the semi-divine artifact, a tremendous force surged from the dagger, knocking him down onto the bed with a resounding thud. The ascetic outside the door paused. Fang Zhu felt a surge of the same doubt that plagued Cheng Shi. Yet time did not permit him to ponder further, just as he prepared to step forward and discern the power of the dagger. The room was fortified by the decree of order, rendering it impenetrable. The door merely trembled without yielding. Yet this posed no challenge for a warrior. He clenched his fists tightly, channeling his strength, causing his veins to pulse like coiled dragons. However, the instant Du Shiguang made contact with the semi-divine artifact, a tremendous force surged from the dagger, knocking him down onto the bed with a resounding thud. The ascetic outside the door paused, exclaiming, "Hush! It's us!" The moment the ascetic monk laid eyes on Fang Zhu, his actions did not cease. Instead, he swiftly unleashed a field of silence above their heads. His cold, crimson gaze clearly indicated that he had no intention of treating the two as allies. The room was fortified by the decree of order, rendering it impenetrable. The door merely trembled without yielding. Yet this posed no challenge for a warrior. He clenched his fists tightly, channeling his strength, causing his veins to pulse like coiled dragons. And the recollection that Fang Zhu and Du Shiguang were his teammates began to flicker wildly in his mind. Yet, even with this, the ascetic monk showed no signs of relenting. He darted to the bedside, exclaiming, "Hush! It's us!" The moment the ascetic monk laid eyes on Fang Zhu, his actions did not cease. Instead, he swiftly unleashed a field of silence above their heads. His cold, crimson gaze clearly indicated that he had no intention of treating the two as allies. The ascetic monk released his hold on Du Shiguang, who was flung out of the door due to inertia. "All right, so this is how it's going to be." He rolled twice, settling into a crouch. And the recollection that Fang Zhu and Du Shiguang were his teammates began to flicker wildly in his mind. Yet, even with this, the ascetic monk showed no signs of relenting. He darted to the bedside. "I shall indulge you." Chapter 55. The true culprit behind the scenes. This blue memory power tugged at the deepest memories of the ascetic monk, slicing through his cognition like a scalpel, gradually rewriting it. In the blink of an eye, he forgot his original intent and lost all recognition of who Du Shiguang and Fang Zhu were, standing there in a daze. 15 seconds. "Hurry!" Hearing Du Shiguang's shout jolted Fang Zhu back to reality, and he immediately reached for the coming of fear. He sensed that the semi-artifact was not struggling violently, entirely unlike something capable of throwing a person away. Although puzzled, he issued another decree for safety. No resistance permitted here. "I shall indulge you." Chapter 55. The true culprit behind the scenes. This blue memory power tugged at the deepest memories of the ascetic monk, slicing through his cognition like a scalpel, gradually rewriting it. The tension in the air was so palpable that everyone instinctively overlooked this detail. Fang Zhu felt a surge of joy in his heart and quickly seized it, hurling it forcefully toward Du Shiguang. And he immediately reached for the coming of fear. He sensed that the semi-artifact was not struggling violently, entirely unlike something capable of throwing a person away. Although puzzled, he issued another decree for safety. No resistance permitted here. Theoretically, the power of order, possessed by players, was ultimately too meager, vastly inferior to that of a semi-artifact. Particularly as a demigod relic, the coming of fear ought to be unaffected. Yet, unexpectedly, this semi-artifact quieted under Fang Zhu's decree. The tension in the air was so palpable that everyone instinctively overlooked this detail. Fang Zhu felt a surge of joy in his heart and quickly seized it, hurling it forcefully toward Du Shiguang. The situation in the south was dire. It was a time for manpower. Surrender and relinquish it, and I shall offer you a chance to serve as a war prisoner. The same words echoed in everyone's ears. Feeling a wave of relief. Finally, after all the effort, he had found it. The clues to the trial might just lie within the boom. Before Du Shiguang could examine it further, an overwhelming force of thunderous power crashed toward him. Was the ascetic monk's forceful breach of the door the catalyst for the changes below? He lifted his gaze and noticed that among the crowd behind him, neither he nor Du Shiguang was present. The situation in the south was dire. It was a time for manpower. Surrender and relinquish it, and I shall offer you a chance to serve as a war prisoner. The same words echoed in everyone's ears. Yet, at that very moment, an unforeseen turn of events transpired. Grasping the coming of fear, Du Shiguang suddenly appeared horrified as he turned to Fang Zhu. He seemed about to convey something, but before he could speak, the light in his eyes abruptly flickered out. Fang Zhu's body stiffened, and the scene before him began to shatter like a broken mirror, swiftly ejecting him from the sea of memories. His vision plunged into darkness. When consciousness returned to his body, Fang Zhu found himself seemingly no longer in the inn. He opened his eyes to behold shackles on his hands and chains binding his feet. Yet, at that very moment, an unforeseen turn of events transpired. Grasping the coming of fear, Du Shiguang suddenly appeared horrified as he turned to Fang Zhu. He seemed about to convey something, but before he could speak, the light in his eyes abruptly flickered out. Fang Zhu's body stiffened, and the scene before him began to shatter like a broken mirror, swiftly ejecting him from the sea of memories. His vision plunged into darkness. When consciousness returned to his body, Fang Zhu found himself seemingly no longer in the inn. He opened his eyes to behold shackles on his hands and chains binding his feet, leaving him momentarily speechless with shock. Sitting before him was none other than a certain judge who had apprehended him earlier that morning in the inn. Well, the tedious charade should come to an end. Quickly confess what you remember. It would be beneficial for both of us. Meanwhile, Cheng Shi opened his eyes to discover he was no longer in the inn. He found himself in a dimly lit cavern. The ceiling densely adorned with stalactites resembling symbols, evoking memories of a certain place. The underground. He had encountered similar symbol-laden stalactites during a previous trial underground, rumored to be a demonstration of devotion by the cave spirits to the divine. As for my reasons for suspicion, they are quite similar to those regarding the bard you control. When someone seeks to create slaughter through fear, merely spreading rumors to incite panic is not very efficient. His mouth agape in disbelief. Is it really you? The newcomer nodded with a grin. Indeed, you've suspected me. However, I'm curious. My disguise was nearly flawless. How did you come to suspect me? Cheng Shi felt no malice from him. Turning them into weapons in my hands. Perhaps this is why you encourage every new traveler to take a look at. The blooming awaits withering? Standing before Cheng Shi was none other than the owner of the rapidly flourishing Lifelight Inn. He laughed heartily, applauding. You are very clever and quite suitable. Suitable? Cheng Shi questioned, puzzled. Indeed suitable. Since you were able to deduce it was me, why not ponder further as to why I am here? Cheng Shi furrowed his brow. If I were that person, I would first ensure that everyone firmly believes they are completely safe, only to then instigate slaughter in the most secure locations. This psychological disparity is sufficient to shatter the defenses of ordinary people, turning them into weapons in my hands. Perhaps this is why you encourage every new traveler to take a look at. The blooming awaits withering? Standing before Cheng Shi was none other than the owner of the rapidly flourishing Lifelight Inn. He laughed heartily, applauding. You are very clever and quite suitable. Suitable? Cheng Shi questioned, puzzled. Indeed suitable. Since you were able to deduce it was me, why not ponder further as to why I am here? Cheng Shi furrowed his brow. Thinking aloud, you deliberately delivered that murderous dagger into the hands of the Grand Tribunal, likely targeting a specific judge. Or perhaps it is directly aimed at MCS himself. I am not well versed in the history of the Grand Tribunal, but I do have some understanding of this period. The truth, believers of the Rationality Tower have uncovered numerous cosmic laws, leading them to believe themselves omnipotent, with their confidence in uncovering the ultimate mysteries of divinity at an unprecedented high. In other words, you aim to bring the flames of war into the Grand Tribunal, dragging the judges into the whirlpool of conflict? Indeed, by doing so, the underground would have the opportunity to exploit the chaos to erode more surface powers. And with the instigation of underground beliefs, it wasn't too long before war erupted in pursuit of the singular truth. Once war is initiated, momentum becomes unstoppable, and flames of conflict gradually spread to the southern borders of the Grand Tribunal. The innkeeper listened silently, his face revealing shock as he applauded in admiration. Impressive, truly impressive. You have nearly hit the nail on the head. Your thinking is so astute that I find it hard to believe you are not one of us. Given the lack of so much information, to be able to draw such conclusions from just a day or two of observations is truly remarkable. Us? Cheng Shi once again took note of the peculiar term used by the owner. Somewhat astonished. You are not alone? Of course not. What level of power do you think one must possess to remain undetected beneath MC's watchful eye? I admit, I cannot achieve that. The innkeeper listened silently, his face revealing shock as he applauded in admiration. Impressive, truly impressive. You have nearly hit the nail on the head. Your thinking is so astute that I find it hard to believe you are not one of us. Given the lack of so much information, to be able to draw such conclusions from just a day or two of observations is truly remarkable. Us? Cheng Shi once again took note of the peculiar term used by the owner. For various reasons, other factions conspired to assassinate Zhangji before he could present his latest findings, leading adheres, bereft of his mentor's protection, to become a fugitive scholar. He wandered into the depths, where he encountered us and chose to join our ranks. Hiss, why does this narrative feel so familiar, brother? If you were to conclude with a question about my willingness to join you, I would be instantly transported back to the embrace of Feng Shiqing. The innkeeper patiently elaborated. Adheres' mentor is Zagier, the leader of the Creation Alchemy School of the Rationality Tower. This school possesses profound expertise in creation and puppetry, with a technological edge that is unparalleled. For various reasons, other factions conspired to assassinate Zhangji before he could present his latest findings, leading adheres, bereft of his mentor's protection, to become a fugitive scholar. He wandered into the depths, where he encountered us and chose to join our ranks. What purpose does that serve? Purpose? To use one's shattered existence to create a puppet that rivals perfect life forms. Does this not encapsulate the pursuit of truth? You articulate such reasoning well, yet my mother advised me against conversing with fools. Cheng Shi's inner sarcasm swelled to its zenith, though he maintained a patient smile outwardly as this truly a pursuit of truth. It seems more akin to the pursuit of folly. And what of that individual from tonight? No one could control him. Only his pre-puppet self could exert that control. He designed a flawless consciousness to maximally support our endeavors. AI. Cheng Shi's mind buzzed. Isn't this essentially a synthetic AI? Transforming oneself into an AI? Given that we dwell in the depths, perhaps their faith aligns with corruption? Cheng Shi inquired, puzzled. Corruption? Are you referring to my faith? No. I do not genuinely worship any deity, or rather, the existence I revere has yet to arrive. Cheng Shi's inner sarcasm swelled to its zenith, though he maintained a patient smile outwardly as this truly a pursuit of truth. It seems more akin to the pursuit of folly. And what of that individual from tonight? Gently shaking it, as his arm trembled, the corruption, power emanating from him began to dissipate, gradually revealing a golden force that re-wrapped around him. Cheng Shi stared at this familiar force, utterly dumbfounded. Order? It is? Indeed, the power of order. This is unbelievable. Actually, I have always been a follower of him. Furthermore, I once served in the Grand Tribunal, in Imochosi. He is my junior. Cheng Shi was left utterly speechless, his expression management utterly failing him. His mouth agape as if two light bulbs could fit inside. Wait, you mean to say, You are a judge of the Grand Tribunal? A first-rank judge, Shanasli. How nostalgic that name is. But what of the corruption, power you wield? Gently shaking Itid, as his arm trembled, the corruption, power emanating from him began to dissipate, gradually revealing a golden force that re-wrapped around him. Cheng Shi stared at this familiar force, utterly dumbfounded. Order? It is? In fact, current players of the Faith game also have this choice, but upon activating Oathbreaker's wish, even if they successfully change their faith, they will bear a permanent debuff from the benefactor they betrayed. Moreover, the newly embraced deity does not offer any special consideration to Oathbreakers. Thus, making such a decision is exceedingly difficult. An Oathbreaker. No, I have not forsaken my fervor for order. I have merely incorporated my devotion to other deities within that fervor. Is it possible to do so? A remarkable notion, as if I could claim to be a follower of every deity. The question remains, can those deities you have slighted tolerate this? I have never heard of such. Universal and eclectic devotion. Shanasli laughed heartily, a hint of madness in his mirth. Before our success, no one realized that faith could be so impure, so chaotic. This is precisely why we are gathered here. Moreover, the newly embraced deity does not offer any special consideration to Oathbreakers. Thus, making such a decision is exceedingly difficult. An Oathbreaker. No, I have not forsaken my fervor for order. I have merely incorporated my devotion to other deities within that fervor. Is it possible to do so? A remarkable notion, as if I could claim to be a follower of every deity. The question remains, can those deities you have slighted tolerate this? I have never heard of such. For the innkeeper had mentioned that his faith had yet to manifest. Meanwhile, the civil war had just ignited within the Tower of Reason, and he had only begun to take notice of the Hope continent, yet had not yet descended. His followers remained in the stage of sensing the divine name. Indeed, the arrival of a deity follows a specific sequence, generally aligned with the paths of destiny. This notion is common knowledge among those with scores exceeding 2,000. His return to the heart of the Grand Tribunal must bear a reason that defies common understanding. This reason likely involves a deeper conflict of faith. Cheng Shi pondered, suspecting that this individual might have begun to worship war. For the innkeeper had mentioned that his faith had yet to manifest. Meanwhile, the civil war had just ignited within the Tower of Reason, and he had only begun to take notice of the Hope continent, yet had not yet descended. His followers remained in the stage of sensing the divine name. Indeed, the arrival of a deity follows a specific sequence, generally aligned with the paths of destiny. This notion is common knowledge among those with scores exceeding 2,000. However, what followed from Shanasli's lips utterly shattered Cheng Shi's comprehension. All of us hail from different faith factions, each one meant to be a beloved of the divine. Yet, even so, we have suffered various misfortunes, forced to flee under the oppression of our kin and immense injustice. From that moment, we recognized that our faith was not entirely correct. Within the vast cosmos, there might exist a faith more suited to us, awaiting our discovery. Thus, guided by this vague and nebulous perception, we gathered in the depths. After decades of faith experimentation, we ultimately discovered. He opened his eyes and looked upon us. Suddenly, Shanasli became frenzied, his eyes ablaze with excitement, hands waving exuberantly, his entire being taut and flushed, lost in the ecstasy of invoking the divine. We felt his presence and heard his whispers. We realized that only he was the essence of the universe, the origin of all. We humbly prostrated ourselves at his feet, accepting his will and beseeching his arrival. Yet we knew that our humble prayers could not earn his favor. Thus, we required a grand ceremony to welcome our Lord's arrival. Thus, Cheng Shi spoke again. So, why do you believe I am suitable for your plan? Shanasli abruptly lifted his head, gazing intently at Cheng Shi as if beholding his most cherished treasure. Why? Because you exude his aura? Sensing the existence of our Lord, ultimately, we shall bring all in this world to kneel at our Lord's feet. Chapter 57. You are actually his followers. Insanity. This group has lost their minds. Cheng Shi furrowed his brow. Shanasli already provided the answer. The great God of chaos, your servant has discovered the first life awakened to the will of chaos. He shall witness your arrival. Cheng Shi's spine instantly stiffened, his scalp prickling. Chaos. It is indeed chaos. They are followers of chaos. How can this be? In this era, where war has only just begun to take notice and chaos has yet to be heard, I have encountered the first batch of chaos followers. Because you align with his will, because you have also received his gaze, yet remain unaware. Wait. No. Cheng Shi's eyes widened as if a realization struck him, but before he could articulate the absurd thought forming in his mind, Shanasli already provided the answer. The great God of chaos, your servant has discovered the first life awakened to the will of chaos. He shall witness your arrival. Cheng Shi's spine instantly stiffened, his scalp prickling. Chaos. It is indeed chaos. They are followers of chaos. How can this be? In this era, where war has only just begun to take notice and chaos has yet to be heard, I have encountered the first batch of chaos followers. The legendary, budding followers, and my current identity, in a certain sense, is far purer than theirs. No wonder the murderer acted so brazenly. No wonder Shanasli is so deranged. No wonder they have set their sights on me. His will is indeed such. Chaos has brought everyone together. The overwhelming influx of information and immense mental shock left Cheng Shi in a daze for quite some time, until Shanasli gradually emerged from his frenzy, letting out a low, derisive laugh, which finally pulled Cheng Shi back to reality. You have come to know the name of the new god. Now, will you still refuse? Consider this. In the upcoming era, approach MGS, and then eliminate MGS. The Grand Tribunal has lost the Son of Order, and their wrath will inevitably be unleashed upon the Tower of Reason. How can you be certain that the Grand Tribunal will inevitably clash with the Tower of Reason? You are aware that they are already engaged in conflict, albeit in sporadic skirmishes. The demise of MGS will accelerate the spread of war. As for the reason. Ha ha ha, adheres is a scholar of the Tower of Reason. You must naturally partake in the sacred ritual to welcome the arrival of our Lord. Your identity is remarkably liberated, allowing you to accomplish far more than we can. Seek out MGS, refraining from asking directly, instead responding with a vague counter-question. But the Grand Tribunal must also know that the Tower of Reason has long since expelled them. No, you do not understand. Expulsion does not equate to division. You are aware that they are already engaged in conflict, albeit in sporadic skirmishes. The demise of MGS will accelerate the spread of war. As for the reason. Ha ha ha, adheres is a scholar of the Tower of Reason. Yet Cat Lu is also a scholar of the Tower of Reason. Once the Grand Tribunal invokes that object, they will easily uncover everything. Ha ha ha, it is an impeccable closed loop. That object? Cheng Shi raised an eyebrow, refraining from asking directly, instead responding with a vague counter-question. But the Grand Tribunal must also know that the Tower of Reason has long since expelled them. No, you do not understand. Expulsion does not equate to division, just as acceptance does not necessarily imply fusion. Once the seeds of suspicion are sown, under the catalysis of war, everything will unfold naturally. And what about you? If that object emerges, your identity will be equally exposed. Willingly placing his life as a wager in exchange for Cheng Shi's response. All of this was merely for a belief that was ephemeral to them, for a chaotic deity to descend. And you shall be satisfied. Here lies the void we have carved out, far beneath the earth, unprotected by prosperity. To die here means no one will discover my corpse, not even the Grand Tribunal. Observing the frenzied smile on Qinua's face, Cheng Shi felt a shiver run through him. This man was not mad. He had discerned that the players were searching for the murderer, yet he was utterly insane. Willingly placing his life as a wager in exchange for Cheng Shi's response. All of this was merely for a belief that was ephemeral to them, for a chaotic deity to descend. You do not fear death? Death is a certainty for all. I do not fear death, but I fear that my Lord no longer watches over us. Though be honest, we did not possess complete confidence before coming here. And Cat Lu and I remain. Guess where the other two have gone? A spark of realization flickered in Cheng Shi's mind. Alchemy, creation, dual divinity, two individuals. A bold thought surged within him, and he whispered incredulously. Creation? Aside from crafting puppets, could perhaps also create from divine relics. You are truly astute. Ching is a follower of death, and Wyajeli is a follower of corruption. They were transformed by adheres into replicas of When Fear Approaches. When Fear Approaches? Was it not taken by MGS? Qinuas chuckled softly, yet his laughter bore an unprecedented sorrow. The five of us embarked from the depths to arrive here. Adheres is dead? And Cat Lu and I remain. Guess where the other two have gone? A spark of realization flickered in Cheng Shi's mind. Alchemy, creation, dual divinity, two individuals. A bold thought surged within him, and he whispered incredulously. Creation? Aside from crafting puppets, could perhaps also create from divine relics. You are truly astute. Cheng is a follower of death, and Wyajeli is a follower of corruption. They were transformed by adheres into replicas of when fear approaches, siphoning a thread of authority from this divine relic. When it is not in use, the replicas can perfectly enjoy its authority. To approach MGS, we infused it with a special divinity, ensuring that the replica would yield solely to the power of order. When the original selects a target, Cheng and Wyajeli will be repelled by pure divinity, reverting from replica state to flesh and blood, causing the replica to dissipate naturally. However, at that moment, the reformed versions of them will also immediately perish, sacrificing themselves to the great chaos. We never worried about it being taken away, only about our inability to approach MGS. How about it? Do you not think adheres is a genius? His mentor is far greater than he. Alas, this world cannot accommodate geniuses, nor can it tolerate such magnificent inventions. People shout of faith yet engage in actions contrary to it. For it is not a gift from my lord, but rather the discarded remnants of other deities. According to adheres' design, once MGS obtains the replica, he will lower his external vigilance to the bare minimum. At least for himself, he was not chaotic, and his stability remained unwavering. That is, he had always been deceitful, including being deceived. Accept our invitation, and you can not only eliminate the murderer but also seize adheres' alchemy notes. These notes left by the greatest genius of this era? How about it? Do you not think adheres is a genius? His mentor is far greater than he. Alas, this world cannot accommodate geniuses, nor can it tolerate such magnificent inventions. People shout of faith yet engage in actions contrary to it. This, in turn, illustrates that the world is inherently chaotic. Each person embodies contradiction and turmoil. To be honest, the discourse of the followers of chaos is rather startling, yet Cheng Shi could not accept it. At least for himself, he was not chaotic, and his stability remained unwavering. That is, he had always been deceitful, including being deceived. Accept our invitation, and you can not only eliminate the murderer but also seize adheres' alchemy notes. These notes left by the greatest genius of this era? It sounds rather pleasant. Perhaps another suicide? You killed my two companions yet only return one life? Cheng Shi continued to probe with a hint of amusement. Qinua's paused for a moment, frowning as he shook his head. We only killed one person. I can see that the hunter did not align with you. He did not lie. This indicates that they only killed Wei Guan. How did that ascetic meet his end? Did someone truly fish in troubled waters? Who? Cheng Shi pondered deeply for a moment, yet could not unravel the threads. Perhaps someone had come into contact with that semi-divine artifact before the ascetic? There were too many people at the scene, and he had no leads at the moment. Never mind, back to the subject. Even if I accept your invitation, how am I to instill fear in a first-tier judge of the Grand Tribunal? Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, judges are human too. Being human entails fear. You might as well ask him if he remembers me. Okay, understood. Cheng Shi sighed, asking once more, is it worth it? Qinua's cast a glance at him. Did someone truly fish in troubled waters? Who? Cheng Shi pondered deeply for a moment, yet could not unravel the threads. Perhaps someone had come into contact with that semi-divine artifact before the ascetic? One of his greatest virtues was his willingness to heed advice. He understood Qinua's meaning and nodded. It is a deal. Qinua's, fueled by Cheng Shi's affirmation, became ecstatic once more, excitedly presenting, when fear approaches. Then raising his neck in anticipation of sacrifice. If he descends after your demise, will you regret not having seen him? Regret? You do not understand. You have merely realized his existence but have yet to grasp the essence of chaos. Remaining silent, however, in his weathered eyes, there was a glimmer of determination. For this moment alone, he bore no connection to chaos. Cheng Shi was not a person given to lamenting the heavens, nor one oblivious to reason. One of his greatest virtues was his willingness to heed advice. He understood Qinua's meaning and nodded. It is a deal. Qinua's, fueled by Cheng Shi's affirmation, became ecstatic once more, excitedly presenting, when fear approaches. No rejection? The divine relic possesses no consciousness, thus cannot refuse. But the replicas forged by Cheng and Jelly bear an obsession, repelling all but the followers of order. Cheng Shi, with mixed emotions, stowed away when fear approaches, then retrieved a scalpel from his sleeve. Though this object is semi-divine, it is far less manageable than the scalpel. Any final words? Chinua laughed exuberantly. My friend, I remember your name is... Cheng Shi paused. Cheng Shi cautiously extended his hand, gently touching the hilt of the dagger. The wave of deathly energy surged through his fingers into his body, so potent that it sent a shiver coursing through him. No rejection? The divine relic possesses no consciousness, thus cannot refuse. But the replicas forged by Cheng and Jelly bear an obsession, repelling all but the followers of order. Cheng Shi, with mixed emotions, stowed away when fear approaches. Cheng Shi inexplicably shook the blood from his hands. The answer was wrong. Chapter 58. The Vanished Memory. The path back to the inn is quite straightforward. One merely needs to step out of the cave's exit. Chun Nuosalai's arrangements are meticulous, as he has even affixed a map of the exit onto the wall, fearful that the deal struck at the cost of death might not proceed successfully. However, the crux of the matter is that this transaction lacks any guarantees. For Cheng Shi, it holds no binding force. Even if he were to change his mind and retract his actions, absconding with when fear approaches and the alchemical notes. Cheng Shi inexplicably shook the blood from his hands. The answer was wrong. Chapter 58. The Vanished Memory. The path back to the inn is quite straightforward. One merely needs to step out of the cave's exit. His demise serves as a sacrificial offering to death, the key to concluding the trial. These individuals, surely they did not anticipate that I would take such a step. He dared not ponder further. However, the crux of the matter is that this transaction lacks any guarantees. For Cheng Shi, it holds no binding force. Even if he were to change his mind and retract his actions, absconding with when fear approaches and the alchemical notes. It appears that this group of nascent chaos devotees would be powerless to intervene. Yet, Cheng Shi is not inclined to retract his decision, nor is he capable of doing so. For the killing of Imochiosi is likely the very answer to this trial. His demise serves as a sacrificial offering to death, the key to concluding the trial. These individuals, surely they did not anticipate that I would take such a step. He dared not ponder further. To ascertain one's identity and purpose within merely 2 days of observation is indicative of an exceptionally astute individual, one who would excel in any arena, even if not favored by others. A fresh start would undoubtedly yield a remarkable figure, but now is it worth it? Even if it isn't, then what does it matter to me? As long as I gain something for myself. Cheng Shi chuckled self-deprecatingly, retrieving the alchemical notes from the table and stowing them away in his personal space before departing without a backward glance. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself back beneath the bar. Du Shiguang, as a memory traveler, was most likely to go to a location related to the murderer. Since no one had deduced that the owner was the true culprit, their target should logically be Adheres, who had turned himself into a puppet. Surely, they wouldn't recklessly storm the enforcement bureau to confront Imochiosi. They cannot be that foolish. After pondering for an extended period without clarity, Cheng Shi resolved to return to his room and endure the night. Searching carefully for a moment but finding no trace of anyone having been there. Did I miscalculate? Could it be that they did not head to the Bardess room? Where, then, did they go? Du Shiguang, as a memory traveler, was most likely to go to a location related to the murderer. Since no one had deduced that the owner was the true culprit, their target should logically be Adheres. That would be compensation. He had committed no crime but had been struck by the judge's lightning, resulting in facial injuries and a sleepless night filled with melancholy. Surely, this warranted an explanation. He hoped that the Enforcement Bureau would not hastily settle the matter. What he required was an apology from the individual himself. Cheng Shi found the notion of this excuse somewhat amusing, as obtaining an apology from a level 1 judge is akin to suggesting that the judge had erred in his judgment. And with the half-artifact in his possession, he possessed certain advantages: a night devoid of conversation, a night without sleep. When the morning's chirping of birds filtered into his room, Cheng Shi stepped outside. He had contemplated all night and finally conceived a somewhat plausible excuse to approach Imochiosi directly. That would be compensation. He had committed no crime but had been struck by the judge's lightning, resulting in facial injuries and a sleepless night filled with melancholy. Surely, this warranted an explanation. He hoped that the Enforcement Bureau would not hastily settle the matter. What he required was an apology from the individual himself. Cheng Shi found the notion of this excuse somewhat amusing, as obtaining an apology from a level 1 judge is akin to suggesting that the judge had erred in his judgment. He wondered if Imochiosi would be able to endure such a request. Cheng Shi descended the stairs with a light-hearted step, intending to head straight to the enforcement bureau. However, as he passed through the ground floor hall, he noticed many travelers engaged in hushed conversations, their expressions filled with astonishment. Instinctively, he halted, initiating yet another round of intelligence gathering. If he could glean from the travelers animated discussions where the two individuals from the previous night had gone, only to be caught red-handed, how can one defend such actions? Speaking of which, the deceased, the one clad in eccentric attire and spectacles, was also a devotee of order. I am not sure, but I suspect he must be. Who would have thought that the murderer was, in fact, a devotee of order? I imagine the lords of the Autonomous Alliance are quite distressed. They finally managed to enlist the assistance of the Grand Tribunal, only to uncover their own familial disgrace. Alas, hasn't the verdict been reached yet? Confirmed? Is there any doubt? They lured the judge's attention with a puppet and attempted to flee with the murder weapon, only to be caught red-handed. How can one defend such actions? Speaking of which, the deceased, the one clad in eccentric attire and spectacles, was also a devotee of order. I am not sure, but I suspect he must be. Two outsiders, devotees from afar. One was shot on the spot, and the other was taken away. There's no need for concern now. The Grand Tribunal has dispelled the fear, so enjoy your journey to the fullest. Ha ha ha, Cheng Shi laughed along, continuing to inquire. Yes, I was terrified out of my wits and hid away. The deceased you mentioned, was he wearing glasses? Indeed. He donned an unfamiliar coat, clearly a traveler from afar. Excuse me, good sir, who has died? Ah, did you run off in fright yesterday? What a pity. If you had come upstairs with us, you would have witnessed the big news. Lord Imochiosi captured the murderer. Two outsiders, devotees from afar. One was shot on the spot, and the other was taken away. There's no need for concern now. The Grand Tribunal has dispelled the fear, so enjoy your journey to the fullest. Ha ha ha, Cheng Shi laughed along, continuing to inquire. Yes, I was terrified out of my wits and hid away. The deceased you mentioned, was he wearing glasses? Indeed. He donned an unfamiliar coat, clearly a traveler from afar. Quite refined, the other, with golden hair, looked more like a local. No, he is definitely not a local. A habitual killer, perhaps a disguise from the depths. You're mad. He is a follower of order. Sure. The Grand Tribunal hasn't said anything. The individuals involved do not match either. The one killed by Imochiosi, or should it be said the one who died, was clearly the ascetic. Cheng Shi was unwilling to believe that his memory had faltered. His back was drenched in cold sweat. Du Shiguang is dead, and Fang Ju has been captured. He had gleaned all the details of the scene. Undoubtedly, the murderer referred to by the travelers as the pair. As if he had never existed at all, feeling the bright sunlight outside the inn shining upon him, Cheng Shi was gripped by an icy chill. He pondered for a long while, unable to fathom why a visit to the depths had resulted in such a reality. The individuals involved do not match either. The one killed by Imochiosi, or should it be said the one who died, was clearly the ascetic. Cheng Shi was unwilling to believe that his memory had faltered. So he wandered through the hall once more, probing indirectly. However, before long, he found himself sweating profusely and came to a halt. The ascetic had vanished. Everyone claimed they had never encountered such a naked monk. It certainly seems plausible. However, based on Cheng Shi's recollection, he seemed unaware of any memory devotee possessing such powerful abilities. Of course, it could very well be an unprecedented SS-level talent. Is history being distorted? Or has my memory been tampered with? Cheng Shi frowned in deep contemplation. The trial lasts a total of 7 days, and it is only the 3rd day now. The sole remaining players are himself. Had they found the answer and ensnared him in a labyrinth? No, that cannot be. He was still within the trial, which indicates that he had not concluded the trial. So could it be the means of memory? It certainly seems plausible. However, based on Cheng Shi's recollection, he seemed unaware of any memory devotee possessing such powerful abilities. Of course, it could very well be an unprecedented SS-level talent. Is history being distorted? Or has my memory been tampered with? Cheng Shi frowned in deep contemplation. The trial lasts a total of 7 days, and it is only the 3rd day now. The sole remaining players are himself. Lost in thought. Chapter 59. Drunkenly living in a dream. When a difficult problem presents multiple solutions, people often lean towards the simplest one. Little do they realize that in discerning which solution is the simplest, the captured Feng-ju, and the last, the chaos-nascent devotee, Kotaro. The former two are difficult to approach, but the latter is within the inn itself. Cheng Shi immediately set off to search for him. However, throughout the entire morning, he was unable to locate Kotaro's whereabouts. Even the portal beneath the bar had vanished. All leads were severed. Exhausted, Cheng Shi sat on the steps at the inn's entrance, grasping his hair. However, Mochiosi is different. Despite his elusive nature, as long as a key excuse can be devised, there remains a chance to gamble. Moreover, Cheng Shi already possesses an excuse. He merely needs to refine or exaggerate it appropriately. Generally speaking, most would likely attempt to see a Mochiosi first. Yet, Cheng Shi is not like most. He abandoned the idea of proactively seeking out either of the two, instead opting to shift his approach and allow them to come to him. As for how to prompt them to seek him out, that would naturally be, when fear approaches. Cheng Shi stepped into an alley, retrieving the half-artifact from within his cloak, its mesmerizing crimson glow as striking as ever. The essences of death and corruption swirling ominously at the blade's tip, a sight both rich and terrifying. The matter is, in essence, quite simple. If, at the moment when the true culprit is apprehended, another life is extinguished in the town, it suggests that the captured individual may not be the genuine perpetrator, and at least one more assailant remains at large. Thus, it is imperative to identify a fortunate soul. As for how to prompt them to seek him out, that would naturally be, when fear approaches. Cheng Shi stepped into an alley, retrieving the half-artifact from within his cloak, its mesmerizing crimson glow as striking as ever. Wandered aimlessly through the streets of the town for an entire day, yet failed to pinpoint an appropriate target. As the moon ascended to its zenith, he found himself once again outside the inn, where he encountered the motley crew of the Bardadoos, who were preparing to venture elsewhere. A knowing smile crept across his face. Look, they have arrived just in time. He hastened to catch up with them, quietly eavesdropping on their lamentations. Ever since the murderer was captured, the nights have grown eerily tranquil. How dreadfully dull did I long for the days when adheres was among us. His tales, though terrifying, were at least entertaining. Wandered aimlessly through the streets of the town for an entire day, yet failed to pinpoint an appropriate target. As the moon ascended to its zenith, he found himself once again outside the inn. Were utterly indifferent to the loss of life. Their sole concern was whether they could find amusement and engage in hearty revelry. Should others be present, they would undoubtedly scorn them, but Cheng Shi remained unmoved, quietly eavesdropping on their lamentations. Ever since the murderer was captured, the nights have grown eerily tranquil. How dreadfully dull did I long for the days when adheres was among us. His tales, though terrifying, were at least entertaining. The sudden halt startled several drunken men, who paused in confusion, inquiring, "Hey, what are you doing? Don't block the way, move aside. I have no money, I'm looking for adheres. He's the one with the coin. Who are you? What do you want?" Cheng Shi's face, obscured by the shadow of his hood, broke into a sly grin as he extended a hand from the sleeve of his robe, tightly clutching something that was indistinct in the dim moonlight. The men, rather than growing annoyed at his silence, found his demeanor amusing. "What is this? What are you selling? Do you think you can take us on, 1 against 5? Hey there, buddy, open your hand and show us what you've got. If it's something good, I wouldn't mind spending a little coin on it." "That's exactly what I was waiting to hear." Cheng Shi's lips curled into a smirk as he spoke mysteriously. "Of course, it's something splendid. I am an alchemist, and within this is a concoction I have recently perfected, which I have named Drunken Dream of Death. 1 dose is sufficient to plunge you into a state of dream death, rendering you indistinguishable from a corpse. Even your heart will cease to beat. Not even the judges of the Grand Tribunal could discern the truth. However, unlike death, in this dream death state, your senses remain intact. You can hear the sounds around you, feel the touch of others, and if you can manage to keep your eyes open, you may see all that your unclosed eyes behold. The effect lasts for 24 hours, and no external stimulus can disrupt this state. Create a fade of death and relish in the panic of others. What say you? Care for a dose?" As his words fell, he sensed the heavy breaths of the men before him, their hearts pounding like drums in the stillness of the night. "Even your heart will cease to beat. Not even the judges of the Grand Tribunal could discern the truth. However, unlike death, in this dream death state, your senses remain intact. You can hear the sounds around you. The drunken dream of death was born. How much? How many do you have? Did you come alone? My friend, your thoughts are quite perilous. Even if I did come alone, what of it? $0. I'm afraid I must disappoint you. I intended to offer them for free. If you're willing to let us test your concoction, then by all means, we would gladly accept it for free. Free? Really? All for us? The greedy glints in the eyes of the burly men diminished considerably. They were captivated. For a band of merry drinkers, this was nothing short of a tailor-made elixir. Indeed, it was crafted just for them. Cheng Shi's original handful of candies transformed into something far more significant the moment their eager gazes fixed upon it. In this town, where death never truly arrived, to experience a day of it was undoubtedly the greatest amusement. How long until it takes effect? Instantly, he replied, and no sooner had the words left his lips than the 5 robust men collapsed one after another. I intended to offer them for free. If you're willing to let us test your concoction, then by all means, we would gladly accept it for free. Free? Really? All for us? The greedy glints in the eyes of the burly men diminished considerably. The town would be rife with explosive news that would incite even greater panic. Having accomplished his task, Cheng Shi strode back to the inn and asked for any trace of his presence on the street. In this town, where death never truly arrived, to experience a day of it was undoubtedly the greatest amusement. How long until it takes effect? Instantly, he replied, and no sooner had the words left his lips than the 5 robust men collapsed one after another. Thud, 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 thud. The night returned to its serene silence. Their hearts stilled, their body temperatures plummeted, resembling lifeless corpses. Cheng Shi chuckled as he kicked one of the fallen drinkers, dragging them toward a nearby alley. By the morrow, the town would be rife with explosive news that would incite even greater panic. Having accomplished his task, Cheng Shi strode back to the inn and asked for any trace of his presence on the street. He had left it untouched. Lying on the bed in his room, he gazed at the ceiling, contemplating. Come now, Emochiosi, let us see how swiftly you can track me down. The third night passed without slumber. Leaving one befuddled, Cheng Shi pondered through the night, a bold thought blossoming in his mind. Could it be that death itself is the answer to the trial? Is it possible that this trial diverges from all preceding ones, each individual possessing their own truth? Thus, those who have perished may have already escaped the torment of the trial, left alone here, lost in their quest for survival. It is not inconceivable, yet it requires extensive validation. Currently, the only lead lies with Emochiosi, and Emochiosi arrived much sooner than anticipated. Before dawn broke, a formidable figure appeared in Cheng Shi's room, alone, exuding confidence akin to that of the vanished 2,400-point players. Leaving one befuddled, Cheng Shi pondered through the night, a bold thought blossoming in his mind. Could it be that death itself is the answer to the trial? Is it possible that this trial diverges from all preceding ones? I have seen you, amidst the crowd during last night's apprehension of the murderer, feigning interest, your gaze ever watchful. Perhaps you are in league with them? You should feel fortunate. This apostate of order has yet to unveil your identity. Currently, the only lead lies with Emochiosi, and Emochiosi arrived much sooner than anticipated. Before dawn broke, a formidable figure appeared in Cheng Shi's room, alone, exuding confidence akin to that of the vanished 2,400-point players. Cheng Shi slowly opened his eyes, sitting up, and Emochiosi stood by the table, his eyes still crackling with thunder, yet this time, alongside the tempest, there flickered a hint of confusion. Your clumsy ruse cannot mask the truth of your crimes. I have seen you, amidst the crowd during last night's apprehension of the murderer, feigning interest, your gaze ever watchful. Perhaps you are in league with them? You should feel fortunate. This apostate of order has yet to unveil your identity. My time is scarce, yet I can grant a death row inmate a moment for his final words. Regardless of how you orchestrated the murders, it matters not. After your farewell, you shall be the first among your companions to face the judgment of order. The storm atop it yearning to consume its foe. Cheng Shi offered a wry smile, unfazed, as he rose to his feet and bowed slightly. If I am guilty, why does your lordship not simply arrest me? They were not particularly scandalous, merely 5 words. Come catch me, one for each body. Yet, the words themselves were inconsequential. What mattered was the tool with which they were penned. He had employed the, "when fear approaches." My time is scarce, yet I can grant a death row inmate a moment for his final words. Regardless of how you orchestrated the murders, it matters not. After your farewell, you shall be the first among your companions to face the judgment of order. Ah, well spoken indeed. Cheng Shi chuckled, reiterating, a mere inconsequential traveler would hardly pique the interest of the tribunal. What captivates you, I believe, is the aura surrounding them. Yes, indeed, Cheng Shi had inscribed some rather indiscreet words upon the bellies of the corpses to entice Emochiosi's attention. They were not particularly scandalous, merely 5 words. Come catch me, one for each body. Yet, the words themselves were inconsequential. What mattered was the tool with which they were penned. He had employed the, "when fear approaches." Your Honor, I have no intention of opposing the Grand Tribunal, nor do I wish to create additional chaos. If you would simply answer a few questions truthfully, I shall dispel all your doubts. Even to the extent of confessing my guilt. Emochiosi's countenance darkened, denying Cheng Shi any opportunity for negotiation, and with a single, thunderous strike, he unleashed his wrath upon Cheng Shi. Anticipating an attack, Cheng Shi was nonetheless unprepared for the timing of this onslaught. This is the essence of humanity. No one can escape its conventions. Emochiosi has evidently perceived Cheng Shi's invitation as an answer, not realizing that he himself is the true answer to Cheng Shi. If he could endure this blow, he would likely possess the leverage to engage Emochiosi in dialogue. Yet, to his astonishment, Emochiosi's judgment staff was, in fact, a semi-divine artifact. The last time he had suffered from the searing lightning. Even to the extent of confessing my guilt. Emochiosi's countenance darkened, denying Cheng Shi any opportunity for negotiation, and with a single, thunderous strike, he unleashed his wrath upon Cheng Shi. Anticipating an attack, Cheng Shi was nonetheless unprepared for the timing of this onslaught. His soul quaked in terror. In that moment, Cheng Shi felt as though his body possessed its own will, yearning to prostrate itself before this formidable judgment staff in supplication. He couldn't help but wonder how a monk of asceticism could possibly withstand such a degree of lightning punishment. If he could endure this blow, he would likely possess the leverage to engage Emochiosi in dialogue. Yet, to his astonishment, Emochiosi's judgment staff was, in fact, a semi-divine artifact. The last time he had suffered from the searing lightning, he had failed to perceive such a formidable force emanating from a semi-divine relic. No wonder. The sensation of being locked onto by a semi-divine artifact was truly harrowing. His mind wailed in agony, and from that moment, he believed he could find a way to withstand Emochiosi's judgment. However, reality proved him mistaken. This was a power beyond mortal endurance. Just as Cheng Shi was about to consume a potion, the thunder erupted, reverberating through every joint in his body. The flames of judgment erupted from within him, incinerating him into a charred remnant. The manifestation of S-level divine power was vividly on display in that instant. It was over. A crucial miscalculation, misled. This time, the game truly came to an end. Cheng Shi's mind did not flash through a montage of memories, for the roar of thunder still echoed in his ears. He resignedly closed his eyes, feeling a sense of liberation. At least he would no longer be deceived. But just as he believed he was facing the end, something even more astonishing occurred. Just as he had been stabbed by the blade of despair before, when blooming awaits withering, the deathly aura surging within him suddenly collapsed at a critical moment, vanishing without a trace. I felt as if some unseen rule had seized his line of mortality, surviving against all odds. Cheng Shi crawled from the wreckage of the shattered bed, revealing a blood-stained grin reminiscent of a vengeful spirit. Emochiosi, witnessing his judgment fail once more, wore a countenance dark enough to drip water. He resignedly closed his eyes, feeling a sense of liberation. At least he would no longer be deceived. But just as he believed he was facing the end, something even more astonishing occurred. Just as he had been stabbed by the blade of despair before, when blooming awaits withering, prompting him to struggle and inquire, "Do you remember the ascetic monk? The one who seized, when terror approaches?" Emochiosi furrowed his brow, coldly retorting, "There is no need for your nonsensical prattle to disturb my mind. You know I refer to your bespectacled companion. His death is your path ahead. The bespectacled companion, Du Shiguang. Even that mage could withstand a strike from the judgment. Indeed." Cheng Shi lowered his head, a smile stretching across his lips. So this was the answer. No one could endure a second strike. Sinner, leave your final words. This individual is rather intriguing. He clearly desires clarity regarding the sequence of events, yet remains reticent, relying solely on the pressure of his staff. Very well, if you are too shy to speak, I shall not hesitate. Cheng Shi took a couple of steps forward, clutching his chest with a hint of discomfort, yet his expression bore a trace of amusement amidst the despair. Your Honor, are you not curious as to why we could withstand your punishment? A flicker of uncertainty crossed Imochiosi's face, quickly dissipating. He slightly closed his eyes, grunting, one last sentence. How amusing, Cheng Shi thought with a smirk. While feigning an air of mystery, he declared, because all of this was imparted to us by Lord Shanasli, who, for the first time in a millennium, Imochiosi's eternally solemn visage displayed shock, even causing his hand gripping the staff to tremble slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Cheng Shi, sensing his weakness, continued, Have you forgotten? But Lord Shanasli has not forgotten. He has never forgotten the injustice from the Grand Tribunal, nor your betrayal against him, nor the sordidness witnessed under the gaze of order. Today, the will of the Lord returns. Right here, behind you? Impossible. Dada. In that fateful moment when Imochiosi turned abruptly, a palpable aura of death erupted from his chest. This beloved son of order, this first-tier judge from the Grand Tribunal, while feigning an air of mystery, he declared, because all of this was imparted to us by Lord Shanasli, who, for the first time in a millennium, Imochiosi's eternally solemn visage displayed shock, even causing his hand gripping the staff to tremble slightly. Unable to utter another word. His face bore the imprint of terror, his pupils constricted, yet no further changes would occur. Imochiosi was dead-eye in the blink of an eye. His body collapsed with a resounding thud. Toppling tables and chairs, relinquishing his staff in the final utterance of the sinner. This great judge also surrendered his last words. Impossible? There is no such thing as impossible. Cheng Shi laughed maniacally, retrieving the blood-red dagger. When terror approaches, from where he had clutched his chest, you met me with a semi-divine artifact. I shall return the favor with a semi-divine artifact. That moment, when terror approaches, glimmered, having drunk deeply from his heart's essence. Who would have imagined that invoking his elder brother Shanasli would instill fear in the heart of the son of order, from the Grand Tribunal? What kind of filth lurked within the Grand Tribunal? How intriguing! However, I guessed correctly, Mochiosi. You truly are not the answer. Ha, 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 ha. The trial of death is indeed fascinating, truly fascinating. Cheng Shi laughed heartily for an extended period until his amusement turned into a fit of coughs, finally managing to turn his attention and swallow the potion in his hand. I in this town, watched over by prosperity. The efficacy of the potion seemed to surpass all expectations. Before long, a fresh infant, stripped of its charred exterior, stood up from the ground. Silently, he tidied the scene, dealing with the corpse, picking up the staff, and rearranging the tables and chairs to their original positions. Everything appeared as though no one had ever been there, save for a collapsed bed. The staff was named Moment of Execution. True to its name, it was indeed formidable, however. It now belongs to me. Cheng Shi glanced at the time. Dawn was approaching, just in time for the Judicial Bureau to commence work. Perhaps he could visit the prison and see that one surviving teammate, Fong Ju. O believer of order. I believe I have found the answer. What about you? Chapter 61. Conversations in the Abyss. As Cheng Shi donned ordinary attire, accompanied by a hood to obscure his face, he arrived at the Judicial Bureau's prison, unimpeded by any staff members. For in his possession was a brooch worn by Imochiosi, a token of the highest authority. Several staff members presumed this unfamiliar visitor was an undercover agent from the Grand Tribunal, courteously guiding him while discreetly clearing unrelated personnel to afford Cheng Shi ample time for dialogue with the sinner. Of course, in their eyes, this exchange would likely be regarded as a gruesome interrogation, given the notorious reputation of the Grand Tribunal's punishments. Cheng Shi effortlessly approached Fong Ju, removing his hood before him. As the battered Fong Ju laid eyes on Cheng Shi, a breath he had been holding was finally released. Cheng Shi observed Fong Ju's expression with mild surprise, smiling. I presume your relief upon seeing me is not born out of concern for my safety. Several staff members presumed this unfamiliar visitor was an undercover agent from the Grand Tribunal, courteously guiding him while discreetly clearing unrelated personnel to afford Cheng Shi ample time for dialogue with the sinner. To orchestrate the demise of everyone within a mere 3 days, I must admit, I underestimated you. Cheng Shi listened to Fang Zhu's absurdities, a glowing symbol illuminating above his forehead. I come to seek answers from you. Yet you immediately label me a wolf? Brother, are we even in the same version of the game? However, he neither denied nor defended himself, merely smiling subtly. Cheng Shi had witnessed all of Fang Zhu's hostile actions during the trial, but he remained indifferent. He had never cared for players who placed excessive importance on religious conflicts, nor did he mind those who harbored deep-seated animosity towards him due to their ideological differences. In a game where survival was paramount, any behavior was entirely rational. Cheng Shi had always judged actions over intentions. As long as one did not overtly attack him, how others perceived him was their prerogative. However, if you resort to underhanded tactics, I apologize, but it is within my prerogative to eliminate you at will. It is precisely due to Cheng Shi's enigmatic smile that Fang Zhu became increasingly convinced of his role as the puppet master behind the scenes. The glint in his eyes suddenly dimmed, as the memory of Du Shiguang's demise resurfaced in his mind. After reaching a score of 2400, he found it increasingly rare to encounter players willing to share even a glimmer of light at this tier. Du Shiguang, a man of integrity adhering to the old order, met an inexplicable end, which can only be deemed a lamentable loss for humanity. What did he promise you, or perhaps, what did you seek to obtain? However, if you resort to underhanded tactics, I apologize, but it is within my prerogative to eliminate you at will. It is precisely due to Cheng Shi's enigmatic smile that Fang Zhu became increasingly convinced of his role as the puppet master behind the scenes. Just prior to his arrival at the prison, resembled a director stepping onto the stage to bask in the audience's acclaim before the curtain fell on the drama. At this moment, the other party likely fancied themselves the mastermind of the entire affair. After all, chaos eternally signifies disorder. Cheng Shi chose not to respond, for he could not, as Fang Zhu's perspective was inherently flawed. Instead, Cheng Shi posed a counter-question. You seem unconcerned about your circumstances, yet from my viewpoint, it appears you have not arrived at any conclusions. So, what grants you such confidence? Fang Zhu's tone was melancholic as he offered a self-deprecating smile. It's merely a means of self-preservation. Compared to your intricate schemes, this is merely the most rudimentary form of violence. However, I have one more inquiry. Before I take my leave, might you enlighten me? Consider it a last morsel bestowed by a shrewd hunter to their prey. Do not speak so dismally. I too harbor a question, and fortuitously, we may exchange secrets. Fang Zhu paused, then nodded. You may ask first. Cheng Shi smiled, cutting to the chase. Last night, you and Du Shiguang returned to the past and altered your memories. It appears you have not arrived at any conclusions. So, what grants you such confidence? Fang Zhu's tone was melancholic as he offered a self-deprecating smile. It's merely a means of self-preservation. Compared to your intricate schemes, this is merely the most rudimentary form of violence. However, I have one more inquiry. Before I take my leave, might you enlighten me? Consider it a last morsel bestowed by a shrewd hunter to their prey. The deaths of Du Shiguang and Fang Zhu's entrapment were prime examples of this. Fang Zhu hesitated to respond immediately, sensing that Cheng Shi was merely offering him an excuse to save face, thus avoiding a one-sided act of charity in their exchange. How could he be unaware? Such a pretense could be more hurtful than outright denial. After a moment of complex deliberation, Fang Zhu ultimately nodded, seeking the answer Cheng Shi possessed. With this affirmation, Cheng Shi felt the last of his doubts dissolve, and his smile grew increasingly radiant. Well then, my inquiries conclude. It is now your turn. Fang Zhu's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he inquired earnestly. As the son of order, Odyssey would undoubtedly resist your manipulation. How did you orchestrate events to lead him step by step into your trap, ultimately compelling him to eliminate them? The them referred, of course, to everyone except Wei Guan, thus avoiding a one-sided act of charity in their exchange. How could he be unaware? Such a pretense could be more hurtful than outright denial. After a moment of complex deliberation, Fang Zhu ultimately nodded. Cheng Shi's face displayed a peculiar smile as he tilted his head toward Fang Zhu. Fang Zhu furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before embarking on his deductions, in your pursuit of the opposing belief of order. You likely possess a keen understanding of the history of the Grand Tribunal, and you are well aware of Odyssey's identity. Upon discovering our presence in Yongzhan town, you knew he would undoubtedly arrive. Thus, you subtly influenced them to challenge Imochiosi's authority, and then all you needed to do was stand amidst the crowd and reap the rewards. Cheng Shi, everything you have done contradicts the essence of chaos. Each step is meticulously crafted. It is difficult to fathom you as a devotee of it. Perhaps you are correct. The closer one draws to order, the greater the chaos becomes, does it not? To be frank, this is a remarkably sound line of reasoning. If all is as you suggest, then Cheng Shi, the rational eater, must have utilized the vast chasm of information as his weapon, successfully hunting all players. Yet the issue remains. He is neither a devotee of chaos nor the hidden director. The true director remains unidentified. At present, it is unclear who they might be. Apologies, but you have erred. Cheng Shi shrugged playfully, adopting a more enigmatic smile as he fixed his gaze intently on Feng Zhu, whispering hoarsely, "Have you ever considered that there exists another possibility?" With that, he produced a staff crackling with thunder from his spatial pocket. This is a remarkably sound line of reasoning. If all is as you suggest, then Cheng Shi, the rational eater, must have utilized the vast chasm of information as his weapon, successfully hunting all players. Every pore of his skin exuded cold sweat, and his entire spine stiffened, reflexively conveying 4 words. Incredible disbelief. How could you possibly be? Just as Feng Zhu stammered out that half-formed question, a powerful aura of death emanated from him. Adopting a more enigmatic smile as he fixed his gaze intently on Feng Zhu, whispering hoarsely, "Have you ever considered that there exists another possibility?" With that, he produced a staff crackling with thunder from his spatial pocket. Indeed, he was fortunate. He had miraculously survived. The combination of when fear arrives and moment of execution had not claimed his life. Could it be that this lawgiver possessed a physique as resilient as that of an ascetic? Cheng Shi had never intended to kill him. He merely conducted a small experiment on Feng Zhu, and now the answer had been confirmed. Observing the wretched state of Feng Zhu, Cheng Shi erupted into laughter. Why is it impossible? However, the fortunate Feng Zhu, having narrowly escaped death, was no longer inclined to heed any further explanations. As he tumbled from the wall and rolled onto the ground, he clung to the last vestige of his breath, gritting his teeth as he activated his contingency plan. There were no cataclysmic rumbles, nor any earth-shaking tremors. Cheng Shi merely witnessed a silent tear in the space behind Feng Zhu, as if a vacuum cleaner had drawn him in. Once he vanished into the void, the rift slowly sealed shut like a zipper, as if no one had ever set foot in the prison. Only a charred patch on the ground remained. However, the fortunate Feng Zhu, having narrowly escaped death, was no longer inclined to heed any further explanations. As he tumbled from the wall and rolled onto the ground, he clung to the last vestige of his breath. It was the essence of order. It had come to retrieve its devotee. Damn it, isn't order the most rule-abiding deity? How can it grant its followers special treatment? Is that reasonable? Is it legal? Will the GM of the faith game intervene? Absurd. I must lodge a complaint. Of course, such sentiments were confined to his thoughts. Openly confronting the game would be a path to ruin that Cheng Shi dared not tread. Well, allowing the ostensibly good to live another day isn't such a bad thing. After all, I did not come here to kick someone while they were down. Cheng Shi stowed away the staff and donned his hood once more. With the final task complete, it was time to conclude the trial. Now, let me ponder how to bring this all to an end. Chapter 62. The deceased apothecary, His Excellency Imochiosi, the first judge of the Grand Tribunal, has gone missing. More accurately, it cannot truly be described as missing. The esteemed gentleman simply ventured out alone to investigate a case and has not returned throughout the night. The Enforcement Bureau is growing increasingly anxious, as they have received reports of 5 more residents having perished in Yongzhan town, and they also discovered that a prisoner had escaped from the jail. Furthermore, the dark investigator from the Grand Tribunal who visited the prison yesterday has also vanished without a trace. The enforcement officers were akin to ants on a hot stove, incessantly seeking audience with the judge who accompanied Imochiosi, yet the judges were equally at a loss. This was because the last command given by the esteemed gentleman was for them to await his return at the Enforcement Bureau. This timing is exceedingly awkward. If one were to say that a person had vanished, it would merely be a matter of not appearing for a single night. Ordinary individuals can indulge in a night out, let alone a judge investigating a case that, of course, This is not to suggest that His Excellency Imochiosi had gone out for merriment. Rather, investigating a case requires time. However, if one were to assert that he had not disappeared, it is unusual for a case to take this long to investigate. Generally, upon encountering a suspect, there is no need for lengthy investigations. Judgment and execution might conclude swiftly. In any case, Imochiosi's disappearance, coupled with the edict he left behind, has plunged everyone into a quagmire, fraught with anxiety and discomfort. The town once again found itself shrouded in the dread of a vengeful killer on the loose. Let alone a judge investigating a case that, of course, this is not to suggest that His Excellency Imochiosi had gone out for merriment. Rather, investigating a case requires time. However, if one were to assert that he had not disappeared, the good news, no murder had occurred. The bad news, His Excellency Imochiosi was indeed missing. With no case to investigate, the question remains, where has this esteemed gentleman gone? The judge, hailing from the Grand Tribunal, remained composed and steadfastly believed that Lord Mochiusi must have been preoccupied with pressing matters, thus patiently awaited his return. Furthermore, in the town of Yongzhan, no one posed a significant threat to the safety of the esteemed lord. However, when the staff of the Enforcement Bureau discovered that fear arrives had similarly vanished, leaving only 2 unfamiliar corpses in the sealing chamber, the judges could no longer remain passive. Chaos once again engulfed Yongzhan. It was at this moment, on the 5th morning after a sleepless night for all officials, that 5 inebriated individuals, who had nearly paralyzed the Enforcement Bureau with fear, were released under the guise of innocence. Remained composed and steadfastly believed that Lord Mochiusi must have been preoccupied with pressing matters, thus patiently awaited his return. Furthermore, in the town of Yongzhan, no one posed a significant threat to the safety of the esteemed lord. However, when the staff of the Enforcement Bureau discovered that fear arrives had similarly vanished, leaving only 2 unfamiliar corpses in the sealing chamber, the judges could no longer remain passive. Chaos once again engulfed Yongzhan. Where is that apothecary? Does anyone know his whereabouts? He seems to be staying at the inn. The 5 men halted, exchanging meaningful glances, before hastening toward the inn. Clearly, there was no greater amusement than acquiring 5 more doses of the intoxicating elixir. With such indulgence, the entire town of Yongzhan would become their playground. However, when the 5 drunkards inquired extensively and finally arrived at the door of the apothecary's room, a frail attendant emerged. Did you see the pallor on Director Wiki's face? The most crucial part is we are innocent. They cannot touch us. How delightful. I never expected the effects of this potion to be so potent. Are you here to clean the room? Did you see anything? Is there a potion called drunken bliss inside? Never mind. Step aside. We're going in. Just as they prepared to enter, the attendant suddenly burst into tears. It wasn't me. I didn't do it woo-woo when I went in. He was already like that. I swear I didn't do it. The burly men were momentarily startled by the attendant's sudden weeping, but quickly disregarded him and pushed through the door. Upon entering the room, they were met with the sight of a charred corpse lying before the bed. Fragments of unburned clothing on the charred remains indicated that he was likely the apothecary who had sold them the drunken bliss potion the previous night. Are you here to clean the room? Did you see anything? Is there a potion called drunken bliss inside? Never mind. Step aside. We're going in. Just as they prepared to enter, the attendant suddenly burst into tears. It wasn't me. I didn't do it woo-woo when I went in. He was already like that. I swear I didn't do it. The burly men were momentarily startled by the attendant's sudden weeping. Finding no completed potions, instead, they discovered scattered test vials and materials, with several reacting beneath the charred remnants of the bed, creating a pile of colorful substances. Hiss! It's over. The potions are gone. Hey, someone really is dead. Should we report this to the Enforcement Bureau? Report it. Why not? Since someone is truly dead, it's better than us pretending to be dead. This news will surely spread. Brothers, report it, quickly. Go summon the enforcement officers. Just tell them that the fleeing killer has struck again in the inn, and the phoenix has risen from the ashes, commencing his path of vengeance. Upon hearing that this corpse was the result of the true killer's revenge, finding no completed potions, instead, they discovered scattered test vials and materials, with several reacting beneath the charred remnants of the bed, creating a pile of colorful substances. Hiss! It's over. The potions are gone. Hey, someone really is dead. Their efficiency is remarkably high. Before long, the enforcement officers surrounded the inn once more, accompanied this time by two judges. Upon entering the room, the judges were immediately met with a pungent odor of potions. Wrinkling their noses, they meticulously searched the entire space. The table was cluttered with various alchemical notes, the handwriting twisted and chaotic, resembling the scrawl of a bug, indicating that the author had not received any formal education. The attendant grew even more fearful, his legs giving way as he collapsed at the doorway. Woo-woo, don't kill me. It's not my fault. Useless. I'll go myself. You know, when those seeking amusement pursue their desires. And various common alchemical reactions seemed evident among the debris, likely a chain reaction resulting from an explosion. The corpse was charred beyond recognition, and what remained exuded an aura that was utterly incongruous with order. It appeared to be an apothecary who worshipped the wild gods. After a moment of contemplation, they reached a conclusion consistent with that of the Enforcement Bureau. A practitioner of dark arts and potions, who had been engrossed in concocting a potion imbued with the essence of death, had met with an accident and offered himself to death. The perpetrator was not the fleeing criminal. Scattered on the remnants of paper were hastily scribbled records of words such as dreams, death, and improvement, all proving that the deceased had been engaged in refining potions. The floor before the bed was nearly covered with shattered vials. And after careful deliberation, they finalized the report. The individual had succumbed to an overdose of unknown and uncontrollable death essence, and, under the will of death, failed to receive the protection of prosperity, reaping the fruits of his own malevolence. After a moment of contemplation, they reached a conclusion consistent with that of the Enforcement Bureau. A practitioner of dark arts and potions, who had been engrossed in concocting a potion imbued with the essence of death, had met with an accident and offered himself to death. The perpetrator was not the fleeing criminal. The temporary disappearance of Lord Mokiusi was not entirely unacceptable. The judges departed with calm expressions, leaving the remaining staff to tidy up at the inn. Were you the one who discovered the scene? And after careful deliberation, they finalized the report. The individual had succumbed to an overdose of unknown and uncontrollable death essence, and, under the will of death, failed to receive the protection of prosperity, reaping the fruits of his own malevolence. You would have fled long ago, haha. Rest assured, it is merely a routine record. The case is concluded. Woo-woo, that essay relief. I will accompany you. All right, let us proceed. The time of death was likely last night. Did you hear any noises? Well, while patrolling before dawn, I did hear a muffled sound, but it wasn't too loud, so I ignored it. You know, the privacy of guests is quite important. You did well. Had you gone to take a look? There might have been more than one corpse in that room. Truly a madman, daring to lace potions with divinity. Watching the attendant leave with the enforcement officers, the drunkards scratched their heads, sighing in disappointment. What a pity, such a marvelous potion. The unexpected interlude was abruptly cut short, and panic once again reared its head, only to be swiftly quelled. The chaotic Enforcement Bureau in the town of Yongzhan, which had caught a glimpse of death, remained busy in their quest to locate the fleeing true culprit and the missing Lord Mokiusi. Yet, none of this concerned the attendant who had discovered the body. As darkness descended, Kita Luo leisurely exited the Enforcement Bureau, pausing at the entrance to glance back at the brightly lit, bustling high-rises, a playful smile curving his lips. He unconsciously waved to an unseen audience. Tilting his head in a gesture of farewell, goodbye, dear people, he then pulled his hood to obscure his eyes and stepped into the shadows, merging with the night, disappearing from view. Special trial, path to death, challenge successful, calculating score and rewards. Which had caught a glimpse of death, remained busy in their quest to locate the fleeing true culprit and the missing Lord Mokiusi. Yet, none of this concerned the attendant who had discovered the body. Global ranking, 458728. Current path of audience score, 164. Fate ranking, 62. Trial cleared, exiting soon. Chapter 63. Another ordinary day reality. An expansive laboratory in an unknown province. Wei Guan opened his eyes without surprise. Casually glancing at the clock on the table, the time remained unchanged. The trial was over. He looked down at his chest, feeling his heart still beating, and snorted disdainfully. A tedious performance. Fear is not a blade but rather a remedy that saves players. This concept is too trite, utterly devoid of novelty. The empty laboratory echoed with his voice, the only response being the reverberation of his own words. Rising from his chair, he approached a large screen and pressed the switch to activate the machine. Experiment type initializing. Greetings, Dr. Wei Guan. It's good to see you again. How has your day been? Wei Guan's tone was devoid of emotion. Just an ordinary day. Has your special trial gone smoothly? Smoothly, perhaps, but trials that are too smooth hinder personal growth? Casually glancing at the clock on the table, the time remained unchanged. The trial was over. He looked down at his chest, feeling his heart still beating, and snorted disdainfully. A tedious performance. Fear is not a blade but rather a remedy that saves players. 065 seconds. Analyze the cause and submit a report. Apologies, I am currently analyzing the reason. Analysis complete. It took 3.014 seconds. The cause is divine, storage container rupture leading to loss of pressure with a divine leakage rate of 32.189. TO prevent divine from dispersing into the survival area. Additional time was taken to seal the experimental zone's door. A detailed report of the incident has been issued for your review. Wei Guan's expression grew colder as he flipped through several pages. His brow knitting tightly. It seemed he was once again preparing to capture divine, analyze the experimental divine balance ratio, and inform me of the trials I need to participate in. Analyzing experimental ratios. Please hold on. In reality, in an unknown province's desolate area, Yun and I awoke from the sandy ground, brushing the rainwater from her face. Is it raining again? How troublesome. She gazed upward at the falling raindrops and lightly snapped her fingers. With a soft pop, the deluge of rain vanished the moment it touched a certain spot atop her head. Each drop, coalescing in this realm, was redirected to a world on the brink of obliteration. Whether this minuscule drizzle would bring about the final straw for that world or act as a timely salvation remained a mystery to all. She tilted her head back slightly, glancing at her chest. The echo of Cheng Shi's words resonating in her ears. Fairness that lacks the consent of others cannot be deemed fair. Fairness? Only the powerful are entitled to speak of fairness. As for the weak, simply existing is original sin, better to be erased. Yun and I reclined once more, closing her eyes and listening to the cacophony of rain around her, her thoughts drifting into the unknown. In reality, within an unknown province's makeshift shelter. Whether this minuscule drizzle would bring about the final straw for that world or act as a timely salvation remained a mystery to all. She tilted her head back slightly, glancing at her chest. Du Shiguang awoke, but did not rise. The soft embrace of the bed held a lethal allure for a weary soul, as if countless tendrils ensnared him, rendering him immobile. He lay there for quite some time until scenes from the trials flashed back into his mind. Simply existing is original sin, better to be erased. Yun and I reclined once more, closing her eyes and listening to the cacophony of rain around her, her thoughts drifting into the unknown. In reality, within an unknown province's makeshift shelter. A bare-chested warrior awoke, opening his eyes to survey his surroundings for a moment before slowly closing them again. Throughout this dust-laden refuge, not a sound was uttered. The silence was unnerving. In reality, in an unknown province's apartment. Du Shiguang awoke, but did not rise. The soft embrace of the bed held a lethal allure for a weary soul, as if countless tendrils ensnared him, rendering him immobile. He lay there for quite some time until scenes from the trials flashed back into his mind. The mirrored Du Shiguang's face turned ashen, his jaw clenched tightly, yet he was powerless to resist. Soon after, both individuals synchronized their movements once more. Du Shiguang opened his eyes, bewildered by the newly inscribed words on the note in his hand, and suddenly realized, July 14, excellent, the trial has concluded. He then turned to the mirror and continued with a hint of amusement, regrettably, I have not perished. It seems you will have to linger inside for a while longer. The mirrored Du Shiguang mirrored his every expression and movement, offering no response. What had just transpired felt akin to a theatrical performance by a singular individual. In reality, within an unknown province's office building. Feng Zhu sprang to his feet the moment he regained consciousness. He furrowed his brow and hurried toward the archives, rummaging through the filing cabinets. A moment later, the sound of high heels clicking echoed behind him. Feng Zhu? Feng Zhu turned around to find Jiyu, a member of the Mutual Aid Society residing next door, a mage who believed in truth. The barriers of this office building had been breached by a group of kind-hearted players, who then cohabited in a spirit of mutual support, forming a society in the post-divine era. Feng Zhu and she were the two highest-ranking members, enjoying considerable prestige. Why the rush? Encountering a dilemma in the trials. Feng Zhu sprang to his feet the moment he regained consciousness. He furrowed his brow and hurried toward the archives, rummaging through the filing cabinets. A moment later, the sound of high heels clicking echoed behind him. Fangju? Fangju turned around to find Jiyu, a member of the Mutual Aid Society residing next door, a mage who believed in truth. The barriers of this office building had been breached by a group of kind-hearted players. Go ahead, enlighten me. Jiyu smiled, tilting her head as she awaited his response. I wish to know the location of his death and whether a half-artifact from the Grand Tribunal was lost after his demise. Specifically, a scepter. Moment of execution? A scepter of thunder punishment. You know? Fangju's face registered shock. Indeed, the only judgment scepter lost to the outside world in the thousands of years of the Grand Tribunal. The son of order, who died young. What are you searching for? Perhaps you should ask me first. I might know. Isn't it the case that scholars of the historical school are well informed? Why not? Go ahead, enlighten me. Jiyu smiled, tilting her head as she awaited his response. I wish to know the location of his death and whether a half-artifact from the Grand Tribunal was lost after his demise. Specifically, a scepter. Moment of execution? A scepter of thunder punishment. You know? Fangju's face registered shock. Indeed, the only judgment scepter lost to the outside world in the thousands of years of the Grand Tribunal. He set aside the documents and began to recount the entire story of the trial. Once he had finished, he looked at Jiyu, who wore a serious expression. So, what are your thoughts? Jiyu pondered for a moment before slowly stating, You have been deceived. The sacrifice of death may not be someone else, but rather yourselves. I sense a deviation in your reasoning, though I cannot pinpoint who misled you. Moreover, that rational corruptor named Cheng Shi is likely using you to confirm this answer. Nonetheless, you performed admirably. Given the circumstances, aside from your trump card, there was no other way for you to end your own life. I am curious, can he survive as the last player remaining in the trial? He set aside the documents and began to recount the entire story of the trial. Once he had finished, he looked at Jiyu, who wore a serious expression. So, what are your thoughts? Jiyu pondered for a moment before slowly stating, He is still quite formidable. I must warn my friends in order to be cautious of this rational corruptor named Cheng Shi. With that in mind, would you mind if I posted a small bounty for moment of execution in the Mage channel? That seems permissible, yes? Oh, and it's not all bad news. I have brought back the corpse of a foolish believer. Your 2,600 points may have hope yet. Chapter 64. A high-stakes match that leaves one awestruck, triple surprise. Fangju paused, taken aback. Are you suggesting that all of this was not orchestrated by him? Unless I witness it firsthand, I cannot ascertain. Yet, the sordid machinations of manipulation are likely not absent, even if he did not orchestrate this. Once again emerging victorious in a high-stakes gamble involving his very life, Cheng Shi couldn't help but feel that perhaps he was indeed blessed with extraordinary luck. He retrieved the dice from his pocket, squinting against the dazzling sunlight. The number 1 on the die gleamed blindingly. The predetermined fate. Ha, nonsense. Cheng Shi chuckled, casually discarding the die. Rolled swiftly across the rooftop before coming to a halt, the brilliant one still facing upward. Unchanged. It seemed to protest against Cheng Shi's denial, mocking him for his inability to alter its outcome. Cheng Shi chose not to regard it, instead closing his eyes and allowing the events of the past 5 days to wash over him. Once again emerging victorious in a high-stakes gamble involving his very life, Cheng Shi couldn't help but feel that perhaps he was indeed blessed with extraordinary luck. He retrieved the dice from his pocket, squinting against the dazzling sunlight. The number 1 on the die gleamed blindingly. The predetermined fate. Ha, nonsense. Cheng Shi chuckled, casually discarding the die. Rolled swiftly across the rooftop before coming to a halt, the brilliant one still facing upward. Unchanged. It seemed to protest against Cheng Shi's denial, mocking him for his inability to alter its outcome. Cheng Shi chose not to regard it, instead closing his eyes and allowing the events of the past 5 days to wash over him. However, the trial's answers did not permit such idleness, or rather, the elites showed no intention of guiding him along. The 5 masquerade rewards following the trial made this evident. None of these 2,400 elites had perished. Why had they survived? Perhaps they had already discerned the answers. Truly, they were astute individuals. Cheng Shi reflected as he flipped back to the moment the trial began. The hint provided by death was, there is but one road leading to death. Discover it and offer your sacrifice, in reference to previous death trials. It was clear that a sacrifice was to be sought, to kill him and offer the sacrifice to it, thereby concluding the trial. However, the trial's answers did not permit such idleness, or rather, the elites showed no intention of guiding him along. The 5 masquerade rewards following the trial made this evident. None of these 2,400 elites had perished. Why had they survived? Perhaps they had already discerned the answers. Truly, they were astute individuals. Cheng Shi reflected as he flipped back to the moment the trial began. The hint provided by death was, there is but one road leading to death. Investigating the town for half a day before deducing an answer through the means of foolishness. He then, with utmost certainty, utilized the murderer to end his own life. He committed suicide. This also explains why no traces were found at the scene. Yet this trial was peculiar. The location of the trial, Yongzhan town, did not accommodate death, or rather, death was exceedingly elusive. However, matters are not absolute, at least in the town influenced by the semi-divine artifact, where death can be wrought by another such artifact. Offering oneself was the sole path. The sacrifice valued by death in this trial was not a specific individual, but rather the wisdom and courage to confront mortality. The second to arrive at an answer was Yun and I. This annihilation assassin found herself at a loss. She merely wished to expedite the acquisition of clues and resolutely return to the inn, charging recklessly towards the murderer. It must be noted that annihilation stands in stark opposition to death. It venerates an even more extreme form of demise than that which death cherishes, promoting the idea that life is to be disregarded, not only in regard to others, but also oneself. To them, death is merely a state preceding annihilation and is not to be feared. However, upon sensing the presence of the tribunal within the inn, and even detecting another semi-divine artifact in the room, this annihilation assassin found herself at a loss. She merely wished to expedite the acquisition of clues and resolutely return to the inn, charging recklessly towards the murderer. It must be noted that annihilation stands in stark opposition to death. Yet, at that moment, she overlooked a crucial point, one that Cheng Shi only recognized after the deaths of 4 individuals. The rule embedded in the phrase indicating that there is but one path to death is not singular. Furthermore, it is vital to note, each method of dying can occur but once. Yun and I was fortunate. Without fully grasping this hint, she encountered the tribunal's emochiosi and died beneath his staff. The subsequent ascetic was not so fortunate. This silence. Warrior endured a strike from the semi-divine punishment yet survived. In that moment, he comprehended the significance of the hint and decisively chose to leap towards Cheng Shi. Towards the moment of terror. There was never a second murderer on the scene, nor was anyone fishing in troubled waters. The ascetic himself chose his own fate, employing that replica to end his life. While Wei Guan's death was a matter of personal will, the assailant was adheres, and he perished as a result of the moment of terror. Yun Ni's death was executed by Mochiosi, meeting her end at the moment of execution. As for the ascetic, he was the first to truly commit suicide, vanquishing himself through fear, dying by the moment of terror. Following the completion of the trial by these 3 individuals, these 3 methods of dying were rendered unusable. Only a scant few methods of demise remained for Cheng Shi, Du Shiguang, and Fang Jute. Du Shiguang discerned adheres' memories, realizing that he had not followed Wei Guan to clear the traces of murder, thus surmising Wei Guan's intent. However, he found himself ensnared in dire circumstances with little opportunity to take his own life, compelling him to seek an alternative route, employing special means to return to the past, allowing his death to replace that of the ascetic, thereby altering the memories. In doing so, the causalities became misaligned. The ascetic, having long departed the trial and distorted in memory, faded from the minds of the others. These 3 methods of dying were rendered unusable. Only a scant few methods of demise remained for Cheng Shi, Du Shiguang, and Fang Jute. Du Shiguang discerned adheres' memories, realizing that he had not followed Wei Guan to clear the traces of murder, erasing even the faintest traces left by the original memories, and the new timeline cast him directly into the dungeons of the tribunal. Cheng Shi realized the final answer much later. It was only after Emochiosi's strike failed to kill him that he suddenly understood that the answer required sacrificing oneself through different methods of death. At that moment, a plan began to form in his mind. Following Emochiosi's demise, he possessed a very reliable method to win the trial, to commit suicide using the moment of execution. However, this too bore risks, For if even a 0.1 probability existed that the answer was not death, Cheng Shi would face the end of his gaming career in endless regret. Thus, the fear of death prompted Cheng Shi to conduct an exceedingly bold experiment. He forged the scene of the alchemist's death using notes acquired from Shanasli and Imochiosi's corpse, subsequently submitting it as the answer in the name of the tribunal's defined nominal death. This was a perilous gamble. For this was the trial of death. Cheng Shi's opportunism risked turning the entire affair into an act of sacrilege against him, potentially causing him to veer off course and crash. Fortunately, death acknowledged him. Although he awarded him a score of 0, at least the benefactor appreciated his performance, believing he had deceived death. Cheng Shi emerged victorious. The spoils of victory not only included the completion of the trial, but also the acquisition of the moment of terror and the moment of execution. Thus, 2 semi-divine artifacts returned with him to reality. Alas, in a scenario of 2,400 points, he gained not a single point. What a loss! Despite this, the trial remained the most arduous Cheng Shi had endured since joining the faith game. The weak sought to unite. While the strong vied for supremacy, the trials of this tier had gradually stripped away the cooperative mechanisms of lower-tier players, fostering mutual suspicion. Each participant possessed a remarkable acuity. Had it not been for the cooperative trust established in the early trials, Cheng Shi might have succumbed to the enmity brought about by the chaos faith from the outset. It was in this trial that he finally witnessed the top-tier players embracing divinity. In this astonishing trial, the foolish devotees were the least foolish. The followers of annihilation annihilated themselves. The silence, devotees rendered others deafeningly aware. The followers of memory stealthily altered memories. The devotees of order cheated, disrupting the established order, and the followers of deceit were pitifully deceived to the core. Except for Feng Zhu, each individual was a masterful actor. They not only concluded their roles flawlessly but left no trace for their comrades. Cheng Shi might have succumbed to the enmity brought about by the chaos faith from the outset. It was in this trial that he finally witnessed the top-tier players embracing divinity, utterly oblivious to the silent mockery of the victors who had already triumphed in the trial. Truth be told, deducing that the answer was death may not be particularly difficult. The real challenge lies in the courage to embrace death. They had already detected the underlying clues and dared to use death to validate their hypotheses. This courage and confidence left Cheng Shi feeling ashamed, as for the order devotee, still in the dark. While their actions distanced others from death, they also forced the remaining players to stray ever further from the answer. The survivors, trembling in fear, immersed themselves in the quest for the reasons behind death's sacrifice. He secured his own victory in an exceedingly prudent manner. Even if he had been led around in circles, at least in the end, he managed to deceive death. Does this count as having outwitted God? Just as the words left his lips, a wave emanating from the profound abyss enveloped the rooftop where Cheng Shi stood. Here we go again, Chapter 65. The Hall of Fish Bones and the Throne of White Bones. Cheng Shi was drawn away once more. This second encounter with the deity was evidently more seamless than the first. He offered no resistance, allowing his consciousness to plunge into darkness. Who would it be this time? The god of fun or the god of horrors? No, do not think, at least, do not think that way. Before them, he possessed no freedom of thought. Even imagination could be deemed a sacrilege. The benefactor said, before deceiving him, I must endure that I endure. His consciousness once more clarified from the haze, and Cheng Shi nervously opened his eyes. He had prepared for the worst, even crafting a rapid rebuttal in his mind, wishing to delicately argue that his previous sacrilegious remarks were merely expressions of impotence, not genuine denigrations of any deity. However, to his astonishment, what he beheld was not the starry-eyed visage of some entity, but a winding white staircase extending from beneath his feet into an unseen void. Each step resembled a massive vertebra, full of bone cavities, starkly white and blinding. On either side of the vertebrae grew long intermuscular bones, extending outward like blades from a cliff, due to the steep gradient between the bones. As Cheng Shi tilted his head upward, he was struck by the sight of this seemingly endless staircase of white bones, resembling a colossal fish skeleton, floating in the boundless darkness, radiating a terrifying white light. If this truly was a fish's skeleton, it could hardly be described as merely large. Perhaps all adjectives he had ever learned to describe size paled in comparison to its magnitude. Merely one surface of bone made Cheng Shi feel as though he would require at least 10 minutes to traverse. Stunned by the imposing sight before him, Cheng Shi found himself momentarily speechless. That moment, a cacophony of sounds echoed in his ears. It was a sound difficult to describe, both sharp and hoarse. As Cheng Shi tilted his head upward, he was struck by the sight of this seemingly endless staircase of white bones, resembling a colossal fish skeleton, floating in the boundless darkness, radiating a terrifying white light. If this truly was a fish's skeleton, it could hardly be described as merely large. Perhaps all adjectives he had ever learned to describe size paled in comparison to its magnitude. Merely one surface of bone made Cheng Shi feel as though he would require at least 10 minutes to traverse. Leaping off one after another like dumplings being dropped into boiling water. Below the precipice lay an abyss of infinite void. As soon as these life forms leapt, their flesh and blood were swiftly washed away by the emptiness, leaving only shattered bones upon hitting an unseen ground. The immense force of impact reduced their skeletal remains to fragments, save for the skulls, which remained intact. Countless pale skulls rolled towards Cheng Shi, gradually accumulating on either side of the vertebral staircase, their jaws gaping and grinding in a frenzied welcome. "Come up, hurry up, the master awaits you. He is waiting for you above." Cheng Shi was rendered speechless by this unprecedented spectacle. Truth be told, anyone would be bewildered in such a situation. The scene before him was utterly incomprehensible, far beyond human understanding, causing his legs, which were poised to move, to feel inexplicably weak. Gazing at the multitude of chattering skulls at the edge of the staircase, he couldn't help but wonder, if I take a step forward, will they come to gnaw at me? The longer Cheng Shi lingered in place, the more rapidly the mouths of those skulls opened and closed. He surmised who the presence above might be, swallowed hard to muster his courage, and then stepped forward. The moment he did, his flesh and blood were stripped away, leaving behind only a translucent skeletal frame that surged ahead. With that surge, the immense staircase dynamically descended to meet his feet. The speed was such that it stirred a tempest in the void. As Cheng Shi moved, the skulls at the staircase's edge grew even more raucous. "Hurry, move faster. Don't keep him waiting." Cheng Shi hesitated to take a second step. Whether it was the fierce wind in the void or the chill of his exposed form, he felt a shiver enveloping him. His hands instinctively brushed over the familiar yet foreign contours of his skeleton, and he reflexively covered his groin. Goodness, am I running naked? Oh, it seems I need not cover up, for what should be covered is no longer there. With that surge, the immense staircase dynamically descended to meet his feet. The speed was such that it stirred a tempest in the void. As Cheng Shi moved, the skulls at the staircase's edge grew even more raucous. By the time Cheng Shi counted that he had taken 404 steps, the once unchanging fishbone staircase finally transformed. A surge of commotion erupted from all directions, voices of men, women, and children suddenly resonating. Following that, an endless stream of skulls rose from behind him, beside him, and in front of him. Rapidly soaring forward, the white torrent surged forth, creating a spectacular waterfall of skulls that cascaded through the dark void. He looked down and, indeed, found nothing. Well then, this hardly counts as running naked. Cheng Shi's spirits inexplicably lifted, and he chuckled lightly, striding boldly forward. The fishbones descended in segments, and the white bones piled up in layers. By the time Cheng Shi counted that he had taken 404 steps, the once unchanging fishbone staircase finally transformed. A surge of commotion erupted from all directions, voices of men, women, and children suddenly resonating. Cheng Shi. Its voice resonated like a bone-chilling flame erupting from the depths of a hellish abyss, freezing him to the marrow. Even in his skeletal form, Cheng Shi felt as if his very essence was on the brink of freezing solid. Cheng Shi stood motionless on the staircase, awaiting his arrival. It was not due to weakness in his legs, but rather because he felt the palpable essence of death, approaching, intense and despair-inducing, suffocatingly thick. This was a true path leading to death. Countless skulls rained down, swiftly forming a throne of white bones before him. Atop that throne sat a colossal skull, its hollow eye sockets fixated upon Cheng Shi. After much contemplation, he realized it could only be that artifact. When fear approaches, the massive skull remained silent for a prolonged moment before finally speaking again. "What you spoke of differs from what I was told." Who the hell spoke ill of me?" Cheng Shi dared not inquire, only managing an awkward smile. However, such a fleshly grin was ineffectual upon a skeletal visage, rendering it a mere non-response. Present it. The transaction will not be unjust to you. Cheng Shi longed to ask how he could present anything in his current state, yet to his astonishment, his consciousness stirred, causing everything in his spatial pocket to cascade at his feet. Faced with the scattered assortment of items, after much contemplation, he realized it could only be that artifact. When fear approaches, the massive skull remained silent for a prolonged moment before finally speaking again. What you spoke of differs from what I was told. When fear approaches, imbued with the essence of you and another deity, an artifact of divine heritage. Cheng Shi understood that in the tongues of the people of Hope Island, semi-divine artifacts were collectively referred to as artifacts of divine heritage. Fear.an unpleasant name. Humanity has made no progress in naming things over countless millennia. Its name is the Dagger of Garuda. The Dagger of Garuda. Very well, may I ask, esteemed true deity, how do you muster the courage to utter such a statement regarding humanity's naming conventions? Are you not afraid of the diligent student being humble while the underachiever remains oblivious? Cheng Shi remained silent, listening intently. The deity before him appeared eager to share. Garuda is the deity of life. When fear approaches, imbued with the essence of you and another deity, an artifact of divine heritage. Cheng Shi understood that in the tongues of the people of Hope Island, semi-divine artifacts were collectively referred to as artifacts of divine heritage. The levels of gossip and shared sentiment reached their zenith in that instant. What a coincidence! I too know a harlot. And she, cough, cough. Never mind, better to listen than to think, it may save my life. Yet it was clear that the deity referred to as a harlot was likely the source of the other half of the divine essence in When Fear Approaches, Chapter 66. Be quiet. And also my most trusted envoy, however, he aired. He fell in love with a harlot. Cheng Shi was taken aback. Such a term was used even among the deities? At that moment, his mind was ablaze. To hear a deity utter the word harlot in this context was utterly exhilarating. The levels of gossip and shared sentiment reached their zenith in that instant. What a coincidence! I too know a harlot. And she, cough, cough. Never mind, better to listen than to think, it may save my life. Yet it was clear that the deity referred to as a harlot was likely the source of the other half of the divine essence in When Fear Approaches, Chapter 66. Be quiet. But, my good sir, where is your scythe? Such a massive scythe, and yet it is nowhere to be seen today. The colossal skull seemed to sense the recollection swirling in Cheng Shi's mind, pausing briefly to allow him to reminisce further before leisurely continuing. Garuda? In an effort to win her back, extracted one of his ribs, dividing a quarter of his divinity to create it as a gift to the Sea of Desire. However, that harlot rejected him and tainted the Dagger of Garuda. That world-ending scythe of the Grim Reaper might even have been lent by this very deity. No wonder the effort was so intense. Who would hold back when battling a green TBT? No one knew how long this enraged deity vented his fury until Cheng Shi felt he might be forgotten or even obliterated, at which point his consciousness coalesced once more, however, in this state. Much like the massive skull on the throne, he was left with nothing but his head. Cheng Shi opened his jaw, discovering that the impact against the staircase's surface was rather painful. All right then. Taking a break after standing for so long isn't unreasonable. So, the corrupted essence of When Fear Approaches originated from this. The tree of fear had split a quarter of its divinity, expressing a resolute rejection of Garuda? What truly transpired between these two? Could you elaborate? I have ample time. The recent trial just concluded, and I have 7 days ahead. The immense skull's gaze shifted downwards, fixating on Cheng Shi, its mouth moving several times. Much like the massive skull on the throne, he was left with nothing but his head. Cheng Shi opened his jaw, discovering that the impact against the staircase's surface was rather painful. All right then. Taking a break after standing for so long isn't unreasonable. So, the corrupted essence of When Fear Approaches originated from this. The tree of fear had split a quarter of its divinity, expressing a resolute rejection of Garuda? If, and I emphasize if, you could offer me some small guidance in my confusion, it would be more valuable than any artifact of divine heritage. With a sense of trepidation, Cheng Shi gazed eagerly at the throne. Yet it did not continue the tale old tales, best left forgotten. Today, I have witnessed it again. Memory has always been reluctant to find me in my dreams. You have brought it back. Very well, so, Cheng Shi. You are a follower of him. Among us, there exists only him, and don't forget him. Only they enjoy offering you guidance. I possess no guidance to bestow upon you. Your understanding of death. Cheng Shi felt a tightening in his chest. Recalling the dismal score of 0 he had received in his last trial, the path to ascension. Quite novel, I need to ponder. Perhaps I could seize some authority from his grasp. What? You intend to snatch authority from whom? This is none of my concern. I have done nothing. Cheng Shi was utterly bewildered, nearly terrified. However, I can grant you something. Upon finishing, an eye-catching item, the moment of execution, began to levitate amidst the littered is this. You are a follower of him. Among us, there exists only him, and don't forget him. Only they enjoy offering you guidance. I possess no guidance to bestow upon you. Your understanding of death. Cheng Shi felt a tightening in his chest. Morphing into a ring that shimmered with lightning-like energy. The ring's material bore no resemblance to the wooden staff from before. Instead, it appeared akin to the bones beneath him, as if forged from them. This is none of my concern. I have done nothing. Cheng Shi was utterly bewildered, nearly terrified. However, I can grant you something. Upon finishing, an eye-catching item, the moment of execution, began to levitate amidst the littered is this. It was one thing to eliminate others, but to defile the dead and mock their intelligence after death. His other half of divinity lies with me. Yet now, you are too weak. You lack the qualification. I shall reforge the staff of Thunder's cry, concealing its essence. Keep it safe until you venture further. I shall bestow the other half upon you. After saying this, the pale, bone-like ring floated down from the air, automatically adorning Cheng Shi's finger. Yet, he was oblivious to this, as his hand bone had fallen behind the skull. And how could a skull turn around? It was impossible. Utterly impossible. Wait. Something fell off. Let me sort this out. Death took the moment of fear, then transformed the moment of execution into a ring, stating that once he grew stronger, the other half of Thunder's divinity would be granted to him. This rhetoric. I shall reforge the staff of Thunder's cry, concealing its essence. Keep it safe until you venture further. I shall bestow the other half upon you. After saying this, the pale, bone-like ring floated down from the air, automatically adorning Cheng Shi's finger. Yet, he was oblivious to this, as his hand bone had fallen behind the skull. And how could a skull turn around? It was impossible. Utterly impossible. Wait. Something fell off. Let me sort this out. Death took the moment of fear, then transformed the moment of execution into a ring, stating that once he grew stronger, the other half of Thunder's divinity would be granted to him. This rhetoric. Cheng Shi felt as though he glimpsed a pair of eyes leading to death within. I merely suggest. You note I believe that a deity as magnificent as yourself would find such filthy divinity to be nothing more than refuse. Or perhaps a sealed nuisance. Rather than waste that half of divinity, why not cough cough, allow Lailayer's divinity to serve me? You see, I would be working for you. No. I would be serving my master while simultaneously working part-time for you. And she would work for me. In essence, she serves you as well. Wouldn't that be more beneficial than letting it go to waste? The immense skull remained unresponsive, but the pathway to death within its eye sockets had evidently vanished. Cheng Shi felt as though he glimpsed a pair of eyes leading to death within. I merely suggest. You note I believe that a deity as magnificent as yourself would find such filthy divinity to be nothing more than refuse. This Thunder's divinity, we could create a ring with 3/4 of divinity. This way, you reclaim Garuda's divinity, I acquire a new divine relic, and can venture further in the game. Most importantly, that wretched tree of fear would be compelled to serve you daily. What do you think? Silence ensued. Still no response. Time slowly passed, and at that moment, Cheng Shi felt as if he were not in the presence of death, but rather its accursed silence. Come on. Speak up. You do indeed appear quite greedy. As soon as the last word escaped, another surge of potent death energy ascended from the white bone throne. This time, the force not only encased the ring but also enveloped the moment of fear. Shortly thereafter, a slender, shrieking branch from the moment of fear was detached and rapidly absorbed into the ring. Simultaneously, the moment of fear vanished. The divinity from the tree of fear, upon contacting the ring. "What do you think?" Silence ensued. Still no response. Time slowly passed, and at that moment, Cheng Shi felt as if he were not in the presence of death, but rather its accursed silence. "Come on. Is it done?" "Holy smokes, it's done." Cheng Shi excitedly bit down on his hand bone, meticulously examining the twisted and bizarre ring, unable to contain his exhilaration as he asked, "What is this?" Yet he promptly corrected himself. "What I meant to say is, I humbly request that you, O Great One, bestow a name upon this divine relic." Truthfully, Cheng Shi felt he detected a flicker of excitement within the vast skull's eye sockets. However, he could not be certain if it was merely his own exuberance clouding his judgment. The enormous skull pondered for a moment, its teeth hesitatingly moving a few times before gravely assigning the name to the newly birthed divine relic, the Ring of Bone's servant Leylayer. "I'm done for, pray tell, how does this differ from some whimsical beverage? An outwardly magnificent ring, and this is its name? Fine. You are indeed impressive. You have the final say." Cheng Shi conceded, affirming earnestly, "The timeless and resplendent naming shall echo through eternity from this moment forth. Of course, that wretched Leylayer shall eternally serve you, indeed." The colossal skull replied in a peculiar tone, then abruptly disintegrated into white ash upon the white bone throne, scattering like flowing sand. Soon after, the white bone throne began to dissolve as well. As the master departed, the previously restrained skulls erupted into a cacophony. "Farewell, farewell. I must leave. He is waiting for me. Hurry, quickly. Don't keep him waiting." As the throne crumbled, the fishbone steps beneath began to fracture layer by layer. Cheng Shi, now merely a head, could not evade his fate and plummeted into the void. Yet, even as the sensation of weightlessness surged through him, he clung desperately to the hand bone, until consciousness faded once more into darkness. "Of course, that wretched Leylayer shall eternally serve you, indeed." The colossal skull replied in a peculiar tone, then abruptly disintegrated into white ash upon the white bone throne, scattering like flowing sand. Soon after, the white bone throne began to dissolve as well. Appeared Soda, captivating under the sun's rays. Chapter 67. A rare moment of respite, the Ring of Bone's servant Leylayer. SSS's a divine relic forged personally by death, containing half of Thunder's divinity and a quarter imbued with fear-laden corrupted divinity. Special effect, Fear Nourishment. You may absorb surrounding emotions of fear to energize it. For each complete charge, the ring will illuminate a screaming mouth. Special effect, Thunder's Judgment. Consuming 1 unit of fear nourishment summons a thunderous retribution to annihilate foes. If the target has previously provided fear nourishment to the ring, the retribution is guaranteed to strike true. Special effect, a bone servant beneath the throne. You may transmute a corpse into a bone servant of death, which bears your praises back to the esteemed master upon the throne. Cheng Shi stared intently at the ring in his hand, saliva pooling, a 3.5s class divine relic, since the day of its arrival. Special effect, Fear Nourishment. You may absorb surrounding emotions of fear to energize it. For each complete charge, the ring will illuminate a screaming mouth. Special effect, Thunder's Judgment. Consuming 1 unit of fear nourishment summons a thunderous retribution to annihilate foes. Look at the grandeur, the prestige, the magnificence. Some employers, not to name names, ought to heed this message. If you do not strive harder, your employees will soon find permanence in another's company. What was that old saying? The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish, a truth indeed. This philosopher, surnamed Gao, had long discerned the essence of the world. Cheng Shi indulged in self-satisfaction for a long while, much like when he had first received his initial S-class talent. Exhilaration enveloping him. This immense sense of achievement filled his chest, rendering him unable to calm for ages. If one were to ask why Cheng Shi, with only 2,100 points, possessed an SS-class talent, I could only respond that there exists something known as the initial faith talent. Although rare, an SS-class initial faith talent can indeed manifest. Some individuals toil a lifetime to reach Rome, while others are born there. Cheng Shi was not of the former kind. He does not consider himself to be of the latter kind. He believes he was born as a mule, destined to be driven and urged to run. Now, this mule has finally gained a modicum of the right to pause and catch its breath. Exhilaration enveloping him. This immense sense of achievement filled his chest, rendering him unable to calm for ages. If one were to ask why Cheng Shi, with only 2,100 points, possessed an SS-class talent, I could only respond that there exists something known as the initial faith talent. Although rare, an SS-class initial faith talent can indeed manifest. Some individuals toil a lifetime to reach Rome, while others are born there. Cheng Shi was not of the former kind. He does not consider himself to be of the latter kind. Gently wiping the ring with his sleeve until it gleamed spotless, he then rummaged through the warehouse, retrieving several rings he had previously collected during trials, cleaning them meticulously before adorning his fingers, 2 on his left hand and 2 on his right, in red, yellow, blue, and green. Thus, what initially stood out as a divine artifact transformed into a seemingly inconspicuous collection belonging to an avid ring enthusiast. Having accomplished this, he settled at the rooftop's edge to partake in today's lunch. I am merely a caretaker, tasked solely with saving my comrades. How could I possibly slay them, let alone 5 at once? That would be a jest taken too far, my friend. Cheng Shi shook his head with a chuckle. Gently wiping the ring with his sleeve until it gleamed spotless, he then rummaged through the warehouse, retrieving several rings he had previously collected during trials, cleaning them meticulously before adorning his fingers, 2 on his left hand and 2 on his right. I thought, since you're a mage, you'd surely be interested in the study of history, so I brought them back for you. Ha ha ha, no need to thank me. Here, catch with that. He tossed the backpack over like a hammer throw. The unchanging menu consisted of finger bread paired with a can of viscous beverage. Hey, are you eating again? A voice from the opposite rooftop interrupted, belonging to a rather eccentric young man. Cheng Shi looked up to see Xie Yang waving a large backpack in his direction. What are you up to? Exercising? Cheng Shi smiled. Xie Yang's arm faltered mid-wave as he awkwardly replied, What kind of exercise could this be? This trial wasn't too perilous, and I happened to find a few history books during it. It wasn't that he was unwilling to assist. He simply did not wish to benefit Suelyudai in the past. He had received ample provisions, yet this time, these books. Initially, Cheng Shi harbored no interest in the history of the trials. But since the conclusion of this latest one, a curiosity had sparked within him regarding the events that transpired on the continent of Hope. Even if this thirst for knowledge was tinged with a desire for gossip about the Grand Tribunal, it was still a quest for understanding. Thus, Xie Yang's gesture truly struck a chord. Alas, my friend, helping you may very well harm you. Not everyone can handle green tea, especially those with sensitive stomachs. This thought remained unspoken, for voicing it would only diminish the amusement. He swiftly popped his fingers into his mouth, gulping down the viscous beverage, and retrieved a bottle of the Days of Prosperity from his spatial inventory. But since the conclusion of this latest one, a curiosity had sparked within him regarding the events that transpired on the continent of Hope. Even if this thirst for knowledge was tinged with a desire for gossip about the Grand Tribunal. So I'll return one bottle. What do you need? Anything below S grade is fine. S, my friend. I now possess SSS grade items. Do I still desire anything below S? Yet Cheng Shi still replied, Actually, I'd like to inquire about something. For voicing it would only diminish the amusement. He swiftly popped his fingers into his mouth, gulping down the viscous beverage, and retrieved a bottle of the Days of Prosperity from his spatial inventory. Tossing it towards Xie Yang while muttering, That makes 2 bottles owed. Xie Yang caught the flying potion, nodding eagerly. Wow, thank you, big brother. You're like a true sibling to me. I'm in great shape now. You should be familiar with the origins of such significant conflicts on the continent of Hope. Xie Yang's forced smile froze at Cheng Shi's words. His cheeks twitched as he awkwardly chuckled. Ha. Who told you I'm a follower of war? That's a misunderstanding, I see. Perhaps I overthought it. I assumed you were so engrossed in your daily tasks that you'd be eager for a fight. Let us leave it at that for now. I'll inform you when I think of something I need. With that, Cheng Shi picked up the backpack, flipping through the books while heading toward the warehouse. Behind him, on the opposite rooftop, Xie Yang watched Cheng Shi's retreating figure, his expression shifting between uncertainty and contemplation. Having lost a round, he had been outsmarted. He gripped the potion tightly, sighed, and turned toward the other side. Ha. Who told you I'm a follower of war? That's a misunderstanding, I see. Perhaps I overthought it. I assumed you were so engrossed in your daily tasks that you'd be eager for a fight. Hey, Lulu, are you home? Cheng Shi, of course, could not hear any of this. He sat on a stool in the warehouse, perusing the book Xie Yang had brought back with keen interest. The script of the continent of Hope bore no resemblance to contemporary writing. Apart from those who were passionate about history, few could comprehend the untranslated versions. Yet Cheng Shi could, as he possessed the ability to articulate these characters. Thus, rather than merely reading, he was truly engaging with the text. Cheng Shi had long recognized that the lips of foolery had a penchant for reading, especially when he was alone. This had initially served as a useful auxiliary tool. However, ever since Cheng Shi had been burned once, he no longer dared to trust this mouth entirely. At this moment, within the pages filled with tadpole-like script, the content read aloud by Lips of Foolery was astonishingly steps for delivering a carnivore pig beast. 1. Clean the razor. 2. Incise the abdomen of the mother beast. Though it was absurd, it was still relatively normal, as Cheng Shi had indeed engaged in such tasks before. However, when he heard the next line, Cheng Shi had long recognized that the lips of foolery had a penchant for reading, especially when he was alone. This had initially served as a useful auxiliary tool. However, ever since Cheng Shi had been burned once, this was not something Cheng Shi could ascertain through inquiry, but rather gleaned from the books he read. The 17 tomes he had brought back were not history books at all, but rather an assortment of trivial reads purchased by the town's pig farm owner to pass the time. Clean the razor. 2. Incise the abdomen of the mother beast. Though it was absurd, it was still relatively normal, as Cheng Shi had indeed engaged in such tasks before. However, when he heard the next line, he nearly spewed blood onto the ceiling. 3. Stuff in the spices. Chapter 68. The Vanished, Chosen Ones. In the new trial, Xie Yang's last trial took place in a small town called Hanlin in the Canlawar Empire. This was not something Cheng Shi could ascertain through inquiry, but rather gleaned from the books he read. The 17 tomes he had brought back were not history books at all, but rather an assortment of trivial reads purchased by the town's pig farm owner to pass the time. At least over these days, Cheng Shi became acquainted with a pig beast breeder who worshipped birth, a farm owner who revered prosperity, and a butcher who believed in death. The practical application of life in daily existence indeed shattered Cheng Shi's preconceived notions of these beliefs being lofty ideals. One could not help but marvel at how their will was ubiquitous. In these past few days, aside from reading, several significant events had transpired. The most noteworthy was the shock reverberating through the professional channel among peers. Professional channel, excuse me, only carving decayed wood has ascended to the top, while decayed has been ousted and dropped to 10th. Ha ha ha. Cheers for prosperity. What a laugh. How could decayed endure this? Coincidentally, the Grand Marshal has also dropped in ranking, now sitting at 4th, replaced by the mutes. How infuriating. The Grand Marshal is the title of reverence that followers of war bestow upon the war chosen. Since the emergence of the faith game and the commencement of the ranking ladder, the Grand Marshal has consistently held the top position on the war silence leaderboard. Who could have anticipated that, merely 2 days after the conclusion of the last special trial, he would suffer 5 consecutive defeats? Plummeting to 4th place. 1. Order has also fallen, yet the first place remains order, albeit a new order. What on earth is happening? The charlatan of fate has also dropped down. Now time holds the first position while both lose points. And they have lined up together? Incredible. A bunch of chosen ones battling it out in ranks. It's quite exhilarating to imagine. I can't speak for others, but at least the fate chosen didn't fall voluntarily. The Grand Marshal has consistently held the top position on the war silence leaderboard. Who could have anticipated that, merely 2 days after the conclusion of the last special trial, he would suffer 5 consecutive defeats? Deceiving one another? Cultural matters cannot simply be called deception. It's been a while since I've seen it. Wait until I get back to take a look. I'm back. Some are playing cards with the gods. Some are creating worlds, and others are altering scores on the ranking ladder backstage. Amused by these unreliable comments, Cheng Shi chuckled softly and moved on. However, the collective drop in scores among the chosen ones instinctively struck him as somewhat amiss. When peculiar occurrences transpire with sufficient frequency, they warrant the attention of the populace. Why, during these few days when the trials have intensified, have the steadfast, chosen ones begun to experience a gradual decline in their scores? Cheng Shi's own score did not reach such lofty heights, perhaps leaving him unable to fathom the reasons. Yet, upon deeper contemplation, it could only be attributed to 2 possibilities. Either they have simply failed the trials repeatedly, which indicates that they might be pursuing something with relentless dedication, undeterred by the losses, or, alternatively, The position they occupy may be governed by rules that are difficult for ordinary players to comprehend, suggesting that it is not as easily navigable as one might assume. Since the trials are evolving, there is no reason to believe that the challenges facing the chosen ones would remain static. Cheng Shi's own score did not reach such lofty heights, perhaps leaving him unable to fathom the reasons. Yet, upon deeper contemplation, it could only be attributed to two possibilities. Either they have simply failed the trials repeatedly. Cheng Shi once again opened his ascension ladder. The ID known as Cheng Shi had now fallen to the 47th position. Upon reflection, it would require a series of defeats without death to arrive at this current standing. More astonishing still was the fact that the memory chosen one, Li Jingming, had also begun to lose points. Ascension ladder, existence, memory, void deception, 1. Brother, it's first again, deception, 204-2. This sentiment can await, memory, 213. Li Jingming, memory, 199-4. Still like a dream, memory, 198-5. He escapes, he chases, he cannot fly, deception, 196.46. Observing the brothers' escape route, deception, 179.47. Jinshin Juni, deception, 179.62. I never lie, deception. 164 time gallops forth like a runaway steed, never to return. 7 days have swiftly passed, and the day of trials has arrived once more, yet this time. More astonishing still was the fact that the memory chosen one, Li Jingming, had also begun to lose points. Ascension ladder, existence, memory, void deception, 1. Brother, it's first again, deception, 204-2. As though the woman he cherished had perished in the trials. Cheng Shi was astounded upon hearing this news, gripping his thigh tightly to suppress a laugh before Xie Yang. However, it must be said that Xie Yang is a man of deep affection. He mourned Su Lu's disappearance for 3 or 4 days. Only by the 5th day did he regain his composure, attaching the love letter he had written for Su Lu to a string and lowering it to the window of a young girl named Fan Tingting. Residing on the floor below Su Lu, he grandiosely termed it a means to alleviate his sorrow. Cheng Shi scoffed, cursing himself for misjudging the character of others. He then turned away, giving Xie Yang a resounding thumbs up. You certainly have far more amusement than I, Xiao Xie. I find myself relying on your melodrama for the latter half of my life. Cheng Shi pondered. He chuckled, but soon his vision turned crimson. Special trial, the vanished world, annihilation, has commenced. Matching teammates, 1-6, trial objective, unbind, cast off shackles, embrace annihilation, and attain redemption, time limited, 3 days, annihilation. To encounter a trial of annihilation. Cheng Shi stared incredulously at the prompt before him. Residing on the floor below Su Lu, he grandiosely termed it a means to alleviate his sorrow. Cheng Shi scoffed, cursing himself for misjudging the character of others. He then turned away, giving Xie Yang a resounding thumbs up. Was when he had yet to reach 2,000 points. The content of the trials dictated by it is exceedingly singular. There is but one goal, to survive in a world on the brink of annihilation. Amidst terrifying natural disasters. Matching successful, 6-6. Entering the trial. Chapter 69. Oh dear. Encountered a celebrity. His face felt somewhat cool. Was it raining? His consciousness gradually returned. The noise of rain filled his ears, the air was damp. And a chilling breeze met him head-on. Cheng Shi slowly opened his eyes, discovering a misty scene before him, with clouds swirling about. Indeed, it was raining. A gentle shower, a soft and persistent drizzle. He paid no heed to the raindrops soaking his hair and clothes. Was when he had yet to reach 2,000 points. The content of the trials dictated by it is exceedingly singular. There is but one goal, to survive in a world on the brink of annihilation. Amidst terrifying natural disasters. Matching successful, 6-6. Entering the trial. Chapter 69. Oh dear. Encountered a celebrity. His face felt somewhat cool. Was it raining? His consciousness gradually returned. The noise of rain filled his ears, the air was damp. His teammates began to awaken one by one. Hey, brother, what's going on? Praising someone? Out in the wild. Ahem. Cough, cough. The humidity was intense, and the atmospheric pressure was low. A torrential downpour was imminent. Though this was their first meeting, I must interrupt your enjoyment of the rain to deliver some unfortunate news. Our personal space has been locked. Cheng Shi was taken aback, abruptly retracting his hand as he attempted to access his personal space. Yet, The space that had previously been so easily accessible now yielded no response. What he said was true. Their personal spaces had indeed been sealed. What an unprecedented occurrence. Every new challenge seems to arrive with its unique twist. His teammates began to awaken one by one. Not, "Hey, brother, what's going on? Praising someone? Out in the wild." A hymn. Cough, cough. The humidity was intense, and the atmospheric pressure was low. A torrential downpour was imminent. Though this was their first meeting, hence individuals like Cheng Shi, who sharpen their tools at the last moment, have become increasingly common. Yet, unexpectedly, countermeasures have been enacted, and policies have been established. This time, the personal space has been locked. Such a situation had never been heard of before. Cheng Shi glanced at the ring on his finger, silently relieved. Fortunately, he had not stored this semi-artifact in his personal space, or he would have been lost. The items within his personal space, while beneficial, would not drastically diminish his capabilities or threaten his life if lost. This was something Cheng Shi had always anticipated. Any external object pales in comparison to the strength one cultivates oneself. Of course, unless one could clutch a leg to cling to for dear life. Damn, is it for real? A male player, after several attempts, wiped the rainwater from his face in frustration. Though his expression was grim, he was far from hopeless. Evidently, he possessed some measure of confidence. As for the others, Cheng Shi rubbed the rainwater from his face, adjusting his expression to appear more fearful, and through the gaps between his fingers, he furtively observed the other teammates. There were a total of 5 teammates. Aside from the aforementioned gentlemen, 3 men and 1 woman remained. Their expressions varied greatly. An elderly man with white hair was persistently coughing. Leaning on his knee with his head bowed, his face twisted in an indecipherable expression. However, Cheng Shi noted that his stance was remarkably steady. Despite his coughing fit, his feet remained firmly planted in the rain-soaked earth. A young man with a backpack furrowed his brow, spreading his clothing to shield his bag, seemingly concealing something within that should not get wet. Cheng Shi cast a quick glance, guessing the outline of the bag might contain weapons, short and numerous ones. By the looks of it, the one who had delivered the warning was a robust man with pronounced facial features. His sharp eyes and powerful arms clearly indicated an offensive-oriented profession. Thick calluses adorned both of his hands, suggesting he was likely a hunter. As for the final individual, quite striking. She was a slender girl with pink hair. Her bright eyes sparkled as she smiled, surveying her surroundings with an air of nonchalance regarding her locked personal space. Cheng Shi's gaze quickly swept over her face, a sense of familiarity nagging at him, as though he had encountered her before. However, the quickness of his scrutiny left him no time to ponder deeply. To his astonishment, the next moment, someone called out her name. "You are Tao Yi? Who?" Cheng Shi gazed incredulously at the girl, only to find that everyone else regarded her with a hint of surprise. The pink-haired girl squinted and smiled, revealing a playful grin akin to that of a little fox. "Hello, everyone. I am Tao Yi." Upon hearing her melodious voice, reminiscent of a lark, Cheng Shi finally recalled who this familiar girl was. She was a budding actress, having made her debut through singing, yet remained relatively obscure for 7 or 8 years. It was only after she assisted a friend in a palace comedy, where she played a minor role as a maid, that she garnered widespread fame across the land. Tao Yi. This comedy, entitled Spring Breeze is Often Unkind, narrated the absurd love story of a passerby girl unwittingly wed into a royal household, ultimately falling for the cross-dressing prince. Tao Yi portrayed the maid of the malicious second cousin, who harbored unrequited love for the female lead. Owing to her quirky appearance and propensity for causing mischief, she inadvertently aided the protagonists, resulting in her character becoming the most beloved among the audience, even surpassing that of the female lead. Cheng Shi had never been one to watch television dramas, yet he could not escape the endless chatter of his colleagues. That she garnered widespread fame across the land. Tao Yi. This comedy, entitled Spring Breeze is Often Unkind, narrated the absurd love story of a passerby girl unwittingly wed into a royal household, ultimately falling for the cross-dressing prince. Tao Yi portrayed the maid of the malicious second cousin, who harbored unrequited love for the female lead. Owing to her quirky appearance and propensity for causing mischief, she inadvertently aided the protagonists. And yet this ghastly game has already descended upon us. The gentleman who recognized Tao Yi chattered incessantly, as if he had an endless stream of words. To be honest, I prefer singing over acting. And thus, he had come to know of her. Watching the star from the television screen appear before him, he could not help but exclaim, "She appears even thinner than in the photos." Tao Yi, too, smiled with narrowed eyes and gestured to herself, "Allow me to reintroduce, I am Tao Yi, life, a mage, born in 1783. The loquacious gentleman continued rambling, "What a coincidence. I am also a mage, and I am an actor as well. Since childhood, I have been enamored with the starry sky and science fiction, and as I grew older, I became utterly captivated, unable to extricate myself. After entering the entertainment industry, I have longed to star in a science fiction film of my own conception. But alas, I missed the casting opportunity for the three-body problem crew and have had to begin with smaller productions to gain experience. I have played the third male lead in many dramas. The one with the highest viewership being the incredible Starship Immortal, where I portrayed the Demon Realm General Zhu Chao. Why ranking on the character popularity list is quite commendable. Tao Yi, have you seen it?" As this fellow's words quickened, the expressions of the others grew increasingly peculiar. Cheng Shi's face was nearly frozen in discomfort. He desperately wanted to crouch down to check if the soles of his shoes had been worn thin. "This was too awkward, brother. I think you're better suited for the three-body syndrome. You would surely land the leading role." Perhaps sensing the constipated expressions of the crowd, the chatty Demon Realm General Zhu Chao finally realized he had misjudged the occasion. He awkwardly chuckled twice, scratched his head, and said, "My apologies. I got a bit too excited upon meeting Tao. I am Su Yida, existence, a mage, born in 1864. This." Cheng Shi raised an eyebrow in surprise. This Demon Realm General had told a fib. Chapter 70. The Elderly, Weak, Women, and Children Bureau. How intriguing. It seems that this boisterous and talkative actor had already lied during the initial introductions. What is even more fascinating is that his statement was lengthy, with ample opportunities for deceit, leaving Cheng Shi unable to pinpoint precisely what he was concealing. Thus, he maintained an outwardly calm demeanor while mentally tagging this fellow for special attention. Once Su Yida concluded his self-introduction, he awkwardly chuckled twice, scratched his head, and said, "My apologies. I got a bit too excited upon meeting Tao. I am Su Yida, existence, a mage, born in 1864. This." Cheng Shi raised an eyebrow in surprise. "But I must ask, has anyone encountered a university student named Cui Qiushi? Cough, cough. He is quite tall, a bit over 1.83 meters, slender, with short hair that may have grown longer by now. His skin is relatively dark, and he has a burn scar on the back of his neck. Cough, cough. His eyes resemble mine, but he has a mole at the corner." Before the old man could finish, Su Yida interjected, waving his hand. "Hold on, old man. What are you doing? Looking for someone? Is he your grandson?" The elderly man shook his head, coughed violently for a moment, and then straightened up with an apologetic expression. "I am truly sorry. But I must ask, has anyone encountered a university student named Cui Qiushi? Cough, cough. He is quite tall, a bit over 1.83 meters, slender, with short hair that may have grown longer by now. His skin is relatively dark." "Your son?" Cheng Shi looked at the old man in astonishment. This individual appeared to be at least 70 years old. If his son were a university student, that would mean he had fathered a child in his 50s. No wonder the world is in such disarray while he searches for his son. Having a child in old age often leads to indulgent pampering. "Excuse me, sir, you must be in your 70s or 80s. How can your son be a university student?" The elderly man did not seem offended by Su Yida's skepticism and nodded repeatedly, coughing as he replied, "Yes, Qiushi excelled in his studies and was accepted into Nanjiang University of Science and Technology." "Well, never mind that. Who cares which university he got into, as there are no universities left now? I can assure you that no one has seen him. Think about it. There are 12 billion people globally. No wonder the world is in such disarray while he searches for his son. Having a child in old age often leads to indulgent pampering. Excuse me, sir, you must be in your 70s or 80s. Su Yida opened his mouth but ultimately swallowed his words. I apologize for taking up your time. I am Cui Dingtian, a believer in decay. With a score of 1677, decay. The old man boldly declared his faith. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, and Cheng Shi's gaze swiftly scanned the faces of the others, noticing a fleeting moment of discomfort on Tao Yi's countenance. Oh, how delightful. She is a follower of prosperity. Su Yida was taken aback as well. You old man, you just blurted that out? Tao Yi is a follower of life. Aren't you afraid she a decaying tree has no secrets left to keep. The old man's frail condition was evident to all. Every day he lived was a blessing, and his greatest wish was to learn of Choshu's fate before he passed. Cough, cough. But do not worry, everyone. I still have a bit of strength left in me and can be of assistance. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, and Cheng Shi's gaze swiftly scanned the faces of the others, noticing a fleeting moment of discomfort on Tao Yi's countenance. Oh, how delightful. She is a follower of prosperity. Su Yida was taken aback as well. At this moment, the man's power of decay should be at its zenith. Frankly, his decay strength might surpass that of the younger individuals by several times. How could he have become like this? Curious, let us hasten, everyone. The rain is intensifying. The gentleman who had initially alerted the group about the sealing of their personal spaces seemed particularly astute to the unfolding events. He slowly shifted his gaze from scrutinizing the old man and wrung the water from his clothing. If I become a burden later, do not mind me. It is merely fate. Cui Dingtian's words were sincere, and he spoke no falsehoods. Yet, as Cheng Shi observed this genuine follower of decay, he furrowed his brow deeply, his flickering eyes betraying unspoken deceit. Could it be that he had found his prey? Or had he encountered the individual named Cui Choshu? Just as Cheng Shi was carefully observing the old man and the hunter. A young lad standing nearby spoke up. Gao Yu, civilization, mage, born in 1721. Another mage. Is it mage team building day? Cheng Shi suddenly felt a chuckle bubbling up. This young mage looked rather youthful, and his voice carried a hint of childishness. Zhao Qian, civilization, hunter, born in 1937. Indeed, a hunter. Cheng Shi smiled slightly, giving himself a mental pat on the back, but remained somewhat cautious of Zhao Qian's earlier gaze. This hunter appeared quite intrigued by the old man. Finding him rather tiresome, Cheng Shi grinned. TSK, such a young brat. However, this gathering was quite entertaining, with the elderly, weak, women, and children all present. As for who was weak? Cough, cough. I am Cheng Shi, life, priest, with a score of 1501. It is an honor to meet you all. Cheng Shi beamed brightly, seemingly delighted that he, with such a low score, had been matched with a group of individuals scoring in the high 1700s and 1800s. When the others heard Cheng Shi was a priest, their previously furrowed brows relaxed. Finally, in this trial of survival against dire circumstances, a priest had arrived. Though this priest's score was somewhat low, it was better than nothing. Just as Cheng Shi finished introducing himself, a sudden flash lit up the distant horizon, followed shortly by a resounding clap of thunder. Boom. Flashes of lightning danced wildly within the inky black clouds, as if a true dragon were commanding the skies. The downpour intensified, visibly increasing in ferocity. The initial calamity appears to be related to the rain. It is likely to involve flooding or a landslide. Everyone should proceed with caution. Once it concludes, we can deliberate whether to ascend or descend. Currently, the 6 players are situated on a mountainside. If the disaster is flooding, then naturally, the mountaintop is the safest. However, if it is a landslide, then descending into the valley would be safer. This decision weighs heavily, as it could significantly affect our chances of survival. It must be approached with utmost care. After Zhao Qian made this statement, everyone remained still, except for Su Yida, who looked around in astonishment and then awkwardly turned to leave. As he turned away, Cheng Shi couldn't help but laugh at his constrained demeanor. How amusing to encounter a fellow practitioner. This man is not a person of existence, but rather one of void. A mage of deception, a master of trickery. Among the 6 individuals present, aside from himself, Tao Yi, and Cui Dingtian, who were destined to be adversaries, there was no need for caution around the others. The memory, decree requires a memory to be offered. Regardless of whose it is, the time, decree pertains to precision and punctuality. These 2 decrees clearly do not require secrecy. Personal privacy? Decree habits? No, in this urgent moment, such concerns are unnecessary. Besides, even the follower of prosperity has not departed. As he turned away, Cheng Shi couldn't help but laugh at his constrained demeanor. How amusing to encounter a fellow practitioner. This man is not a person of existence, but rather one of void. It all depends on one's profession and innate talent. Ironically, the divine guidance of existence is not entrusted to tangible items. Rather, the guidance of the void requires supplication to a specific divine token. Su Yida's departure likely served to conceal his own facade. For those without the talent for lies like yesterday, the art of masquerading their faith has always been a profound theme worthy of contemplation. However, most of the deception adherents encountered prior would disguise themselves as followers of fate, as this merely necessitated the imitation of a die, leaving the rest to be spun with eloquent rhetoric. Then, when others are not paying attention, one can seamlessly swap the object of their prayers for a hidden mask. Indeed, few in the demonic realm, like the Great Sauce, masquerade as followers of existence. Moreover, there is a saying, the more one speaks, the more mistakes one makes. Players who believe in deception typically refrain from speaking and, when they do, their words inevitably point to the ruse. Concealing one's true intentions with incessant chatter and diverting others' attention with idle talk is indeed a clever stratagem. But it requires one to maintain control, as it is a considerable burden on both intellect and spirit. Returning to the divine guidance, this fellow traveler may possess some subtle trickery up his sleeve. Hence his cautious demeanor. With this thought, Cheng Shi found himself increasingly intrigued by him. Chapter 71. The divine guidance in progress. After Su Yida's departure, the group exchanged glances, unsure of how to break the silence. Time awkwardly slipped away for a few seconds before Zhao Qian stepped forward to end the stillness. I am the Eagle-Eye Scout. I apologize, but I require your cooperation for a spar. The Eagle-Eye Scout, a hunter of war, indeed. Cheng Shi had correctly surmised his profession, yet he had not anticipated him to be a follower of war. The divine guidance of war manifests as conflict. In crowded places, it suffices to find two passers-by one dislikes and deliver a thrashing. Yet, this scenario unfolded in the wilderness. Even more unfortunate, the situation involved the elderly, the weak, and women and children. The only two individuals not associated with them were one who had already departed and the other who sought a fight. The atmosphere grew even more silent than before. One glance at this muscular figure indicated that this would not be an easy bout. Although his followers may not possess many innate talents for war prior to divine guidance, their bodies had been honed through the trials of battle, far exceeding the norm. Furthermore, under the gaze of war during divine guidance, they would only wish to unleash their pent-up fury, sparing no mercy. To stand against such individuals, one must withstand the initial onslaught to calm the war adherents. Zhao Qian's expression grew serious, revealing little. Cheng Shi glanced around and noted that neither Tao Yi nor Gao Yu had any intention of serving as punching bags. Alas, the remaining old man could not be subjected to such violence. It seemed the brunt of this thrashing would inevitably fall upon him. Just as Cheng Shi prepared to step forward and accept the invitation of war. Their bodies had been honed through the trials of battle, far exceeding the norm. Furthermore, under the gaze of war during divine guidance, they would only wish to unleash their pent-up fury, sparing no mercy. The old man was, indeed, a warrior. It was true that decayed warriors are rare and possess exceptional defensive capabilities. Unlike order warriors who protect the entire group, they focus more on self-defense enhancement. This profession also bears a name familiar to many, the mummy. Alas, the remaining old man could not be subjected to such violence. It seemed the brunt of this thrashing would inevitably fall upon him. Just as Cheng Shi prepared to step forward and accept the invitation of war. Very few remain unaware of their true capabilities, and since the old man had stepped forward, it indicated he could withstand the blows perfectly. If he could endure one wave of my attack, his divine guidance would be fulfilled. The divine guidance of decay accelerates decay. Any pain counts. Thus, this fight could indeed be deemed a mutual victory. Be warned. My right fist carries considerable strength. As he spoke, Zhao Qian's eyes reddened, and with a sudden rush, he lunged at Cui Ding Tian. The force of his feet pressed down on the earth, leaving a layer of mud beneath them, indicative of his speed. Bang bang. In the blink of an eye, the two engaged in a flurry of punches and kicks, the sounds of their bones and muscles colliding surpassing even thunder. Cui Ding Tian, shedding his earlier frailty, exhibited a sharp gaze and nimble movements that left onlookers astounded. Yet, his coughing had not ceased. In fact, it grew more severe. Cheng Shi instinctively shifted his position, creating ample space for the two. He casually plucked a blade of grass and placed it in his mouth. He lunged at Cui Ding Tian. The force of his feet pressed down on the earth, leaving a layer of mud beneath them, indicative of his speed. Bang bang. In the blink of an eye, the two engaged in a flurry of punches and kicks, the sounds of their bones and muscles colliding surpassing even thunder. Cui Ding Tian, shedding his earlier frailty, exhibited a sharp gaze and nimble movements that left onlookers astounded. Without exception, much like order mages, elemental judges can deeply study and master a single element. Learned scholars can elect to study different schools of knowledge, using this as a foundation for their pursuit of truth, giving rise to complex and diverse variant professions. The mechanical construction major focuses on mechanical creations, viewing the truth of their school as flesh and blood, while machinery endures. They believe the pursuit of truth is a lengthy journey, and human life is too fleeting. Should one utilize endless resources to create ever-evolving machinery, they could transcend the dimensions of life and death, gradually approaching the divine through an alternative means. Cheng Shi suddenly understood and casually glanced at the concealed bundle beneath Gao Yu's clothing. It turned out not to be a weapon, but rather his tools, a clever child indeed. Fortunate he did not place his means of sustenance in his spatial pouch. Followers of truth possess two sets of divine guidance. Auxiliary professions must absorb knowledge, while output professions are required to disseminate knowledge. Cheng Shi expressed a hint of anticipation. So you are the most intelligent learned scholar. Pray tell, we are all ears. Gao Yu pursed his lips, pondered for a moment, and then shared his knowledge. The esteemed scholar of the Void Energy School at the Tower of Matter, Gloro, once conducted an experiment. He utilized the truth ritual of the Learned Council to launch 100 unanchored beacons into the void. It turned out not to be a weapon, but rather his tools, a clever child indeed. Fortunate he did not place his means of sustenance in his spatial pouch. Followers of truth possess two sets of divine guidance. Auxiliary professions must absorb knowledge. Alas, Gloro failed. Throughout the prolonged journey of over a decade, the indexers could always sense the beacon's presence, yet upon reaching Gacimera, they lost contact with them. Scholars at the Tower of Matter unanimously deemed Gloro's notions absurd. The void is the void, devoid of correspondence with reality. Consequently, the esteemed scholar lost his eligibility to compete for membership in the Learned Council and passed away in despair. However, the day after Gloro's demise, these beacons fell from the void rift, scattered at the scholar's funeral in Gacimera. His students wailed in grief, unable to accept this unfathomable scene. They gathered all the beacons, discovering that all 100 were accounted for. Yet each beacon was missing a portion. When the arriving scholars restored these missing parts, they found that the fragmented pieces fit together to form a mask the size of a beacon. That mask bore a smile filled with mockery, seemingly ridiculing humanity's futile and insignificant quest into the void. The evidence was laid bare, compelling the Tower of Matter to acknowledge the validity of the esteemed scholar's perspective. Furthermore, they began to suspect that within the void, which is fully interconnected with reality, there might exist a deity that delights in tormenting humanity. This marked the first instance in history where people sensed his presence. Cheng Shi listened in bewilderment, momentarily at a loss for words. He blinked rapidly, gazing at Gao Yu in astonishment. You are jesting, are you not? Have you seen through me? It shouldn't be the case. This high school student seemed utterly ordinary. That mask bore a smile filled with mockery, seemingly ridiculing humanity's futile and insignificant quest into the void. The evidence was laid bare, compelling the Tower of Matter to acknowledge the validity of the esteemed scholar's perspective. His eyes darting about, subtly probing. Is this what you term knowledge? Is this not the history of Hope's continent? Reflecting on the past, one can glean insights to navigate the present. Hence, history has always been a reservoir of knowledge. Cheng Shi listened in bewilderment, momentarily at a loss for words. He blinked rapidly, gazing at Gao Yu in astonishment. You are jesting, are you not? Have you seen through me? It shouldn't be the case. This high school student seemed utterly ordinary. While the traces of nothingness that have existed are the void. Nothingness is inherently invisible, yet when it begins to erode existence, it manifests in a form comprehensible to existence, and this form is the void. Cheng Shi smacked his lips and observed for a moment, confirming that this young rascal had indeed stumbled upon the truth. You possess a keen understanding of history? I hesitate to claim complete understanding. Yet I harbor a profound admiration for history, identifying myself as a member of the historical school. How intriguing! When a child earnestly declares themselves a member of the historical school, one can no longer dismiss them as mere youngsters, but must instead refer to them as little brother. The historical school is not an assembly one can casually join. The vast reservoir of historical knowledge and the cherished tales of bygone eras merely serve as a modest threshold for entry. More significantly, Every individual within this organization must have personally witnessed a historical moment that has shaped the landscape of Hope Continent, meticulously chronicling it in detailed historical records. It can be asserted that the comprehensive overview of the historical arteries of Hope Continent originates from the historical school. Yet I harbor a profound admiration for history, identifying myself as a member of the historical school. How intriguing! When a child earnestly declares themselves a member of the historical school, one can no longer dismiss them as mere youngsters. As players in the faith game possess no autonomy in selecting trial scenarios, they must rely on luck to witness an epic tale. Cheng Shi suddenly felt a surge of joy, for he too had recently developed an interest in history. More significantly, every individual within this organization must have personally witnessed a historical moment that has shaped the landscape of Hope Continent, meticulously chronicling it in detailed historical records. It can be asserted that the comprehensive overview of the historical arteries of Hope Continent originates from the historical school. Cheng Shi clicked his tongue and turned back to the ever-silent Tao Yi. How shall we resolve the matter of your nourishment, Miss Elf? A wood elf, a mage of the faith of prosperity. As players in the faith game possess no autonomy in selecting trial scenarios, they must rely on luck to witness an epic tale. Cheng Shi suddenly felt a surge of joy, for he too had recently developed an interest in history. However, today is an exception, for all 6 of their personal spaces have been sealed. This unfortunate pink-haired elf appears to have lost her source of food, just as Taui felt her embarrassment intensify. Su Yida, who had left the group earlier, returned, seemingly cradling something in his hands, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "Taui, look, I found these mushrooms from the past of this land. Are they sufficient for you?" Taui turned in astonishment. Discovering that Su Yida's hands were indeed filled with mushrooms. You are a follower of memory? Thank you. This is incredibly timely. She joyfully dashed over to accept the mushrooms from Su Yida's hands. Yet, to Cheng Shi's eyes, this scene appeared exceedingly peculiar, for he saw nothing in Su Yida's hands. What a splendid performance, truly impeccable. Cheng Shi mumbled under his breath. Chapter 72. Transitions amidst the tempest. Su Yida is a remarkable actor. At least from the perspective of others, he conveyed 3 messages in that sentence. Firstly, he is a mage of memory, a traveler of recollections. Secondly, he indeed possesses the ability to return to the past, which may prove invaluable in the trials of annihilation, subtly enhancing his significance. Thirdly, he discerned that Tao Yi is a devotee of prosperity, indicating keen observational skills. However, for Cheng Shi, 2 layers of deception lay hidden within Su Yida's performance. This scene appeared exceedingly peculiar, for he saw nothing in Su Yida's hands. What a splendid performance, truly impeccable. Cheng Shi mumbled under his breath. Chapter 72. Transitions amidst the tempest. Su Yida is a remarkable actor. Everything he describes becomes visible to that person. Conversely, if someone sees through his deception, everything he claims will be invisible to the one who has uncovered the truth. In essence, Su Yida conjured a handful of mushrooms existing between reality and illusion. Taui believed him, thus she could see and consume them. Cheng Shi, having already guessed that he is a follower of deceit, and possessing the talent to see through his lies, could not perceive the mushrooms. He witnessed only Su Yida's clumsy and absurd performance devoid of substance. This also elucidates why many talents of deceit appear exceedingly formidable yet are rated quite low, for once a lie is exposed, no matter how grand the facade, it will come crashing down and can never be rebuilt. Interestingly, Cheng Shi currently cannot pierce through his facade. In fact, throughout the entire trial, he remains unable to do so, for he may very well be the only assurance that allows Tao Yi to unleash her full potential in the trials. Moreover, possessing an S-rank talent likely indicates that Su Yida's latter score exceeds 2,000. This suggests that his cunning is on par with that of his previous teammates. Tao Yi's smile became even brighter as she savored the mushrooms, unabashedly indulging in front of the now-dormant Chui Ding Tian. The old man glanced at Tao Yi, coughed, and nodded, signifying a newfound respect for this girl of opposing faith. Zhao Qian regarded Chui Ding Tian with a peculiar expression, stepping back a couple of paces. Inhaling deeply and remarked, "The mummy indeed excels in defense. Impressive. Ahem. I concede." The old man had scarcely finished when he began to cough again, appearing quite hunched. "Well, as everyone can see, the rain is intensifying. Given the current soil conditions, a little more could trigger a mudslide or landslide." Zhao Qian kicked the muddy ground beneath his feet, frowning as he continued. My suggestion is to head downward first, then change direction. The mountain peak over there appears to be more solid. Whether we wait for the rain to cease or for an even heavier downpour, it offers better maneuvering space. What do you think? The group followed his gaze and found that the mountain indeed looked sturdier. Composed of a pale stone, I have no objections. All right. No objections. Cough. Then let us hasten our departure. Zhao Qian took the lead, with Su Yida brimming with energy, and even the old man moved at a steady pace. A little more could trigger a mudslide or landslide. Zhao Qian kicked the muddy ground beneath his feet, frowning as he continued. My suggestion is to head downward first, then change direction. The mountain peak over there appears to be more solid. Then somewhat deliberately fished around in his pants, having already completed his task. Gao Yu's gaze followed his movement downward, and upon seeing Cheng Shi's thoroughly soaked trousers, he seemed to suddenly understand, blinking in shock and confusion. This, that even possible? You impressive, truly fast. Is being quick not a good thing? It saves time. Gao Yu offered a smile of incomprehension and turned away. Having finished her meal, Tao Yi appeared much more spirited, dashing ahead to clear the path. Given the wood elf's affinity for plants, the obstructing weeds and thorns posed no challenge. With a mere wave of her hand, a shortcut through the thicket appeared before everyone. Let us go, be cautious and keep up. Her agile form leaped and twisted upon the rising vine platforms, her demeanor now a stark contrast to the seemingly harmless pink-haired girl from earlier. As previously mentioned, none who reach this score are to be underestimated. Appearances can be deceiving. Cheng Shi shook his head with a smile, following closely behind. While he could not match Tao Yi's effortless grace, he was still capable of descending quickly. However, midway through his descent, a wildly growing vine suddenly ensnared his leg, yanking him down from the heights. Cheng Shi turned in astonishment, finding that it was Tao Yi who had nurtured the plants at her feet. Transforming them into a giant hand that caught him, he felt no shame or inferiority. Instead, he approached Tao Yi with gratitude, lavishing her with compliments. Oh, great star! How impressive! Thank you, esteemed one. I shall cling to your leg and never let go. The heavens shall witness my sincerity. No sooner had he spoken than thunder roared, boom, boom, boom. The group stood by, bemused, watching the spectacle unfold, while Tao Yi, blushing with embarrassment, waved her hand dismissively, saying, "It was nothing, we help each other. Let us move on." Once more, the group set off, with Cheng Shi and Gao Yu lagging behind. At this moment, the rain intensified. The curtain of rain, resembling pearls, nearly obstructed the players' vision, compelling them to hastily fashion makeshift shields from materials at hand to hold above their heads. Allowing for a glimpse of the path ahead, "Hey, Gao Yu." Upon hearing Cheng Shi's attempt at conversation, Gao Yu sighed. "Call me what you wish, little brother." Upon uttering this phrase, Cheng Shi felt rejuvenated. "I have a keen interest in history as well. The heavens shall witness my sincerity." No sooner had he spoken than thunder roared, boom, boom, boom. The group stood by, bemused, watching the spectacle unfold, while Tao Yi, blushing with embarrassment, waved her hand dismissively, saying, "It was nothing, we help each other." Cheng Shi did not conceal his enthusiasm, nodding earnestly, "Indeed." Then, lowering his voice, he continued, "You see, when not participating in trials, it can be quite dull to be alone. Yet, when connected with others in a shared space, one must remain vigilant against outsiders harboring ill intentions, which is unsafe. If I could learn a bit of alchemical construct technology and create a puppet for myself, would that not be? You understand?" The torrential rain poured down, the noise overwhelming, rendering their conversation nearly inaudible to others. Unbeknownst to him, Su Yida had quietly fallen behind, precisely positioned in front of the two, eavesdropping intently. Clearly, he was quite intrigued by the clandestine conversation taking place between them. Gao Yu mused to himself that Cheng Shi was indeed such a person. With a hint of disdain, he replied, "Flesh and blood are but fleeting companions. Now that the gods have descended, what we might possess is boundless potential. One must remain vigilant against outsiders harboring ill intentions, which is unsafe. If I could learn a bit of alchemical construct technology and create a puppet for myself, would that not be? You understand?" Yet Gao Yu's step faltered suddenly, his face flushing with embarrassment as he swiftly turned aside. Cheng Shi stared, dumbfounded by his reaction, wondering if he had indeed created such a thing. Although mechs are considered a man's romantic pursuit, this was not the manner of romance one should indulge in, especially for a lad not yet 18. I suggest you relinquish the mech to me. Allow me to bear this burden of sin on your behalf. Why cling to these ephemeral things? Cheng Shi paused, taken aback, and countered. Then what should one cling to? Eternal mechanical creations. Should I fabricate a feminine mech to keep me company? Who would have thought that Cheng Shi merely spoke offhandedly? Yet Gao Yu's step faltered suddenly, his face flushing with embarrassment as he swiftly turned aside. Cheng Shi stared, dumbfounded by his reaction, wondering if he had indeed created such a thing. Although mechs are considered a man's romantic pursuit, once Su Yida had departed, Cheng Shi resumed, to each their own. Speak your mind, lad. Gao Yu, though reluctant to engage with such a base individual, found the prospect of being asked about history rather agreeable. After a brief pause, he conceded, What would you like to know? Oh, who are the prominent figures in the field of alchemical creations? What are their research directions? And which one is the most reliable? I shall peruse some materials later to focus my efforts in that direction. Let me ponder. Gao Yu stepped cautiously through the muddy terrain, contemplating for a moment before stating, if we are to speak of the most brilliant figures in their discipline, it would likely be Zangier, who perished due to an alchemical experiment gone awry in the early civilizational era, and Bacchus, who in the later era transformed his wife into a wholly new being. I mean to craft a wife automaton, not to turn my wife into an automaton. Let's focus on the former. Upon hearing this name, Cheng Shi's heart skipped a beat. According to the accounts of Shanasli, I shall peruse some materials later to focus my efforts in that direction. Let me ponder. Gao Yu stepped cautiously through the muddy terrain, contemplating for a moment before stating, if we are to speak of the most brilliant figures in their discipline, it would likely be Zangier, who perished due to an alchemical experiment gone awry in the early civilizational era, and Bacchus, who in the later era transformed his wife into a wholly new being. I mean to craft a wife automaton, not to turn my wife into an automaton. Let's focus on the former. Upon hearing this name, Cheng Shi's heart skipped a beat. According to the accounts of Shanasli,